Antiwar.com is dedicated to bringing you the latest in news, views, interviews, and reviews from the top movers and shakers in the anti-occupation movement. Antiwar.com has it all, from thorough foreign policy analysis to interviews with whistleblowers who used to run the military-industrial complex. Anti-war, pro-free market. That's Antiwar.com.
Kiss your...
I'm Ian Freeman, host of Free Talk Live. We've been covering Uber for years on the radio with their ongoing legal cases across the globe defending your right to give people rides without asking government permission. I wanted to support Uber more directly, so I signed up to be a driver. It's fun to meet new people and help Uber push forward innovation. As of this recording, Uber is active in 67 countries, so there's a good chance they're available in your area. If you'd like to drive for Uber and make some money helping people get where they want to go, sign up at drive.freetalklive.com, and you'll get a $100 bonus after you complete a certain number of trips. With Uber, you can drive anytime you want. You set your schedule. To get started, you need a good driving record, 4-door vehicle, insurance, registration, and to pass a background check. It costs nothing to sign up, so visit drive.freetalklive.com. That's drive.freetalklive.com. And if you just want to try Uber as a rider, visit ride.freetalklive.com. Your first ride's free.
You're 6 minutes away from a live episode of Free Talk Live, brought to you by freekeene.com. Listen live at freetalklive.com.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Darryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Monday, July 4th, 2016. Silver is trading at $20.51 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,352 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $670. Antiwar.com reports the rebel-held town of J-Rud has mostly stayed out of the Syrian civil war until the past few days, having a truce with the army that has made it a popular magnet for refugees around the region. That appears to have come to an end with the killing of a Syrian pilot in the area. The pilot parachuted out near J-Rud and was executed on the ground, reportedly by Al-Qaeda's Nusra Front. The Syrian military had subsequently hit the town hard, killing 31 people, including 2 medics and a large number of civilians. The rebels are describing the attacks as revenge for the pilot's execution, though they insist that the execution had nothing to do with the town itself. The Syrian military did not comment directly on the attack, but had vowed that the pilot's killing would not go unpunished. Essentially a suburb of Damascus, J-Rud is one of several local truces that have been struck over the course of a multi-year civil war in Syria, though as this weekend has proven, those truces are often very tenuous, and it doesn't take much to return the area to a state of open warfare. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. UPI reports with California's new vaccination law now in effect, some parents are opting to homeschool while others are moving out of the state. The new law eliminates most vaccination exemptions for school children in an effort to protect everyone from communicable disease outbreaks. Other parents trying to avoid the new laws filed exemption paperwork before January 1st to give them the leverage to vaccinate their children at their own pace. California Senate Bill 277, which sparked some of the most contentious debates in years, ended with a win for those who favor forced vaccinations. Still, tens of thousands of Californians remain adamantly opposed to the mandate. Kristen Kinney of San Jose said she's checking out real estate in Idaho. An East Bay area mother said she's considering finding an underground network of doctors willing to give her a medical exemption for her 3.5-year-old son. Liv Selly said, "It's really thrown me for a loop. I just don't want someone telling me what I have to do with my child, putting things into my child's body." An outbreak of measles last year in Marin County, home of one of the highest concentrations of unvaccinated children, convinced the county to ban the personal belief exemption. Now all children entering daycare, kindergarten, or 7th grade are required to show proof of vaccinations. Are you an advocate for free market money? Do you promote Bitcoin as an alternative in a fiat-centric world? Then you need Spendabit in your arsenal, the search engine for things you can buy with Bitcoin. Spendabit aggregates millions of products from thousands of Bitcoin-enabled merchants. Keep your money in the free economy. Visit spendabit.co today. Bitcoin merchants, ask about our merchant suite to reach even more customers. Spendabit.co. Reuters reports a 19-year-old tourist in Manhattan's Central Park suffered a severe foot wound on Sunday after an apparent homemade firework exploded when he jumped off a rock and stepped onto the device. Investigators said the object was likely fabricated by an amateur firework enthusiast for the thrill of creating a loud noise and flash. At least one bystander in the park told CNN the blast sounded like a cannon. The man was taken to Bellevue Hospital, where police said he was undergoing surgery and was listed in serious but stable condition. His two companions, aged 18 and 20, were not injured. The late morning explosion occurred when all three men jumped off a rock and the victim landed on top of the object, which had been stashed near the boulder out of the way of normal foot traffic. Lieutenant Mark Torrey, commander of the police bomb squad, said there was nothing to indicate that the device was put in this area with a specific intent to harm any individual, and that evidence showed it was not meant to be detonated by someone stepping on it. He said the device, which was believed to have been in the park for at least a day, may have not gone off at an earlier time and was just left there. The 778-acre park in the heart of Manhattan is a major draw for tourists visiting New York City. The park remained open to visitors following the blast. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
Well, it's the end of an era and the beginning of a new one.
Today, Pennington's black part of town moved across the river to North Pennington. The Thompson family sold their home on the east side and moved to the old Kirkland Place at 17 Mansfield Place, establishing the all-new black neighborhood. North Side residents are looking forward to the infusion of fun and funk that the new black part of town is sure to bring to their area. Mayor Mitzi Kranowitz presided over the dedication of the new black neighborhood, unveiling a sign designating it a landmark district.
It's lovely, everyone. Pennington's diversity is its strength, whether it's Little Harlem or the so-called Gayborhood, where Paul and his partner Bryant have that cottage.
Sheriff Stevens today announced that the heavy round-the-clock patrols that helped make the old Thompson house one of the safest neighborhoods in town will move with them.
This has nothing to do with the black part of town moving here. We just want to make sure that everyone here has a comfortable place to live.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
This is Free Talk Live. Welcome to the program. You can join us here on this Independence Day edition of the program of Free Talk Live. That's what we're here doing. And it's Ian and Darryl in the studio. We just got back from dinner with a group of great activists who'd gotten together on Independence Day when they could have been out hanging out with friends and barbecuing or whatever.
Well, it wasn't just dinner. We did something before dinner.
That's what I was going to get to, yes. We did not just get together to go out to the Chinese buffet in town here on Independence Day, although that is where we went. We, prior to that, spent 2 hours outside of the Federal Building here in Keene, New Hampshire, and we engaged in what some people might call a protest, others might call it a rally, a demonstration. Protest tends to have a negative negative connotation, but it's the one that I tend to use because I want the New Hampshire to get out of the United States.
Yes.
I am protesting the fact that New Hampshire continues to be involved with the United States, and I want that to end. And I started the event today. We organized it for less than a week. It was put together relatively quickly after the very first ever NHexit event happened last week. So last Sunday, not this past weekend, but the one prior to that, there was an event in Manchester, New Hampshire. Dave Ridley from RidleyReport.com put that on, and it attracted about 13 or 15 participants, which is pretty good for a Sunday evening right after the Porcupine Freedom Festival.
Yes.
Today we had 9 at our peak and here in Keene, which per capita I think puts us ahead of Manchester as far as attendees at this particular event. So I was pleased. I was glad that we had, not quite a dozen, but 9 people come out on a day in which there's all kinds of other things for people to be doing. everybody could be hanging out with their friends or family or whatever, but instead we had 9 people come out to hold signs on the side of the road out in front of the federal building, which doesn't just hold the post office. It has several federal offices, including an IRS office up there. And so the point was to spread the idea about NHexit, which was sprung from the whole Brexit thing, where Great Britain had the voters there had voted to leave the European Union about two weeks ago or so. And Dave
about
Ridley,
a week and a half. Yeah.
Dave Ridley started NHexit.com. There's not much on the website right now, but there's a Facebook group with some folks who are getting active. And what's most interesting is the news media has picked up on this. So when Ridley did his event back in Manchester a week ago, there was a Concord Monitor reporter and an NH1 reporter there. The Concord Monitor ran a story, I think, the next day, which then other news media organizations picked up because it's kind of like a monkey see, monkey do.
And cited.
Correct, yeah. The other news organizations.
The Concord Monitor reported blah, blah, blah.
Right, so not really doing any kind of original reporting on their own parts, but at least it's something. At least they covered what went on. And so today, another one of the TV channels up here, NH1, sent a reporter out. So I was really pleased to see that. I wasn't sure if we'd get anybody, but we did get a television reporter, and she interviewed you.
Yes.
And me as well. So we don't know what the final package will look like, but
and she did some live reporting from the scene. So it wasn't just they showed up and did some interviews like what they did with Dave Ridley a week ago, and then never aired the Ridley interview.
Yeah, apparently. Well, if they aired it, they didn't put it on their website. So I don't know if they put every single package that they produce up on their website, but why wouldn't they? I mean, if you're going to take the time to edit a news package, you might as well make sure it gets seen by as many people as possible. So yeah, we were definitely on the news tonight, live shot from the side of the road with a reporter, and we did interviews. So maybe later tonight there will be a full news package.
But, I just looked on the website. There's nothing there right now.
No, it'll take
again, probably later tonight, because I think they also said that they're going to run something at the 10 o'clock.
If there's a package that runs, it'll be at the 10 o'clock, because then they've had enough time to actually edit something together. If you think about it, we started at 4 p.m., their news goes live at 5:30.
Yes.
She, got there when we got, a few minutes after we got there, so she was probably setting up at around 4:10. She was done shooting with us at around 4:30 or so. That's not enough time to upload footage and have an editor put together a package. But by 10 p.m., they might have something together. So I'm excited about that. That means more coverage for NHexit, which last week there was the poll, an unscientific poll in the Union Leader that garnered over 40% of respondents saying that they supported New Hampshire leaving the United States. And yes, that's an unscientific poll. I get that. But there have also been scientific polls within the last couple of years. One of them, Reuters, did a poll where, sadly, New England was actually the least likely to want to secede from the United States, with about 19% of poll respondents saying they do currently, right now, support their state leaving from the Union. So not asking about other states leaving, specifically asking, do you support your state leaving the Union? It was about 19%. Nationwide, it was around 1 out of 4, so around 25%. But I would have been interested to see a further breakdown from that study, because it's not fair to average in New Hampshire with the surrounding states. New Hampshire's really nothing like Massachusetts and Vermont and Maine. I mean, it's a lot like it in geography or topography or whatever.
Right.
They look similar, but the ideas behind the sort of the system or the governmental system there tend to be kind of different. New Hampshire it's better in a lot of ways. Some ways it's a little bit more backwards. Like, for instance, the cannabis laws here are not as good as they are in other states. It's not as free here. But overall, New Hampshire is a more free place than others. And without the federal government involved in our lives, we'd be by far the freest place likely on the planet if the federal government were to finally leave us alone. And so the whole NHexit thing is designed to sort of parlay off of the Brexit hysteria, the popularity for the Brexit concept, and continue pushing that the idea of secession forward, and get people to take it seriously, get people to really consider it. And what are your observations from today's event as far as the response? Because you were there for pretty much the entire thing. What were your observations of the response from the public?
It was overly positive. There weren't a lot of people flipping anybody off. There weren't a lot of people yelling.
There was 2 people who flipped us off.
Get a job.
I didn't hear get a job at all today.
Nor did I.
Okay.
But generally that's one of the go-to responses
Correct.
that you hear of any kind. It doesn't matter. You could be protesting at 10 a.m. on a Saturday morning when the vast majority of working people aren't working, and somebody is still going to yell, "Get a job."
Yeah, it's almost a guarantee.
And I didn't hear any of that. And I think I only saw one person flip us off. But again, I did have to leave ever so briefly.
I saw one person driving by flip us off, and then one lady on the side of the road was heckling us at one point because, well, that's kind of a ridiculous story. And
and that's why I had to leave ever so briefly. It was because of the ridiculous story where some lady was yelling at us.
I don't know how much more detail we should give about that. Somebody, we won't say who it was.
There was a medical emergency, and the significant other of the person that had the emergency needed a ride to the hospital.
Correct.
I took that person to the hospital, so that's why I was gone briefly.
Yeah.
But while some, I don't know if they were paramedics, but the first responders from the rescue truck or whatever.
Right.
Are giving the medical attention to the person. We're all standing around, making sure that our friend is okay, and some woman is yelling because somebody that was with our group was just filming what was going on.
Derek J. actually came all the way out from Portsmouth, the east side of New Hampshire, and he came to the event today, and he was recording with his camera from a distance. He wasn't interfering with the men who were doing their jobs there and trying to help the person who was having the medical issue. And so these 2 women on the other side of the street were heckling Derek and yelling at him because he was recording it. How can you be recording that? Blah, 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 or whatever it was they were saying. They were kind of drowned out by traffic.
Right.
And I yelled over to them, that's our friend. So I think they thought that we were just there recording some random person who was, hurt or whatever. And I guess, I understand why people don't like that to happen, but even if it was some random person, you're still well within your rights to record the paramedics when they're on the streets doing their jobs. And either way, that's what he was doing. And so, I stood up for him as he continued to record. And then once I told him that, that's our friend, then one of the ladies yells, "Well, make sure you get his permission before you put that on YouTube." Toll-free number here is 855-450-FREE. And then one of the ladies next to her flipped us a double bird. 855-450-3733, but overall, the response was great.
All right, listen up, because this is the most important thing you're going to hear all day. What if I said you could make money flipping houses without any cash, credit, or manual labor? And what if I said you could do it part-time from the comfort of your home? Sound unflippin' believable? Hi, I'm Preston Neely, and I'm going to prove it by sending you a free copy of my smash hit selling book, How to Get Rich in Real Estate. It sells online for $19.95, but I'm giving away free copies this week. To get one before they're gone, call 1-800-960-4295. I used to be so broke. I had my electricity shut off 9 times, but I figured out a simple way to make money flipping houses without even breaking a sweat. Now I'm living the good life, and so should you. Listen, if you're sick and tired of stressing about money, this book could change your life. Hands down, it's the fastest, easiest way to get started in real estate. Let me prove it. Call right now to find out how to get your free book. When they're gone, they're gone. Call 1-800-960-4295. 1-800-960-4295.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-403-4885. That's 1-800-403-4885. 1-800-403-4885. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop. You save. Get full details in the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
this is Michael Dean from the Freedom Teens Radio Show. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgoristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agorist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers. And some people will try dirty tricks to silence your voice. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agorist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, you cannot tolerate any tomfoolery. So go with AgoristHosting.com. And if you want to get your foot in the door with decentralized marketplaces, Agorist Hosting is now offering open bazaar hosting. Go to agoristhosting.com. Click on the button that says Get Hosted. Agorist Hosting. That's AGORIST hosting.com.
Here's a chance to do a little activism while you're cruising Facebook, Twitter, or Google+. Between the LOL cats, the recipes, the hot girls, and the inspirational sunrise memes, Free Talk Live's posts pass by your newsfeed. Like them, comment. It gives us more exposure. If you don't see our posts, click like at facebook.freetalklive.com and then hover over it to click Get Notifications. It's an easy way to spread the ideas of liberty a bit further. I know you're busy, but you can spare that 1/10 of a calorie it takes to click on something. facebook.freetalklive.com.
This is your Roberts & Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Thursday, gold is $18 higher at $1,340 per ounce, and silver is 58 cents higher at $19.35 per ounce. Bitcoin is trading at $675 US. Since January 1st, gold is up 20% and silver is up 39%. For more information, call Roberts & Roberts Brokerage at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
Do you love Twitter? Make sure you favorite the LRN.FM Twitter account so you can receive our tweets at twitter.lrn.fm. That's twitter.lrn.fm.
It's Free Talk Live. You are welcome to join us on the radio. The toll-free number here is 855-450-FREE. Secession is in the news again, thanks to the great crew of activists here in Keene, New Hampshire, and some visiting from outside of Keene. We actually got ourselves a Derek J. here from all the way over on the seacoast, and then also another new guy, listener of Free Talk Live, Bob, who moved up from Washington State, or I guess moved across from Washington State and is now living in Nashua. So he came all the way up from Nashua for this. And so we had 9 people out there today. TJ the Spy is back in the studio.
Back after a very long hiatus of about 5 weeks, I think.
Did you miss us?
I did indeed miss you.
Did you miss the radio?
Yes, we actually left from my homestead, from my parents' homestead last night in St. Louis. And so we actually listened to Free Talk Live for about 9 of those hours of that 24-hour drive back. And so we are caught up on the news. But I said, yeah, we were in Colorado when the Pulse nightclub shooting happened a few weeks ago. And so we were like, oh, gosh darn it, why does all the news have to happen while we're gone? But, we were out there. So we said we came back and we were tired. We're like, I don't want to go out there with Ian. But we said, well, we got to do it because there's a camera crew here. And you know what? Ian always makes it fun to protest, and we got a lot of honks and everything.
I thought you did it because I said I'd wear a wife beater for you.
That is.
Dude, you said you had one, right?
Yes.
All right. I'll put it on before the end of the show if you want.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Swell.
So yeah. But you're not against the idea of secession.
No, actually, I mean, the secession is one of those things that I fully endorse because the federal government, of course, I was like, we celebrate our freedom from Britain, and how do we celebrate it? With fireworks. Mm-hmm. That you need a license from the ATF to produce, a license from the Department of Transportation to transport, a license from the ATF to sell, and they can't be too loud. And more importantly, they're illegal in most jurisdictions.
Now, does anybody actually produce fireworks inside the United States? Are there actual fireworks manufacturers?
Yes, in Carthage, Missouri, I believe. There was a Modern Marvels guy that actually produced. But yeah, there's a reason most consumer fireworks. So consumer fireworks are made primarily in China,
right?
Because of the safety regulations. The ATF says, well, fireworks have to be treated just like you would treat them artillery shells or C4. So as a consequence of that, it's much easier to make them in China where you don't need an ATF license than just import them and sell them. So I always found it just ironic. Like, I mean, it's one of the best money-making revenue schemes that we got Rich Paul in the studio.
Well, he's now walking back out, but he might come back.
Okay, good. I always liked Rich and didn't want to take his spot. I just sat in here because it's like our first time back. And
you guys just came back this afternoon, and of course you're welcome to come back on Free Talk Live. Don't know how much longer you're going to be in town. I think those sorts of things are up in the air.
Yes. Well, we spies are always very ambiguous. Yeah. But I did want to say that, the ATF requires to have a license to sell. And then, of course, I remember when I worked at the NSA at Fort Meade, Maryland, fireworks are legal in Maryland, but they're illegal in D.C. in general. So any fireworks that move, shoot flame over 10 feet, sparklers over 27 inches were illegal in D.C. And
so when you say anything that moves,
like a tank, like
that weird little snake thing where it starts off as a little tablet and then you light it and it just grows.
That would actually be for the bureaucrats to decide. My imagination
because there's movement.
No. Yeah, I would probably say no. Err on the side of no. That's what the government always does, because you got to realize if the government says sure you can allow snakes and then a kid gets burned, someone will be screaming at the city council saying the regulations clearly say no fireworks that moved, and you made an exception.
Bottle
for
rockets
snakes.
move, so
bottle rockets are banned.
So basically, you're allowed sparklers.
Yes, sparklers.
And
you're just
the little
talking about
things
DC?
that you throw on the ground and they go pop.
Well, these things are legal in New Hampshire, right?
Oh yeah. But I was mentioning this because I was setting it all up as a punchline. So you'll notice my narratives. If I ever appear to be rambling, it's usually I have some long, overarching narrative, and it becomes here it is. The D.C. Metropolitan Police Department would set up on US 1 right at the border between Maryland and D.C., and there'd be a fireworks stand on the Maryland state line, and they'd have their binoculars out every June 15th up until July 5th, and they would watch people go from D.C. or come from Maryland, pull into the thing, get fireworks, bottle rockets, pull out, and the moment they drive into D.C., boom, whoop, whoop, pull them over, and they'd give them like a $200 ticket and then seize their fireworks.
They did the same thing in Massachusetts. When I first moved here, Massachusetts Highway Patrol would sit across the street from one of the fireworks stores near the border, and then they'd take pictures of people who were leaving and radio back to the troopers in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
So they were actually conducting their investigation in the state of New Hampshire.
Yeah. Didn't they wind up getting...
they stopped doing it.
Yeah, there was some kind of thing to where basically New Hampshire said, you're operating outside of your jurisdiction, knock it off.
Yeah, I don't remember what the exact steps were, but they did knock it off at some point, so that may be exactly what happened.
And people say, what are the hazards of like license plate readers? Well, if license plate readers are everywhere, then it's just a simple matter of, hey, I say we ought to just cut to the end game here. Everyone, if you saw a Demolition Man, you remember every time you violated the rule, the thing would spit out a ticket at you?
Yep, that's right.
So I thought we could just have something in our car, like anytime you drive into Maryland to buy fireworks and you drive back, instead of having a cop pull you over, take your license, ruin 15 minutes of your life while he gives you the ticket, just have the thing spit out the ticket automatically. So if you go 5 miles over the limit, just automatically goes, Ian Freeman, you have done 60 and a 55. You are hereby fined $5. And it would save so much time and effort. You could fire half the police force if they didn't
but then
have
they wouldn't be able to go on fishing expeditions like they currently can. Now they can pull you over for some sort of traffic violation and then intimidate their way into a search or something like that. The toll-free number, if you want to join us here, is 855-450-FREE. Let's go to Ricky. He's in Pennsylvania, and you can bring up anything that's on your mind. Hey, Ricky.
Good evening, I'm sorry. First-time caller. Good evening, Ian.
Welcome. Thank you. Go ahead.
No, I have an amazing story. Like I said, what it was is I went it started with a friend of mine who he did, and this ties in, so he said about, I guess there was some kind of shooting, I guess, in Philadelphia, and it was very vague initially. And what happened is I went to punch it, and I couldn't find anything on it, and he said I said, why wasn't, it was supposedly in the Genos, and I guess it was, it turned out. And I said, why wasn't he carrying in a Genos in Philly? Why didn't he have a gun on him?
What's a Genos?
Like Genos is like they got hamburgers and
so a restaurant.
French fries and stuff,
Restaurant, gotcha.
Yeah. It's a restaurant, There's not too many of them around left,
There's a place called Papa
anyway,
Gino's. They have pizza, but I didn't think it was the same place, so different Genos.
Nah, it's basically like, they got steak sandwiches. They're known for that.
All right, so what happened there?
Cats or anything, but what's that?
So what happened at the Genos?
There was a shooting. Now, originally, my boy said something about Muslims, and I knew that was wrong because what happened is I hit Bing because I use Bing. And I know you had the thing recently with Google, and you were talking about this and that. See, and when I hit Bing, because I don't have personalized searches. Now, he did. Now, this is not this amazing story about today, but it ties in. And when I hit it for open carry, he said he Googled it. See, I got, of course, he said you can't open carry I'm going off already.
Oh, well, no, I want to hear what you have to say. Stand by. I mean, are you going to say there's a difference in search results between one company and the other? We'll find out here in moments. Do you own stock in Bing? You've mentioned it a lot. Toll-free number here, 855-450-FREE. Although there was another story recently about how Google was covering up the Hillary Clinton investigation, and there looked like there was some solid evidence for that. It's Free Talk Live.
Attention backpackers on a budget. Why spend $80 to $300 to pump clean survival water? Introducing the Viva Water Pump Kit from Viva Outdoor Products. Super easy to use and super lightweight at only 6.5 ounces, the Viva Water Pump Kit provides high flow rate at 1 ounce per stroke, can be one-hand pumped, and is dependable and affordable at only $24.99. Filter not included. Get your Viva Water Pump Kit at VIBA-ODP.com from Viva Outdoor Products.
Hunters, anglers, campers, and survivalists. Get back to nature. Expand your horizons with the highest quality, most versatile, unique slingshots and sling bows on the market at slingbow.com. Slingbow products are compact and models start from just $17.98. They're perfect for your bug-out bag or storing in your vehicle. Give yourself and your loved ones the excitement and tradition of slingbow. A new frontier in archery and truly modern twist on this primitive survival tool. Feel the thrill only at slingbow.com.
Recently, LRN.FM kicked off its 2016 satellite fundraiser. This year, we're hoping to expand our international free-to-air satellite coverage to include Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. Our current satellite coverage includes North America, Central America, and Sub-Saharan Africa. This year, the Indiegogo-based fundraiser is going to be promoted via a Head Talker. It's a website that allows you to sign up to join in a social media blast to promote something. Sign up now at share.lrn.fm via your preferred social media, and then on Independence Day, July 4th, the Head Talker will post to your social media accounts about our fundraiser. We've set a goal of 200 people. Will you be one of them? Now, of course, you can go donate to the fundraiser right now at fund.lrn.fm. But even if you can't afford to help, you can definitely add your social media reach to the Head Talker. So please do. Go to share.lrn.fm. That's share.lrn.fm.
If you want to move to the free state and you're looking for some real estate.
Oof, I think we've all had enough of that jingle, don't you? If you're going to invest in property in New Hampshire, it just makes sense to support a Liberty-friendly realtor. Call Mark Warden of Team Porcupine Real Estate for investment property or rentals in the Free State. Or visit his website. Come on, you know it.
PorcupineRealEstate.com.
So you've heard all 3 hours of the latest episode of Free Talk Live, and you're still hungry for liberty-oriented audio content? Did you know that we have another 24/7 audio stream at LRN.FM? The Liberty Radio Network airs the latest episodes of some of the best liberty-oriented podcasts on the internet around the clock. In addition to recorded content, you'll also hear live shows like Free Talk Live, originating from our Keene, New Hampshire studio. So listen anytime at LRN.FM. That's LRN.FM.
A new medical study on the effects of marijuana use confirms that everyone knows you're high and that you'll never stop feeling like this.
Everyone can smell the marijuana on your breath and on your clothes. Everyone is laughing at you.
Additionally, the in-depth report reveals that despite trying to act cool, you're definitely laughing too much and everyone is messing with you.
Your parents know you're high. Your friends know you're high. Strangers on the street know you're high. If you're young and you smoke marijuana, you will probably never be able to find a job. And if you're an adult, you will most likely be fired. If you hear a noise, that's probably the police, and you're probably going to jail.
While previous studies suggested that it's all good and that we're all made of the same stuff that makes stars, new research indicates that your brain got broken and you shouldn't have done this. Doctors say the study raises important questions such as, what if that wasn't just marijuana, and how are you going to get home?
This is the Onion News Network.
Listen to LRN.FM on any phone, anytime. 641-552-5046. That's 641-552-5046.
This is Free Talk Live. We've been talking about secession and taking your calls about what is on your mind. We did an NHexit rally / protest / demonstration, whatever you want to call it today, and I would call it a success for Independence Day. It's Ian, TJ the Spy, and Darryl in the studio here. We're going to continue with your calls and thoughts. We do have Ricky on the line in Pennsylvania. And, Ricky, you were telling us a story about, was it someone that you knew who was at a restaurant in the Philadelphia area?
Happened is, I'm going to get back to that in a minute. I can promise you on that, because when I talked to the officers, that came up. See, what happened is, this inspired me after this search, because I have a rifle, a 30-06 Ted Williams model Remington, that I've been looking to get clips for. I went down to my local sporting goods, and I went in there. I came in a cab because I'm going blind and I don't drive. And I got out of the cab. It was fine. I went in there. It was all good. I did my business. So when I left, it was interesting because the girl at the front desk, that's interesting, when I checked out, I said, yeah, well, I was going to get a cab back. Well, it's not far down to the supermarket. It's only right down there. They kind of encouraged. I said, okay. And I walked out with my rifle slung over my shoulder, perfectly open.
And where was this?
And what happened is...
What town was this?
This was actually in Broadageville.
Where is that?
Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Yeah.
Route 209.
You're walking out with a rifle slung over your shoulder.
Okay, so the whole... Usually with this game...
I walked down to the end of the block.
Yeah,
keep going. I was just going to make a joke saying usually with this game, the bet is how long does it take before the police and the SWAT team show up to ask what you're doing.
That's what's amazing about this story, and that's why I called in.
All right.
Because I got there, and they know me there, because, I'm...
At the
grocery
grocery store.
People, a lot of people know me.
Gotcha. You're the guy with the rifle.
To help out.
You're also the guy with the rifle. I mean, that's pretty unusual to see people walking around with rifles slung on their back.
Yeah, I guess maybe, but that's the whole point. And
Right.
I'll get back to that in a minute. Now, what happened is I got down to the store, and they were holding 12 packs of Coca-Cola for me down there. And the girls did see me who were out smoking that worked there. And then a guy came by, Matt, I don't know who he was, just a guy, and he said about this here, and he said, if I want to have less flack, I should put it in a case or something. I said, no, I can't do that. That would be bad. I'm not worried about flack. I'm worried about breaking the law.
Okay.
That don't help anybody.
So is open carry legal in Pennsylvania?
Absolutely, and that's where I came with my boy when it came to Philadelphia, and I'll get back to that in a minute.
All right.
So what ended up happening is I went there, and because he told me that. I said he's wrong on that. So I went into the store.
He told you what?
And,
he told you what? You said he told you that. He told you what?
He told me about putting it in a case. I'll get less flack. And
Okay.
I said, no, if I do that, I get in trouble because that's now breaking the law.
Because then it's concealed.
I have a carry permit.
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
Absolutely.
All right. We gotta speed the story up. So keep going.
I'm gonna. So let me just roll with this. So what happened is I go in the store. All's good, pretty much. They got the stuff going. Now he was still bopping around, and that. And what happened is I now left, and they said, well, the cops will probably come anyways. I said, what a waste for them to come out. They got important cop stuff to do. So they came, and this is the amazing part, because that is where I got applauded by everybody. And I was throughout all of this, because when the boys came, both of them, I'm talking with backup, and they started talking to me. And I gave them permission to run me. They didn't ask to, but I gave them permission. And they said one thing. I asked them about, this law. And I said, before I left, and I say left because I didn't have to take my cab because they gave me a ride home personally. And they also looked at my phone that I had in my pocket. Because they saw that, and I had it out a minute, and it was a Windows phone. And that, because of the security on it. And they loaded up the stuff into the car, and I got a personal ride home. Now,
what did they do? Wait, hold on. Why did they look at your phone, and what did they do with your phone exactly? And what does that have to do with you carrying a gun?
Well, no, it is. I had it out because of the security on it.
Security on your phone?
All the cops in New York City use these.
All right, you lost me here.
I think I can translate. So what it is, people were probably calling up saying, "There's a guy with a gun. He's walking down the street. Can you please do something?" And the cop's saying, "Well, he has a right to carry the gun, but rather than call the 10 people who called us and say, 'Look, there's nothing we can do,' what we'll do is we'll offer the guy a ride home, so he'll be happy."
That's not what happened. If I may finish up, please, because this is important.
Go quickly.
What happened is they told me one thing that is important. If I would have done as that gentleman had mentioned to me on the side, I said, correct me if I'm wrong, would that have potentially been a problem if they did it? I said, you did right the way you did it. They applauded me for what I did, that I was open carrying that day. And I also informed them of another thing on the ride back, that when I was saying about those searches, because with Google, you have what they call personalized searches. You don't have that with Bing. That's on, period, on Google. On Bing, that's off, and you can turn it on.
So what do web searches have to do with you open carrying a firearm?
Yeah, I'm not getting that. That's not making any sense to me.
Well, that's what made me do it in the first place.
So you didn't know about open carry until you searched on Microsoft.
He got misinformation on Google because he got the rumor that for years.
One of the most bizarre stories. I mean, I'm glad you didn't get arrested. I'm not really sure.
It's okay. Ian,
why would you let them search your phone? That's one thing I don't understand.
No, I didn't let them search my phone. They never even touched it.
Oh,
they just
okay.
saw it on the side of my hip. That's all.
Okay, you were talking about how you showed them the phone and there was a passcode or whatever. Hey, Ricky, thanks for the call. A little confusing, but okay, you didn't get in trouble for open carrying.
And I did find the open carry law in Pennsylvania, and apparently you can open carry everywhere in the state without a permit except for in Philadelphia. Philadelphia, you have to have a carry permit in order to either open or conceal.
I see. All right. So, yeah, he sounds like a Microsoft fanboy there. And by the way, I don't think Microsoft is better or worse than Google. They're both mega corporations who are, mining your data. And to some extent, the personal search thing is helpful in some ways that Google does.
By the way,
not a bad thing necessarily.
And I'd like to say, like police officers, I would rather have them taking people as a taxi service. Like if I was going to given that I have to pay my tax dollars, instead of arresting drunk drivers, I would rather have them be like, "Oh, I'm drunk. Can you drive me home, officer?" Sure, just hop in the back. I mean, kind of like the Sheriff Andy Taylor and.
Well, that's the way it used to be, not just on television, but they really did back in the day. Used to be more likely to give you a ride home.
It's not completely the department's fault. It lies with the insurance companies and liability. So, my neighbor across the street was law enforcement officer for the city, and he said, "Well, yeah, the problem is if we Sure, I'd love to change your spare tire on the guy, like if it's an old person, but if we change the tire and it gets destroyed or something, the department's liable. So our insurance company says you can't,
I've seen a cop changing a tire here in New Hampshire.
It's all dependent on the department's insurance policy. So some departments allow pitting, others don't, the pursuit intervention technique. Some allow you to change the tires and so that's one risk is if you're a police officer and you transport a civilian home, not in connection with police business, if that person dies in the back of your car, you could be in a heap load of trouble. So a lot of officers, a lot of people say, boy, that officer is a real dick. And I say, well, they may not be a dick. What it might be is they can't. They would like to, but they can't because the departmental policy says we're not allowed to do that for you. Like change your light bulb or give you a ride home if you're drunk.
Now, TJ, you're a spy. What do you recommend for searching?
Well, you're a spy. That implies okay. So I guess if I was still
once
a spy,
always a spy.
That is true. So what do I use for searching?
Yeah. What's it?
Okay. This is kind of like asking me. Do you use protection when you have sex? It's like, well, yes, you should, but do I?
Right.
And so I use Google myself.
Right.
That's what I use because it works really well. Now, what should you be using is something like DuckDuckGo or StartPage,
which they source their content from Google.
Yes, but
put
they
a layer of
anonymize
privacy.
it. So if you want to go in between that, you can use a VPN, which I believe we have a VPN sponsor, but you can use a VPN to anonymize your searches with Google if you're concerned about it. That's like an in-between level of security.
Our toll-free number here is 855-450-FREE, 855-450-3733. You can join us here. This is Free Talk Live. Panhandling coming up.
Every once in a while, you get information that's worth changing your life for. This is one such time. You can save up to and beyond 25% on all purchases at Amazon. You probably heard of Bitcoin and just not thought much about it. You certainly know that you can get competitive pricing at Amazon, but now you can get a 25% discount on nearly everything you need to live. I've just given you a huge raise, and all you have to do is claim it. You go to saveitpurse.com and open an account. Do this right now. Don't wait. Then you fund the account with Bitcoin. You can buy them through expresscoin.com with a check or money order. There are other ways to get Bitcoin, but that's fast, safe, and easy. This information is worth you changing the way you do things. Go to saveitpurse.com right now, get signed up, and cash in on the huge raise I'm offering you. 15 to 25% off of everything at Amazon through saveitpurse.com. It's saveatpurse.com.
We all know that Berkey Water Purification Systems are the most trusted name in water filtration. As an authorized Berkey dealer for over 6 years and serving thousands of satisfied customers, the Berkey Guy offers amazing specials for Berkey Water Filtration Systems. The Berkey Light systems include a set of self-sterilizing and recleanable black purification elements that purify water by removing chlorine, pathogenic bacteria, cysts, and parasites to non-detectable levels and remove harmful chemicals such as herbicides and pesticides. Order the Berkey Light system today, complete with 2 black Berkey elements for only $231, and the Berkey Guy will ship your order free of charge. With the purchase of a Berkey Light, the Berkey Guy is also offering a set of fluoride and arsenic filters for only $39.99. That's over 30% off the retail price. Call the Berkey Guy at 1-877-886-3653. That's 1-877-886-3653. Or order online at goberkey.com. That's goberkey.com today.
Since time began, tyrants have taken aim at personal liberties. Now there's a movie that aims back.
The government has no more right to tell us what to put in our bodies than they have to take our guns or tell us what books we can read.
6 drug police were eaten by bears while raiding a marijuana farm.
On your knees, you dirty hippies! Jesus. On your knees! What's the problem, officer?
Today, many cops who enforce pot laws do so only because it provides them with cushy jobs, good benefits, and a chance to push people around.
I was an undercover narcotics officer. The drug war is nothing but a farce.
The Second Amendment says you got to keep you and your get intact.
Guns and Weed, The Road to Freedom. A film by Michael W. Dean and Nima Vadadi.
DVD available now at gunsandweed.com or on Amazon. That's gunsandweed.com. Makes the perfect gift. Remember, that's gunsandweed.com.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.FM in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.FM. Download it now, free at apps.lrn.fm.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it! You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at bitcoin.com. That's bitcoin.com.
If you enjoy LRN.FM, please contribute to your favorite shows via their websites and become an amplifier at amp.lrn.fm. That's amp.lrn.fm.
Free Talk Live. Dial toll free, bring up anything that you want to discuss here. The number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. We've got Skype, and you can Skype into the show. Skype username is LRN.FM. With you in studio tonight, it's me, Ian.
TJ the Spy.
And Darryl.
So you missed the healthcare deadline and don't have any form of healthcare? Well, Liberty HealthShare has the answer. They offer affordable healthcare options that allow Americans to enroll any time of the year. And for those of you who've already enrolled but just aren't satisfied with what you've chosen, then there's still hope for you. Liberty HealthShare allows Americans to control, manage, and direct their healthcare, yet still be in good standing with the Affordable Care Act. Members are exempt from the tax penalty and mandates imposed on individuals for not having health care insurance, thus giving you freedom from insurance. Liberty HealthShare empowers their members by giving them the ability to choose any doctor or hospital across the nation. Members are for individuals, couples, and families, offering a variety of options to best suit your medical needs. If you're a freedom-loving American looking for contract-free health care, then this is for you. For more information on how to enroll any time of the year, call them at 855-585-4237 or visit libertyhealthshare.org to request a free estimate. Again, that phone number, 855-585-4237. Let's go to your calls and thoughts coming up. The Constitution Party presidential candidate has thrown down the gauntlet, it sounds like. I haven't seen the story, but Darryl, you're going to be telling us about it.
Yes.
He's thrown down the gauntlet and has challenged the Libertarian Party candidate for president and has basically said he's not as libertarian, that the Libertarian isn't as libertarian as the Constitution Party candidate is. So what's the real deal there? We'll get into that here in moments. But first, to your phone calls and thoughts. Lisa is in Orlando listening to the Internet. Go ahead, Lisa. Go ahead with your thoughts.
Actually, my name is Rachel. Sorry,
Oh.
I guess that was lost in translation a little bit.
Wow,
there.
sorry about that.
Rachel from Orlando.
Go ahead,
No
Rachel.
worries. I actually did want to talk about Darryl Castle's statement about how he's more libertarian than Gary Johnson. First of all,
What was the guy's name? I'm sorry, I don't even know this person's name.
Darryl Castle.
Okay, it was Darryl.
He was the vice presidential nominee for the Constitution Party back in 2008 when Ron Paul endorsed that ticket over the ticket of Babar and Wayne Allen Root, who lovingly called himself War.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so yeah, I know I'm kind of jumping the gun here, but I mean, this is really just so bizarre to me. First of all, I'm not a Johnson fan, just to clarify that. I don't feel like Johnson is super libertarian to begin with. I think he's just using the party. But if you look at Darryl Castle, I read the interview, and you could tell that he was really trying to avoid talking about issues where the Constitution Party and the Libertarian Party greatly differ. For example, the Constitution Party, and I'm looking at this online right now, it's unbelievable. They believe that the local and state government should be able to criminalize, quote-unquote, offensive sexual behavior. So
what sexual? Offensive.
Quote-unquote.
So, like
anything that violates community standards.
Well, and by their standards, they mean anything that some Christians would be upset about, basically. So anyone has
Exactly.
Or Muslims.
Exactly,
Let's not be
because
Christianophobes
they're
here.
I suspect that there are not many Muslims in the Constitution Party. This is a party that is looking for a theocracy. They are mostly right-wing Christians.
They do mention the Bible and Jesus specifically.
So like your
in
Jerry
their platform.
Falwells that don't want to support Donald Trump.
Right. They might sound good on taxes, but they want the war on drugs. They want prostitution to be illegal.
That's actually
No,
not
they don't.
what Darryl Castle is saying.
Okay.
If you look at the platform, guys, they're actually against the drug war, but they are opposed to same-sex marriage. They're also opposed to pornography, and that's they actually believe
war
that
on porn.
is not,
That'll work.
They're not. They believe that the pornography is not covered under the First Amendment right to speech. They believe, again, they're opposed to same-sex marriage, and they think that the state and local government have a right to criminalize, like I said, quote-unquote, offensive sexual behavior. They do believe in a tariff system, a very strong tariff system. They think that English should be made the official language, do away with bilingual everything, and that it should be a requirement for citizenship. They believe that first of all, immigration should be stopped immediately, absolutely immediately. Not necessarily until like Darryl Castle has said, until we can figure out a way to see who's coming and going in the country. Not even that. Like, they think that it should just be stopped completely unless there's an extreme case of necessity. And they also think that the immigration policy should disqualify potential immigrants on grounds of low morals.
These people are ridiculous. I've also taken the time to look at their party platform in the past. And
I've got it pulled up in front of me.
If I'm recalling correctly, there's also a prohibition on gambling in there.
Yes.
Yeah, they don't like prostitution.
Boy,
they don't like
I'm
gambling.
striking out all over here. I was a professional gambler.
Yeah.
I'm gay.
You're gay.
I mean, I occasionally partake in the herbs. So
I suspect that they are also against anything outside of the missionary position for straight people as well. That's just my guess. I doubt they get into that.
I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
Boy, I'm on these people's this hate list. Every single thing I stand for, I'm like, wow, I don't do. I'm opposite there. No. Wow.
So what is your interpretation of this, Rachel? Who's worse, the Constitution Party candidate or the Libertarian Party candidate?
Well, I don't know. That's really
both of whom, in my opinion,
I was asking Rachel.
Hold on. But
Yeah,
before she
Darryl.
answers, both of the candidates are not running in accordance with their party platforms.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, okay, with Darryl, not Darryl, period, but Darryl Castle, I'm not really sure. Like, he might be, but he might just be trying to talk about the quote-unquote nice stuff or spin it in a different way.
Mm-hmm.
Because I've actually talked to a couple libertarians who, after Johnson was the nominee, they actually went over to the Constitution Party, and I was like, WTF? What are you doing? Like, do you seriously consider, like, oh, well, they're more libertarian? I'm like, you know that they believe that government should be in charge of marriage. Oh, no, they don't. They don't like same-sex marriage, but they've never interfered. I'm like, are you stupid? Are you, like, how are you one libertarian who is really prominent, who is a Christian? I mean, I'm a Christian, too, but I don't believe in Christian Sharia law. I'm sorry. Like, I believe in freedom. So anyway, he's like, oh, no, Darryl Castle's great. You should vote for him. Yeah, all that other stuff, that's not true. And I'm like, do you have Google? Do you have internet? Can you not, like, it's ridiculous. Now, Gary Johnson, so I think Darryl's just trying to spin it to make it sound more palatable to everybody, especially the libertarians who are disenfranchised with Johnson. So people like me, I'm not buying it, though. I mean, I'm not that stupid.
I mean,
but Gary, I think, is just, he's a progressive Republican who's not even a good Republican, even by Republican standards, who is trying to use his, the Libertarian Party for his own ends. I think he's probably being bought off of.
Yeah.
Gary Johnson, yeah. And I've actually talked about this before on the show with Chris, where I think that he's just using, I think he's being paid off either by the GOP or the Democrats, probably the Democrats. And there's been a lot of evidence.
Now that's getting a little conspiratorial. You said there's evidence for that?
Yes, one of the vice presidential nominees, right before she endorsed Weld after blasting Weld.
Weld is the Libertarian Party vice presidential candidate, William Weld.
Yes, he is.
Okay, so what now?
He made a statement because so many people were upset that she endorsed him because she was so strongly against him initially. She made a statement on Facebook after the outrage of her endorsement, and she said that she had it on good authority that if Weld was not nominated the vice presidential pick, that there'd be no way that the Libertarian ticket would get in the debates. There'd be, they would be fought every single step of the way. And she said, and I quote, "No one from inside the party told me this. It was someone from outside the party who let me know." There's also been
How would somebody know whether or not, if this guy gets nominated for vice presidential nominee of the Libertarian Party, whether or not that would have any effect on the Libertarians getting into the debates? I mean, the odds are against the Libertarians getting into debates no matter who the person is.
The claim was also that unless William Weld was the vice presidential nominee, that none of the polling companies would include Gary Johnson in the polls, thus ensuring automatically that the Libertarians aren't in the debates because they wouldn't be in the polls.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I'd like to just interject. Jeffrey Tucker actually had a great essay on this. He got called by Gallup or one of these firms to poll, and it was like Democrat or Republican. And he said, well, neither. I'm voting Libertarian. And that wasn't an option. And so the pollster didn't know what to do. And so whenever you see these polls, I do agree it's very misleading. Like, Hillary Clinton is leading against Donald Trump and so forth and so on. It's like, well, that's because the polls only have Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton.
Actually, most of the polls recently have also included Gary Johnson, Jill Stein, other, or undecided.
Is it most of the polls or just the ones you've seen?
Most of the ones that I have seen.
Right. And I don't know if we're more likely to see the ones that include Gary Johnson and Jill Stein because we pay attention
almost
to third
all
parties.
of the polls.
Okay, very good then. So then it would be most of the polls if you've seen most of all of the polls. 855-450-FREE, 855-450-3733. Thank you, Rachel. And this is Free Talk Live. Hour number 2, coming up, you can take control of the airwaves.
DVD, books, music, instruments, periodicals, computers, software, electronics, photo, cell phones, office products, home and garden, bed and bath, furniture, kitchen, pet supplies, automotive, hardware, apparel, shoes, jewelry, grocery, healthcare, sports and outdoors, toys, games, used, and more.
It's a department store at your fingertips. Shop.freetalklive.com. Get all your shopping done, get a great deal, and a portion of your purchase goes to benefit Free Talk Live when you enter Amazon via shop.freetalklive.com. Here's a good idea. When you have a legal matter like creating your will or legally setting up a business with a corporation or LLC, you don't necessarily need a law firm. Use LegalZoom.com. At LegalZoom.com, you answer straightforward questions online, and they take care of the rest. They even review your answers for common mistakes and guarantee your satisfaction. Free Talk Live listeners, you'll get 10% off your order by typing in FTL in the referral box at purchase. Don't procrastinate with these important legal documents. LegalZoom.com.
In Survivor Max 2, School Bites, Max must scavenge through a wasteland swarming with the undead. Desperate to find the medicine he needs, he discovers a community of survivors at his former school. Has he finally found the safe haven he's been looking for, or will he discover that school bites? Look for Survivor Max on Facebook, read reviews on Amazon, and read Chapter 1 at SurvivorMax.com.
Free Talk Live has partnered with Amazon, the largest internet retailer. Imagine a department store category, and Amazon has it. Books, electronics, office products, furniture, jewelry, automotive, toys, clothing, sporting goods, and dozens of other categories. Now you can shop and support Free Talk Live by entering Amazon through our website. Go to shop.freetalklive.com, and Amazon will send us a portion of your purchase. You're going to do the shopping anyway, so remember to enter through our site at shop.freetalklive.com. That's shop.freetalklive.com.
You're listening to the live edition of Free Talk Live. Hour number 2 is next after the news here on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Darryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Monday, July 4th, 2016. Silver is trading at $20.51 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,352 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $670. Antiwar.com reports the rebel-held town of J-Rud has mostly stayed out of the Syrian civil war until the past few days, having a truce with the army that has made it a popular magnet for refugees around the region. That appears to have come to an end with the killing of a Syrian pilot in the area. The pilot parachuted out near J-Rud and was executed on the ground, reportedly by Al-Qaeda's Nusra Front. The Syrian military had subsequently hit the town hard, killing 31 people, including 2 medics and a large number of civilians. The rebels are describing the attacks as revenge for the pilot's execution, though they insist that the execution had nothing to do with the town itself. The Syrian military did not comment directly on the attack, but had vowed that the pilot's killing would not go unpunished. Essentially a suburb of Damascus, J-Rud is one of several local truces that have been struck over the course of a multi-year civil war in Syria, though as this weekend has proven, those truces are often very tenuous, and it doesn't take much to return the area to a state of open warfare. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. UPI reports with California's new vaccination law now in effect, some parents are opting to homeschool while others are moving out of the state. The new law eliminates most vaccination exemptions for school children in an effort to protect everyone from communicable disease outbreaks. Other parents trying to avoid the new laws filed exemption paperwork before January 1st to give them the leverage to vaccinate their children at their own pace. California Senate Bill 277, which sparked some of the most contentious debates in years, ended with a win for those who favor forced vaccinations. Still, tens of thousands of Californians remain adamantly opposed to the mandate. Kristen Keene of San Jose said she's checking out real estate in Idaho. An East Bay area mother said she's considering finding an underground network of doctors willing to give her a medical exemption for her 3.5-year-old son. Liv Selly said, "It's really thrown me for a loop. I just don't want someone telling me what I have to do with my child, putting things into my child's body." An outbreak of measles last year in Marin County, home of one of the highest concentrations of unvaccinated children, convinced the county to ban the personal belief exemption. Now all children entering daycare, kindergarten, or 7th grade are required to show proof of vaccinations. Are you an advocate for free market money? Do you promote Bitcoin as an alternative in a fiat-centric world? Then you need Spendabit in your arsenal, the search engine for things you can buy with Bitcoin. Spendabit aggregates millions of products from thousands of Bitcoin-enabled merchants. Keep your money in the free economy. Visit spendabit.co today. Bitcoin merchants, ask about our merchant suite to reach even more customers. Spendabit.co. Reuters reports a 19-year-old tourist in Manhattan's Central Park suffered a severe foot wound on Sunday after an apparent homemade firework exploded when he jumped off a rock and stepped onto the device. Investigators said the object was likely fabricated by an amateur firework enthusiast for the thrill of creating a loud noise and flash. At least one bystander in the park told CNN the blast sounded like a cannon. The man was taken to Bellevue Hospital, where police said he was undergoing surgery and was listed in serious but stable condition. His two companions, aged 18 and 20, were not injured. The late morning explosion occurred when all three men jumped off a rock and the victim landed on top of the object, which had been stashed near the boulder out of the way of normal foot traffic. Lieutenant Mark Torrey, commander of the police bomb squad, said there was nothing to indicate that the device was put in this area with a specific intent to harm any individual, and that evidence showed it was not meant to be detonated by someone stepping on it. He said the device, which was believed to have been in the park for at least a day, may have not gone off at an earlier time and was just left there. The 778-acre park in the heart of Manhattan is a major draw for tourists visiting New York City. The park remained open to visitors following the blast. This has been FPP Radio News. Online at fppradio.com.
People are saying it could be a baby bump. Our senior celebrity correspondent, Tyler, is here. Tyler, you always have the inside dish. What's the deal?
She looks like she got fat, so she might have a baby in her tummy.
Oh? What else have you heard?
I heard she has a boyfriend, and they have sex.
That's right. You know, the Hollywood couple vacationed in Rome together just 2 months ago.
They had a big hotel room, and I can tell you what they did in it.
Spill it, Tyler.
He put his penis in her vagina.
Hot. She is one lucky gal.
And she's going crazy.
Uh-oh. Is stardom starting to wear on Emma?
Yeah, she's crazy and dumb. She put a carrot in her vagina.
Whoa. Do tell.
Yeah, she said, "Oh, this carrot's like my boyfriend's penis. I'm gonna rub it all over my vagina. I'm so gross." Then she ate it like Bugs Bunny.
What a hot mess. Hey, Emma, get it together, girl. Tyler, you are breaking news as always.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
This is Free Talk Live. You can bring up what you want as we launch here into the second hour of the program. Take control of the airwaves. With you in the studio, it's Ian,
DJ the Spy,
and Darryl.
And you can join us online anytime you want. Just go to freetalklive.com. Enjoy the features there. And they're all completely free. You get to actually create the content right there on the front page of the website. It's a Reddit-based system. You find some sort of thing online that you think's interesting, a news story, YouTube video, maybe something you think's funny, whatever you want to submit to the front page of our site. Other listeners will then see it. They'll vote on them, and then the most voted up will be at the top of the page. So go to freetalklive.com to get interactive. Coming up here tonight, we should talk more about this Darryl guy, the other Darryl
Castle,
who was running for president. He got the nomination of the Constitution Party, and he's claiming to be more libertarian than Libertarian Party presidential candidate Gary Johnson.
Yes.
Which is not that hard to be more libertarian than Gary Johnson, but is he actually telling the truth? So we'll dig into that here a little bit, especially since Rachel called in about it. And then coming up, we'll talk about panhandling. One of our listeners, Virgil Aduva from Truth Voice.
I support panhandles.
There's been an update in that case. We'll talk more about that here in moments. Sarah first, though, in hour number 2 here on Free Talk Live. You're in Albuquerque. Go ahead, Sarah.
Yes, hey. There was a lady with the most unpaid red light camera tickets, which was 97, and she was on the news and laughing about it.
Good.
Her name was...
Yes.
Yeah, she was laughing about it. She thought it was funny. I guess it took a lot of work to tore up 97 tickets, and it was about 8 years ago, and there was a white older lady. And my question is, you asked me how come they would speed up and kill you and 2 cars run over the same person. Well, this is the reason why. There's no consequences to tear up all the traffic, speeding tickets, red light camera tickets, and they were supposed to put this on the credit, like it's supposed to like hurt your credit when you went to buy something, but she was laughing about it. So
what does it have to do with running someone over twice in a row? What does someone not paying a red light ticket have to do with that? I'm missing that connection. Is it just me tonight, or are callers disjointed and confusing on some?
Well,
some
hold on.
cases?
Let me see. May I try? I'll try. So I think her argument would be, people, because they're ignoring the red light tickets and not paying the fine, they're saying, oh, well, who cares about this red light ticket? They're going ahead and speed, and that's why people are getting run over, is because people aren't being safe, responsible drivers, because they're just not caring. They don't care about the red light camera tickets.
Okay. All right. Is that right, Sarah? Is his interpretation?
Did I nail it? Or did I get close?
Right. It's the whole thought of they run a red light, they speed, but...
So they're just scofflaws in general. So you believe someone who will run a red light and speed is also more likely to run someone over after they've already been run over by someone else.
That's great. Or they speed
well, thank
up.
goodness
it just must be a speed bump. A really fleshy speed bump that's not painted yellow at all.
Right. I think there's a difference between someone who is completely lawless and someone who just doesn't care about stupid prohibitions.
Well, the woman who ran over her cheating husband 10 times with her car claimed that she thought it was a speed bump.
Isn't there a song about that?
No, that's a real case. That was in loweringthebar.net.
Oh, wow. Hey, Sarah, thanks for the call tonight. Toll-free number 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. Look, just because I don't obey all the stupid traffic rules, like today I was driving and I turned left at a red light.
You may or may not have.
Well, okay. Yeah. I mean, I've admitted to these things before. If Keene Police wants to go ahead and find me for that, they're welcome to. But they don't even know where I was. So
you were in Keene. That's good enough for them. Somewhere in Keene, Ian did
it would be interesting
run a red light
to have them issue
a ticket. He admitted to it on the radio. So
here's my advice: if you're about to file for Chapter 7 bankruptcy, don't bother paying the toll. Well, it depends on the state. Now, here's the problem: some states consider if you run through the Easy Pass in Chapter 7 bankruptcy, if it's a toll, you can discharge it in your bankruptcy. If it's a fine, then you can't discharge it, like if it's a traffic fine. So what's the difference between a toll and a fine?
The name.
Well, it's the courts go by intent. So if the intent is to punish you, like if you run a toll without paying and that you're and they issue a $25 fine to discourage you from running the toll, you can't discharge that. But if they charge you, if the toll is like 50 cents and they charge you a $25 administrative fee to do that toll by plate thing. So I know Easy Pass, if you don't have Easy Pass and you go through, sometimes they'll send you a bill in the mail, and as long as you pay it, it's no big deal, and they'll charge like $2-3 to handle the paperwork. Well, that's not a fine. That's an administrative fee. So, of course, it gets really complicated. But I say, in general, if it's okay to not pay your tolls if you're going to file for bankruptcy. If they're tolls, you can't discharge fines, and that's where you can get into big trouble if the city tries to say, oh, no, these are fines for running the toll without Easy Pass.
Right, so the government won't let you out of most of their fines, but everybody else has to. Now, Darryl, did you want to talk about your ticket, or is that still for off the air at this point?
I'd rather not talk about it yet because I'm still confused about exactly the how and the
all
whatnot.
We'll say then is that Darryl got a mystery ticket, but that's all I think that we can really say at this point. And when you can talk about it, we definitely should.
Yes.
So toll-free number tonight, you'll probably see it, I would think, later on at some point, TJ. Toll-free number 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. Let's get deeper into this Constitution Party guy, Darryl.
Darryl Castle.
Different Darryl. Darryl Castle. Spelled differently. Darryl spelled differently.
Yes, his has an E and two L's.
Right. Okay. So he was nominated by the Constitution Party. You said he was their VP candidate in 2008. This year he's their presidential candidate. We had Rachel on the line, who is very well informed on the Constitution Party. She called in to basically let us know some of the really scary stuff they've got in their platform.
Yes.
Prohibiting gay marriage, fear of any kind of...
well, let me just read the third paragraph, and it's a one-sentence paragraph.
From where?
From the Constitution Party's preamble of their platform.
All right.
The goal of the Constitution Party is to restore American jurisprudence to its biblical foundations and to limit the federal government to its constitutional boundaries.
So they want, what was it that Rachel said, biblical Sharia law?
Basically, they want Christian Sharia law.
Yeah.
In the very first sentence, they say the Constitution Party gratefully acknowledges the blessings of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ as creator, preserver, and ruler of the universe and of these United States. So,
he's not doing a very good job.
They start off by basically sounding very theocratic in their platform.
Yeah. Well, so if Jesus is the ruler of the United States, he's really dropping the ball, right? Because, I mean, if Jesus was actually in charge of the United States, then, they should, turn the other cheek when they get attacked rather than bombing people around the world and killing innocent people.
Right, and you would, help the people. You would be that good Samaritan,
right? Which,
let me give some historical context, because most people, they have heard, good Samaritan law. I know what that is. That means be a decent person to somebody. But Samaritans back in Hebrew times, they were looked down upon as the lowest of the low. It would be akin to now someone giving the parable of the illegal immigrant. Of, somebody that most people just look down on, and they're like, oh, yeah, they're just horrible, despicable humans.
Okay.
So where Darryl Castle makes the statement about he might be more libertarian than the Libertarian Party nominees was in an interview that he did with a website called Liberty Hangout. And the question was, with the nomination of Gary Johnson and Bill Weld, many libertarians, myself included, that being the person doing this interview, says many libertarians, including me, are feeling disenfranchised. Mm-hmm. What is your pitch to those voters? Why should libertarians support you? Castle responds, libertarians should support me because I am more libertarian than the two candidates of that party. They are both CFR members, both open borders.
CFR being the Council
Code of Federal Regulations?
No, Council on Foreign Relations.
Okay, thank you.
They are both CFR members, both open borders and pro-abortion. I'm the opposite on those issues while holding libertarian views on many others.
So he's closed borders and against choice.
Pro-life and against people coming across borders.
I suspect this guy would like to put someone in a prison cell if they get an abortion, or perhaps even kill them.
Probably he would want a punishment against the doctor, not the person seeking the procedure.
Still scary stuff. 855-450-FREE.
There's more.
Oh, I bet there is. 855-450-3733. Who's more libertarian? Well, not really any of the presidential candidates are libertarian this year. It's Free Talk Live.
Every once in a while, you get information that's worth changing your life for. This is one such time. You can save up to and beyond 25% on all purchases at Amazon. You probably heard of Bitcoin and just not thought much about it. You certainly know that you can get competitive pricing at Amazon, but now you can get a 25% discount on nearly everything you need to live. I've just given you a huge raise, and all you have to do is claim it. You go to saveitpurse.com and open an account. Do this right now. Don't wait. Then you fund the account with Bitcoin. You can buy them through expresscoin.com with a check or money order. There are other ways to get Bitcoin, but that's fast, safe, and easy. This information is worth you changing the way you do things. Go to saveitpurse.com right now, get signed up, and cash in on the huge raise I'm offering you. 15 to 25% off of everything at Amazon through SaveAtPurse.com. It's SaveAtPurse.com.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-403-4885. That's 1-800-403-4885. 1-800-403-4885. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
Excuse me, is this where I get a license to start a new business?
I wouldn't be hasty. You have to get a license to go out of business, too, you know.
Oh, well, look, I've invented this little anti-gravity machine, see?
Oh, is that why you're walking 2 inches above the floor?
Oh, yes, it's very comfortable. It saves on shoe leather.
Yeah, well, you have to fill out these forms and report to the Human Services Department of Manpower Orientation and register with the Fair Employment Practice Commission, the Wage and Hour Division of the Employment Standards Administration, the State Sales and Income Tax Division, the Internal Revenue Service, and the Social Security Administration of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, and, of course, OSHA.
OSHA? I thought that was a little town in Wisconsin.
You'll find out. Say, floating around like that could be dangerous. Have you checked with the Consumer Product Safety Commission?
Well, not yet.
Come to think of it, you actually are flying, aren't you? Look, you need to go over to the Federal Aviation Administration and the Transportation...
It's very hard to get anything done these days if you're in business, but free enterprise built this country. Think what could happen if we don't keep it free. A public service of this station and the Center for the Defense of Free Enterprise, Bellevue, Washington.
We just can't have people floating about unregulated, you know.
The 3 most important things you can do for Free Talk Live are, 1, share 1 episode a week on Facebook or in some other social networking site. 2, buy the things you buy online through shop.freetalklive.com. 3, give $5 a month to the AMP program. It's my firm belief that Free Talk Live's AMP program is the best use of your charitable dollar among liberty-oriented organizations. Support all the organizations you love, but make sure you give $5 a month to AMP at amp.freetalklive.com. I love My Magic Mud. I drink a lot of coffee. I had stains on my teeth. Then I found My Magic Mud, and I was told it would remove stains. So I paid attention when I brushed the first time. My Magic Mud is black tooth powder, and the difference it made in my teeth in 1 application was noticeable. With 4, my teeth were as white as you normal folks out there. Please go to mymagicmud.com and buy a jar. There's 150 applications for $25. You can use Bitcoin, mymagicmud.com.
You can put the Liberty Radio Network on the air in your area. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how. Broadcast.lrn.fm.
It's Free Talk Live, and you can join us here on the Independence Day edition of the program. Our toll-free number is 855-450-FREE, 855-450-3733. Could you use up to $35,000? No need to shop around for loans anymore. LoanUS.com is a convenient online way to connect with a lender based on your unique background and provide you a loan of up to $35,000. LoanUS.com works with lenders in all 50 states. Use the loan to pay for emergency expenses, medical bills, debt consolidation, home improvement, large purchases, and even taxes. LoanUS.com connects you with lenders, but is not a lender or a broker and does not make lending or credit decisions. Loans may not be available for residents of some states. APR, loan term, loan amount, and other loan details will vary. See LoanUS.com for more details. As we continue here, we're discussing the Libertarian Party presidential candidate as compared to the Constitution Party presidential candidate, who's claiming in at least one interview with a Liberty publication or show of some sort, he's claiming to be more libertarian than the Libertarian Party candidate.
Okay, now for the listeners, I know the answer, but like, what is a libertarian? Because a lot of people think, oh, it means they like to smoke pot. Which a lot of libertarians do like to smoke pot, but a lot of libertarians don't smoke pot.
Correct.
But the question is not whether you smoke pot or not, it's how do we view who should be in control of whether you smoke pot or not? It's so I would say the one defining feature, if you want to call yourself a libertarian, is who owns your body. And if you think that the government has in any way the power to tell you to what you can put in your own body, you're not a libertarian. So I'm not saying
that would definitely make somebody a liberty-minded person, at least on that issue. The general statement about libertarians is that they adhere to the non-aggression principle, which extends to more than just your body. It also extends to the things that you own, like your business, for instance.
And interactions with other people.
Right. So not only should you be left alone and do what you want with your body as far as putting things into it, but also the things that you create from your efforts should also be protected and should be considered yours and not subject to taxation and confiscation and that sort of thing. So if you believe that people should be able to live their lives how they want, so long as they don't bring harm to another human being, then that generally would make you a libertarian.
And like a lot of people I notice, they have this tendency to, I think that's weird and strange, and I don't like it. There needs to be a law against it. So we've noticed that a lot of government-oriented people, that seems to be their mindset, whether they're Republican or Democrat.
There ought to be a law.
There's a problem, and we need the government to solve it. And it's just like it's very hard to tease apart these arguments because the other thing I'd like to mention is that there's a difference between how things work in school. Like in school, we're taught, you always have the right to a fair trial and you get a public defender. And I always thought it would be better just instead of telling kids how the court system works, take them down and show them how the court system works. Watch those guilty plea, guilty. Okay, now if you don't plead guilty, we're going to stack on 5 more charges until you plead guilty, and you're going to be in jail in pretrial confinement because you can't afford the $100,000 bond. So you better plead guilty and you can go home today. But if you keep trying to ask for a trial, you're going to be in pretrial confinement in jail for another 2 years, and then the jury will have a 90% chance of convicting you because you're only allowed to present whatever evidence the judge thinks you're allowed to present. So it's just that's just a little side gripe there.
So I've got a 2-question quiz to determine whether or not someone actually supports liberty.
All right.
Okay.
Where'd this come from?
It came
Mark
from
Stevens?
my brain.
Okay.
I created this 2-question quiz.
Okay.
Do you believe that everyone has the same rights?
Yes.
Should I legally be allowed to do anything I want as long as I do not cause unjust harm to another person?
And that, of course, I will stipulate that a lot of us will quibble what is unjust harm. But yes, I agree with that sentiment. As long as we understand, a lot of people are going to disagree of what is unjust harm. So yeah, I agree.
And then I say, if your answer to either question is anything other than yes, you cannot rightly claim to support liberty. Because if you say, well, no, you shouldn't be allowed to do what you want because, you might harm society if you smoke that plant, or you might harm society if you gamble your own money.
Well, the classic objection, say, to legalizing drugs from some is that, it isn't a victimless crime because
society is the victim.
They'll get more specific sometimes. They'll say your family, your friends. If we're a drug addict, like if it's somebody who's destroying their life with methamphetamine or heroin or some powerful drug they're addicted to, that
a lot of times they got addicted to because a doctor wrote them a prescription.
That does happen. But the person who supports the war on drugs will say, well, that's not just them putting a drug in their own body. They're destroying their relationships. They're hurting their family members. And so they are harming another person.
Of course, as a libertarian, as a liberty person, sure, you're free to not associate with an addict. If somebody in your life is a heroin addict, you're free to say, well, I'm not going to throw you in a cage. I don't think the government should throw you in a cage. But at the same time, you're not welcome in my business. So if a business wanted to drug test all of its customers and say you're not allowed to buy a donut until you pee in the cup, well, no, why not? I mean, that would be how a free market economy would work is, maybe
I suspect they'd go out of business real fast.
Well, yes. So they're most businesses really don't care if you use drugs. They care if their employees use drugs.
I mean, imagine
while on the clock.
And it's
baked goods that they've got to have a large portion of their customers who are stoners.
Yes,
they've got the word baked right in their product.
But you seem like I think this is where never doubt the damage that well-intentioned people can do when they get in positions of power. So sure. I have no doubt when we go and testify, all these prohibitionists, I have no doubt they sincerely want to help addicts. They want to help people.
I think some of them want to kill addicts. I mean, there's a...
Well, I'd like to
Some
think the best of everyone. I'd like to think that people have good intentions.
Some of them do want to help, but that's the thing. They don't see how their war on drugs is actually hurting the very people that they intend to help. And it sounds like this guy with the Constitution Party might actually be good on the drug war, but he doesn't sound like he's very good on a lot of other things.
So let's get back to the interview here.
Let's do that, but first, let's bring Aaron on the line first. He's in Indianapolis, listening via TuneIn online. Hello, Aaron. You're on Free Talk Live.
Good evening, guys.
Hey there.
How are you?
Super.
Hey,
Go ahead.
I had a question about something you guys put on your Facebook feed. It was either earlier today or sometime late yesterday. You guys had posted some graphic about not voting or encouraging people not to vote, I guess. And I was kind of confused because you guys have been pretty big supporters of the Free State Project, right?
I mean, I don't support the Free State Project anymore since they kicked me out of their events.
You guys were kicked out of the group.
I still support the idea of moving people to New Hampshire who love liberty. I support that.
Okay. Well, then I guess my question is, I feel like there's a little bit of cognitive dissonance in the fact that the goal should be to move a certain number of people to a local geographical area so that they can elect freedom-oriented politicians and things like that, but at the same time, it seems like you guys are advocating not participating in the process.
So I think we need to clarify something here. I see where you're coming from. I can understand the confusion. I don't know what you're talking about, which thing was posted about voting, but just to clarify, when you look at a Facebook page, there are usually, on a bigger page, there's usually going to be more than one administrator of that page. And if you've listened to the show for a while, you know there's disagreement among hosts on various different issues on this program. So just because one host posts something about not voting doesn't mean that is something that every host is behind. I plan on voting this year. Darryl, I suspect you will as well. But if you want to continue the discussion, Aaron, stand by. We can do that. This is Free Talk Live.
So you've got to take a state construction license exam or certification. Can't decide on what books or what chapters to study? Discover right now how you can eliminate unnecessary books and wasted study time. At contractorexam.com, our study materials zero in on state-required test topics in an effective, multiple-choice format. So whether you're a plumber, electrician, general contractor, or other construction-related trade, contractorexam.com will help get you prepared. Visit us at www.contractorexam.com today.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson Adam Pulaski of the Pulaski Law Firm with principal office in Houston, Texas is the attorney responsible for the content of this ad. This ad is not legal advice, and the choice of a lawyer should not be based solely upon advertisement. Services may not be available in all states.
Attention Xarelto users. If you or a loved one took Xarelto and suffered a serious bleeding event, you may be entitled to financial compensation. Xarelto is a popular prescription blood thinner used to prevent blood clots and protect patients from strokes. These serious bleeding events have led to numerous cases of hospitalization and even death. Phone lines are open 24/7. Call 800-261-0937. That's 800-261-0937.
Why did you move to the Shire?
I moved here to the Shire because there's other people around who take liberty just as seriously as I do.
I moved to the Shire because I saw videos of people challenging authority and thought that I could get support myself. It called to me, like, do this right now.
I wanted to be around people like me who got it, and once I got here, I knew there was nowhere else that I wanted to be.
I've always wanted to change the world, so I moved to the Shire to join people who were actually working towards doing the same thing.
The people here are awesome, loving, and positive. It was for the adventure and for the feeling of something important is happening here, and I just wanted to come to sort of be part of that.
Visit ShireSociety.com to read and sign the Shire Society Declaration and learn the reasons why, if you love liberty, you should immigrate to the Shire. Plus, add yourself to the Shire map at ShireSociety.com. That's ShireSociety.com.
This is your Roberts & Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Thursday, gold is $18 higher at $1,340 per ounce, and silver is 58 cents higher at $19.35 per ounce. Bitcoin is trading at $675 US. Since January 1st, gold is up 20% and silver is up 39%. For more information, call Roberts & Roberts Brokerage at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
You can listen to Free Talk Live on the radio, podcast, satellite, webcam, and our live streams. But did you know you can listen to Free Talk Live from any phone, anywhere? Add this number to your phone, 213-4 1-800-493-0308. It's a long-distance call, so make sure you're familiar with your phone's calling plan. The Listen lines are airing the latest episode of Free Talk Live 24 hours a day, including our live shows. Call 213-493-0308. That's 213-493-0308.
So the protection of life, liberty, and property is what the Free State Project is all about. But it's an effort to move 20,000 people who understand.
It's about demonstrating to the entire country
that, yeah, we can have a free market, a truly free market. Making it just a freer, great place to live.
It's the world's largest voluntarist libertarian community, and it's only getting bigger.
That's amazing, to be able to move to a place where other people passionately believe in being free and independent.
What the Free State Project is managing to do, though, is to put their money where their mouth is. It's physically getting up across the country and saying, let's go someplace and let's demonstrate the power of these ideas. There's a lot of kind of philosophy that surrounds liberty. There's a lot of thinking about it and talking about it. But here in New Hampshire, people are doing it.
101 Reasons Liberty Lives in New Hampshire, a documentary by Free State Project Early Movers. Watch it free at 101reasonsfilm.com. 101reasonsfilm.com.
You can connect with the Liberty Radio Network via our Facebook page at facebook.lrn.fm. That's facebook.lrn.fm.
Free Talk Live, you can join us here toll-free, 855-450-FREE, 855-450-3733. We've got Skype as well. The Skype username is LRN.FM. With you in studio tonight, you've got Ian.
TJ the Spy.
And Darryl.
Tired of governments murdering people around the world?
Yes.
Stop using their money. There is an alternative to government money. It's Bitcoin. It's a stateless, free market, non-political currency. It cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. And by using the government's money, you're helping the state. So stop doing it. You've got an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, and spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. That's Bitcoin.com. We've got Aaron. He's on the line with us here in Indianapolis. He saw a post on our Facebook page, Free Talk Live's Facebook page, and I did have to scroll back to about 24 hours ago before I could find the post you were talking about. It was posted last night by Redlights, and he is a libertarian. He's not a host of Free Talk Live. He actually ran for the Libertarian Party's presidential nomination back in 2012. He was the second-place vote-getter to Gary Johnson, if I'm recalling correctly.
Yes.
And I think he actually reached out to us and said he wanted to help with the Facebook page. And so Mark was sort of running the Facebook page, basically, and he was more than happy to accept the assistance. So Redlights probably posts more on our Facebook page than any of the hosts do. He's pretty prolific. He really seems to enjoy doing it. And I think that unless he's completely changed his view in the last 4 years, considering Redlights actually ran for political office, I would think that means he's not opposed to people voting for people running for political office, unless he's become a radical, non-voting anarchist within the last 4 years.
He was pretty radical 4 years ago anyway. And I have corresponded with him because I was really interested in getting his endorsement during my run. Right. And his response to me was that he was basically now apolitical.
Oh, really? So maybe he has gone all the way over there. All right, so I hope that explains, Aaron, that just because you see something on the Free Talk Live Facebook page doesn't necessarily mean it was posted by one of us. Frequently, that does mean that, but just because one of us posts something doesn't mean that all of us agree. So we'll have disagreements on the air here, and if you've listened for a while, you know that.
I've heard that. I didn't know if the Facebook was more of a reflection of your show, or I mean, a lot of the underlying political philosophy or whatever seems to be the same, and I'm definitely a supporter of all of that. But I was a little perturbed by it, and it just kind of seemed like, well, have they changed? I was trying to figure if there was something changed up in everybody's mind or something. And
no.
And Darryl, I love you. If I could have a bit of a man crush on you.
Aww.
I'm not gay, but if I was, I think...
First time for everything.
I'm flattered.
I don't know.
I'm speechless, and that's a rare occurrence.
It's a man crush. Hey, it's total. Hey, no homo, man. It's all like I love how straight dudes are like, dude, I really, love you, and they're trying to say it awkwardly, and I'm like, just dude, Darryl, I love you, man. Not in a sexual way, but in like a very friendly. I admire and respect your efforts. It's actually kind of invigorating to watch you run for president. I'm like, damn, that guy has a lot of energy. I could never do what he does. So,
thank you.
Well, I like you a lot. You're probably my favorite host on there, and
cool.
I was trying to. Do you have your own show, or do you just do like a 5-minute podcast?
Both. So I've got the daily 5-minute newscast that I've been producing for a couple of years, and then I've got a thrice weekly half-hour show that I do called Peace, Love, Liberty Radio. All of those can be found on fppradio.com.
fppradio.com.
I guess I was cyber stalking you, so, proverbially speaking.
There you go, Aaron. Thanks for the call. Thanks for the kind words. Appreciate that. And we'll actually, I'll read the post so that way listeners know exactly what he was referring to.
Yes.
This was published yesterday on the Free Talk Live Facebook page by Redlights. But the thing with the Facebook pages is it shows us because we're administrators who posted what, but the users cannot see who posted what on the Facebook page.
Correct.
Anyway, going on here, quote, for perhaps most self-described libertarians, supporting any politician is an uneasy exercise in bullet-biting pragmatism, premised on the idea that we ought to support the most libertarian individual in the race, even if that person is really not very libertarian. The author has, as it happens, spent years arguing against this view, suggesting that abstaining from the voting booth is a perfectly acceptable choice for the liberty contingent, and many non-voting libertarians do just that, despite the fact that a libertarian party has existed and run candidates since the early 1970s. The party's first ticket featured philosopher John Huspers and Tawny Nathan, the first woman and the first Jew to receive an electoral vote in a presidential election. For a large segment of the liberty movement, a libertarian political party has always seemed to be a contradiction in terms.
Hospers was also the first openly homosexual person to ever receive an electoral vote.
So, there are some libertarians who just feel like they don't want to vote. And
some view it as actually an act of violence or an aggression.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Well, really? You
think
that's, well, let me say why. Here's why I think it. If I vote, and, the thing is, no matter what happens, there's 50% of the population that disagree with me. So even if I get my way, I'm forcing my way on the other 51% or the other 49%. It is one of those things that, I don't vote because economically I think it's a terrible investment of your time if you have to spend an hour to go to the polls. And
I don't know where you're spending an hour at the polls.
You have to drive down there. 10 minutes. Drive down there, cast your ballot, drive back.
10 minutes, half hour.
Okay, half hour. You spend half an hour, and so in that half hour you could have made $10. So you're spending $10 to cast a vote that in the
statistically insignificant.
Statistically is very, very, very unlikely to make any difference in any election, even your local elections.
In local elections, there have been people who've won in ballot issues that have won or lost by one vote here in New Hampshire.
Correct.
We've seen that happen. So I tend to support voting on a local level because we actually do have principled candidates. It's not violence to vote for someone because you want to reduce violence. It's not violence to...
Or if the ballot option is, do you want to cut taxes by 10%? And you say yes.
Yeah, I mean, to say that it's violence because the system coerces people doesn't make sense. Yeah. The vote itself is not violence. You're not actually voting for violence unless you're voting for violence. If you're voting for Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump because you want to invade, some other country or whatever, then you're voting for violence in that particular case. If you're voting for a candidate because you want to minimize the damage done, then you're voting for the lesser of the evils. Arguably, you could still be voting for someone who will use the system for violent purposes, but I think it's the intention of the voter that really matters there.
Well, I always like to say we have a very weird kind of voting because, like, if I say, hey, where do we want to eat tonight, guys? Let's all vote on it. And you two say, hey, let's go to Applebee's. Well, I say, I don't want Applebee's. I'm going to go to Taco Bell. Normally, you'd say, okay, you can go to Taco Bell. We'll go to Applebee's. But if imagine government voting applied to us, it would be like, no, we all voted on it. You have to come to Applebee's with us, even though you don't want to go. And I say, okay, I'll go, but I won't order anything. No.
even if you don't order anything, you still have to pay for it. So you're going to not only go to a restaurant that you don't want to go to, you're going to have to pay for our meals that you didn't even want to eat, that you didn't even partake in. That is a good analogy for what government is.
Sure.
Is that I have to, no matter who I vote,
whether you vote or not,
whether I vote or not, I'm having to spend a lot of my money for things that I totally disagree with.
Yes.
And you know what? This is where I actually am strange bedfellows with like conservative Christians. They don't want to spend money for certain things, and I don't want to spend money for certain things either. So we both have this problem. We're being forced to pay for stuff that both of us find abhorrent, that we would never support if we had a free choice. And so we all end up walking away unhappy because we all feel like we're getting a raw deal of I'm being forced to spend money to teach kids about abortion, or I'm being forced to spend money for public parks and I don't use public parks. And this is one of the problems, is that when people who are forced to pay for it don't use the stuff because you understand. So that's my.
But to blame the voters and to say that voting is violence it's an inaccurate statement. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. Look, if you don't want to vote, don't vote. But don't act like that's going to change anything. Because as long as you're paying taxes, as long as you're obeying them, the system will perpetuate. It's Free Talk Live.
People who can afford a LASIK procedure sure are lucky. Imagine being able to throw away your contacts and glasses. Imagine waking up tomorrow with 20/20 vision. Too bad everyone can't afford LASIK. Well, guess what? There's a company that agrees with you. TLC Laser Eye Centers is now offering great prices on high-quality LASIK to make it affordable for everyone. That means you get the latest FDA-approved all-laser LASIK technology for less than what others charge. And if you call right now, we'll schedule a free appointment so you can discover if LASIK is right for you. Results may vary. Call 1-800-930-9765. Even better, if you're one of the first 100 callers, ask about an extra $400 off your all-laser LASIK procedure. That's $200 off per eye. We've already performed over 2 million procedures. Let us help you. Discover how you can get the quality LASIK experience you deserve for less than what others charge. For your free appointment, call 1-800-930-9765. 1-800-930-9765.
Think about this. Your community's aging water infrastructure systems are very likely to be contaminated with heavy metals like lead, disinfection chemicals like ammonia, chlorine and chloramines, and pharmaceuticals like statins, pain meds, and antidepressants. And no, water treatment plants are not equipped to filter these pharmaceutical toxins out. Protect your family's water supply with the trusted Big Berkey water filter. New NSF EPA-certified lab tests show Big Berkey water filters remove chloramines, pharmaceuticals, BPA, pesticides, bacteria, and viruses, all forms of fluoride, and much more. Big Berkey water filters are the original and most trusted on the market, the gold standard in water purification, and our filters last for years at less than 2 cents per gallon. Big Berkey, the one powerful enough to purify stagnant pond water. Get your Big Berkey today. Call 1-877-99-BERKEY or click BigBerkeyWaterFilters.com. That's 1-877-99-BERKEY. Big Berkey Water Filters, for the love of clean water.
When commercials come on, don't push the button. Instead, listen. Even if you don't sell things for a living, you're still selling in the various conversations and transactions that make up your busy day. With money and attention so scarce now, effective communication skills have never been more important, especially if you're a job seeker. So take a lesson from Madison Avenue. Often the fewer words, the more effective the message. Like Jiffy Lube, where you never need an appointment, or the Office Max ad that says, you supply the ambition, we supply everything else. How about online ticket broker StubHub.com, the way in when it's sold out, or CyberCupidMatch.com's seductive, go ahead, it's okay to look. How cleverly and succinctly can you distill your message? For more tips, hit survivalspeech.com. I'm Holland Cook.
Did you know you can watch Free Talk Live during our live shows 7 days a week from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern via our studio cams at cam.freetalklive.com? Plus, you can chat with other listeners while you watch, all totally free. Now that our live video stream is hosted by YouTube, our video archives will be online even faster. So be sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Listen, watch, and chat all free at cam.freetalklive.com. That's cam.freetalklive.com. Ross Ulbricht was convicted in early 2015 of running the infamous Silk Road underground market. The Silk Road was a gift to humanity and helped reduce the harms brought on by drug prohibition. For this good deed, Ross has been sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Now, an appeal is Ross's only chance, and he needs your support. Please visit freeross.org, where you can contribute via various methods, including Bitcoin. Visit freeross.org. That's freeross.org.
While our satellite channel is free to listen to, it's not free for us. You can help us cover our satellite costs with the chip-in on the right side of the page at lrn.fm.
It's Free Talk Live. Dial in toll-free. Bring up whatever's on your mind. Our number, 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. Thank you to everyone who had signed up for our Head Talker campaign at share.lrn.fm. That notice went out today. We got 112 out of 100, which our original goal was 200, but it turned out it was a lot harder to get people to sign up for this thing than we thought that it was. But we had a fairly large reach of people on social media who saw the campaign today for the Free Talk Live LRN.FM satellite fundraiser. So I don't know. I don't know if it was. I don't know if it really helped that much. I don't know. Darryl, you've used the Head Talker campaign a couple times for your presidential campaign and kind of getting the word out about some stuff that you were doing there. Do you feel like it was worth it?
I really don't know because I don't know what to compare it to, and it's one of those things of you never really can tell if it quote unquote
if it works because you can't compare you can't compare A to B.
What sort of response would I have gotten if I didn't do this?
Right. Well, I can tell you that Indiegogo does send notices when people contribute to the campaign, and since noon today, when the Head Talker campaign went out, we've had no contributions. So, I mean, people don't necessarily give the first time they're asked to give.
Right, and the way social media works, sometimes people won't see something right away. They'll see it tomorrow, and then they see, oh, this was posted yesterday. Because I know that's how I see stuff in my feed, where I'll see something, and then I'll realize it was posted like 18 hours ago.
Usually, though, when you're on social media, you're more likely to see the stuff that was posted recently, though, right? Like that, you see the fresh stuff. Not the older
I've got it set to show new stuff.
Huh, okay.
But sometimes I'll see something because, like somebody will have commented on something and older. So then it bumps up.
Right. So thank you to everybody who was willing to give that a try. Whether it was worth spending 2 weeks promoting the Head Talker as opposed to 2 weeks promoting the actual fundraiser, I don't know. So now we're going to promote the actual fundraiser.
Yes.
Through to the end of said fundraiser, which is, I don't even know the date offhand, but it's several weeks away still at this point because I set it for a 60-day fundraiser. So if you go to fund.freetalklive.com or fund.lrn.fm, that'll take you right to the Indiegogo campaign, which explains to you the idea of the satellite fundraiser and how we're currently broadcasting on satellite to North and Central America, as well as Sub-Saharan Africa. We'd love to add Europe to that, but in order to do that, it's going to take more money. It's going to take probably twice as much as what we have been spending on Africa, North and Central America, because the European satellite in question is much more popular. There are more channels, more potential viewers, that kind of thing. So.
And it's not just Europe. I'm looking at this thing, and it's a little bit of North Africa and most of the Middle East and
Correct.
A large chunk of Russia and all of Turkey, which...
It's a big signal.
Yeah, pretty big signal.
So we could do this, but we need your help. So please go to fund.lrn.fm. That's fund.lrn.fm. You can contribute there. You can contribute as little as, I don't know what the minimum is, but it's pretty low, probably $5 or something like that. To as much as you want, and there's different perks for those of you who are willing to do that kind of thing. There's a perk that'll actually allow you to sit in studio on your favorite LRN.FM show. You can choose between Anarchast, Angel Clark, Flaming Freedom, Freedom Fiends, Free Talk Live, Godless Liberty, Johnny Rocket Launchpad, Peace, Love, Liberty Radio, The Crypto Show, The Don't Comply Show, The Paul Duane Show, and You, Me, and BTC. So you choose if you want to do that. That's one of the perks over at fund.lrn.fm. Let's go to the phones and to the fun. Let's talk to Ralph in New Jersey. Ralph, you're on Free Talk Live with Ian, TJ, and Darryl.
this is July 4th.
It is Independence Day, sir, yes.
Right. And if I have a wish for July 4th, because the idea for this thing happened on, a local radio station, WOR 17, and the lady was asking reactions about what would you wish for this July 4th, America's birthday. If Alice Stockton Rossini ever came to me, the few words I would have said is, I need to be delivered from Obama.
If who came to you? If Jesus Christ came to you, who would you need to be delivered from? I need to be delivered from Obama, is what I got.
No. That's not Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Now, come on. Don't be ridiculous.
Well, Ralph, your accent's kind of sick.
It's hard. It's hard to understand. So who is it that would come to you and you'd want to get saved from Obama?
If they were asking question or reaction from people in the state about what their wish would be.
So like a genie, like a genie in a bottle. You rub the bottle, and then genie pops out, and you say
most people rub the bottle, not the genie.
The genie. Well, some people that might be their wish is to be able to. Might be into genies. The genie fetish.
Okay. Can I go on? The whole mythology and the whole...
I guess it depends on which genie, right? There's the genie from Aladdin. There's I Dream of Jeannie.
She was kind of hot.
Yes, she was.
My brother actually had a crush on her, so...
Yeah, so what? So you want to get rid of Barack Obama. But just, don't forget, even if you were to get rid of Barack Obama, all of a sudden, you still got the vice president, Joe Biden, who would just take his position. So what's the difference?
The difference will be night and day, I suppose.
You think there's that big of a difference between those two people?
I would.
They've got completely different pigmentation of their skin.
At the very least, we know who Joe Biden is. At the very least.
What do you mean you know who he is? He's another lying politician just like George Bush and Barack Obama.
Okay, all right. But with regard to Obama, the mythology and the legacy of this man is built on a lie. And on that regard,
of course, he's a politician. They're all liars.
On that regard, the letter that I sent to President Duterte stated the line along the thoughts of the line that you can never trust this Negro. You
can never trust what?
The Negro.
Oh my God! You're so racist. That's what this is about. That's why you'd be okay. That's why you'd be okay with Biden.
He's an old school racist because normally there's the code. So the Negro, that's like a '60s word. That was what they used back in the '60s. I think we.
How old are you, Ralph?
Right. Why is that relevant?
I'm just curious. How old are you?
I'm in my 50s.
50s. Okay.
Right. What? Continuing on to that.
So you're okay with Joe Biden taking over because he's a white guy? That's what this is about?
Let me go on my thoughts. Unfortunately, President Duterte has 6 months to deal with this animal, okay? And
Duterte, the man who was elected president down there,
the Filipino Donald Trump.
Yeah, in the Philippines, who has promised to. He had promised to execute criminals in the streets, have police execute people, no trial, no arrest, just execute them.
Well, we do that here in the United States.
Yeah, but at least here they put on the airs of
they pretend to, you shouldn't have done that, officer, and they pretend to prosecute him.
And when Duterte was the mayor of some town, there was a prison riot or something, and somebody got raped, and he said he should have been the one that got to rape them first.
That's exactly what he said. Well, something close to that, yeah. Because he was the mayor, he should have had first crack at the rape victim, which was really sick. But yet, then he went on to become even more popular in the polls and win the election. Ralph, any other thoughts you want to share on Duterte? Go ahead.
There's something when you're stoned coming from all of you. We can pretend that crime doesn't happen in America, right?
Crime happens in America.
I don't think we ever said that it doesn't.
But you don't in America. You don't get to just execute somebody on the streets.
And how is that being dealt with Playtail over in Baltimore? There's a book right now by Ethan McDonald called War on Cops.
Oh, War on Cops. What a load. Thanks for the call, Ralph. Toll-free number, 855-450-FREE.
I like Ralph.
855-450-3733. War on cops. There's no war on cops.
According to Fox News, there is.
If there were a war on cops, the cops would be dying at some greater number than...
No, it's a very safe profession thanks to ballistic vests and the Humvees and the tanks and the...
And thanks to the fact that really it's not particularly dangerous compared to, say, logging or, being a
taxi cab driver in D.C.
What were some of the other the construction worker, I think, roofer,
working on a fishing boat?
Yeah, there's a lot of jobs that are more dangerous than being a cop.
Being a cop in the United States is very safe. Being a cop in, say, El Salvador or Mexico could actually be very, very dangerous.
Yeah.
So
right, but Fox News doesn't care about the El Salvadorian cops.
Yeah.
They don't care about the Honduran cops. They're not talking about the war on cops in Costa Rica.
Yeah, if there were, it's the same thing with there's not really a war on drugs or a war over drugs. It is really a war on people because the drug dealers, if they were to fight back, the drug gangs are
They
funded.
do. In fact, the drug deal, that was the whole thing. If you narco cultura, the drug dealers were actually becoming cops. The cartel members were becoming the cops.
That way they can let their shipments
ship through. Exactly.
Because it's easier to co-opt them rather than to fight them. But if they wanted to fight, they are well funded, and the drug dealers could probably do a pretty good job of actually fighting a war of drugs. It's Free Talk Live.
For Bitcoin to be ubiquitous, people need to use it. For people to use it, they must have it. How can we get Bitcoin into more hands? Well, tipping might be a great way. What if you could include a bonus Bitcoin tip along with your regular tip to a server? What if that Bitcoin returned to you if unclaimed after 30 days? An attractive business card-sized Bitcoin tip that is easily claimed, gives instructions on wallets, spending, and returns to the user if unused? Tip.freetalklive.com. Tip.freetalklive.com.
Free Talk Live has partnered with Amazon, the largest internet retailer. Imagine a department store category, and Amazon has it. Books, electronics, office products, furniture, jewelry, automotive, toys, clothing, sporting goods, and dozens of other categories. Now you can shop and support Free Talk Live by entering Amazon through our website. Go to shop.freetalklive.com, and Amazon will send us a portion of your purchase. You're going to do the shopping anyway, so remember to enter through our site at shop.freetalklive.com. That's shop.freetalklive.com. So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.FM in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.FM. Download it now, free at apps.lrn.fm.
You're listening to the live edition of Free Talk Live. Hour number 3 is next after the news here on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Darryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Monday, July 4th, 2016. Silver is trading at $20.51 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,352 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $670. Antiwar.com reports the rebel-held town of J-Rud has mostly stayed out of the Syrian civil war until the past few days, having a truce with the army that has made it a popular magnet for refugees around the region. That appears to have come to an end with the killing of a Syrian pilot in the area. The pilot parachuted out near J-Rud and was executed on the ground, reportedly by Al-Qaeda's Nusra Front. The Syrian military had subsequently hit the town hard, killing 31 people, including 2 medics and a large number of civilians. The rebels locals are describing the attacks as revenge for the pilot's execution, though they insist that the execution had nothing to do with the town itself. The Syrian military did not comment directly on the attack, but had vowed that the pilot's killing would not go unpunished. Essentially a suburb of Damascus, Jayrud is one of several local truces that have been struck over the course of a multi-year civil war in Syria, though as this weekend has proven, those truces are often very tenuous and it doesn't take much to return the area to a state of open warfare. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. UPI reports with California's new vaccination law now in effect, some parents are opting to homeschool while others are moving out of the state. The new law eliminates most vaccination exemptions for school children in an effort to protect everyone from communicable disease outbreaks. Other parents trying to avoid the new laws filed exemption paperwork before January 1st to give them the leverage to vaccinate their children at their own pace. California Senate Bill 277, which sparked some of the most contentious debates in years, ended with a win for those who favor forced vaccinations. Still, tens of thousands of Californians remain adamantly opposed to the mandate. Kristen Kinney of San Jose said she's checking out real estate in Idaho. An East Bay area mother said she's considering finding an underground network of doctors willing to give her a medical exemption for her 3.5-year-old son. Liv Selly said, "It's really thrown me for a loop. I just don't want someone telling me what I have to do with my child, putting things into my child's body." An outbreak of measles last year in Marin County, home of one of the highest concentrations of unvaccinated children, convinced the county to ban the personal belief exemption. Now all children entering daycare, kindergarten, or 7th grade are required to show proof of vaccinations. Are you an advocate for free market money? Do you promote Bitcoin as an alternative in a fiat-centric world? Then you need Spendabit in your arsenal, the search engine for things you can buy with Bitcoin. Spendabit aggregates millions of products from thousands of Bitcoin-enabled merchants. Keep your money in the free economy. Visit spendabit.co today. Bitcoin merchants, ask about our merchant suite to reach even more customers. Spendabit.co. Reuters reports a 19-year-old tourist in Manhattan's Central Park suffered a severe foot wound on Sunday after an apparent homemade firework exploded when he jumped off a rock and stepped onto the device. Investigators said the object was likely fabricated by an amateur firework enthusiast for the thrill of creating a loud noise and flash. At least one bystander in the park told CNN the blast sounded like a cannon. The man was taken to Bellevue Hospital, where police said he was undergoing surgery and was listed in serious but stable condition. His two companions, aged 18 and 20, were not injured. The late morning explosion occurred when all three men jumped off a rock and the victim landed on top of the object, which had been stashed near the boulder out of the way of normal foot traffic. Lieutenant Mark Torrey, commander of the police bomb squad, said there was nothing to indicate that the device was put in this area with a specific intent to harm any individual, and that evidence showed it was not meant to be detonated by someone stepping on it. He said the device, which was believed to have been in the park for at least a day, may have not gone off at an earlier time and was just left there. The 778-acre park in the heart of Manhattan is a major draw for tourists visiting New York City. The park remained open to visitors following the blast. This has been FPP Radio News. Online at fppradio.com.
The Tallahassee Zoo, which faced a major budget crisis. Luckily, they were able to get both, keep guests and animals happy and stay profitable.
And that's thanks to the zoo's new director, Maxwell Jeffries.
Happy to be here. Thank you.
Good morning.
Now, what's the most profitable part of the zoo? The elephants, the tigers?
No. The gift shop, okay? Food court. But now the entire zoo is the gift shop. So you come to the zoo, you look around, you see something you like, make me an offer. I'm a businessman. I want to make people happy. You're probably familiar with the old saying, don't feed the animals.
Oh, right, of course.
Okay, well, that's old-fashioned thinking. At our zoo, you can feed the animals.
Anything you want?
Anything you want. Oats, eggs, batteries, you name it. And we also invented a new tiered membership system. So for your standard membership, you go to the zoo, you get to see the animals. For your gold level membership, you get to pick any two animals, make them fight each other. Yeah. And then with a platinum, you get 1 hour alone in the zoo. No questions asked. Yeah.
Wow.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
This is Free Talk Live. You can bring up whatever you want here. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. Coming up, panhandling, an update on a case that was against a listener of ours, Virgil Viduva from truthvoice.com. We've got that story with you in studio tonight. It's Ian. Oh, sorry, TJ. Try that one more time.
And TJ the Spy.
And Darryl.
All right. So, so we were talking about voting, the Constitution Party, and this Constitution Party presidential candidate, Darryl
Castle.
Who he says he's more libertarian than the Libertarian Party candidate, Gary Johnson, which it's not hard to be more libertarian than Gary Johnson because he's not really a libertarian by what I can tell. But it doesn't sound like the Constitution Party guy even measures up to Gary Johnson so far. Constitution Party seems to stand for a theocracy, a very religious-based government that will force itself on you.
But before we continue, let me just say that neither candidate is running in accordance with their party's platform.
Okay.
So finish your thought.
That was it. I wanted to hear from you. Brought the story in originally.
Yes,
it was some show that he was on.
It was an interview he did with Liberty Hangout.
Okay,
so it's a text based. It was not audio in any way. So the next question that they asked that we're going through.
This is after he's claimed to be more libertarian.
Yes, the interviewer says, I've heard you say that you're in favor of a secure border. What exactly would your immigration policy entail? Is it the same or similar to Donald Trump's? And what is the constitutional basis for your policy? Castle responds, I believe that securing the border, i.e. protecting it so no one enters without consent and halting immigration completely until that is accomplished, is one of the most important issues America faces. The halt to immigration would last until we could be sure who is coming in and with what intent. Next question. Do you see yourself taking an interventionist approach or non-interventionist approach to foreign policy?
Let's wait on that because totally different issue. So on immigration here, he's saying he wants to completely stop anyone from coming into the United States until they can get things sorted out.
That's basically what he's saying, but I really don't know how he intends to do that.
Well, that's just it. I mean, this is the big promise from people like Donald Trump.
Yeah. Well, Trump says he's going to build a wall. Castle's not saying he wants to build a wall. He's just saying, let's stop it until we can figure out what's going on.
Well, in order to stop that from happening, you would have to have a wall and a police state, right? That would be...
You would have to have a police state, definitely.
You'd have to have... It's funny we're talking about this because actually just this morning, James and I went to Canada. And so we parked our car in the casino because we didn't want to take our car. We did the border search exception, so we sanitized ourselves, removed all our computers, all our phones from our body. We didn't want to be searched and have that stuff possibly fall in the wrong hands. And so it was just like you go up there and you're sweating. You're like, please, God, please don't let them, So
you walked across the
bridge. Yeah, we walked across on Rainbow Bridge, and it was just the striking contrast between Canadian border Patrol and the U.S. Border Patrol.
Now, this is a major crossing point, right?
Oh, yeah, major crossing point at Niagara Falls.
How many people were on foot?
At that time, it was like 6 a.m. Just us.
Okay.
And there was one Canadian Border Security Agency lady, and she had tattoos all over her arms. She was a really cool-looking lady. Yep. And I said, what are you coming here for Canada for? And she said, for breakfast. And she said, let me Google some restaurants. And very good customer service. And there was like one door, and you walked out, welcome to Canada. And so it was fairly...
She took your passport?
Yeah. Scanned it and entered it into the text.
Did you get a pat-down?
No.
Did you get a pat-down on the way back?
Well, that's actually my story.
All right,
so
we'll get to that.
We get to that, and we enter the U.S.
Well, hold on. So you went to Canada, and where did you end up eating?
We went to eat up at Tim Hortons.
Okay. Oh, geez.
Well, it was 6 a.m. in Niagara Falls. Nothing was open. Right. We wanted to have some Canadian fare.
For people that have never heard of it, apparently is
Canadian
some
Dunkin' Donuts.
Chain.
It's a Canadian Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah, they have donuts. They have
I just found out about this thing a couple days ago.
Yeah, and a lot of people rave about them, and I've tried them, and they're great stuff.
To write home
it's like Dunkin' Donuts. So.
Yeah, it's not really that special at all.
But, coming back, what was the purpose of your visit? Oh, where'd you guys eat? How'd you guys meet? It was like the whole thing is, what kind of store did you run? Oh, I ran a thrift store. Where did you guys meet? How are you been? And there were 6 of them, and we had to wait for about a minute or two.
Now, did you try to not show the passport on the way back in?
Oh, heck no.
Ian, that's no fun.
I had to get back here, and I said, I do not want to spend my time. These Border Patrol and ICE can be very vindictive.
True.
There's something called
me for a half hour.
TEX, Treasury Enforcement Communication System. Any Border Patrol agent can put anything they want in there. So if they write, this person is combative and highly suspicious, always give them secondary.
Is that subject to Freedom of Information?
No. What is in TEX? No, it is not.
So it would be interesting to read that.
Under Title V, United States Code, Section 552A, otherwise known as the Privacy Act, TEX is exempted. So
even my own file on TEX is exempted?
TEX, you can see. Basically, like if you were a suspect in a smuggling ring, it would be there. So the Border Patrol agent would say, in the event of this person crossing, contact this agent. Search them and search their media, put a stop on their passport. And it's actually, they scan your passport and they look and say it's valid, not valid. And they also check for warrants. And that was our primary purpose. I said, I don't want to go to the local police station to see if we have any outstanding warrants. Not that we should, but here's the thing you need to know, by the way. If someone just pretends to be you, like if they get pulled over and they say, sir, I don't have my driver's license, but my name's TJ the Spy, and they give my name, date of birth, social security number, and then they don't show up to court, that court's going to issue a bench warrant for TJ the Spy. Well, if I, the innocent, real TJ the Spy, get pulled over and they run my license, that warrant's going to pop on a 1028J2, which is what the police call a wants warrants query. Well, they happen to do that. I said, look, we're near Ian, so if I get arrested, one of us gets arrested because we have some traffic warrant that's not ours, it's better just to get it done now. And so they do that when you enter the United States. If you have a warrant for some jurisdiction, that'll pop on their screen. And that was what we were doing.
Now, how many hours is it from Niagara to Keene? Isn't that like an 8-hour drive?
Yeah, but we were coming back from Illinois anyway, so we were passing by. And he just said, you want to go to Canada? I said, sure, let's get our criminal records checked while we're at it. Because if we're wanted for questioning or if there's a warrant for our arrest, when we try to cross back in the U.S., they're going to detain us. So they screen became back green. There was a green border around both our things. So I'm like, okay, we're both good. If there was a red border, we'd have secondary, and then we'd have a bunch of problems then. So
how long were you detained in the U.S. side?
About, I'd say, maybe 2 to 3 minutes, and a lot of that was just waiting. So there were 6 agents standing around. It said, do not approach until the green light comes. And they're like, okay. And they had to get 6 agents, and we're the only 2 people there. And it was just kind of comical, like how fast CBSA was compared to the U.S. Border Patrol. And I thought about not answering their questions, but I knew better. That's the thing is I have a constitutional right to say, what's the purpose of your visit? I'm not telling you. I'm a U.S. citizen. I have a right to enter this country.
When you're coming back.
When you're coming in.
But if you want to get into Canada, you've got to answer the question.
I have to do whatever they say because Canadian Border Security, they can deny me entry for any reason they see fit.
They denied me.
Yep. Well, you have a criminal record.
Yep, it's true.
And so you have to spend $300 and get pardoned, Canadian pardons and rehabilitated. It's a whole process.
There's a Canadian process, but you've talked about the U.S. side, that there is a way to wipe off convictions from your record. Was it an annulment?
Yes.
Now, it's obviously going to be easier.
Okay, so it's just for those who are going to yell at me, annulment, sealing, and expungement mean the same thing. It's just some states call them different things.
I see. So when I went to Canada and they told me if I try to come back to Canada within the next decade, I'll be arrested on felony charges.
Correct.
Because I have a couple of misdemeanor convictions.
Correct. That you've not been rehabilitated in Canada for. So rehabilitation's a process where you spend like $200-$300. You go for an interview.
Yeah.
They say, have you learned your lesson? Are you a good person? They have character references, and they make a decision of whether you can be admitted into Canada in the future.
So it's not like in Idiocracy, Monday Night Rehabilitation, where they'd send out the monster truck to try and run you over in the Winnie Mobile?
And this gets a lot of people in the old days, they don't realize, but like DWI, that's a very serious felony in Canada. It would be akin to, assault and battery here in the United States. It's mandatory jail time, and people have found out the hard way. They had like a DWI conviction 10, 20 years ago. They go to Canada. In the old days, Canadian authorities wouldn't know about your U.S. criminal record because we didn't routinely share. But now Canada and the U.S., for police sharing information, it's practically the same country. So as soon as you swipe your passport at CBSA Canadian Customs, if you have a DWI conviction, it's going to pop. and you will be denied entry, and you have to apply for rehabilitation. Anyway.
855-450-FREE. If you want to tell us your border crossing story, you can.
This is a warning to all household pests, to all cockroaches, spiders, ants, rodents, and other pests. If you've just made yourself at home in someone else's home, you'd better hope the owners never hear about Terminix, because Terminix has the know-how and the means to do whatever it takes to remove you from that home. Terminix has over 85 years of experience exterminating invaders like you. And right now, they're making it easier than ever for homes to be protected by offering a free pest estimate to every caller at 1-800-689-2939. Cockroaches, spiders, ants, rodents, and other pests. This is your eviction notice. With one call, Terminix will remove you from the home you've invaded. If you think you can simply come back later, think again. Terminix will protect that home with a 100% satisfaction money-back guarantee, so you can never return. Warning, homeowners are calling Terminix right now for a free pest estimate at 1-800-689-2939. 1-800-689-2939.
Limitations apply. See plan for details.
This is a healthcare alert from the Pain Relief Hotline. If you, a family member, or a loved one suffers from knee, back, shoulder, or ankle pain and have Medicare as your primary insurance, we've got great news. You don't have to suffer any longer. You can immediately qualify for a pain-relieving brace at little or no cost to you by calling our 24/7 Pain Relief Hotline at 866-389-0620. Delivery is free and all paperwork is handled for you. If you are on Medicare and have knee, back, shoulder, or ankle pain, don't wait. You can qualify to immediately receive a pain-relieving brace at little or no cost by calling our 24/7 Pain Hotline now at 866-389-0620. Our representatives are standing by 24/7 to take your call and rush you your pain-relieving brace at little or no cost to you. Shipping is free and all paperwork is handled for you. Just call 866-389-0620. That's 866-389-0620. Again, 866-389-0620.
Free Talk Live.
The only thing that separates government from the mafia is their cloak of legitimacy. The government is nothing more than an armed gang of violent people masquerading as though they're something else. They've got these PR systems in place to make people think that there's something special about their armed gang, to make them not realize that that's all they really are. They've got uniforms, they've got robes, they've got courtrooms, they've got this aura, they've got flags, they've got pledges of allegiance, they run the schools, they run the roads, they're everywhere. So you think that they're supposed to be there. They've been there since you've been born, so they must always have to be there. Well, that's not true. They're an organized gang of criminals. You know how I know they're criminals? Because they're using force on people, and that's wrong. It's just wrong to force people to do things.
Free Talk Live, 7 nights a week from 7 to 10 Eastern, live on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
The three most important things you can do for Free Talk Live are: 1, share one episode a week on Facebook or in some other social networking site. 2, buy the things you buy online through shop.freetalklive.com. 3, give $5 a month to the AMP program. You likely buy all kinds of things online. Amazon is the largest online retailer. You can get what you need at the same prices with free Super Saver shipping by going to shop.freetalklive.com. Please do your online shopping at shop.freetalklive.com.
The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism, will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount.
Help get LRN.FM into more ears. Visit promote.lrn.fm for a free bumper sticker, flyers, banners, graphics, and more. Promote.lrn.fm.
Free Talk Live. Join us on the radio. Toll-free numbers 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. We've got Skype. Skype username LRN.FM, and you can join us online anytime you want. Just head on over to freetalklive.com. Get interactive there. Jax is probably the best Bitcoin wallet you're going to find out there right now. It not only will allow you to access your Bitcoin, but also your Ether and DAO tokens. JAXX.io is where you can go to download Jax. And you can get it for cross-platform. So there's Windows, Mac, Linux versions. There's browser plugins for Jax, Firefox, Chrome. There's, of course, iOS devices and Android devices can also run this thing. There's, to my knowledge, not another wallet out there that's cross-platform like that. That's pretty awesome. But also, it's super easy to back up and recover your funds. The designers of Jax do not have access to your funds. All your user data is stored client-side. And it's Jax's ultimate aim to build you a digital command center for your life. It will eventually give you control over coins. You've got that now. Currencies, contracts, identity, and more. They've got big plans for Jax, and it's already a great start. So go and check it out. Download it for free at jax.io, jaxx.io. As we continue here we were talking about the border, crossing the border. TJ, I think you pretty much told your story. Was there something you left out, or did?
No, I mean, we were debating. So coming back into the country, we were debating. I mean, this is the real. I'd like to point out. Well, what's the problem? Just answer a few questions. I'm like, well, what if you don't want to answer the questions? What if they say
coming back in?
Like, what if that Border Patrol agent instead of saying, well, what type of sexual positions do you like to have?
Mm-hmm.
How often do you have? Well, when do you draw the line of what questions? And so some of the questions they ask are very personal. And if they say we want to search your laptop, you can't say no. When you cross the border, that's called
crazy.
It's called the border search exception. So the Fourth Amendment says you have a right to say no to a police officer to having them search your device or person if they don't have a probable cause and a warrant. In some cases, in many cases, they need a warrant. So when you cross the border, you are implicitly waiving your right.
Mm-hmm.
So they can, if they wish, they may search your laptop. They can ask you any question you want, and coming into the U.S., we were debating, did we want to stage a little protest and say, what was how long were you in Canada? I invoke my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent. What's the purpose?
Well, we're going to invoke our right to detain you.
Yep, we have every right to detain you for 7 hours and search your vehicle and give you a pat down and make your life miserable.
Which is one reason why you parked on the U.S. side, went and walked over to Canada, and then walked back. So that way, if they're going to search, all they can search is your body.
Yes, which we didn't have anything on us.
And did they search your body?
No.
They didn't search us either when we tried our little experiment last year at PorkFest. We tried to cross over at Derby Line, Vermont, over across the border. Did you ever see that video?
Yes.
Okay, good.
And, you're not allowed to take pictures. So I was reading a court case. You're not allowed to take pictures inside the facility.
Oh, yeah, they don't like that.
But we had an audio recording because New York State is a one-party consent state.
Really?
So we were audio recording the thing, hoping that they would become that's saying some officers are very nice and congenial.
Mm-hmm.
Others are very aggressive.
I had a good cop, bad cop in my case.
And it really just depends on the luck of the draw. But, you should be in fear because those people hold the keys to your freedom.
Sure.
They can say you're not allowed to leave. Or they can say you're not allowed to. In the case if you're a U.S. citizen, they can't say you're not going to come back in.
Well, what they can say is you can come in if you're a U.S. citizen, but we have to determine whether or not you're a U.S. citizen. And so until we can
8 hours
determine
later,
that,
you've missed your flight. So, a lot of people, like at these Border Patrol checkpoints, they just say, yes, I'm a U.S. citizen. All right, have a nice day. They don't want to be bothered. And that's one of the problems. If people aren't willing to say, officer, I know you're trying to do a job, but that question has no relevance to whether I'm a terrorist or not. Where I ate for lunch is none of your business. And it isn't. That truly is the matter of fact. It is none of the police's business, and that's what they are. They are law enforcement officers. The Border Patrol and ICE, Immigration Customs Enforcement, they're law enforcement officers. They're conducting criminal investigations. When you're going through that checkpoint, they're conducting a criminal investigation.
Right.
Everyone could be a smuggler. Anyone could be a terrorist. And so their job is to try and get something on you. And if you say something like, oh, yeah, I bought an orange or I bought a Cuban cigar, that was the thing we wanted to go up there to Canada.
Oh, don't say you bought a Cuban cigar.
Well, no, that was the thing we wanted.
That's contraband, right?
Yes. And it is actually the Office of Treasury, they assert extraterritorial jurisdiction over all U.S. citizens anywhere in the world. So Tom DeLay, former Speaker of the House, he went up to Canada and was smoking a Cuban cigar, which is illegal to have here in the United States because of the embargo, or was. And the Treasury Department released a memo, and you can look it up on the internet. They said, we'd like to remind all U.S. citizens that consumption of Cuban goods anywhere in the world is prohibited.
Are you kidding me?
Nope, I'm not. That is honest hand towards God. You can look it up on the internet. I can pull it up for you on the next break.
Yeah.
I'll pull it up on the next break if you want.
Wow.
So, yes, if you are a U.S. citizen...
So doing something legal in another country is still illegal in the United States if they can prove that you did it?
Correct.
Yes.
Now, they never enforce it, but they
insane.
could. So they wanted Tom DeLay to know that, yes, he could have been arrested for smoking a Cuban cigar in Canada. Which it goes...
man.
I mean, this is... Okay, I'd like all of you listening. There is a concept called Make Me. You know, if the U.S. government wants to say, yeah, you're a U.S. citizen, you're not allowed to drink Cuban rum anywhere in the world, I say, okay, make me. Go ahead and enforce that law. In fact, you know what? I'm going to take a picture of myself drinking Cuban rum in Canada, and I'm going to mail it to the Department of Homeland Security headquarters and say, please arrest me next time I come over the border because I broke your rules. I broke your rule. I bought from an embargoed country.
Yeah, I mean, if you're admitting it, then they would have all the evidence
That's probable cause for an arrest. They absolutely could arrest me, yes.
If
I would have bought a Cuban cigar, which I didn't because they were all closed. So the only reason I didn't commit a felony or a felony today and purchase product from an embargo country today was because all the shops were closed in Canada. It was 6 a.m. We were watching the sunrise rise over Rainbow Bridge in Niagara Falls. It really is quite
Sounds
pretty.
Nice. I've heard the visual is better on the Canadian Niagara side than the U.S.
Is that because Canada isn't necessarily good to look at, or why is the view better?
The view of the falls. It's just supposedly better.
Yes.
Okay.
You get to see the American, so you can't really see the American Falls from the American side. So you have to be on the Canadian side to see the American Falls and the Horseshoe Falls. But it's really funny because you're going across, and it's like, well, they have all this razor wire, but if you were hell-bent on entering the U.S. illegally, all you'd have to do is just find one of the points in the river, downriver, where nobody can just swim across or boat across. There's nobody stopping you. So it's a felony to cross a border without going through border security or a border checkpoint or checking in.
Right.
And I know that it's just, and I know all this because I had what was called the Nexus card. So Nexus and Sentry were the trusted traveler programs where you pay $75, they run your fingerprints, they ask you a whole bunch of questions about whether you're a terrorist or not, and then they give you a special card that says this person's a super duper trustworthy citizen. Don't harass them as much.
Super statist.
Yeah. And I kid you not, when I got my Nexus card, it went from, what is the purpose of your visit? How long will you be staying? What do you do for a living? Where did you get the money for this trip? Where will you be staying? Who do you know in Canada? Why are you coming to Canada? Do you have any drugs or weapons, or what do you have in your car? How much money do you have?
Hello, Mr. Spy. Come on in.
No, honest to God, when I got the Nexus card for that $75, it was, is Missouri MO or MI? And I said, oh, Missouri abbreviation's MO. And they said, welcome to Canada. And I just had this moment of what the hell just happened. It was like a breath of pre-9/11 fresh air. Because I am old enough to remember when you could actually go into Canada, they didn't check your ID. You just said, oh, yeah, I'm here to visit Canada. I'm an American.
Right. Toll-free number tonight, 855-450-FREE, 855-450-3733. You can join us here. And there's more about this Constitution Party guy, Darryl, that you're going to share with us on the way here in moments. You can take control of the airwaves with us. This is Free Talk Live, 855-450-FREE.
So you've got to take a state construction license exam or certification. Can't decide on what books or what chapters to study? Discover right now how you can eliminate unnecessary books and wasted study time. At contractorexam.com, our study materials zero in on state-required test topics in an effective, multiple-choice format. So whether you're a plumber, electrician, general contractor, or other construction-related trade, contractorexam.com will help get you prepared. Visit us at www.contractorexam.com today.
Worried about lead, fluoride, and other contaminants in your drinking water? Get a ProPure with the Pro 1G 2.0 cleanable reusable filter and remove up to 200 contaminants. Drink water the way nature meant it to be. Clean, crisp, and refreshing. See the complete line of ProPure products, including the new ProMax shower filter. There's a ProPure for you. Visit your authorized ProPure dealer for details or ProPureUSA.com. That's ProPureUSA.com.
I've been told no in many different ways.
I give you an order and you're going to obey it.
Who told you to go this way? You can do that and you have to leave here.
You cannot bring signs into the rally.
Walk with me. Well, I'm comfortable here, actually. Whoa. Hey. Who do you think you are? Excuse me.
There is no video and audio allowed in this hospital.
No, I have work today.
You ain't going to make it.
Wait on account. Now. Wait a minute.
Whoa. Hey! Oh my God! Unbelievable!
Why are you running from me? Because you're scared me. What am I being detained for?
You're being served.
What is this?
You're being served.
What is this?
Bureaucrats have a funny way of telling people no.
That's the sound of the men working on the chain.
Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. Watch it for free and order the Director's Cut DVD at victimlesscrimespree.com.
Cell 411 is a free app for Android and iOS that replaces government-controlled 911. Cell 411 allows you to preset a group of friends or private organizations to show up at any emergency. Cell 411 is a nightmare for the state because it proves their so-called services aren't needed. Cell 411 has had thousands of installs, and of course it's covered by the BIPCOT no government license. Cell 411 because your friends won't shoot you when you're in trouble. Without the government, who would build the emergency services? You and Cell 411. Get it today at getcell411.com.
If you want to know the latest about Free Talk Live before we go on the air, all you need to decide is how you want it delivered. It's your choice. Visit news.freetalklive.com. You can get emailed announcements and participate in contests via our email updates list. Plus, we have a Twitter account that you can follow and a Facebook page where you can become a fan. So visit news.freetalklive.com to get news about Free Talk Live as soon as it's announced and the way you want it delivered at news.freetalklive.com. That's news.freetalklive.com. Recently, LRN.FM kicked off its 2016 satellite fundraiser. This year, we're hoping to expand our international free-to-air satellite coverage to include Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. Our current satellite coverage includes North America, Central America, and Sub-Saharan Africa. This year, the Indiegogo-based fundraiser is going to be promoted via a Head Talker. It's a website that allows you to sign up to join in a social media blast to promote something. Sign up now at share.lrn.fm via your preferred social media, and then on Independence Day, July 4th, the Head Talker will post to your social media accounts about our fundraiser. We've set a goal of 200 people. Will you be one of them? Now, of course, you can go donate to the fundraiser right now at fund.lrn.fm. But even if you can't afford to help, you can definitely add your social media reach to the Head Talker. So please do. Go to share.lrn.fm. That's share.lrn.fm.
This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at lrn.fm.
It's Free Talk Live. You can bring up whatever's on your mind here. Toll-free number 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. Skype username, it's LRN.FM. Bernie Sanders has come to represent the new socialist movement in America, and it gives us liberty-minded folks an incredible opportunity to address his supporters in a rational, courteous, and dignified way. Fortunately, Roger Vere's on the side of freedom, and he's laid out an incredible challenge. Adam Kokesh has agreed to meet Bernie Sanders in any city in America on any day between now and the end of the year for a friendly debate on socialism versus voluntarism, in which Bernie can choose the objective moderator. To sweeten the deal, Roger Ver, a.k.a. Bitcoin Jesus, has offered that upon completion of a 3-hour debate in which both men have equal time, he'll donate a total of $100,000 worth of Bitcoin to the charity of each man's choice, which is $50,000 apiece. You can learn more about this challenge at bernie.freetalklive.com. That's bernie.freetalklive.com. More about the Constitution Party candidate, some of the positions on the issues in moments. First, to the phones and the fun. Ken is in Ohio. You're on Free Talk Live. Hello, Ken.
Hi, how you doing?
Hey, Ken. Doing great. Go ahead.
Calling about I had a comment about crossing over into Canada. I drive a truck, and I go into Canada quite a bit. And the crazy thing is that the worst part of the trip is actually coming back into the U.S.
Yep.
Going into Canada is usually hassle-free. Coming back into the U.S. is, can be a nightmare at times, just like TJ was saying. The funny thing is that a lot of what I haul into Canada is actually explosives. So
oh, God. I bet you have a wonderful time going through customs.
Well, going into Canada, they have no problem. They'll just say, where are you going? And I'll tell them, and they scan the paperwork and say, welcome to Canada, eh? But coming back, I'll be coming back empty, and they'll give me the third degree. Just get out of the truck, don't look at us, stand over there, keep your hands out of your pockets. It's insane.
Yeah, and then they tear there's a little bit of trim that's been misplaced. That's the affiant search, that's a common technique that drug dealers use to hide their contraband. So then they strip your truck, take all the trim off, don't find anything, and say, okay, you're free to go.
Now that we've taken, on.
You can put it back on yourself.
Yeah, I've not had to go that far, but I've been, I've had the vehicle searched, any number of times, and they're very, very unpleasant people for the most part. Occasionally there's a good one, but the other sad thing is that, coming back in Canada, if you ever see a police officer, it's usually because something has gone wrong, an accident, wreck, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Coming back in, I just came in a few days ago, and, coming across the border, the first thing I see is a, policeman sitting there waiting with the radar going, and, another one down the line, a couple miles after that. So it's kind of sad to come back in here on Independence Weekend, so-called, and come back into what is essentially a police state. So, happy liberty, everyone.
Yeah, I would imagine it would wear on you real fast if you had to keep going through that. And
well, that's why you get I think it was global. What's the name for the truckers? They have a special thing where you get expedited crossing because you've been through a background check. So it's not Nexus, but I think it's GOES.
FAST. Yeah, okay, FAST.
Yeah, fast.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's right. So,
Ken, thanks for sharing your experience tonight, and drive safe out there. Appreciate hearing from you, and thanks for your service. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. It is the Independence Day edition of Free Talk Live. We're live in the studio here tonight, and you can bring up what you want. We're talking about the election and this guy running for the Constitution Party, Darryl Castle.
Yes.
He's saying he's more libertarian than Libertarian Party presidential candidate Gary Johnson. And you're continuing with an interview that he did with which website was it?
Liberty Hangouts.
Liberty Hangouts.
So they asked, do you see yourself taking an interventionist approach or non-interventionist approach to foreign policy? In short, how would a Castle administration handle our foreign conflicts? I'm a non-interventionist, he says. Mind your own business candidate. I would only
Except he wants to intervene in gay marriage.
He doesn't say that.
No? Okay. All right.
He said, I would only involve us in foreign conflicts if the United States was directly threatened and in danger. Next question, what's your view on the drug war? And what would be your approach to drugs as president from a constitutional standing? And
now, this is where he diverts from the Constitution Party guidebook or platform or whatever.
Yes, he says, I view the drug war as a total failure and would stop it immediately. The United States certainly has a right to determine what crosses its borders, but in a general drug policy should be on a state level. I personally favor decriminalization of drugs.
All right.
This next question ties in with drug policy. Do you see a role for the federal government in regulating and or prohibiting things such as prostitution, gambling, smoking, polygamous relationships, or any other activities made by consenting adults? No, I really don't. States are free, of course, to regulate if their people prefer it, but I see no constitutional role in such things except possibly to control the spread of pandemic diseases or something of that nature. So, even there, his answer on that question seems a little bit better than Gary's answer when Gary was on with Tucker Carlson and couldn't answer the question about polygamy.
That's true. And Gary Johnson has said he only wants to see marijuana legalized.
Yes. The next question here, if you are elected and could only accomplish three things, what would they be?
Interesting
First,
question.
He says, secure the border, control immigration.
Boo.
Second, and this is where he definitely diverges from Gary Johnson, he says, withdraw from the United Nations, NATO, TPP, NAFTA, CAFTA, GATT, WTO, etc.
So that's kind of a John Birch Society type person there.
And Johnson says stay in all that stuff?
Johnson said recently that one of his advisors told him that TPP promoted free markets.
Oh, boy.
The third thing he says is end the Federal Reserve and return monetary policy to Congress where the Constitution places it.
You've already lost the voters. The return monetary policy. Oh, God. That's
he never
a
had the
snoozer.
voters. He's in the Constitution Party. The voters will never even hear from this guy.
Rapid fire. Who would you nominate for the U.S. Supreme Court? He says Herb Titus. He's a Harvard lawyer, constitutional lawyer, and an old friend. Plans on being on the ballot in 42 states.
So he could technically win.
In theory, yes, if they wind up getting on those 42 ballots. In 2008, Ron Paul endorsed Chuck Baldwin and yourself when you were the VP for the Constitution Party. Are you seeking Dr. Paul's endorsement? He says, yes, I am, and would be honored by it. And finally, is taxation theft? How do you think Gary Johnson would answer a similar question?
I don't think he would say yes. I don't think Johnson would say yes to that.
TJ?
Of course, taxation's theft.
Well, we know taxation's
theft.
No,
how do you think Gary Johnson would answer the question?
I don't know, because I consider Jerry Johnson a kind of a liberal-leaning Republican. I don't consider him a libertarian.
And Gary was asked a very similar question in Pennsylvania. I forget exactly how he answered it, but it was not the same way that Darryl Castle answers this question.
Okay.
Yes, especially when we are directly taxed by the federal government.
All right, Darryl, what is your opinion then? I mean, is Darryl Castle more of a libertarian than Gary Johnson?
I wouldn't say more of, but based on what I'm reading here, he damn sure ain't less of one.
The party platform is way worse. I mean, if you compare Libertarian Party platform to Constitution Party platform, it's night and day. Huge difference. Constitution Party is a scary, religious, shove your religion down your throat with the force of the state kind of party, banning anything that's fun, banning, prostitution, gambling, drugs, prohibitions on gay marriage, on, polygamy or whatever.
By the way, I'd like to say that the state has created this whole gay marriage issue in the first place.
By being involved in marriage.
Well, by giving tax. So, I mean, here's the thing. I've been legally married in the state of California to another man, and, I don't need a piece of paper. Like, can you imagine me and James like, I don't have a piece of paper. I can't love you, honey.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but the real issue is the tax incentives, like the IRA incentive, the Family Medical Leave Act. There's all these benefits that come with having that government piece of paper.
Well, there may be benefits, but there's also the negatives of what happens during the divorce, which is where the government...
I've been through one of those, too.
Which is where the government gets to help decide on how things fall apart. Hey, more coming up here. You can share your thoughts with us here. 855-450-FREE. This is Free Talk Live's live Independence Day show.
Every once in a while, you get information that's worth changing your life for. This is one such time. You can save up to and beyond 25% on all purchases at Amazon. You probably heard of Bitcoin and just not thought much about it. You certainly know that you can get competitive pricing at Amazon, but now you can get a 25% discount on nearly everything you need to live. I've just given you a huge raise, and all you have to do is claim it. You go to saveitpurse.com and open an account. Do this right now. Don't wait. Then you fund the account with Bitcoin. You can buy them through expresscoin.com with a check or money order. There are other ways to get Bitcoin, but that's fast, safe, and easy. This information is worth you changing the way you do things. Go to saveitpurse.com right now, get signed up, and cash in on the huge raise I'm offering you. 15 to 25% off of everything at Amazon through saveitpurse.com. It's saveatpurse.com.
Dangerous blood clot device alert. If you or a loved one had an IVC filter placed to prevent blood clots from traveling to your heart or lungs and suffered an injury, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation. The FDA warns that IVC filters may cause serious complications, such as heart or lung damage, internal bleeding, and even death. These dangerous blood clot devices can break, and the metal fragments can travel to your heart or lungs, causing serious injuries. If you or a loved one suffered organ damage or other injuries from an IVC filter, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation. Act now. Time is limited to file a claim. For a free consultation and free information, call Injury Help Desk at 800-478-1507. 800-478-1507. 800-478-1507. This is an advertisement. Paid non-attorney spokesperson. InjuryHelpDesk.com is responsible for this advertisement. Principal office, Las Vegas, Nevada.
I'm Ian Freeman, host of Free Talk Live. We've been covering Uber for years on the radio with their ongoing legal cases across the globe defending your right to give people rides without asking government permission. I wanted to support Uber more directly, so I signed up to be a driver. It's fun to meet new people and help Uber push forward innovation. As of this recording, Uber is active in 67 countries, so there's a good chance they're available in your area. If you'd like to drive for Uber and make some money helping people get where they want to go, sign up at drive.freetalklive.com, and you'll get a $100 bonus after you complete a certain number of trips. With Uber, you can drive anytime you want. You set your schedule. To get started, you need a good driving record, 4-door vehicle, insurance, registration, and to pass a background check. It costs nothing to sign up, so visit drive.freetalklive.com. That's drive.freetalklive.com. And if you just want to try Uber as a rider, visit ride.freetalklive.com. Your first ride's free.
Here's a chance to do a little activism while you're cruising Facebook, Twitter, or Google+. Between the LOL cats, the recipes, the hot girls, and the inspirational sunrise memes, Free Talk Live's posts pass by your newsfeed. Like them, comment. It gives us more exposure. If you don't see our posts, click like at facebook.freetalklive.com and then hover over it to click Get Notifications. It's an easy way to spread the ideas of liberty a bit further. I know you're busy, but you can spare that 1/10 of a calorie it takes to click on something. Facebook.freetalklive.com. For Bitcoin to be ubiquitous, people need to use it. For people to use it, they must have it. How can we get Bitcoin into more hands? Tipping. What if you could include a bonus Bitcoin tip along with your regular tip to a server? What if that Bitcoin tip returned to you if unclaimed after 30 days? An attractive business card Bitcoin tip that's easily claimed, gives instructions on wallets and spending, and returns to the tipper if unused. Tip.freetalklive.com. Tip.freetalklive.com.
You can sign up to receive the latest about the Liberty Radio Network via our email updates at updates.lrn.fm. That's updates.lrn.fm.
Oh, yeah, it is Free Talk Live, and you can take control of the airwaves here. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. Please join the Free Talk Live AMP program for $5 a month. It's a huge help to us when you AMP Free Talk Live. It allows us to market the show, to advertise Free Talk Live, to promote the things that we do, to spread the ideas of liberty as far and as wide as possible. $5 a month is all we ask from you. You get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group where there's always some new, fresh conversation on a daily basis there. It's really a great Facebook group. There's not a lot I like about Facebook, but I do like the AMP forum there. So you can get into that. Also, we've got an AMP email list, the AMP-only phone lines, and more. The AMP-only podcast, which doesn't have the commercials that the regular podcast does. So go to amp.freetalklive.com. You can get signed up there with any major credit card through PayPal. You can use Visa or MasterCard as well, right there on the site. amp.freetalklive.com. Makes a big difference for us. You get perks. So we really appreciate everybody who's taken the time to amp the show. Even if you're, you had to drop out. Some people have to drop out due to financial difficulties hitting their lives. We appreciate everybody who has ever amped, and certainly the people who continue. Thank you. If you've yet to sign up, please go to amp.freetalklive.com. Makes a big difference. ampamp.freetalklive.com. Let's go to the phones, to the fun. Jeff, listening in Illinois. You're on Free Talk Live. Hey, Jeff.
Happy 4th of July, and I've got a 4th of July idea here. If they would get rid of anti-firework laws, then no parent's going to teach their child how to do something illegal, so that's why children get hurt with fireworks, because they're not taught how to operate them safely because of the anti-firework laws.
Well, I mean, anti-fireworks laws, I see what you're saying, that if there's a prohibition on fireworks and then kids are able to get their hands on fireworks. Why would you teach your children
how to operate them safely
if you can't have them? Right. I see where you're coming from there, that could lead. It would be interesting to see if there are higher deaths from fireworks in states where fireworks are prohibited as opposed to states where they're allowed.
Of course, I like to point out, who gets to decide for you? Like, sure, shooting fireworks, there is a risk of putting an eye out or getting
blow a hand
finger off.
Yeah.
Who gets to decide for you what risks you take for your own body? Should skydiving be banned? What about smoking? Smoking's very hazardous. That'll definitely kill you. Should that be banned? I mean, a lot of people would say yes, that the government should make it illegal to smoke. they should make skydiving illegal because sometimes parachutes fail to open. And as libertarians, we say, well, look, you are the owner of your life. You are the one and the only one. Maybe arguably your family and loved ones should have some say in this, but you're the one who ultimately has to make the decision what risks every day you want to accept or decline. So if you don't want to have a hand blown off, you can choose to not buy fireworks. But I really like shooting off fireworks, and I'm willing to take that risk because it's fun. But the government wants to impinge on my right to shoot off fireworks on my own private property, and I'm not bothering any of my neighbors. So you can make the noise argument complaint that if my neighbors are complaining about the noise, then that's a separate issue. But if you're just shooting fireworks off and nobody's complaining and just kids are having fun, I mean, it should be up to the parents to decide what risks their children are allowed to take.
Right.
So I just found an article from CNN from a couple of days ago, and they claim that as firework laws are relaxed, injuries increase. And I started reading the article, and they said that the injuries, particularly burns requiring hospital stays, quote, are especially high among people 20 and younger.
Yep.
Which means stupid teenagers that think that they're invincible are doing stupid things.
A lot of the times alcohol combined with fireworks results in blown up people.
Well, hey, I got an idea. Motorcycles, those are very dangerous. People, fall in the skin. So we should ban motorcycles.
And then they go on to say that as states have relaxed laws related to fireworks sales over the past decade, emergency doctors saw an increase in the number and severity of fireworks-related injuries among young people. And on the one hand, I kind of have to agree with their data because in the places where it's more difficult or near impossible to get the fireworks, then, chances are you're not going to have as many people getting their hands on them.
Right. Odds are good.
And then mixing fireworks and alcohol.
Right. So in any state where fireworks are allowed, then anyone who wants to can get them. But in the states where they're prohibited, likely the people that live on the borders, so like in Massachusetts, you can't use fireworks.
Right.
But the people who live close enough to New Hampshire, they're going to make the trip to New Hampshire. They're going to go to a fireworks store.
Right.
They're going to do
Ultimately,
it anyway.
I mean, this is one of the problems. If people don't complain, so if the government were to ban all the riding of all motorcycles, people would complain and the government would back off. But if people said, okay, well, if you say we can't ride motorcycles, we won't, the government will just keep passing.
They'll keep doing it.
They'll keep taking more of your rights until you say, no, government, this is wrong. And I don't care if 90% of the population says motorcycles are dangerous, they should be illegal. I am the owner of my body. If I want to ride a motorcycle, I'm going to ride a motorcycle. And if you want to pull me over and find me, again, make me. That's something that we need to learn as Americans, the make me doctrine.
Jeff, any other thoughts you want to share on fireworks? Go for it. Jeff in Illinois, going once, going twice. Sorry, man.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Go.
All right. Okay. So basically, with people keep on, I hear on the radio and stuff, and on Facebook, I see people calling for taking away of guns, or so-called like semi-automatic, the ones that look like military ones, and stuff like that, and that always gun control confiscation always precedes dictatorship tyranny. Hitler was for disarming the populace, and the Russian dictators all disarmed the people, and they killed 60 million in Russia after they took away their guns.
Yeah.
And
well, you don't need guns. The police will protect you. The state will provide all the security you need, so you don't need a gun to protect yourself. That's their statist R-type argument.
Yeah, and tell that to everybody who's waited for the police and had someone die in the meantime.
I would argue the police don't actually. It's not their responsibility to protect my life. It's my responsibility. If someone's trying to kill me, it's my responsibility to fend for my, to protect myself. And
the federal courts agree with you that it's not the government's job to protect you.
Yes, the federal courts have said in the DC. What was it? DC versus. I remember it was a DC case.
There's been multiple cases.
Yeah.
Hey, thanks, Jeff, for the call tonight. I appreciate it. Where the Supreme Court has ruled that the government at any level, not just the police, has no obligation to provide you with any service whatsoever. But the police don't have any obligation to provide you with their service.
Yes.
And so
if you're screaming and going, help, he's trying to kill me, and they go, oh, well, whatever, and they just ignore the call, guess what? You cannot sue the police.
No liability.
Supreme Court said so. They said that was actually a case where the woman was being raped.
That's correct.
She was screaming for help. The police heard her and just said, oh, well, whatever. And then, or I forget exactly, but they didn't respond, and it took them like 30 minutes.
That's right.
and she sued because he got away. And so Supreme Court said, well, no, they have no obligation to render aid.
It's Warren versus District of Columbia.
That's right.
That's one of the most infamous ones. But that's just one of a myriad of cases.
So you think about that. What the government says, your defense of you and your family and your property is primarily your responsibility, as it should be. It's not my neighbor's job to protect my car from getting stolen. If I leave it unlocked with cash in the seat and someone comes and steals it, I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying the thief is morally justified in stealing it, but I am saying it's my responsibility. If I want to not have my tire slashed, I should put a building around it. I should be nice to my neighbors and say, hey, will you watch my vehicle? Hey, for $100, will you protect my car? I mean, there's all kinds. That's the thing. The free market is amazing. You see all kinds of amazing solutions.
Well, if only we actually had a free market, then imagine how great it would be. Because right now we don't have a free market, but it's still pretty amazing. The marketplace itself.
It gives us all wonderful things.
The marketplace will do its damnedest to to bring you those wonderful things at the lowest possible price, despite whatever roadblocks the government puts in its way. So the market is pretty darn good at avoiding the government's roadblocks and working around them.
By the way, I love guns are very restricted in Mexico.
You can't have one.
Yeah. Well, all the drug dealers have fully automatic AR-15s. In fact, in Narco Cultura, which is a documentary on Netflix, you see them all and it was funny. The military shows up to confiscate all the guns, and the town comes up and says, so what was the auto defensus? The townspeople were arming themselves, saying, we're tired of the cartels robbing us. It's not that they're bringing drugs through.
So what were they arming themselves with?
AK-47s, AR-15s.
So illegally, then?
Yes, illegally.
Just townspeople.
And the military showed up to confiscate all the guns, and the town people started showing up, booing the military, saying, you guys are corrupt. We don't want you.
The military will probably confiscate the guns and then sell them to the drug dealers.
Down. And so James and I were watching this. We were like, could you imagine doing that, having the National Guard, and all the townspeople were like, screw you, National Guard. We don't want
That'd be awesome.
Oh, well, I said, yeah, down in Mexico, apparently it's a very common, it's accepted to actually tell the military, you're corrupt, you're not wanted here, go away. And they did, and it was just amazing to watch.
Yeah, I would love to see that happen here in the United States. So we hopefully started that process today with our NHexit protest, the second one happening here in New Hampshire. The first one was in Manchester. The next one's going to be out on the seacoast. We'll keep you in the loop of the NHexit scene. Meanwhile, check out Darryl W. Perry at libertylobby.xyz, and we'll see you tomorrow night online in the meantime at freetalklive.com. Welcome back, TJ.
Free Press Publications is an independent, alternative media and publishing company founded in June 2009 with the mission of ensuring a free press for the freedom movement, and is committed to spreading the message of peace, freedom, love, and liberty. FPP also gives new authors an avenue for publishing freedom-oriented material. FPP brings you daily news and commentary on the website, fpp.cc, as well as a daily 5-minute newscast, FPP Radio News, and weekly news, views, and commentary in the FPP Freedom Minute and Peace, Love, Liberty Radio at fppradio.com, and the monthly newspaper, FPP News, at news.fpp.cc. Find FPP online at fpp.cc. That's fpp.cc, as in Creative Commons.
We've all heard about blockchain assets like Dogecoin, Ether, and Ripple. Bitcoin isn't the only player in the blockchain game any longer. And for those of us wondering how to get our hands on these digital assets, finally, there's a solution. Shapeshift.io allows you to buy and sell between your digital assets and Bitcoin instantly between your own digital wallets. I've used it with ease. Shapeshift.io. There's no account or email address needed. You send them the crypto you want to sell. They send back the crypto you want to buy. It's that easy. Shapeshift.io.
So you've heard all 3 hours of the latest episode of Free Talk Live, and you're still hungry for liberty-oriented audio content? Did you know that we have another 24/7 audio stream at LRN.FM? The Liberty Radio Network airs the latest episodes of some of the best liberty-oriented podcasts on the internet around the clock. In addition to recorded content, you'll also hear live shows like Free Talk Live, originating from our Keene, New Hampshire studio. So listen anytime at LRN.FM. That's LRN.FM.
This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM.
Free Press Publications is an independent, alternative media and publishing company founded in June 2009 with the mission of ensuring a free press for the freedom movement and is committed to spreading the message of peace, freedom, love, and liberty. FPP also gives new authors an avenue for publishing freedom-oriented material. FPP brings you daily news and commentary on the website fpp.cc, as well as a daily 5-minute newscast, FPP Radio News, and weekly news, views, and commentary in the FPP Freedom Minute and Peace, Love, Liberty Radio at fppradio.com, and the monthly newspaper FPP News at news.fpp.cc. Find FPP online at fpp.cc. That's fpp.cc, as in Creative Commons.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.FM in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media, and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.FM. Download it now, free, at apps.lrn.fm.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you're helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. That's Bitcoin.com.
What's up next? Visit the Liberty Radio Network program guide to find out at shows.lrn.fm. That's shows.lrn.fm. The latest edition of The Don't Comply Show is next on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM. Get more at don'tcomply.com.
Brothers and sisters, we've gathered here today to lay to rest our rights, our freedom, and our Constitution. Now, some might say that it's dead, it's gone, it's never coming back. But, my fellow people, we do have a solution. It's the Don't Comply Show, bitches!
Welcome back to the Don't Comply Show. I'm your host, Murdoch Piscotti, and Phoenix Wharton sitting next to me.
What up?
Matthew Short is on hiatus as usual, and fill-in guest co-host / inside scoop behind enemy lines, we have Eric.
Hello.
Is that secret? Are we?
No, that's cool.
Okay.
Secret identity is broken.
I don't know about that whole Clark Kent thing you got going on. I don't know if you want, jobs and what have you to fill in and figure it out. Have you had that issue yet with your jobs? Have they looked you up?
Oh yeah.
And you still have a job?
I do. I don't think they completely understand everything.
But they're cool enough not to fire you.
Exactly.
I love when I go into a store the next day after a big event and my customers are like, I saw you on the news. That happens. It happens.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, hope everyone out there has opened up their beer and get ready for another episode of Don't Comply's VR vodcast in 360 virtual reality. If you look around, obviously you can see this is in a complete 360 view. And we're able to impose any backgrounds on this. Enjoy the entertainment around us. If we become too boring, you can just kind of drift off and look at all this around. But we are the first ones to have created a 360 green screen studio that we are now using. Get some Google Cardboard. They're like $5 to order a pair and put them on and watch this show, and it will put you right in the seat next to us here.
Don't fill up the mannequin.
Oh, sorry. So we just got through with a little bit of our own celebration out at Lone Oak Boys property out that way.
Epic party.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. Big group of activists. We were excited to hang out with everybody. And people always on the internet are, well, you're anti-state, so why are you celebrating Independence Day? And we weren't celebrating Independence Day because we don't have independence. That doesn't exist. It's a big facade that they march out this dog and pony show about voting and rights and all of these freedoms that we have that don't exist, that it's a complete fictitious scenario. And really what we were doing was celebrating the ongoing fight for independence. This is a new holiday that activists need to be celebrating and stop pandering to these holidays presented to us by the state to propagate worship of the state. It furthers the Stockholm syndrome that we are all suffering from by worshiping the state. On all these holidays, you get a day off of work to worship the state. And so we're commandeering these holidays from here on out. It's the Fight for Freedom Day that we're celebrating. We're celebrating all activists' ongoing, continuing fight for freedom and independence.
All we really want is a day to blow shit up and get drunk, man.
Yeah, and you should check out the videos on the side. We were testing out mortar shells, our new Don't Comply riot shields, and how they held up to the mortar shells of the fireworks show. Yeah, thanks for hitting our shields and damaging them with your fireworks.
I think Sam did a better job hitting y'all than me.
That did look fun.
Awesome.
Well, I was having a lot more fun. I went to see Finding Dory.
But we set fields on fire too. Does that not count?
I only cried twice.
Which show?
Finding Dory. It's the new Disney movie.
Okay, is that like Nemo's long lost sibling?
It's his friend.
Oh, is that the dumb fish?
Yeah, the dumb one.
She got lost?
Of course.
Well, I mean, that was just to be expected. Like, nobody's surprised.
Well, supposedly when you have children, your estrogen levels go up, so...
Really? Yours do?
Well, mine did, probably, but supposedly in general, when you have children...
Uh-huh.
Why are you touching my...
I was looking to see if the estrogen levels
that's
really
just
were.
fat man titties. That's not estrogen.
Oh. Well,
it may have attributed to it. I don't know.
Well, Eric.
Yes.
You were on jury duty.
Yeah, I did.
6 months, every Thursday, grand jury.
It was a lot of fun.
That's a lot of dedication. That's a lot of time you gave up, personal time, that you worked overtime in odd hours to make up for it.
Is that normal that you get stuck with something like that for 6 months?
I think it depends on the county, because I've talked to some other people on some grand juries, and the selection was different, and so was the time frame.
All right, well, tell us about it. What happened? How did that start? How'd you get in?
Well, I got to...
Because I know, when I walk in my F the Police shirt and long ratty hair,
they usually just send you home.
They usually just give me the day off, and they're like, yeah, you can go.
Oh, yeah. Well, I got the jury summons in the mail, and I was excited about it. I really wanted to go. I'd met Bob Smiley at one of the Don't Comply events. Luckily, I think just a couple weeks after I got the jury summons in the mail. And he told me about FIJA, FIJA.org. And there they actually have...
Which is the Fully Informed Jury Association?
Yes, Fully Informed Jury Association.
And we're going to be talking a lot about jury nullification this episode, and that's probably a really good source for people to go check out and really read up on the details of what that encompasses.
Right. Yeah, and they actually have a document on there. I have to find the link. But it tells you how to get picked for jury duty, which I studied that and ended up not even needing it because the judge just randomly picked me.
Nice. So you were the foreman of the grand jury, and you got to preside over thousands of cases over a 6-month period. And tell us a few stories about it.
Well, anything in particular you want to hear? The process? Or?
Well, what was the opening? What was the drug classes? What was this deal with you brought in some?
Yeah, they did
propaganda.
At the first day, they gave us this whole speech about trying to uphold the Constitution and for the jury not to be used as a rubber stamp. and they didn't tell me exactly what was going on. They had me sign my name 3 times, and they actually made me a rubber stamp right after giving me that speech.
Look, look, you are not here to be a rubber stamp. Here's your rubber stamp. Oh wait, now people know what your signature looks like.
Well.
Well, let's first explain. I mean, how does it go from just being on a regular jury to becoming a jury foreman?
Could you please mansplain that for us?
Well, for me, it was kind of random. They had a pool of a little over 100 people, and they asked a bunch of questions if it was going to affect their jobs, income, other things in their life. And so,
when would spending every Thursday for 6 months not affect your life, your work, or anything? I mean, that's just.
Well, with about 100 million people in this country unemployed, there's probably quite a few that have the spare time.
Oh, so those are just leading questions, saying, "Hey, are you like on welfare? And
are you a status that depends on us?
Yeah, would you be Democratic status that is dependent on the government dole?" Or are you a productive person in society that will probably be a little more into freedom? So these were leading questions trying to determine exactly where you lean and how you'd vote.
Well, actually, not this time. On a trial jury, it is like that. But it was more just, if you had medical problems, family members that need you home. But so I stayed in the pool to get picked, and then the judge, he just randomly called my name first, and he's like, "You're the first person of the grand jury, and you're the foreman." And well, actually, he asked me one question, and that was if I had ever committed a crime or been charged of a crime. So I said yes, and then he said, "Was it theft?" And I said no, and that's when he said I was the foreman.
It could have been weird. It could have been murder.
I know there's a million other crimes out there.
You could have been caught with 60 pounds of crack cocaine, and not that those are victimless crime. I mean non-victimless crimes that you should be kept from a jury.
That is a weird category. It's like, can we trust them in our courthouse not to steal our shit?
Yeah,
is that all they're worried about?
Are you going to take home our pens? That's really all we want to know. Are you going to steal the stamp out of this courtroom?
I did steal the stamp.
Oh, damn!
I wasn't going to leave that with them in the courthouse.
Right? Yeah, you don't get my signature because you were told that actually does occur.
Yes, I talked to Randy Kelton from Rule of Law Radio, and he said that the feds have been caught with federal grand juries using their stamps on indictments that they knew nothing about.
Unreal. What about this drug class?
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, so they'd load up the crack pipe for you, and they're like, "Here it is."
Yeah, actually, so I used to work at the gas pipe for a few years, and there was a guy that used to come in there.
You have a lot of experience in that world.
Oh, yeah. So one of the cops that actually was in there undercover when they were going to bust the gas pipe for all the herbal incense stuff, he was the guy doing the class. And I'd actually seen him in there before. It's like,
you sold stuff to this guy before at the gas pipe.
And he was like an undercover?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
He was in there undercover doing an investigation. I was actually, when the gas pipe got busted, me and my wife were on our honeymoon. The day that we left is when it all went down, so I wasn't there and never went back.
Was there herbal stuff that's illegal or something?
Yeah,
the
K2 stuff. They were. Can I tell what?
Yeah.
They were. Gas pipe was manufacturing it in the store, in-house.
Really?
They were ordering chemicals from overseas and dousing the potpourri stuff and making it and packaging it and selling it.
That's scary.
And in this drug class, too, there was actually some of the 1Cs that I helped package up.
That package is familiar.
It's a small world.
It is. So
wow.
It was really interesting because here is the Plano Police Department coming in, handing me pounds of weed, LSD, heroin, crack, meth, and paraphernalia.
I made this meth too in my shack in the woods.
Now I didn't get this in elementary school when they did the same thing, and they would light this thing and go, "See the smell? This is what marijuana would smell like. If you smell it, you should go away."
I don't think they really do that.
They did when I was a kid.
What?
I didn't have that.
Yeah, I missed out on that one.
Yeah.
Well, you're old, though.
Now I don't know that it was real pot, but it was it smelled like it, and it was kind of an instance thing that they were like, this is what it smells like. And I'm not even talking in the mic. And see, this is why this setup's wrong, because now I've got to turn all the way over here and look at you guys.
You're supposed to be looking at Betty over here.
I know, but, you know, she's all buttoned up nice and tight. I can't see her bra, so I'm...
It's a disturbing lack of cleavage.
So I don't understand why knowing what it looks like has anything to do with he was caught with 3 pounds of pot. Is he guilty or not?
I have no idea either.
Like, when did that come into play of, well, we need you as a jury to identify whether or not this bag that was found on him is actually methamphetamines. Like, that's not your job.
Exactly. Of course, it was just to demonize drugs and drug users.
Right. Because it was all part of the propaganda to get you into the mindset.
See,
exactly.
Well, and they want you to act like, well, they bring you in. It's like, you're part of the system. We need your help. We're going to get these bad guys with your knowledge about drugs.
Exactly. They said it was so we could understand what they were talking about with the terms when we would see it in the cases, in the evidence. But yeah, the whole time they were talking about how horrible these drugs are, what it does to people and society, which most of it was BS.
Right.
And so, as a grand jury, walk me through this. What is the step in the process when a prosecution, they say, we want this guy to be charged? Is that when they bring this to you, or?
Well, it comes on a docket. They'll get subpoenaed. All the evidence is subpoenaed, and a docket is brought to the jury. Usually, we would have somewhere between 30 to 40 cases every day. And basically, it's just a name on a sheet. They're all numbered, name on the sheet, the crime that they're being charged for. And you only have a few minutes, really, to hear all the evidence and later make a decision during the deliberations.
And it's like a closed room. Do you have people, the prosecutors, coming in testifying, or are you just looking at a folder of all this evidence?
And that's one thing I didn't understand about the grand jury before I was on it, too, how it actually all worked, because I thought it was like an actual courtroom. But no, you're in the grand jury room is just the jurors, the prosecutors, and the police, usually the arresting officers. Some police departments will send one cop over to represent the whole
liaison for the department.
Mm-hmm.
So you have multiple people pushing for a charge or an indictment or whatever, and no one to stand on behalf of the person that's accused.
No defense, just the prosecution.
That's a lovely
system.
system.
You have a whole room of people that are all hired by the same side, all paid by stolen money from the same people, and they're all sitting around going, this person needs to go to jail, this person's guilty, this person this, and they're bad. And nobody going, well...
Exactly. And actually on the first day, too, it was pissing me off because the prosecutor, she was just laughing about these people getting charged and talking about how bad they were, that they're frequent flyers of ours, and telling the jury that it's okay to laugh, that they need the comic relief. It's like, this is real people's lives here.
And I'm sure 999 people out of 1,000 just go along with it and happily do anything these prosecutors say.
And
of course.
And have been doing it for decades. I mean, that's just status quo for how they do trials. And it's just remarkable to me that you told me about one particular case where it was actually an officer that was in there. We're not going to get any details, but can I even say that?
I don't know.
Well,
I don't know the legalities of it.
Well, I said it.
We'll get that out of him a little later.
But the issue is that all of a sudden the whole room of people that are hired by the same people, instead of saying this person is the guilty one and needs to go to jail, all of a sudden all roles were reversed.
Yeah.
Now there wasn't anyone saying he was guilty and needing to go to jail. Everybody was saying, well, why would we send this person to jail?
Yeah, and technically the law doesn't really apply to them. Apparently, that's what we were told.
And so that's why you see the high conviction rates for regular people and the very low indictment rates or conviction rates for police, that it rarely goes to trial because of these scenarios. The way that the system is completely rigged and set up, these processes that are supposed to be like if it's only a person, the prosecutor's in there going, these people need to go to jail, these people need to go to jail, it should be the exact same scenario no matter who it is.
Exactly.
And then you can see the hypocrisy in the system whenever one of their guys get caught up. Well, I know we've been doing this for like the last 2,000 cases, but we're just going to do it completely black as white, up is down, and left is right.
Right. And the prosecution, after they present a case and all the evidence, before the jury goes to deliberations to make a decision, they'll actually give a recommendation on how the jury should vote. And so that case that you're talking about, they aggressively push for a no bill from the jury.
Who actually gives that recommendation?
Prosecutors.
Just the prosecutors. So they go...
Sometimes the officers.
So they go, haha, these frequent flyers that are nothing but trash and terrible people that have been already... And I don't know that they can go into past convictions on these people during that, can they?
What do you mean, past convictions?
Can they say, this person's been charged with this, and this?
Yeah,
is that
definitely?
Because I've heard people on jury trials where they're not allowed to know the past convictions of this person.
Not during an actual trial.
Not during an actual trial.
I don't know if that applies to the whole grand jury thing.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. Like during a regular trial, you're not allowed to know about past convictions of a person.
Yeah,
right, because it would sway your
opinion of that particular case, which has nothing to do with something they did previously.
No, and it's all done behind closed doors. They can do whatever they want to do.
Yep.
Right. And so I find that a little strange too, that they can bring up, this is someone who is always getting in trouble. They've had all of these convictions before,
and they'll actually pull up their records and tell the jury about it too.
Wow, which has no relevance whether or not something really occurred, because you're not talking about that incident. You're talking about other things.
Exactly.
Well, that was our fun with the 360 camera.
Yeah, right.
We are going to have to take a break, but we're going to come back. The rest of the show is going to be our podcast. You can catch that with the links below. Go to don'tcomply.com. Go to the Don't Comply Show on iTunes, and you can see all of it. And you can always support us by going to don'tcomply.rocks. That's the new address.
I love it.
You like that?
I haven't heard that yet.
But yeah, definitely catch the rest of the show by downloading the podcast. Thanks for listening. Because when we come back, we're going to get all the stories out of him that he doesn't really want to tell.
He doesn't think he can tell them, but we're going to squeeze it out of him. Maybe I'm going to steal his notes and read them.
Oh, there we go.
So stick with us. Hear all the audio.
And I'll sign it.
on the podcast.
All right, that was nice. It was very hot, sweaty, passionate, milky.
The Don't Comply Show. We'll be right back.
Now, we must all fear evil men. But there is another kind of evil which we must fear most, and that is the indifference of good men.
That's right. This is the Don't Comply Show, and you are sticking with us. I hope that you were watching the first part in VR, Vodcast 360 Virtual Reality. If you didn't, you need to go to YouTube to the Don't Comply channel and check it out, because that first segment was done in 360. We've now just gone to boring audio.
Podcasts are awesome.
I know. I love it. And I'll put these on for entertainment because I get to listen to you fools while I'm driving. I drive all day, every day. You drive it all day, every day, Phoenix.
I think all three of us have.
We all do.
Eric, too. And
I know I ran out of podcasts the other day. I was shouting out on Facebook, like, someone give me something to listen to. I have like 30 podcasts.
And you know what one of the guys is linked to? The Don't Comply Show.
Oh, yeah. It's like, thanks, I listened to that one.
Maybe you hadn't heard this one. It's called the Don't Comply Show.
Well, Matthew's brother actually recommended a book, an audio book, which I went and downloaded and listened to. It's all kind of glorifying the 80s, and it's actually a really good book, other than all the goddamn global warming propaganda in the beginning of it. which is it's a post-apocalypse type world.
Yeah.
And so the first 30 minutes is about how we killed the planet, and now we all stacked trailers because they all have to live next to the city, and geographically it's limited, and blah, 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 blah. If you can stomach all that crap, that humans are bad, then it is actually a really fun book.
But you've commented on how that stuff gets stuck everywhere. You went and saw some Pixar movies with your child.
Oh, just Finding Dory that I went to see today.
Oh, did that have it in it too?
Yeah, she gets stuck in the little 6-pack plastic thing.
Of course.
From beer cans or whatever. Yeah, she gets stuck in one of those.
Most epically, though, there is a manufacturer now that is coming out with biodegradable, edible 6-pack containers.
And it won't be cost effective, and we won't use it.
Right. I know. But the innovation's there. If it didn't have to go through all sorts of patents and UL listings and everything else under the sun that costs a company millions of dollars, and that they could just have a little crop in their backyard that I'm sure now has to get FDA approved and everything else so that they can use it in a food product.
Well, they already have those solid plastic ones like Deep Ellum uses on their beer.
Oh, yeah.
You know, fish can't get stuck in that.
Yeah, they're just solid plastic discs that snap on all six of the cans. And those are actually super awesome. I've found out because they're reusable. You can take miscellaneous 6-packs that you get from other manufacturers, other breweries, and you're going to your buddy's house or whatever, you can do a mix max and snap them all in and then grab it, and you got a mixed set of 6-pack of beers to take with you.
I didn't think about that. We have
or any soda or sodas too for you boring people.
They're super reusable, just like a condom.
Yeah, I mean, all you got to do. Wait, what? You got to be hard up to have to reuse one of those.
That's why God made Saran Wrap.
That's why He made sandwich bags.
The 1 gallon size.
Well, we had fun out in the campgrounds. We caught some fields on fire and got ran in my flippy floppies through the thorns and barbed wire fences to put out the fire, and tried out a riot shield with mortar shots. It was a really good, epic weekend with a lot of activists, and it was our celebration of the continued fight for freedom. And I would like to see a lot of people adopt a new holiday. I know that's not the catchiest title. I'm really looking for someone to maybe write in and find that je ne sais quoi,
the Freedom Fourth. But you need some new take on the 4th of July is what you're asking for.
Yeah. It'd be kind of maybe I don't know, anything that I'd go to.
More importantly, Eric, you don't know this, but I have a hard rule against flip-flops.
Oh, okay.
And this blatantly proves my point that he's running through a field and loses his flip-flops and gets in some type of poisonous plant.
Right.
I don't wear flip-flops
in the middle of a fire.
Because in any emergency, it is the worst footwear. You can't run from the popo. You can't run from zombies. Just why would you go out in public with flip-flops?
No,
it's the most dangerous thing in the world.
It's very true, and I went my entire life without wearing them. I have never worn flip-flops in my life.
And the second you do, you get poisoned. By nature.
And only in the last maybe year and a half, I have gone flippy-floppy. And not in that manner. I mean, I'm getting up there in age, but not that kind of flippy-floppy.
I guess as long as you're not rocking socks with them.
I have seen people do that.
I'm sure you have.
Because that's your first, as you move into the flip-flop world, you're like, how do you do these? Do you do these? But you can't get the thing through your feet with the sock. That's when you know that you shouldn't be wearing socks.
Brainstorm. Flip-flop socks.
Oh
yeah.
They got
I'm gonna make $1 million
cut out right there.
Yeah.
Is it okay?
They have those other
things are swirling.
They have those other lame little shoes where they go around all of your toes. Have you seen those?
Yeah, the Crocs, right? Are they?
No, there's something else where they're like form-fitting.
Now, I'll tell you, I would wear those like a mofo if I could find one for my double E wide 13 size foot that fits my foot. I have not the slightest doubt that not one of them ever manufactured to this date would actually fit on my foot.
Probably not.
Yeah, so it's bad enough I go into a big shoe store and you have two sizes or two varieties that actually have your size, and then maybe one of those has the double E wide that actually fits on your foot.
Yeah, these, I bought the E's off Amazon because I was like, oh, I'm going to find these online and get the super wide ones. They're still pretty tight.
Yeah. And it just kind of goes, with the genetics.
Yep.
And it's
big
impossible.
features.
Yeah. Well, you know what they say about guys that wear big shoes, right?
That's true.
Yeah. They wear big socks. Or with big feet, and they wear big shoes. However that goes.
Well, what was this meme you were whining about a while ago?
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm saving the rant for online, for on our podcast.
Okay.
Where do I start? All right. I posted this meme, and anyone that follows me on Facebook knows I post 1 million memes a day. I just grab them and rehash them and sling them back out like I'm just dealing crack rock on the corner. I'm just tossing rocks out everywhere. And, most of the time, I want you to know I'm in heavy stop-and-go Dallas traffic in my work truck, jamming the radio really loud, Facebooking. That's kind of what I do most of my day, and I get paid for it. So there's an occasional one that I posted that I didn't quite read, but just went ahead and posted, and you're like, oh, that sounds good, and people start giving you flack, and you look at it, you're like, yeah, I didn't quite read that. All right, delete. And that happens. This particular one was not that. I knew exactly what it was. I posted it and had some of the most hateful comments on it from, now mind you, I've got a couple status people and people in the middle that are on my feeds that are on my Facebook that follow me that do comment. And most of them are usually pretty civil, and I like the debate. I like the different opinions. I like hearing other reasoning of why I may be wrong. I want that constant questioning because too often activists get in online in these social medias and they surround themselves in these echo chambers and they sit there and beat their chest all day and think something is happening. And it's nothing. It's just hearing the echoes bouncing off of walls back at them, and nothing's accomplished, nothing's better. They've only wasted a day. I mean, you can play StarCraft and waste a day. Mm-hmm. So I'm not talking bad about these people, but they're not accomplishing anything. And so I post. So those people do exist on my feed, but I got a ton more negative feedback on this particular one because, and it's one of those hot button topics, and people just take this meme and then just viciously run off in other directions, assuming that it means this. And it's a political cartoon, so it's a characterization of things that...
It was about trannies, wasn't it?
Well, there was this... you're in... How do you know when you're in L.A.? Wait, what? No, what? I was thinking there was a good joke here.
Is this a joke? Okay.
Yeah. All right, I'll save that one for later.
I don't know where you were going with that.
Listen, I've been drinking, okay? So the meme was this fat, way oversized lady in American flag pants, bending over, holding her Christian Bible, yelling in the face of this passed out little child that's got their teddy bear. And she's yelling at him that Black Lives Matter, but get the hell out of my country.
Was the woman black?
The little child was off-colored.
Yeah.
But it was a white woman?
It was a big white woman wearing,
Why was she screaming Black Lives Matter?
Because she was the cartoonist was wanting to encompass a little more hypocrisy of, okay, maybe I can say that American lives matter, Black lives matter because you're America. So they're leaving off that it was just racist, but it was to deal with directly the immigration. I think it was to just because you're a different color was not the reasoning, is what the cartoonist was meant by that.
Right.
So and then also the fact that it was just one single defenseless child passed out with their teddy bear, I think led to the audience to believe that it was looking at a a individual case of a defenseless person that is looking for a better future and a safe place for their future. And because there's a child, so they need somewhere place safe, and the future because they're young. And I mean, there was a lot of implications of what exactly what the cartoonist was talking about. And people immediately take it to the extreme of, well, you're talking about the mass immigration of Muslims, of middle-aged army-age men that are taking over this country, and this, that, and that, and just flooding with this hate of, for starters, people that they've never met, and cultures that they probably never even talked to an individual of, and only know of what has been told to them from the television, from propaganda pieces, from the entertainment arm of the military-industrial complex, through politics and through television. And it was just, it's saddening to see people that are so brainwashed that you know, political cartoons are meant to be creative and to stylize it in a manner that it does take some thought process. It's not an exact word paragraph of exactly what they mean.
And they are overhyping things because that's the entertainment value. That's pointing out a point. You know?
Oh, yeah. And political cartoons are about exaggerating things and about accentuating objects and items and subjects. And I just couldn't deal with all these people that immediately went to just all of these other areas. It has nothing to do with that. Can you not understand? Like, for starters, the fact that you could be so hateful about a small, defenseless, passed out child that looks like dehydrated and hasn't eaten, and you don't want him in your country to start with, is just beyond me. That you could even start with that, and then to also apply that to all of these other issues that had nothing to do with it. It just irked me so bad, and it's commonplace on social media and indicative of where we're at with society and the cognitive abilities of America. I think it really sets the tone of where America is at in society.
But everything also just gives everyone a platform to, mix their opinion in and make whatever you post about their opinion.
Yeah, no.
Just like with it being the holiday, the most popular political story today is a meme that Donald Trump shared. And the meme itself is not that, drastic or whatever. It's a meme about Hillary Clinton, and the text is in a Jewish Star of David or whatever. What have you.
Okay.
It's not anything insane. But every single story on the internet is, we researched this meme, and we found that it came from a Reddit board about politics, which is just the general politics image board.
Right.
And they're like, many times there's been white supremacists all over this image board. And then we researched who made the meme, and it came from this guy's Facebook account, and he's posted all this distasteful stuff. And it's just like dozens and dozens of these articles against Donald Trump.
On Reddit.
Because... Well, official journalist articles because of a meme he shared, and he didn't fully research. He didn't find out who made it. He doesn't know all the ins and outs and what this actually means, that somebody who posts distasteful stuff made this meme. And so Donald Trump is an evil, evil man. And that is journalism in our country nowadays. That is journalism.
That's what we have to deal with is that this meme came from the internet, and there was once this bad guy that was on the internet also, so Donald Trump equals bad. It's like, what?
Can you write that article as a serious journalist and be like, that's good stuff. Publish this, editor.
I'm gonna get an award for best journalist of the year.
I discovered where a meme was made by a bad man.
And it's not like it was from some just filthy, slimy pocket of 4chan. Right. This was just on Reddit.
Something like that.
Wow. So, yeah, it's amazing. And, I mean, is that Frank Zappa that originally said that politics was the entertainment arm of the military-industrial complex?
Something very similar to that, yes.
Yeah. And he was so true. And he, he does entertainment for a living. He understands what it means to entertain an audience and what you need to do, what the signs are of this has been created for entertainment purposes only.
Mhm.
And he was a genius at it, and he was way ahead of his time in the field. And that was his comment on how what politics actually are. And I've been led to believe that he was more pointed and actual true and to reality than even more people could even acknowledge, saying that it's the entertainment arm, meaning that it really has zero to no significance to what is happening and affecting you in your own life. I think a lot of things get done behind closed doors and secret meetings by other people that you've never heard their names of, and I believe that it gets filtered down to the actors that get to portray that stuff to you. I don't, I don't think they would leave these big decisions up to these little people that get voted in or voted out. I think that because these controllers that have been around and have been in control for millennia on the earth, and it's always been the same bloodlines of people, that there is a different concept that they're working with, that all of these theories now that people have about, that we're inside of a computer program or we're inside of some sort of matrix or system is not using the right terminology, but it is in essence sort of the same way. Like we are presented this whole little show around us, this Truman Show of things that are happening, but in reality, that is all just a big entertainment show, and things are actually get done somewhere else. Mm-hmm. And so it's kind of a layer inside of layers. You hear that we're a computer program inside of a simulation inside of a simulation. Well, what they're talking about are this Truman Show is inside a bubble of a Truman Show that then has the complete controllers, and they had these protection walls so that we're sitting here fighting to get this changed or that changed in this bubble, but has nothing to do with the next bubble and the next one. And I think that is, in essence, how a lot of things are done in the world, and we just never. You don't live long enough to comprehend what happens. Because a lot of these cabals and these people in charge run for, their plans are 100, 500-year plans of how to slowly manipulate societies and change them and demoralize them, and then find ways to control the organized habits and thoughts of these people and manipulate them. And it's done on such a long-term scale that we're brought up to not even comprehend that all we can think about is in our lifetime of terms. How can I get from this to this within the 40, 60, 80 years that I'm here? And so there's no way we can even conceptualize what happens in that. And that's my rant. Stick with us after the break, and we're going to get into some jury nullification. Yeah. And hear Eric Haley tell us all the things that his lawyer told him not to tell.
Let me tell you about a phrase I like to say. Taxation is theft. If you don't know it, you're a slave. They'll take every last dollar that you made till you're in your grave. Don't comply, don't comply, don't comply, don't comply.
Think this profile's fake. Watching the memes I hate. All of the conspirators' heads covered with foil.
In line at the city, some errands and bill pay. These assholes on the interwebs are making me boil.
Wasting away again with Facebook on pills. Searching for more drama, maybe a joke. Some people claim that old Zuckerberg's to blame, but I know it's the troll's damn fault.
Don't Comply Radio. All you ladies out there, lonely land, sit back. Relax. Loosen up your clothes. Let our voices make sweet, sweet love to your ear holes. Don'tComply.com.
Ear holes.
Use some lube first. What would be audio lube?
Audio lube. That's a cool brand name for something.
Oh, damn.
That'd be a cool headphone brand. Audio lube for your ear holes.
I think we just
We're coming for you, Dre Beats.
Yeah. I got my ALs on. My audio lubes.
Well, Eric, what do you think of our badass super professional 360 video studio?
I love it. It's just as great as I imagined it.
Is it everything you hoped and more?
This is your first trip to the green screen submarine?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. We have swapped out some of the equipment in here. Well, damn, half the equipment we've swapped out. We've had burned up boards and video cards crap out on us. We've swapped out the tables for a little more room in our studio. And
apparently Murdoch tried to rap while he was really drunk by himself in the studio.
Yeah.
And all we know is the board and half the equipment broke during that process.
And it didn't even record clean because the board was crapping out. You want to play a little bit of it? No.
I don't know.
God. It's terrible audio, but you can play it if you want.
Well, now that you brought it up.
Now, I couldn't even stand up when this happened. I just got home from the bar and was like, I think I'm going to spit. I'm going to spit.
What?
Let's do it.
It's a sound that kills and it feels all your fears with the spin for your ears. They say this on the public will keep you fixing the tears of losing your kid and losing your wife. After they took all the guns, there's mass killings with a knife.
Pretty gangster, Murdoch.
You didn't even get the second verse, but what I'm
give the ladies a minute to change panties now.
Okay.
Yeah.
They can mail those in if they want. So Eric,
this ain't Japan, bro.
You can get them in vending machines in Japan. You know that? You know that shit?
Nasty. And it's probably like in America, when you call the 1-800-SEX line, it's probably some 600-pound lady.
I did see on Open Bazaar a girl was selling her panties. There. She had the whole little story about how she's been wearing them all day and touching herself. And
why is that even a thing? Like, that's just funk. Like, nobody wants funk. I guess somebody does.
When I'm a dictator, I'll find all the people that bought them and we'll put them in their own community.
Yeah, you guys can just go live.
Panty sniffers, Australia.
Feet
fetish people, you're going to Britain.
No, it's feet fetish people and people that don't care about brushing their teeth go to Britain.
Oh, there you go.
Can we send all the meth people there? Like, they'd feel at home.
Oh, yeah.
They'd have, like snaggle teeth falling out, and they'd be like, oh, I'm British now. And they'd welcome them. See, but we're trying to provide better lives for people. That's what we're doing here.
Okay.
With our dictatorships, not hurting people. We want them to be happy.
See, we're good guys, and you can't even trust us to be dictators, and yet you want to vote for these people that want to rule over you.
And it's sad that our third party is finally being recognized as maybe a legitimate party. And you want to know how they got there? You want to know why they're even talking about them? Because they didn't talk about them when Ron Paul was in place.
Nope.
Guess why? Because the person that they picked is okay using the violence of the state to make you perform manual labor for somebody that you don't want to do that with. It is forced slavery. He's cool with, and he's cool pointing at guns at people and stealing from them and using. He's good with TPP. He's down with TPP. You know me,
I get a
Gary Johnson
bad
up in here,
from
bitches.
That guy. Like, from the get-go, I've got a bad vibe from him.
But it's because
he seems completely unprofessional. He seems
that's true.
Jacked up on pills or something all the time.
Definitely.
He just seems real spacey. Like,
Definitely.
I don't know. I never liked him.
And the issue is
he's the libertarian candidate, FYI.
Oh yeah. If you hadn't heard,
but if you don't know.
Now you know. And so
and knowing is half the battle.
They're actually talking about them a little bit in some media, and that is because to play ball, the LP has taken away and compromised every bit of their moral principles, every bit of what made them actually a libertarian. They threw to the wayside and said, we want to play games with you guys, so we're going to be exactly like you. And by doing that, by electing their representative as Gary Johnson, who is fine with pointing guns at people and forcing people into slavery situations, they're like, oh, okay, now you can come play with us, and we'll talk about you a little bit, and you might be in some of these debates. What use is that? It doesn't solve anything as a third party. It doesn't help open up any roads, because the second that this election's over and then you put a Ron Paul back in there, they ignore you again. It's not a profitable or any type of situation that is going to get us. Voting doesn't get you, as Larkin Rose has said, one bit closer to freedom. You cannot vote freedom. And yes, there are people who can actually, justifiably say, I'd like to vote for the master that's going to beat me 2 days a week versus the master that's beating me 5 days a week. And those are great things to help reduce pain during your struggle, but it's not getting you any closer to freedom. Go do that. It's not helping other than reducing a little bit of the discomfort while you're in slavery. It's not going to get you free. And that has to be driven home to these people that's not the solution. You didn't do anything to help other than to make it a little more bearable while we're in this separate fight for our freedom. We're still fighting for independence.
Well, and that's why all the sweeping national elections are all fully controlled. You're not doing anything by voting for Hillary or Donald Trump or any of these guys. You're all going to end up with the same exact thing. We're still going to be in eternal wars. You're still going to be taxed through the IRS, and everything will be the same. There's a few instances locally where we've seen people do things like remove red light cameras or remove local laws like that. Those things can actually affect your life a little bit and make you have a little bit better of a life. But, Eric over here, who was on a grand jury trying to keep some of his peers from going to prison for victimless crimes, those are the little things that might actually improve our lives around us. But to think your vote is changing national policy run by globalists, you're living in a dream world.
Helping in a local election to ban red light cameras is amazing. We had some of our friends here recently in Arlington ban all red light cameras, and they had to go around with their tail tucked between their legs and take down every single one of those.
I wish we would have got that on film.
I would love to have set up and sit there and watch them take them down. It would have been just
oh yeah,
so celebratory for our movement to see that type of thing on video. But
just drove behind him the whole time going
And that does affect people minorly, in these small extortion, repetitive extortion events that happen with these little red light tickets. But what Eric did on the grand jury was something that he wasn't just saving a person $20, $30 or $100 for a red light ticket. He was able to get in there and affect change on people's lives on a grand jury scale, that it was, I have helped prevent this person from having their entire life ruined. A person that did not commit any against the NAP. He didn't violate anyone's person or property or hurt or injure anyone or violate anybody else's rights. These people that you got to help get released from the clutches of the injustice system stretches so much further than just preventing someone from getting a $50, $75 red light ticket. You actually kept these people you've kept them from, when this happens and you would go to jail, you can lose your family, you can lose your job, you can lose your children, you lose everything that you know, and are prevented from getting any type of real productive job in the future because of convictions. You spend however many endless days or years in a cage being kidnapped by these thugs that think that their opinion can be enforced on you with enough violence and people with guns. You have done so much with a grand jury and being able to participate in that and change so many people's lives that it's unmeasurable. And we want to definitely applaud you in the activist world for that type of activity.
Thank you.
It doesn't matter how many big events that I organize and change a few people over to the ideas of liberty. I didn't keep people from prison. I didn't keep them out of the clutches of rape prisons and cells where their entire lives get completely tortured and destroyed for years on end for the rest of their existence. And that is the impact that you have as someone that takes on the responsibilities of jury duty. And I can't even tell you how much respect I have for people that like yourself who has not gone in there and just said, fuck the police. I don't want to do this or I don't want to do jury duty and take time out of my day and not get paid well for it, because you understand the greater consequences of not doing that. Our country was set up by a lot of misconceptions and a lot of bad things that happened and social contracts that do violate a lot of our philosophies, but they left one route open that we had an influence as an individual, and that was jury duty. That was the individual can get up and say, I don't believe in this law. I think it's a bad law. I wanted him to go free. It doesn't matter what laws you put in place as a dictator, as any type of oppressive, tyrannical police force. I'm here now, and I say this guy doesn't deserve to go to jail, and you have that capacity to do it, and you took that and ran with it. And I'd like to hear some stories on it.
It was a lot of fun too. I really enjoyed it.
That is awesome.
I want to know, when you're in this situation, I'm imagining you had plenty of drug cases come across.
It's probably 60 to 70% drug cases.
So when you're sitting there and you have these other members of the grand jury with you, and I imagine a lot of these are statists, the prosecutor comes in and says, this guy was caught with a pound of marijuana. We need to send him to prison. What is your argument to this group of people to stop that from happening?
Well, I kind of have to be careful about what I say exactly, because all
you can't come out as the whole anti-drug guy, like right off the bat.
Exactly, and I did try that at first, and that didn't go so well.
No, that probably didn't.
So after,
and I hate to interrupt. I do want to hear this. These are the type of little tiny details that need to be amended in the FIJA documents so that newcomers coming in can go, look, you can't just show up the first day and go, all drugs are bad and all people should be free from that. Like, there's a manipulative process, and albeit terrible to have to say that, but there is a way that you have to manipulate the jury so that they can come around and understand the negative consequences of what putting someone like that in jail would be.
Exactly. I forgot what I was talking about.
I was curious just how you would approach them to win them over to our argument of the side.
So basically, after I did try that the first couple of weeks, just trying to tell them, argue with them about how it would impact the community if these people are, because almost all the cases that we're doing are felonies. So it's going to stick with them for the rest of their lives.
Yeah.
And most of them were just like, well, they broke the law. They need to go in.
Yeah.
If we no-bill this, what kind of a message is that sending to the kids? Even though these people...
for the kids.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's for the children.
Even though these people already went to jail and had to sit there and get bonded out, and this doesn't even go to the grand jury until usually almost a year later. And it's not like they didn't get into any trouble or nothing happened to them. So after a few weeks, I kind of was learning the other jurors' personalities, seeing how they responded to certain things. And when the prosecutor and police bring a case and show the evidence, you can ask them questions about stuff. And I figured out if I asked them about probable cause and how they search these people. If I found, or if I could show that the police weren't obeying the Constitution or doing things that were illegal themselves, then the jury would be all for no billing.
That's a good angle to it.
That is
and I'm sure there's plenty of times you can find that the police didn't act according to the way they should be.
Now, is this just something that a tactic that you came up with, or did someone kind of lead you that way?
It was kind of led that way because of some other jurors asking questions, and
you saw somebody else ask a question, you were like,
right?
Oh, I can put them on the spot. This isn't about just the suspect. I can actually throw that back on, well, did you do it right, and did you do it right?
Exactly. And you walk into it completely blind, too. They're not going to tell you anything. That on my first day, I didn't even realize that we were already doing a case. They just started up and started talking about evidence.
Yeah, you were already in the middle of it, and you were like, we started?
Yeah.
This is for real? That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
It was just that, like, blindsided.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they don't go over anything with you at all. And
we don't need to be a rubber stamp. Here's your rubber stamp. And, we're already in the middle of a case. Like, you did, all that chatting, that was actually evidence.
Exactly.
Well.
Well, how did that go over? I mean, was there plenty of times you were successful in actually saving some people from prison?
Yeah, there were more times than I thought I was going to be able to do, even though I was pretty disappointed I couldn't do more, because we're doing about 30, 40 cases a day, so over 6 months.
That is an amazing amount of payload, of workload that you have to digest in one day. 30 different complete cases of someone who did something wrong, all the evidence, all the prosecutors come in, all the police force come in, testify. Like, that seems exhausting.
It is. It's really exhausting. A lot of the cases, though, they don't spend much time on. It's pretty much like, this is what this person did.
Yeah.
Here's the evidence.
He had drugs, put him in jail.
Exactly.
That's it.
Well, it's like you're a hangover from an old system where there was actually due process, and now they're stuck doing it, even though you can tell they absolutely don't want to. Like, they really want you just to be the rubber stamp and be like, this is what we said. We just want you to sign off so we can please the judicial system that we did this.
Exactly.
Like, they just want you to be a cog in the machine.
It says we got to do this. Just stamp it and go on.
Exactly. Yeah. And a lot of the jurors were like that, too. They're just like, oh, okay, well, he broke the law. Let's just keep going. And they wanted them.
I hate the he broke the law excuse. That is such a just brain dead, complete complete disconnect from the entire world, reality of natural law, like of actual unalienable rights and natural law of what you are empowered with as just being born a human. Like, imposing people's opinions and these quote unquote air quote laws that somebody made up and wrote down on a piece of paper all of a sudden applies to these other people they've never met, never signed a contract with, never agreed to, and all of a sudden it applies to these people. It takes just a complete shutdown of all of your neurons firing to be able to follow that line of reasoning and continue it. Mm-hmm. I don't understand how people can stay in that mindset.
It was interesting too, because I can't remember what week it was, but sometime at the beginning, it was actually one of the first cases that we no-billed. It was jury nullification. It was actually the prosecutor that brought it up. She didn't say the words jury nullification, but and it was interesting because she would always talk shit about people, the people on the trial or being prosecuted, and so I really didn't expect it for her to do this, but yeah, she said it wouldn't be justice to charge this person. I don't remember anything about that particular case, but a lot of the jurors were saying, I thought we were here to just judge the facts of the case, and that's it. And she's like, yeah, well, it wouldn't be justice for this person to get a felony.
Ooh.
So, must have been the son of a police officer or something like that.
Yeah, so the couple questions would be, so you did see this lady several times?
Every day.
Okay, every day is the same lady. And so this one particular case, Was it a different charge? You don't know a lot. Was it a different charge than what had normally been thrown at you guys?
I don't remember exactly what the charge was or anything, but I remember it had to do with the kid, and I know she was a mom, so I feel like it had something to do with that. So it was
something personal that just struck her, and because it was something, whether it was personal or whether it was the son of a mayor or congressman type situation where they knew that it was a elite person or some sort of exempt person from the law, that all of a sudden at that point she goes, well, you don't necessarily have to just base it on the facts. Was there any point that you could have maybe proposed the question to the prosecution as, now I understand that this person was caught with this 1 pound of marijuana, and that did violate the law that says that you're not allowed to have marijuana. But is it not also true that if I personally did not agree with that particular law, or maybe you could have started with maybe they weren't wearing their seatbelt, something that is a little more ambiguous as to people can agree with that it's definitely didn't hurt anybody and it's not really anybody's business. You get a larger audience,
right?
Could you have not proposed that to the prosecution and go, well, I don't necessarily agree that if someone's to spend time in jail for not having a seatbelt, could I and play dumb to them? Could I not use my opinion on whether I think the law is just to make my decision?
Right. And
could you have proposed that in front of everyone?
You definitely could have.
And got the prosecution to go, well, you can vote your conscience. Could you have,
You could. I didn't do it because I didn't want them to target me, kick me off the jury. I just try to act like a good little statist. And you can get kicked off
in the middle of this?
Yes. Okay. They have alternate jurors ready to go.
Okay, so for any reason, if you start acting like, hey, I'm all about freedom, they can be like, yeah, get this guy out of here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
he doesn't believe in the state.
Yeah. Just try to be a good little statist.
So it's a big balancing act up there of you want to no bill these non-victim or these victimless nonviolent crimes, but you don't want to come off as too much of an anti-state individual.
Exactly. And
these are really, really good tidbits that people need to know. I think that groups like Fijian need to have this documentation on hand. I know they do have some ways of how to get picked for a jury, but how much documentation do they have on, now that you're the foreman of the grand jury, this is what you don't need to do, and this is what you do need to do.
To my knowledge, I don't think that's on there.
Well,
I can contact them and tell them.
I know somebody that has information that needs to write that stuff down and get it posted, because if we are going to effectively do real jury nullification, it's about arming our side with as much information as we can to be as effective as possible. And since you've already had a lot of trial and error, I would like to see that go forward into real documentation and maybe even bullet point flyers for these people that we can translate and start handing out in front of these jury days where they're picking people.
And just to go back to what you were saying earlier, one thing I did notice too is you do kind of have to be careful when you're asking questions. You don't want them to know too much what your beliefs are. There was one guy, one of the jurors, he always asked questions to the police that I really liked. And it gave me ideas to ask the police too. But he asked so many questions, a lot of the other jurors ended up always getting angry because, they're just wanting to go home, and it's making it take even longer. So you got to kind of balance that too, not make enemies with the other jurors.
Yeah.
Because
pick your questions, don't drag it out.
Right. Because at least on the grand jury, out of the 12 people, 9 of them have to vote to true bill something. To no bill, you're going to have to convince at least 3 other people, because there has to be 4 to no bill. So you don't want to make any enemies with any of them. You want them to actually to like you. And
right.
Yeah,
that is amazing.
Well, just like you were talking about that prosecutor who comes in with an opinion about, well, this guy shouldn't be indicted on a felony charge. That's my whole problem with the justice system is things should be easily cut down to, is this constitutional or not? And it always boils down to just people's leanings and bias. You know, I saw a report, someone interviewing cops about what's the actual best way to get out of a ticket. And one of the responses from police were, a lot of times if someone mentions that they're related to a police officer or they know a police officer that's a friend or this and that, if you bring that up in a conversation, they're 90% more likely to let you off of a charge. Right. And that's just their opinion. So did you break the law? Were you going 20 over? Sure, but you know a guy that's in my gang, so it's cool. You know? And that goes on to, I was watching a show about the Supreme Court lately. And how is it that the top law in the land that tells us if it's definitely constitutional or not is always almost divided 50-50 with the deciding vote of one person based on their political leanings 9 times out of 10? Like, I know the person that Obama submitted to the Supreme Court, I know she's going to vote in a liberal way. Mm-hmm. How is that person deciding what is absolutely constitutional? If they're not actually taking these things into consideration. Just like one of the cases that was taken last week was someone from UT sued that she was denied from the school because she was white. That's racism, plain and fact. But they said, oh, it's okay because she's not a minority. And they said, you can be discriminated because you're white. Well, that is unconstitutional. Just so happens that there's a liberal majority on the Supreme Court right now, so these people's opinion get completely change our Constitution. Mm-hmm. There is no law and justice anymore. It's political leanings and opinions.
Yep. And that particular one, it's very specific, and you can't make a basis on race, religion, or creed in the documentation. And it says race, like it doesn't specify minority race.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Like, well, you know, we got to do all this extra stuff, and, you know, you can be held back because you're white. Mm-hmm. I mean, are there not poor white people in this country? I mean, could I have been born into one of these rich white families that got so many opportunities? Because I damn sure didn't get any of mine.
I remember as a child standing in line with my grandmother in downtown Waco in front of the Caritas.
I was about to say, I remember that Caritas.
To get free food and, like, government cheese and other items. Like, we were poor white people in America, and that's how we grew up.
We'd go to this place where damaged freight was and get all sorts of stuff too.
Right, yeah. And it wasn't like always welfare. I mean, there's a lot of charitable stuff out there, and, you know, I remember many a time a church being involved, bringing food and other items, you know.
Well, that's the only good thing I can say about people with imaginary friends is a lot of times we were fed by churches as a kid.
Oh, sure, you know, and that's such. You know, when you want to base your network and community and family over that you all believe in the same Bronze Age imaginary sky ghost. That's cool. that is wonderful, and I applaud it. If you don't impose your views and your opinions on me with voting in certain laws and using people with guns and violence to enforce that on me and put me in cages and kidnap me and all of the fun stuff that the state gets to do. As long as you're doing that on your own, in your own personal space, on your own property, or in public areas, more power to you. I love the fact that people can get together over the same band that they love and tour with a band and have communities. And, you know, I've seen Widespread Panic and Fish, and there is entire communities of people that follow these bands and set up cities at every town that they play, and they live their own lives. And guess what? They don't go into the town and then all of a sudden impose, well, we like to live this way, and I would like to use a bunch this hired gang that can be hired with lobbyists and people that want to get involved and change laws and ordinances to enforce it and point guns at you so that you have to live the same way as me. And that's the difference between all these people in politics that are trying to control our lives and peaceful groups and societies, whether it be churches or whether it be groups of activists and we know several of them out there, and I could name from the Texas Freedom Grounds to to the Garden of Eden, to all of these other groups. They're not out there trying to get ordinances passed to violate people's rights and force people to live the way that they live. And that is the utopia of an anarchist world, of a voluntarist world, is all these different groups that live completely different, with different viewpoints, different ideas about spirituality or no spirituality, or creative imaginary friends, but they're not imposing that on other people. They're not using violence and pointing guns at people.
Well, because amazingly, good ideas don't have to be enforced by violence.
What? Yeah, it's just wild. Where are we at on time?
Oh,
are we doing it? Are we doing this more?
We're just gonna have a long ass show today.
Okay, well, I'm fine.
Well,
with
there
it.
was something you were about to say about the Big Blue Gang in America, about
Yes.
police and their special rights.
Yeah. Well, a couple things. One of the ladies on the grand jury, she was actually running late to jury duty and speeding, and used the grand jury to get out of a ticket. And
She got pulled over on the way to...
Yeah, on the way to jury duty. And they found
Listen, I'm trying to go put some people in prison for you guys.
Yeah.
We got your back.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I got you.
You want me to indict the people that you gave tickets to for just having a certain plant in their pocket?
Just let me break the law, because I'm special.
And another thing, too.
Wait, did she get off the ticket?
Yeah, they let her go.
Really?
Damn. I mean, there is just a special class of this. Yeah, one of my brother-in-laws was Secret Service stepbrother, Secret Service for George Bush.
Wow.
And he said that happened to him one day. He had his suit and his badge sitting there, and he got pulled over hauling ass to work. The cop walked up, noticed he was Secret Service, and said, "Oh, you work at the Crawford Ranch. Have a good day."
Wow.
There's just a special class of people.
Definitely.
Once you rise to a certain level, then laws no longer apply to you. And that's exactly how police treat each other.
Well, it's not
It's
that
professional courtesy.
Well, it's not that at a certain level, you're not extorted. Like at a certain level, you're just normal.
Mm-hmm.
Like that person lives like everybody should live. Like they shouldn't be regulated by someone's opinion on what exact mile per hour you need to be driving on that road, or that you have to come to a complete stop when nobody is at any of the intersections in an empty four-way stop. Like they get to live with their unalienable rights. And that's the difference is that we are a slave class that are not granted those rights. And when
they
they
don't work for the king.
Right. And at some point they are just like, "Oh, you're an actual human and you're a free man."
No, it's, "Oh, you're in my gang."
Well, sure, but
that's how they get to
that's
feel.
That's what they think.
They get to feel like they're actually
they
free.
Feel, yeah.
Indeed.
Well, they get to live like it, yeah. And it is amazing.
One of the other things about the Blue Gang, there was one of their members on the jury with us.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Now, this was the whole 6 months
officers.
you had another cop sitting next to you?
Yeah, which I thought
you had a cop
almost a conflict of interest, because
definitely
the other jurers
never thought
always
of that.
Looking to him, asking him questions of what he thinks about it, and of course he's going to go with most of the time.
Right.
He didn't all the time, but most of the time he went with the prosecution, and he knows most of them.
So when someone's fate was in the hands of a jury that you were on, they had the prosecution, the arresting officers, and another of their gang sitting on the jury deciding their fate. How is that a bipartisan committee deciding someone's life?
Yeah.
How?
I mean, yeah, let's just count the people that are on the payroll of the Blue Gang or of the state, of like everybody in the room except for 10 people.
Well, you don't even know.
11 people.
Is there a teacher in the room? Is there someone that works in the DMV?
There was a teacher too.
Okay.
See, is there a state construction worker? All these people that depend on our taxes and stealing money and revenue generating from all these quote unquote criminals, that we got to get them in the system and make them pay for these crimes so we can have our jobs and so we can get our raises.
Oh, and there's also a prison guard.
Okay, so we're down to 9 people.
Wow.
9 people in the entire room that were not on the government dole.
Yeah.
That were not getting paid from stolen
that we
money.
know of.
Yeah.
The rest of them might not have had jobs and been on welfare.
Yeah.
Because they can be on the jury all day long.
Exactly.
And they could have taken 6 months of jury duty because they had nothing better to do.
Mm-hmm.
So that we know of, only 9 of the 12 people were actually nonpartisan.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And so
it's almost sad. It's
I know.
just
it just
sad state
it just
of
makes
affairs.
it even more difficult to think that
Let's burn this mofo to the ground.
we don't need no water. Let this mother.
Well, what is your takeaway from that? I mean, are you disheartened? Do you feel like you've made enough difference that it's inspired you more? What did you walk away feeling?
A mixture of both. It was kind of an emotional roller coaster the whole time. I mean, I was definitely had more power to do something that I've ever had in my life. Just using words, get somebody off if they.
I could kill a yak from 100 yards with mind bullets. I had power.
Exactly. That's telekinesis, Murdoch.
But yeah, it was very eye-opening and seeing how it actually works. I had no idea how a grand jury worked before all this. You hear about it all the time in the news, grand jury indictment, but you don't really understand what that means.
I didn't really either before you started talking about it. I thought it was just a couple prosecutors and a judge deciding, do we push this further down the line and just chug it along?
Thank you, Eric, for explaining the way the world works to
us. One other thing, too, Bob Smiley, who's been doing a lot of activism for jury nullification.
You know that was a character on the Muppets, right?
Huh?
You know that was a character on the Muppets, right?
No.
Who, Bob Smiley?
Bob Smiley.
Really?
Or was that Sesame Street?
I was thinking that.
Oh, it was Sesame Street.
Pat Smiley guy.
No, Bob Smiley was.
Wasn't he the guy who was like, "You're good enough, you're smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like you." Remember that SNL character?
No, I don't.
Oh, he's a generation below us.
How old are you?
27.
Oh, a couple years.
The great gift.
Yeah.
Well, I'm only 32, so.
Damn, you're old, dude.
This motherfucker's over here 40. I don't even know why we're hanging out with him. Makes us lame.
Hanging out in this tent with him.
We are in the green screen submarine. Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. I cut you off with all that.
I was just saying, so Bob Smiley, he's been doing a lot of great activism about jury nullification, and I'm really lucky that I met him when I did at the Katy Trail March, because I'd just gotten the jury summons, and it was actually a couple months until the jury duty started, and as soon as we found out...
It is a Sesame Street character named Bob Smiley.
That's Bob
Murdoch
Smiley off of Sesame Street.
Wow. Huh.
I'm Bob Smiley.
Well, apparently Eric is learning from Sesame Street how to be jury nullification.
Okay, so let me get this straight. A Sesame Street puppet came to
it's
you.
It's a Muppet, not a puppet, dude.
Come
on.
I would like to take this moment to apologize to Jim Henson about his Muppet puppet.
Apologize to puppets everywhere.
To Muppets everywhere. Puppets and suck my. I'm sorry. Go
it's
ahead.
Okay. I was just gonna say that it was really great that I met him. Once we found out that I was gonna be on the grand jury, he got me in tapped with FIJA.org, but he also gave me this book called The Conviction Factory by Roger Roots. And I actually got to talk to the author about it, and he taught me a lot about the history of grand juries that I had no idea about, and how it gave me an idea too of how much it's actually changed since the founding of the country, and how I guess screwed up it's become. They actually used to tell the jury that they could vote their conscience and to judge not only the facts of the case but the law itself. And now, if you mention that at all, you're going to get kicked off.
Well, that was one thing I think. We do.
How can you actually kick someone? I'm sorry, kick them off of the grand jury by telling them what they actually can do.
Yeah.
Like they're being manipulated and told crucial facts being left out, not necessarily lying, but just leaving out crucial facts.
Mm-hmm.
And you say those actual facts, and you can be kicked out for that. Like, what kind of a system do they think that they're running? There's no justice if you can't talk about the facts and not get kicked out.
Yeah, and you have to be careful too, like with the activism that we've done, handing out jury nullification pamphlets. I know Bob's been talking about doing it outside of a courthouse, but you have to be really careful because you
Someone
can get
was
in trouble
arrested for that.
Yeah, jury tampering.
Yeah.
Even though they're tampering with the jury every day.
Right.
And all it is just giving information about things you can and can't do. And what I was going to say is we have new listeners every day, and I don't think we even fully explained what jury nullification is.
No, we kind of started this on the ground running at full speed.
If by chance you're still just hanging there like, what is all this power?
We're doing jury nullification.
Yeah, if you're a member of the jury, you can decide to actually nullify a law. And even
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Even if the law is it's illegal to have a pound of weed in his car, as a jury you can say, well, I don't think that's a just law. And you can still give them not guilty, even though technically in the absolute sense of the word it is illegal. You can nullify that law with your opinion and say, I don't think it's right to send a person to jail for that.
You can actually vote your conscience.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's legal. It's written in the law that says you don't only have to just vote on evidence. You can vote your conscience.
They don't want you to know that.
They don't want you to know, but I would like for everyone out here listening to know it is a perfectly legal and allowed thing for you to do. You can ignore everything the judge and the prosecution tells you in a jury instance because they're lying and manipulating to you. And they don't have to tell you the truth because they're some sort of protected elite class. But you are allowed to vote your conscience. If you don't like a law, you can say he's not guilty. If they did something that is not necessarily illegal and you think it should be, you could vote them guilty. Mm-hmm. Like you are not. The judge will come to you and tell you you have to vote by what the evidence is. If he had a pound of weed and a pound of weed is illegal, you have to vote him guilty. They will tell you that directly,
right.
And that is not the case. It's not legal. It's not how our entire justice system was created, and is not what you should do as a juror. You need to vote your conscience, and that allows for true freedom. And these people that when laws get imposed by tyrannical and overbearing oppressive governments that want to put these laws in place that shouldn't be, you have that right. You are able to overturn the judges, the Supreme Courts, all of these other people that think the legislators, the House, the Senate, everybody that wants to put these laws in place. You have more power than them.
Right.
Because it was only 4 or 5 years ago that I got a jury summons letter in the mail.
Yeah.
And I picked one of the examples of how I could get off jury duty. I was like, screw that. I'm not going to be part of their damn system. And then it was only a year or two later that I learned about jury nullification. I was like, damn, I missed a golden opportunity to go in there and be the cog that puts a halt to something.
It's one of those opportunities that, even though as an anarchist, as an anti-stater, you don't want to participate in the state, this is one of, like you say, these golden opportunities where you have complete power and control.
Yeah.
You have no power over me. Yeah. You could walk into the judge and, I mean, you don't want to tell them that.
It's kind of like being a vampire. If they invite you in, and you get to go in.
And I thought it was really funny, too. Being the foreman, I actually got to kick the state out of the room every day too.
Really?
Like during deliberations, since they're not allowed in there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's like, you need to skedaddle.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So we were talking about. Wait, why are you still in here? We're trying to talk. Yeah. You okay? Just don't let it hit you on where the Lord split you on the way out there.
That's awesome.
Yeah, pretty nice. Any other details you want to get to? You want to do some things that your lawyer told you not to do? Can we talk about this?
Maybe. I'll answer vaguely.
We're gonna twist some words.
Okay. Let's get him another beer. And
I'm out of beers. I've drank so much.
And we can talk about this popo that he.
Can we do a little break?
Yeah.
You want a break or just call it a day?
All right. We can call it.
Well, I don't know.
God damn it.
It's late. You got to work tomorrow. Oh, wait, you ain't got to work tomorrow. You're like a state worker over there.
If you're listening to this on Monday when I release it, we're recording this Sunday night.
Well, what you want to do, fool?
I would like a few more minutes of ranting. Please go to commercial and come back. let me just spit all sorts of nonsensical items into your ear holes. I'll lube it first. Don't worry.
Ear lube. The #1 headphone
Mr.
brand.
Officer, please show us on this doll where freedom hurts you.
Don'tComply.com, celebrating our 10th year of touching authority figures on their naughty parts. Tired of police harassing you for not wearing your seatbelt? Tired of the TSA putting their hands down your pants just to get on an airplane? Well, don't just stand there. Pick up the phone and order freedom. Yes, freedom can make your life worth living again. If you call within the next 15 minutes, your order will include a small box of leftover freedom from the pre-9/11 days, as well as 3 of the 6 amendments the Patriot Act destroyed. Ask the technician that's standing by to upgrade your order now for an additional 75 cents, and you can get an official 3-carat chunk of freedom left over from America before that douchely can turn the Reconstruction shat on all that America stood for. Act now! All orders will include fully automatic assault rifles, grenades, and 3,000 rounds of ammo. Expect 7 to 12 business days for shipping, not valid in Indiana or California. Those bitches can suck it.
The Don't Comply Show. We're the reason your girlfriend came home late last night.
Oh, I still love all of that. Old commercials that we got. We'll put some new ones in. What? I didn't hear the full truth about it. I mean, you're a little biased, but can you speak outside of the truth, Eric? I mean, outside of your bias?
About my mom?
Yeah, she hot. I just want to know if she's hot.
I've heard that from some other people.
Okay, now we're getting down to brass tacks. Okay. Mm-hmm, yeah. Is she a cougar?
I don't know.
The Don't Comply Show rules number 362: how to make your guests feel uncomfortable. So this portion of the show is brought to you by Cell 411.
Wait, we got a sponsor?
Yeah, we have official sponsor.
Do people love us?
What the hell's happening with my bike? Check.
You took your pop screen off.
Oh, yeah. Where's your... Oh, you've got yours back on?
Zip ties, son. Fixes all things.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm going to have to try to do that.
It's kind of like our green screen submarine.
I love
fixed
it.
with zip ties.
Love it. Well, you have been sworn to silence into our occult group because, Eric, you have now seen our green screen submarine.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as provocative as people are thinking.
And I'm not talking about the downtown mix-up. It's a green screen submarine.
It's awesome in here.
This portion of the show brought to you by Cell 411. It's a decentralized micro-social platform that allows users to issue emergency alerts and respond to alerts issued by their friends. Cell 411 is ideal for use by activists, neighborhood watches, students, friends, and other groups of people willing to organize themselves independently in order to manage and respond to emergencies. Once you and your friends download and install the app, you can create small, independent, and customized cells of use. Do we need to go into the entire explanation of how this app works? I mean, it's an amazing app. All right, I'm not going to read this because
I zoned out 5 sentences ago.
Right, and it's not about this pre-worked, nice, clean, glossy PR explanation about what the app is, because that means nothing. I'd like to say what that means as a group of activists and what it has brought to us and our community as far as an alternative to dialing 911, having the police show up and shoot your dog and probably injure someone or beat them up or put them in prison. And your risk for being injured goes up a very high percentage by dialing 911.
Oh, yeah.
When the state is involved, who is taught how to injure people and how to break arms and how to have pain compliance is what they are taught, that you have to comply exactly with their edicts, no matter what it is, whatever they want to make up on the spot, or they will enforce pain upon you. Just calling 911 will heighten your chances of being hurt or injured. And in an emergency situation, you don't want that to happen. You would rather have people within your community, within your network of friends, show up and help, actually help, and not harm the situation and make it worse. So this app, Cell 411, has been created to bring that together and give an alternative to people who are tired of their dogs getting shot and tired of handicapped people being assaulted and injured and shot because of a cop doesn't know how to deal with an autistic child. They want an alternative, and this is it. And it has brought so much to the marketplace and free marketplace that they're even branching into a ride-share service or ride-hailing where these places like Austin, where recently Uber was outlawed, are going to at least go to all my friend list, boom, hey, I need a ride, I'm at this location. And someone might show up, and if you feel like it, you can buy them a six-pack or whatever you agree on, because you're two free human beings that can have a voluntary exchange between two individuals without involving the state. This app is allowing that to happen. It is on the forefront and the front lines of bringing freedom back to people and self-responsibility and just ignoring the state and taking them out of their lives.
I know Virgil was talking about, too, private security companies being able to get on there and actually make some money off of it too.
And that's the other aspect of this is that it's not just going to end up being just these individuals around your city getting into a cell network and are able to send out alerts. There's going to be a just rush of a true free market that you're going to see that is able to grasp onto this app, like you say, these private firms that can come in, offer a service for a price, person to person, on a voluntary basis, and be outside of this auspice of laws and government and violence and extortion and guns being pointed at people.
I think, who was it? Brett Sanders was at least one of the first people we knew that got arrested while using Cell 411. And he was using the app, and he was able to publish the video and show it. Everyone in his network could see that he was getting arrested, and that video was uploaded to their network so that he didn't lose it, right?
Yeah, it's immediately uploaded to the cloud as you're recording. There's even fake delete buttons on there so they can think that they're deleting it. If you have a oath violating cop that wants to destroy evidence, which is not uncommon.
Oh no.
and so there are safeguards against that. There's so many functionalities on this app. It's very interesting to see it develop over the last several months, and it's going to be a winner in my book. The potential is endless, and I can almost see some sort of small chunk, a slice into a true free market being able to a marketplace being allowed, being set up,
right.
And I think that's what is understated on this app is it is a marketplace. It's a way for, as soon as you can create a communication system between people that need a service done and people that would like to provide a service done, whether voluntarily because they're friends or family, or that they're some sort of for-profit business, or people that want to take donations. It is allowing it. It's allowing that connection, and it has nothing to do with the state. It's not in the powers that be that want to regulate this and permit it. All these type of activities that could very well be adapted into the app are not involved.
Be interesting to see where it goes.
Yeah. Well, and that's where I'm imagining it to go. But as is the state that it's in now, it's really nice app that allows you to, when you're in time of need, do a quick shout out to all your friends. You can send video alerts or whatever, and it will. And if you accept the alerts, it pulls up your GPS map and directs you directly to the person. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's pretty easy to use, and we love it.
Boom.
You can play it.
What am I playing?
Wait, what did you have to say?
Oh, I was just going to talk about how the DEA makes meth.
Oh, yeah, well,
we were going to talk about
a lot
that.
of times, a lot of times when they do make meth, that and they bring it to. Wait, you say the DEA?
Yeah, Drug Enforcement Administration
made it.
Yeah. They said just so they can learn about it.
Okay.
Sort of like that drug class. They said it was just so we could learn about it. But
okay. What's the sitcom? Breaking
Bad.
Yeah.
I've never seen that one.
I haven't either.
It's on my list.
Well, I'm not going to watch it. It'd bring back too many memories. So the DA actually made it just because they wanted the experience of knowing how it was made, or
that's what they said. They were kind of vague about all of it, and they said that also they put out videos.
Yeah.
On
how to make it.
How to make it. Yeah.
Oh well, because people need to know.
Wow.
And it's actually a really interesting process. Have you seen it done?
No, I haven't.
It's pretty cool. It's one of those like really trippy things that look strange, but it's all science.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just science. It's science. But, and so when they go the different steps and processes, and it changes to different states by filtering and chemicals, it's pretty interesting.
I accidentally found myself within a meth lab once in my life.
Oh, yeah.
And after looking around for a few minutes, I quickly realized this is nowhere I want to be, because I think anyone found in this room would instantly get 20 to 30 years in prison. Like, no matter who you are.
Right, yeah. You're just like, huh.
Yeah, I don't want to be here.
This room has 20 years of getting butt raped attached to it. I don't think I would like to be here.
Yes. But it was interesting because after they told us about that, it had to do with one of the cases. That night I went home and was talking to Bob Smiley about it, and he actually saw a news article where the DEA got caught selling meth on the streets that they had made.
The same DEA or a different
one? I don't know. Oh. But it just was an interesting coincidence.
Yeah. I love that meme about the Breaking Bad, where it was just kind of a spotlight on American society, that someone who was dying of cancer had to make methamphetamines and sell it to be able to afford health care in the country. It was just a big social commentary on it, this meme, and it always just kind of hit home, is that people aren't allowed to participate in. And this is the extreme, but any type of free market where there is a needed product or service, and someone wants to provide it, and these other people that have no business being there try to get involved.
Right.
I second that.
Oh my God!
I'm totally not in the conversation.
Yeah, it's like, we're doing a show here. What?
I'm just chilling, man.
Oh man, is there anything you want to else get on to before we go on? There's so much else. We'll close this thing out, and then y'all can listen to the next week.
If he gives us too much, then we'll miss the first part of his book.
Yeah,
that's true. You guys stick with us after the break. We may put in a little bit of secret, unmarked after party content.
Possibly.
I don't know. Maybe just listen to the end of the show.
Do it.
You can already see how much longer is left in the episode.
I know. Oh, they know that there's content. Stick with us.
We're sorry. Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check your instruction manual or call the business office for assistance.
Stay tuned for more Don't Comply Show.
Thank you for listening to the Don't Comply Show. For all comments, questions, complaints, or dating requests, please write us at show@don'tcomply.com or message us at facebook.com/don'tcomply. Check in daily at don'tcomply.com for fresh content and original news stories.
All names, characters, events,
What's that you saying with that?
situations, content, and similarities, anything real or entirely fictional and coincidental. All views expressed on this show are not the opinions of Talk Network, Barack Obama, or anyone for that matter. All content is satirical parody and should not be considered truth. Don'tComply.com, the Don't Comply Show, and Come and Take a Texas. They're all registered trademarks for the Badass Mofo hosts. If you don't like it, we don't care.
What's that you got, Murdoch?
Oh, you know, it's something I wrote down when I was really drunk. I guess I can read it off to you if you want.
Yeah.
Mass shooting the states, chill sheep to the bone. Every motherfucking time it's a gun-free zone. It's a sign that kills and it fills all your fears with a spin for your ears. That's J. Disarming the public will keep you facing tears. But losing your kid and you're losing your wife after they take all the guns and mass kill you with a knife. Come on, Phoenix. Speak love for me. Yeah.
You wake up in the morning and you're thinking you're confused. You're staring into space and nobody heard the news. You've been killed a couple times before they strapped you to the tracks. You never thought a thing about it. You never reacted to the people as they hold you down, telling you a slave. But no one ever gave a good goddamn, so they say that you're saved. That you put a little money in a basket, then you'll make it to the heaven and you will be everlasting. But it ain't true. You got this one life that you can put forth. Gotta tell me now or you're gonna be put to the floor with the horses and the spikes and the collars. And everybody knows that you ain't no baller. You 100 million dead and you try to act like you're tough, but no one gave a damn, so you sit there feeling stuck. It's true that you wanna put a bullet to your brain, cause you ain't living, man, you a slave. It's insane.
What? You know this defense tool, you know the SIG on my side. If it's gun free on display, I'll stay outside. If you're in it, when they feel it, full of holes and you know, the news will tell you that's just how it goes. Take your guns, we need this pin on the state. These lies that were fed is where I get all my hate. Mass media is wrong, you don't ever listen to your mom.
In the green screen submarine.
Don't comply with the lies, cause they'll tell you the same spit. Just step back and step up and say that you're pissed. Every time you give in, you get kicked back down. So this is how we do it. We stand to the ground with our riot shields and our raised faced up. I don't give a damn, cause I'm drunk. I screw up a couple times in my life. It's like when I'm spitting verses. It's like when I'm talking to my wife. You still do it wrong, even though you wanna do it right. So you sit back and you get up on this mic and you're speaking to the people. You want them to know that you're trying to tell them the truth. It's the Don't Comply show.
Mass media is wrong. Don't ever listen to your mom. Stand on the front lines. Don'tComply.com.
On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, I mean, that's really the reason why I amp is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
Your amp will directly change more lives by getting Free Talk Live in front of people looking for talk radio online and on the air. When you amp Free Talk Live, you get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group and AMP podcast. Visit amp.freetalklive.com.
The three most important things you can do for LRN.FM are: 1. Let your friends know you're listening to LRN.FM on your social networking profile. 2. Buy the things you buy online through shop.lrn.fm. 3. Give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm. You likely buy all kinds of things online. Amazon is the largest online retailer. You can get what you need at the same great prices, and LRN gets a cut. Please do your online shopping at shop.lrn.fm.
In Survivor Max 2, School Bites, Max must scavenge through a wasteland swarming with the undead.
Desperate to find the medicine he needs, he discovers a community of survivors at his former school. Has he finally found the safe haven he's been looking for, or will he discover that school bites? Look for Survivor Max on Facebook, read reviews on Amazon, and read Chapter 1 at survivormax.com.
If you enjoy LRN.FM, please contribute to your favorite shows via their websites and become an amplifier at amp.lrn.fm. That's amp.lrn.fm. The latest edition of the Anarcho-Yakitalism podcast is next on the Liberty Radio Network at lrn.fm. Get more at an-yak.com.
Anarchy and yaks? Who does he think he is? Why don't you get off the couch? With tasty philosophy and deep yaks, this is Nick Hazelton with Anarcho-Yakitalism.
Hey there, guys. This is Nick Hazelton, the Anarcho-Yakitalist, with the 90th episode of Anarcho-Yakitalism. I was interviewed by Philip Frey of the Valiant Growth podcast about Stoicism, and I really liked it, so I'm posting it here. I know I've used Valiant Growth episodes as my own twice in the last month, but I promise I'll bring more original content in the next few months. Though I will be pressed for time for a few weeks, so we'll see how that goes. But it'll be there. It might be short episodes, but they will be good, and they will be me. I think you will find great value in this episode as we go over the practices of Stoicism. So here it is.
Hi, Nick, and welcome to Valiant Growth.
Hi, it's a pleasure to be back, Philip.
Yeah, you're holding the record for most interviews. You're the first return guest.
It's an honor.
Yeah, maybe you'll keep holding it. Who knows?
I'll try. Maybe I'll try.
Right. I brought you here today on the show to talk about Stoicism, and I brought you specifically because I know that this is an area of interest for you. This is something that you like to talk about, right?
Mm-hmm.
And to give my own background, I'm only vaguely familiar with the philosophy, but I know some of the ideas and it sparked my interest. And, well, basically, the goal of today's conversation is to, A, see if this can be I'm reversing it. So A, to see what it is, and B, to see if it helps with personal development. And if so, how it can be applied.
Yeah, sure. I think it has some, I think it's, for me, it contributed to my personal development, I think in a lot of ways. And yeah, I think that it definitely can, and hopefully I can make the case for that today.
Cool. So, what is Stoicism? Like, you have 130 characters? No, I'm joking.
Yeah, so Stoicism is a philosophy that I think originated in the Hellenistic age of the Greek history period, I guess. Coming from Athens, it stemmed from a school of thought called Cynicism, which many people will recognize the word cynic in English, right? We use that to mean somebody who looks at the world kind of in a negative way, thinking that things aren't going in a positive direction. But that's not what the school of thought was really talking about. It was preaching the idea that we should live accordance with nature or fate, not nature as in running around in the woods, though some cynics probably would advocate for that too, because they advocate for a very simple lifestyle. So the idea was minimalism, living in accordance with fate, which we can explain a little bit later, and just trying to be at inner peace, valuing virtue over anything else, sacrificing materialism especially. And so Stoicism stemmed from that. I can't remember who it was. I believe it was I want to say Zeno, but I don't. It was a Zeno, I think, but I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm forgetting. But they started this. They studied under one of these Cynic philosophers, and they decided that cynicism was a little too extreme. They didn't want to live in bathtubs in the streets, stealing food so that they could live, because that's what some of the famous cynics did, like Diogenes. There are some very outlandish stories of him spitting at people, stealing pies from windowsills, and acting like a dog, just because he thought that it was. So I don't remember exactly what the story was, but it's kind of extreme, so they didn't want to take it that far. And the idea behind Stoicism was just to hold a lot of those ideas, that virtue overall, right, living in accordance with nature or fate, and focusing on your sphere of control. And then I would also throw in there some other practices that I think we'll get into. I think there are kind of four main things to Stoicism that are important, but the idea of the philosophy is to live in accordance with fate and to stick to your virtuous code.
Right. Is that the guy with the barrel who lived in the barrel?
Diogenes?
Yeah, I know that story. So he lived in a barrel, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
And before we move on, how did stealing stuff go with living with virtue? How did that work?
That's a very interesting question. I'm not totally sure, but I do believe that he took food when it was left in a place where it was accessible to him, and that may have been, breaching people's property rights. I don't know exactly. I'm not big on cynicism. Mm-hmm. I think it's an interesting study, but I haven't done a whole lot of research, and I've just seen a few little things. But I believe that's something he did, and I'm very open to have people tell me that that's not true. But I do believe that he took stuff, and I don't know how it fit in with the philosophy exactly.
Right. Yeah. It just stood out to me. And yeah. So when you say living in accordance with fate, is that FATE or FAITH?
FATE.
Right.
So
what does that mean?
The idea is to, I guess, basically take things as they come, roll with the flow. It's kind of a Zen idea, where we recognize that we don't control everything that's going to happen, so that we're going to roll with it. So the best example is to say, well, we know that the sun is going to rise, so we're not going to live as if it isn't. We know that the sun is going to rise, so that's the way we're going to live. We're going to live in accordance with fate, accordance with what's going to happen next. And when we don't know what's going to happen next, we take it as it comes. So we don't know necessarily if there's a storm going to brew, and come in tomorrow, even though now we kind of do, right? But say we didn't, we're not going to live as if that storm didn't happen, and we're not going to curse it. We're not going to be upset that the storm is coming. We're not going to be upset that the sun rose or that it's going to rain, because that doesn't help us, right? We're going to live in accordance to what is happening now, and we're not going to let it negatively affect us.
Right. And so I guess all philosophies come as a reaction to what is going on. It's kind of a contradiction. Like, we have the better way. So how do people? I wanted to ask how did people, but as we're not all Stoics at this point, I will ask in the present as well. How do people not live in accordance with fate? What does that mean? What's the practical manifestation of that?
I think a lot of people will react to situations that they can't control in a inefficient way, either by worrying too much about what's going to happen, worrying about things that they can't control specifically. So, worrying about this is a very natural thing, and just comes into mind randomly, is that worrying that when your kid is going to come home after they've been out late. That's something that a lot of people would worry about, and I would say that that's very natural, right? Worrying about your children is very natural, but you can't control necessarily when that happens. You can do some things like try to call them and say, "Hey, when are you coming home?" But if you can't and you're worrying, that's not actually helping you out very much. And it's a very hard thing to understand. So maybe this isn't the best example, but that's the first thing that came to my mind. And then I would also say that I guess a better example might be is that people expect things to go their way. Like I expect my yaks to stay in their field, and they don't do that. So when a yak gets out, I have, and sometimes I still do, I get upset because I know I have to go get them. But what I need to understand, or what I don't need, but what I like to remember is that I don't really control what that yak does necessarily. I can make some I can make some actions and take some actions to inhibit his power to get out, right? I can build taller fences, but I don't necessarily control exactly what he does. And so when animals do things that I don't want them to do, it does not help me, and it's not efficient to worry about it or be upset. So that would be that's what I would say. People aren't living in accordance to fate if they're getting upset over actions that they don't control.
Right. And I think I get this one, but I want to clarify for the listeners. There is a border between fate. Like, fate is the things you can't influence, but it's not a blind submission, right, to whatever happens to you. So you build the fence taller, right?
Mm-hmm. Right, yeah. It's not saying that, the yaks are going to get out anyway, I'm not going to build a fence, right? It's going to, the idea is let's be as efficient as we can to meet our goals. That's my mind. And that may not be exactly stoicism, but that's the way I like to use it, is use these powers of understanding what I do control to make actions to most efficiently meet my goals and values or whatever. So I'm not gonna, just because the yak is, he might get out because I don't have a fence built. I'm not going to say, well, I'm just going to let him get out. I'm going to say, well, I'm going to do the best in my power to keep him from doing it. But when he does it, I'm not going to be upset about it because I don't really need to be upset about it. It's just something that's going to happen, and I'm going to expect that because if it does happen, then I was right and I was prepared, either emotionally, or I was prepared by having a four-wheeler or an ATV or something prepared to go get him. Or and if I'm wrong, then hey, that's great. He didn't get out. Right, so that's what I would say is the idea. It's not submitting to fate necessarily. It's not. I guess it's not giving up on trying to meet your goals, your preferences. It's just recognizing that our preferences aren't always met and that we should be prepared.
Right, and do you think? I'm kind of curious in your experience. Do you think adopting stoicism can have a negative effect insofar as you... I don't know how to phrase it. Just give me a second here. So there are people who say everything that happens in my life is my responsibility and is a consequence of what I do and did in the past. So they will perhaps have more motivation to control everything, and of course that's an extreme that doesn't work. But do you think that adopting stoicism perhaps might take the wind out of their sails?
Oh, that's interesting. And I suppose it could if used in a certain way, right? I think that stoicism is a tool, just like many other things that I guess maybe not stoicism itself is a tool. It's an idea, right? But the practices it holds are tools, right? And I think that they could be used in ineffective ways, right? Not meeting our goals. In my experience, I don't think I've faced a lot of losing wind. In some ways, I think that I have lost some of my motivation factors, right? When I started trying to get out of school, I was very motivated by my emotions, right? I wanted to be free. I wanted to get out and do my own thing instead of being stuck in a classroom. So I pushed very hard for emotional reasons and tried my best to get out. And I was very upset that sometimes my way did not go. And that motivated me to keep trying, right? I occasionally got beat down about it, and I got, upset, and I gave up a little bit. But then I'd come back and keep going because I cared so much. And what I've found now is that I don't have those same motivations, because after I got out of school, I was still very emotional about succeeding. I wanted to succeed in my business. And now I've kind of taken the approach that, I don't necessarily need to succeed to be happy. And that's fine. I'm not caring as much about what other people think about my success. I'm more caring about myself, things that I can control. So I've lost some of the motivation, and I will say that I'm not as driven, but at the same time, I don't get beat down nearly as much as I used to, I think. So I think it comes at a little bit of a cost, but I think the benefit definitely outweighs it. I do think that people could lose some of the motivational factors depending on where you're getting your motivation. But I also think that the lows of what that strategy does, with your strategies of being upset, using these emotional, I'm trying to explain this. Sorry. I think that using these strategies of using emotional, motivational factors can bring a lot of distress. And right. I think that practicing stoicism can take away from that distress.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. So we could say perhaps that it might reduce the cyclicality in one's motivation to some extent.
Yeah.
And I think that's a pretty good trade-off. I think cyclicality is natural in many ways, but if you can cut down on the extremes, that's pretty good. I don't know. I'm curious about your experience, Nick, but the way I understand, wow, I'm just having a hard time today pronouncing words. The way I understand the world and the way I see successful people and how successful enterprises are built, I see that consistency is often much more important than moments of brilliance. So if you can avoid completely breaking down more often, even if it cuts your peak performances down a little bit, I think overall that, and in the long term, that might contribute significantly to getting more of your goals met.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
Right. So one of my favorite ideas in Stoicism is the spheres of control. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, sure. It's really part of living in accordance with fate, right? And this is where this idea of focusing on your sphere of control really matters. Like I was talking about earlier, we don't fear the sun rising because we know it's going to rise. So we focus on what we can control, and then and there's obviously some we can get into what do you really control, but I think one thing that most people will agree, and I'm sure there are people that do disagree, is that you can control your actions. And there aren't too many other things that you can control. You have some spheres of influence, right? You can influence certain things. But the main thing that you do control are your actions. And sometimes it feels like it isn't. And I totally understand that feeling like you can't control some of your habits. But I would say that the main thing that you should focus on is trying to control your actions. And there are certain ways to do that, I think, by practicing good habits. And it's very difficult. It's a difficult thing. But I think that would be really the only thing that you really do control is you control yourself, your actions, how you react. You don't necessarily control your feelings, I don't think. But you definitely have an influence over them by, how you react to things. I think that you can control that in a few ways. But so the idea is to focus on that sphere of control. And and we can argue what that is. And I'm arguing that it's your actions and your reactions. So the idea is if you focus on things that you don't control, you're not really going to get anywhere because you don't control them. And sometimes you can use your spheres of influence to get what you want. And sometimes you have enough influence to maintain some very regular results, right? Some very effective results. But there is no real guarantee that you're going to get those consistent results if you don't control something. And the further away you get out of your sphere of influence, the harder it is. And like I was saying, you have to realize that you don't control everything. And then when you realize that and you focus on what you do control, you don't waste as much time worrying and working on things that you may not get the results that you want out of. If that makes sense. I hope that I'm not rambling in a weird way. I felt like I didn't explain that very well.
No, I think you did, and hence that's the efficiency part, right? That's where, because you say it's a very efficient philosophy, or that's what it leads to. I guess that's one of the main reasons, right?
Yes. Are
you familiar with Nathaniel Branden's work?
A little bit. I wish I was a little bit more familiar, but I haven't read the books, but I've listened to an analysis of the 6 Pillars of Self-Esteem, and I really enjoyed that from the School Sucks podcast.
Right. Yeah, I address it on the show. I brought it up occasionally. I don't think I've done an in-depth look into that, but I will say that I have read the books, and they have influenced me powerfully. And basically my whole framework of thinking on self-esteem comes from him. And yeah, the reason why I'm bringing him up is because one of the things he says, and it's one of the principal foundations of self-esteem, is not building it on external factors that you don't have control over. So things like anything really, like if your self-esteem is conditional on your salary or your business's success or your romantic success or anything that's outside of you and is not within your direct control, you are basing your whole self-esteem on very fragile foundations. I think he would even argue that you can't even say it's self-esteem because it's an inner appreciation. I think this connects very much with what you were saying.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And that was one of my favorite things when listening to that analysis of 6 Pillars of Self-Esteem. And that's why I think it's a very valuable idea. And that's why I'm very interested in it. And it's unfortunate I haven't read the book or done much research. But yeah, I think that fits in exactly with Stoicism. Because the idea with Stoicism is that your I guess self-esteem, if you want to call it that, or your self-worth should be determined by your action, by what matters to you and how, the things that you control, right, which are your actions, your reactions, and the way that you hold to your virtue. And I think that some Stoics will have some ideas and give some ideas of what that virtue is. And I think that I would disagree with many of them because some of them had some other ethical ideas than I have, and very different political ideas. People ranging from socialists to imperialists have been Stoics. But the idea is to live in accordance to your virtue, and that's where you should deem your self-worth according to Stoicism.
Right. I see. That's interesting. So it doesn't have a unified definition of ethics then, of morality. It just says it's important.
Yeah, that would be what I have taken from it. There's a lot of more deeper things about Stoicism that I don't understand. I'm more focused on the ethics of Stoicism, and that being the ethical practices, like what we're talking about today. And there's a lot more to the philosophy in regards to deeper philosophy like logic and metaphysical foundations, right? That they go into that I don't share. It's a very old philosophy, so they have some ideas that don't really fit our modern scientific ideas of the world and the universe and reality. So I don't know if there is much on specific virtuous actions, but I do think that a lot of the Stoic philosophers have talked about their own ideas of what is virtuous. And I would say that I don't agree with all of them. And I don't think that it's necessary to hold those ideas to be a Stoic.
Right. So this is a good opportunity that I can learn something today. So you said that you focus on the ethics, but in my mind, in my understanding, ethics does deals with morality and what is good and what is evil in a moral sense. Am I incorrect? Perhaps I might be.
Oh, you're absolutely right, and you're right there. And if you're, are you asking? I'm trying to figure out how to phrase, but are you leading into something?
No, it's this genuine question because I know you. Yeah, I think you did. You studied philosophy more there, so I'm a little bit. I don't understand when you mean that you focus on the.
Sure. Yeah. No, that makes sense. I understand now. No. Yeah. That is kind of a miss. I didn't explain that correctly. I don't think. I guess I've studied more of the practices of Stoicism, and the tools that they use to meet their virtuous ends, more so than I have studied virtue and in the ideas of Stoics. So I know that I know that some Stoic philosophers have had ideas of what virtue is, but I'm not sure if that is agreed upon by all Stoics. And I definitely disagree with a lot of the philosophers on their ideas of morality. But what I definitely agree with them is on that premise of let's live in accordance with fate. So there could be more to the philosophy that I don't fully understand. It's kind of a complex thing when you get deeper, but I don't think that it's necessary to have the same ideas of what virtue is to be a practicing Stoic. And I think that the practices of Stoicism can benefit you no matter what your idea of virtue or morality is.
Right. Yeah. And that's great because Valiant Growth is all about actionable. So let's go there. What are the practices of Stoicism?
Yeah. So I think that there are kind of four main ones, and they kind of play off of each other in a way. But the main ones that I focus on, and then there could be more that I don't hear about because, I'm very versed in taking what I know from Stoicism, which is, I think, a lot. It's much more than most people, but I do want to say that there are a lot more people with more expertise than I have. But the four ones that I take the most, and the only ones that I remember, and I haven't studied a lot, I've just been practicing for the last few months. But the four ones that I focus on are what we've been talking about, living in accordance with fate, not trying to fight what is happening. And and the idea of focusing on your sphere of control are kind of the same thing, but I like to differentiate them just to have that focus on that sphere of control, focusing on what you can control and only that as much as you can. Of course, I don't think that's really possible. We do have our spheres of influence, and it's very important to recognize those and to still work within those. And sometimes we do have to meet our preferences and our goals. Sometimes we do have to deal with things that aren't under our control. So, but it's appropriate and very useful to remember that our actions and our reactions are what we control the most out of anything, and anything else we do have to understand could go in a way that we do not prefer. And I think one way to really prepare for that is this next practice, which is negative visualization. This is a real meditative thing. I think that you can find some ways to meditate on your sphere of control and to come up with strategies to focus on your sphere of control and to live in accordance with fate. And I think there are many strategies that maybe we can get into. But I think this negative visualization is a real strategy and a really great practice that I think is very important in preparing for when things don't go our preferred way. And the idea is that you think of what might happen in whatever's next. You can choose anything. This can range from thinking about what's going to happen tomorrow or thinking about what happens if blank happens, right? So something as extreme as losing your job or having a family member die, or as little as stubbing your toe or losing a penny. What are you going to do in these situations? And the idea with negative visualization is to look at those situations and plan for the worst. Think about the worst thing that could possibly happen, and then think about what are you going to do to react to that? What is going to be your reaction? And just expect things to go wrong as you move on then. So you visualize what's going to happen, think about what's going to go wrong, and then expect that thing to go wrong when it's happening. So the idea is that when that does happen and when it goes wrong, that you are prepared. And then if it goes right, then hey, it's a pleasant surprise and it went right. So awesome. But expecting that it is going to go wrong will have will prepare you emotionally, as well as if you took the proper strategies to prepare that for that situation, you will also be prepared in other senses, right? So to use the example of losing your job, you practice in your head to be emotionally prepared, right? That when your boss comes and tells you, okay, we have to let you go, Nick or Philip, you know how to react to that. You're not going to do things that further damage your relationship or move against your goals, or what, you're going to act in your own virtue, right? And then so that's the emotional preparation. You also kind of have to prepare for, okay, I lost my job, and there might be some despair in that. You lost something that's maybe important to you, or now you have to adapt to a situation that you're not used to. But the idea is, so now you're emotionally prepared, and then now, since you did prepare for that emotionally and you had that practice of visualizing it negatively, now that if you prepare ahead of time, then you can prepare for the worst situations, which is now you don't have an income stream, right? So if you're properly preparing for what's going to happen next, you should have some money saved. You should have a backup plan. You should have your resume prepared so you can go get a new job, or you should have some things underway so that you can have a little bit more income as you try to find a new job or you choose your new path. So does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. And then the final practice that I like to bring up is the obstacle is the way. Taking this mindset that challenges are a good thing, and that life is full of challenges, and more often than not, you're faced with certain challenges, from very small things to little things, or to larger things. And this kind of plays into all of the rest of it, right? This all is very connected, I think. So when we lose our job, we take that as a challenge. Instead of thinking, oh no, poor me, what am I going to do? This is terrible. You think, well, what really am I going to do? How am I going to get over this? And let's take this as a challenge, because that's really what it is, right? We're going to get back on our feet somehow. At least that's what we want. So let's find a way to do that. Instead of being bummed out about it, take some actions and work on this challenge, because that's what it is, and that's what you should take it as. Because otherwise, if it's not a challenge, then it's an obstacle that you can't get over. But really, the idea is, with Stoicism, is the obstacle is the way. Get over that obstacle, because what else are you going to do, I guess, right? So those would be those four things. Living in accordance with fate, practicing understanding your sphere of control and focusing on your sphere of control, and then visualizing what could go wrong, preparing for what could go wrong, and then facing what's going wrong as a challenge and as something that you can and will overcome, or at least try to overcome with the best of your ability.
Right. Yeah, I mean, they seem very valuable practices to me, and I would say I think aspects of Stoicism have seeped into mainstream culture as well, and I have heard some of these perspectives or practices from people who I probably don't even know, haven't even heard of Stoicism. And I think these are they've become popular because they are useful.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't remember who I was talking to. It might have been Jim Cunningham, or it could have been Bill Buford. I believe it was Bill Buford. He's the one who introduced me to Stoicism. Him and Brett Venato, the School Sucks Project, did a pretty good series on Stoicism. But they introduced me there, and I was talking to Bill Buford, and we're talking about these things. And we're like, I'm like, well, these things seem kind of obvious, right? This is pretty common sense. These are, and a lot of people get this, even though that they aren't Stoics, like you said, Philip. And he's like, well, yeah, because I really think that Stoicism is the no duh philosophy, and I really like that phrase there. It's the no duh philosophy. It's like, oh, of course. And I think these are things that you can kind of realize just by living your life and experiencing things, and realizing that if you have any kind of little bit of wisdom, these things can be pretty apparent, right? But I think that a lot of time we can miss some of these common sense ideas, and I think that spelling it out in these practices and having these kind of laid out in a way like Stoicism does can be very valuable to try to remember these things, because it can be very hard. I still have some difficulties focusing on my sphere of control and living in accordance with fate, right?
Yeah, and we'll talk about that too. But I just want to say that I think actually I really like the no duh principle, and I would extend it even further, and I will say that all useful philosophy should meet this criteria. If it's good, it's usually no duh. Is it no duh? Sorry, is that the correct?
It is. Yes.
It is no duh. Like, for instance, the scientific method is pretty common sense, but by writing it down, by focusing on it, by exploring further, we gain some true value there, starting from the common sense.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a perfect example.
Right. And yeah, my listeners and myself included, we're all very interested in the actionable when it comes to philosophy and everything else. So I recommend using the no duh principle whenever faced with something obscure. Also, something that popped into my mind when you were talking about negative visual. Oh man. I'll leave it in. This is the stuff that gets edited out when I do a solo show.
Sure.
Right. when focusing on negative visualization.
Yeah, you had it that time. It's close. It's close. It's a hard word to say. It's weird.
Yeah, visualization. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Something that I've never heard mentioned, but I think that's the big benefit of it, is also considering in really looking at the risks that you're taking in your life. You might come to the conclusion, not only will you form a contingency plan, but with some things you might come to the realization of, do I want to have this risk in my life? Now that I realize how devastating it can be, and I experience small-scale contained versions of the emotions that I will feel if it does, maybe you will say that this is something that I don't want to have in my life, and perhaps I can alter it. So your example was having your boss come to your desk and tell you that you're fired. Well, if you do the negative visualization, your conclusion might be, okay, how do I prepare for this? But your conclusion might also be, do I want to be this dependent on someone and have this level of risk in my life? What alternatives are there out there?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. And I didn't think about that when I was explaining that. But yeah, that's exactly what it can and should be used for, is mitigating risks. Deciding, is this, can I avoid this situation somehow? And finding a way to do that is definitely a good way to use negative visualization. See, I can't even say it.
Yes, now my self-esteem is restored.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that it's a very, very useful strategy.
Yeah, and I think you beat me to it when it comes to the job part. People listening to just this episode without having listened to our previous talk will not know what we're talking about, but essentially you started being entrepreneurial at 15.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't have a job, right? I'm concerned.
Yeah, right now I don't have any job. I'm working for myself.
Do you think there will be a time in your life when a boss will be able to come into your office and tell you that you're fired?
I doubt I'll work in an office. I'm always open to anything happening. I think that's another Stoic principle, is not making promises about the future. Right. I would like to think that it won't happen, but I would say that it's possible that I could have to find or choose to find a job, either part-time or full-time, to be able to make a little bit more money. And that's something that I'm actually considering now. Is I don't have a large cash flow. It's very small. Definitely not enough to live off of. So I'm 17, so I can stay in my parents' house for a little while longer. But it's kind of going off on a subject. But no, I would say that it is possible. But I would like to limit that possibility as much as I can.
It makes sense to me, and you might have to do that. It's what I'm doing right now. I have a part-time job, and I'm trying to move into full-time entrepreneurship and with the podcast and other things. But yeah, my guess is, though, I will say this is not a commitment on your part, but my guess is that you're not going to be in that situation. Or if you are, you're not going to be, even without stoicism, you're not going to be devastated.
Yeah, I don't think so.
And that's what's cool about being an entrepreneur.
Yeah, absolutely.
So getting back to stoicism, tell my listeners about what impact this has had on your life.
Sure. So I kind of came to stoicism through the School Sucks project, and immediately I found some great relief, because at the time I was dealing with some grief of losing somebody very close to me, and that devastated me quite a bit. But through adopting stoicism and studying stoicism, I found, okay, This was not a situation I could control. There were some things I feel like I could have done better with this in the relationship I had with this person, but that's not something I can control now. And what I can control is the way I learn from this experience. And it doesn't necessarily have to be negative, though. It's very natural to go through these grieving processes and be upset, right? Realizing that this is temporary, and that I will eventually be able to move on with some greater knowledge, right? That was probably the event that sparked a lot of my, that's what set me on my path to where I am today in a lot of ways in regards to self-growth, right? Being able to sit back on a situation and be able to reflect on what my actions were and what I could have done better, right? Instead of beating myself up and feeling really bad about the situation, instead looking at it as a learning opportunity and to realize that mistakes are made and that they really are fine as long as you don't keep making them and as long as you learn from them. So that would be the main thing that I would say I got out of it. And I really contribute that philosophy to the way I overcame some of my issues with depression and just not being fully satisfied with the path I was on. It was at a young age, right? But still, using these tools helped then, and it's been helping me now. I found that I'm having some trouble focusing on them as more and more things and more ideas are introduced to me. It's hard to keep track of them, but I found that when I do practice these Stoic practices, there's a lot of inner peace, right? I'm not worried about things that I can't control, and that relieves a lot of stress. And that allows me to focus on what I can control, things that are actionable, for me to get to the goals that I want. Things that I can set some very good goals and some very effective plans. So I found that the inner peace that Stoicism brings is very valuable, and I think that many people could find the same value as well.
Are there What's the best approach, do you think, to adopting Stoicism? Keeping it in the actionable sphere, could knowing these practices and these principles be enough just from having listened to this and thinking more about them and going on with your life? Or are there books and resources that can make it even more effective?
I think there are, and I've unfortunately, I think this is part of why I have some troubles remembering them, is that I don't do enough research and I don't stay current on reading up on this. And I was a part of a Facebook group, so I watched a lot of people come to the group with some of their struggles, and then I got to see the advice that people would give them. So that was very easy to keep those fresh in my mind as I saw those go through my Facebook news feed. But as I joined more groups and I had more friends and more things went through my news feed, it became much more sparse, and I didn't get to see that Stoic talk, right? Talked about it as often. So what I would encourage people, and this is something that I want to try to do, is to set a routine of meditating on these ideas, just thinking about what is in my sphere of control, where might I be focusing on things that aren't in my sphere of control, where could I move my focus to be able to be more effective in reaching my goals and meeting my preferences. I think that there are ways to write that down and make that more clear for yourself. Like I would encourage people to write down their priorities and their goals, right? I think that's a big thing that anybody really promotes, right? I think you're working on getting things done, right? And
yes,
adopting those practices. And I think part of that is setting goals, right? And writing them down. I'm not I haven't studied getting things done enough either, but that's kind of the idea, right? Part of it, at least.
Actually, I would say it's not a major part of getting things done. That's not true, but it's not Okay.
It's not the focus.
It's not the focus. Yeah, I think getting things done is where it's most impactful is on getting things done, like the focusing on getting things done day to day and having a clear mind. It does have, and it does talk about horizons of focus, but I would say it's not the best resource on that specific. Not because it's wrong, but because it's not a central focus.
Sure. Yeah, but so the idea is that you're working towards these goals, right? And then you have some practices to get there. So that's what I would encourage people to do with Stoicism is focus on the practices. And this is something that I'm going to do, and I'm starting to do again, is to work on just spending some time each day meditating, keeping a track of some things that you may not be that you might not prefer in your life. If you'd like things to go a different way, thinking about those things, and then just using these strategies of focusing on your sphere of control to do that. And then if you get beat down, try to remember that, hey, the obstacle is the way, and that you're facing a challenge right now, and that's fine, and that you're going to be able to overcome it. And if you don't, then you negatively visualize about what's going to happen if you don't, and you prepare for the worst, right? But I do think that it's kind of hard to remember these things without spending a lot of time on them, and that's an issue that I have, and I'm trying to find ways to overcome. So I'm still kind of dealing with those strategies. But one thing that I think part of the strategy will be, and this is what my grandfather has suggested to me, and he's had some success, is to I can't remember if he's writing things down or if he's reading a thing every day, but I believe that he took a book by Epictetus, who was a big Stoic philosopher. I don't remember what the book is called off the top of my head, but I think it's the most popular book by Epictetus. But it's very short little pages on just little things in life that he came up with, little things he thought about, and he wrote them down. And then there is also a big book that he suggested to me also was The Art of Joyful Living, or The Art of Stoic. Oh, shoot. I forgot what it's called, but it's by William Irvine, and it's something like it's Joyful Living, The Art of Stoic Joy, or something like that. I don't remember. I apologize, but I'll get you the link, Philip, and I'm sure you'll put it in the show notes.
Yeah, I will do that. Actually, I'm thinking I will put it under. So if those of you who don't like going to the notes, I will put it under Valiant Growth / Nick Stoicism book. That's where you will find it.
Okay.
I could move on to my criticism of Stoicism, and we could talk about that.
Let's go for it.
Okay, let's go for it. So, yeah, I have two angles to this, and the first angle is kind of an intellectual one, and the psychological one, and the other angle, which I've kind of discovered today as I was thinking about this upcoming conversation, is connected to my own history. So yeah, I think I'll begin with my own history because that might be a little bit more interesting and more personal, if that's okay with you, Nick.
Yeah, sure.
So I've only recently heard the philosophy of Stoicism discussed, and perhaps I think even the word itself, I haven't really heard the word used very much before, up to recently. But I believe that my family and myself we did use many principles of Stoicism in our day-to-day life. And because I wanted to tell you before, I was thinking what I'm going to talk about here, and I wanted to tell you that I discovered it on my own, and I used some of the techniques independently, but then I realized that I came to through my family. So the idea of focusing on what is within your sphere of control was a big one in my family. But the problem was, and the kind of environment that this created, I'm sure that there are many ways of using Stoicism, and there are many branches. So everybody has an interpretation. But the way this manifested in my family was that so someone would come with a problem, right? And the other person would say, you're not rational. Here are the things that you can control. Here are the things that you can't control. So focus on the things that you can control. And that's it. And there was no empathy in that. There was no emotional connection. And I personally believe that it was used as a means of limiting connection between the members of family. I'm not consciously, but that was why it happened. And it really led to this environment where we're not super logical all the time, right? And sometimes we need an understanding or some empathy, and that just wasn't present. There was no point in bringing it up because you would get this answer and you would get no empathy. And I think some of the Stoics can be blamed of this. And I think I heard it in one of your conversations on it, that you will have people like in that forum, for instance, or in that group, you would have people react like this. And I would say that is not particularly helpful because sometimes we just need empathy, and we already know that it's not within our control, but we would like someone to connect with us on a human level and give us a validation that what we're experiencing is a normal reaction, and then we can move on to solve the issue. What would you say to that, Nick?
I think that's a very valuable and real concern, and I definitely share that with Stoicism, and I've I guess it's suppression, right? Suppression of these feelings. That can be something that Stoics do, and I think that's something that I've done. And being young, I don't have very many habits formed, but one of those is suppression of so-called negative feelings, right? Like things like sadness and frustration and anger. That's something that I experienced in trying to suppress, and I found that I'm not very good at empathizing with others or even myself. It's something that I've come to in the last few months, and it's something that I definitely work on, and I try to be more empathetic towards people and myself. But it's something it's very hard, and I think that's partly because of how I was raised as well. The way I adapted to my environments was to try to be very reasonable, try to be very, not reasonable necessarily, but very rational and logical, only focusing on principles rather than some emotions, right? And you're right. I don't think it's very helpful. And I think that people who suppress these emotions and don't, practice self-empathy and don't empathize with others, damage their relationships with others and also themselves. And, it's kind of using strategies to kind of shame yourself. Like, how dare you feel good? Or, how dare you feel bad? There are many people in this world who have more struggles than you have. And their life is much worse. So how dare you not feel grateful for what you have, and how dare you feel bad, right? Those strategies are not very effective and won't garner you very great results, I think. I think that they can be effective in temporarily maintaining control and some emotional balance, but I think it often will those issues will come again, and it'll be worse the more that you suppress these emotions, right? So I think that that's something that people can make a mistake with when practicing Stoicism. The idea is not to squash or get rid of these so-called negative emotions, because I don't think that this is another piece of this is another tool that I bring into this. This is part of nonviolent communication strategies and ideas, is that, and maybe it's not specifically, but this is the way I learned this from Darryl Becker. The way I learned how to practice some of these ideas with nonviolent communication is to not view emotions as negative. So when you're sad, you understand that you are missing some sort of value or desire. Something's not being met. Something is not quite to your satisfaction, either in a very apparent level or on some subconscious level. And realizing that is why you have an emotion. That's why you're feeling, not necessarily because you have the wrong outlook on it, right? Which is kind of, I think, the idea of when you try to shame yourself or you try to convince yourself that this is not an issue or whatever it is. When you suppress things, I think that you're kind of telling yourself that the strategy or the way you're thinking of things is really bad for you, right? And that it's the reason why you feel bad is because of your outlook on life, not necessarily because something happened to you. Right? Does that make sense? Do you feel like that you're understanding that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you hit the nail on the head with suppression.
Yeah. So I think that part of what you should do with Stoicism is recognize that you will have these emotions like sadness and frustration that many people in the world and I don't know, maybe not especially, but especially in the culture that I was raised in, that people would consider negative and things to avoid. And in some ways, I do think there are things to avoid, right? You want to meet all of your needs and preferences and, whatever it is. But realizing that, I think this is part of Stoicism, right? Realizing that things will go wrong and that you will feel bad every once in a while. And just recognizing that that's something that you don't necessarily control. But what you do control is how you react and act on those situations, right? So I think that it's very appropriate to, when you get faced with a situation, let yourself feel your emotions, right? And because otherwise you're going to suppress them, and it's not going to end up very well for you. So that's not necessarily part of Stoicism, but I think it's important, and I think it is an important thing to remember when practicing Stoicism, to not suppress negative emotions, to not use your control of your actions to tell yourself that you should not feel this way, but instead recognize that you feel this way and let yourself feel that way. And then if you need, or you feel like you need empathy, reach out. If you're not able to get it from somebody else, which is something you can't control, you at least can empathize with yourself. So at least trying to do that. And I guess that would be what I would encourage people to do.
Yeah, me too. And in fact, I propose upgrading Stoicism with a little bit of understanding, psychological understanding, and version 2.0 perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be much better and much more useful, much more well-rounded. I would say that actually I'm sure that many people who practice Stoicism, whether they know that it is or that they know that it's actually Stoicism or not, many people who follow these practices will fall into this trap. And what is missing here, and this comes from Nathaniel Branden's Psychology of Self-Esteem, his first book on the subject, is his definition of emotions. And I will tell it in a second, but the moment you understand his definition of emotions, you realize that you can't control your emotions. And I think I'm not sure, but I think even you have said during this talk that part of Stoicism is controlling your emotions. I think maybe it probably wasn't something that you would agree with, but I think you actually said it, and I think it's a popular thing to control your emotions or to focus on that.
Mm-hmm.
But his definition is that, if I remember correctly, or what I got from it, is that your emotions are a reaction, an automatic reaction to the things happening around you, and they're telling you, basically it's a judgment of, is this for me or is this against me? And if this definition is correct, and I think it is, then emotions are not within your sphere of control. So to really implement it into Stoicism, so if you are stoical and have a psychological understanding, you will not try to control your emotions because it is not within your sphere of control. It's like fate. It doesn't mean that you are, and I think you understand this, but I want to clarify, it doesn't mean that you blindly follow whatever happens in you, but you have to accept your emotions at least. And you can control your actions, which is what Stoicism does say, but you cannot control your emotions. You can either accept them and embrace them as a fact of reality that you can decide how much it influences you big picture, but it is something that's out there or in there. Or you can suppress them, and if you suppress them, as you said, it's gonna come back more powerfully. So that would be my upgrade. That's what I would suggest with my limited understanding.
Yeah, sure. I totally agree. I think that's very true. And I think that it should be recognized, especially when talking about Stoicism. And I do hope that I recognize that, at least most of the time when I speak on it, because I think you're very right that it's very important, and it definitely should be added to the practice of Stoicism.
Right. And I will say that also my experience too, so the things that I talked about in my family, those were more childhood things, but as I was moving into my teenage years, I kind of came up with my own version of Stoicism, and sphere of control was part of it, but also part of it was trying to control my own emotions. And in kind of a shaming way, as you said, and it did not work. It led to basically a cycle of times when I felt nothing and I achieved my ideal, but then it would break down, and then I would be overwhelmed by sadness, by anger, and I would break the things that I've achieved, or I would become really depressed, and it just didn't work. And both phases were really bad. I don't want to curse on this on the podcast, so I can maintain the clean rating, but I would if I could. Both phases were bad, because when I was suppressing the emotions, that's not a fun place to be. It's not being completely neutral, which is the aim of many philosophies, is a terrible place to be in. That's I don't like it. I don't know what your opinion is, but having no emotion is a very, very unrealistic goal long term, but in the moment it's a very poor life, I would say.
Yeah, I absolutely would agree.
And another reason for embracing emotion, and this is why I think logic and emotion can be very well integrated, is that it can, in analyzing it, it can often give you knowledge picked up by your unconscious that you're blocking out, and it can carry some information that you don't want to suppress, and that's going to really improve your life. So you're not fully logical. You can't be fully rational because you're missing certain cues. And even if it seems like disproportional or irrational reaction to what's happening in the moment, well, in that case, it points to something in your history. This is what I got from my own.
Freedom Fiends Live is up next after the news here on the Liberty Radio Network, LRN.FM.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Darryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Monday, July 4th, 2016. Silver is trading at $20.51 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,352 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $670. Antiwar.com reports the rebel-held town of J-Rud has mostly stayed out of the Syrian civil war until the past few days, having a truce with the army that has made it a popular magnet for refugees around the region. That appears to have come to an end with the killing of a Syrian pilot in the area. The pilot parachuted out near J-Rud and was executed on the ground, reportedly by Al-Qaeda's Nusra Front. The Syrian military had subsequently hit the town hard, killing 31 people, including 2 medics and a large number of civilians. The rebels are describing the attacks as revenge for the pilot's execution, though they insist that the execution had nothing to do with the town itself. The Syrian military did not comment directly on the attack, but had vowed that the pilot's killing would not go unpunished. Essentially a suburb of Damascus, J-Rud is one of several local truces that have been struck over the course of a multi-year civil war in Syria, though as this weekend has proven, those truces are often very tenuous, and it doesn't take much to return the area to a state of open warfare. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. UPI reports with California's new vaccination law now in effect, some parents are opting to homeschool while others are moving out of the state. The new law eliminates most vaccination exemptions for school children in an effort to protect everyone from communicable disease outbreaks. Other parents trying to avoid the new laws filed exemption paperwork before January 1st to give them the leverage to vaccinate their children at their own pace. California Senate Bill 277, which sparked some of the most contentious debates in years, ended with a win for those who favor forced vaccinations. Still, tens of thousands of Californians remain adamantly opposed to the mandate. Kristen Kinney of San Jose said she's checking out real estate in Idaho. An East Bay area mother said she's considering finding an underground network of doctors willing to give her a medical exemption for her 3.5-year-old son. Liv Selly said, "It's really thrown me for a loop. I just don't want someone telling me what I have to do with my child, putting things into my child's body." An outbreak of measles last year in Marin County, home of one of the highest concentrations of unvaccinated children, convinced the county to ban the personal belief exemption. Now all children entering daycare, kindergarten, or 7th grade are required to show proof of vaccinations. Are you an advocate for free market money? Do you promote Bitcoin as an alternative in a fiat-centric world? Then you need Spendabit in your arsenal, the search engine for things you can buy with Bitcoin. Spendabit aggregates millions of products from thousands of Bitcoin-enabled merchants. Keep your money in the free economy. Visit spendabit.co today. Bitcoin merchants, ask about our merchant suite to reach even more customers. Spendabit.co. Reuters reports a 19-year-old tourist in Manhattan's Central Park suffered a severe foot wound on Sunday after an apparent homemade firework exploded when he jumped off a rock and stepped onto the device. Investigators said the object was likely fabricated by an amateur firework enthusiast for the thrill of creating a loud noise and flash. At least one bystander in the park told CNN the blast sounded like a cannon. The man was taken to Bellevue Hospital, where police said he was undergoing surgery and was listed in serious but stable condition. His two companions, aged 18 and 20, were not injured. The late morning explosion occurred when all three men jumped off a rock and the victim landed on top of the object, which had been stashed near the boulder out of the way of normal foot traffic. Lieutenant Mark Torrey, commander of the police bomb squad, said there was nothing to indicate that the device was put in this area with a specific intent to harm any individual, and that evidence showed it was not meant to be detonated by someone stepping on it. He said the device, which was believed to have been in the park for at least a day, may have not gone off at an earlier time and was just left there. The 778-acre park in the heart of Manhattan is a major draw for tourists visiting New York City. The park remained open to visitors following the blast. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
You're listening to the best liberty-oriented audio streamed around the clock, on the air, and online. This is the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM. You can help new minds find liberty. Chip in at LRN.FM.
In order to more accurately portray the risks of smoking, the FDA has approved putting a picture of Trish on the cover of all cigarette packs. Clinical trials suggest that images of diseased organs, corpses, and deformed infants all prove less effective than a single photograph of Trish smiling. Smokers can expect to see the graphic campaign as early as next month, paired with a simple line of text that reads, "Cigarettes cause Trish." In Science News, a new study finds that every style of parenting inevitably produces disturbed and miserable adults.
Despite a great variance in parenting styles across populations, from overprotective to permissive, the end product is always the same, a profoundly flawed and joyless human being.
One bright note of the study, adults can find temporary happiness when they're able to perpetuate the cycle of human misery by having children. In other news, the Pulitzer Board adds a giant pumpkin category, and a local man's utter failure in life is a bit of a sore spot. For more news, visit theonion.com/newsbeat.
This is the Onion News Network.
While our satellite channel is free to listen to, it's not free for us. You can help us cover our satellite costs with the chip-in on the right side of the page at LRN.FM. LRN.FM.
That's what we call a shotgun sound check on the Freedom Fiends. Is Laughing Kitty going to be doing the intro here?
This is the Freedom Fiends.
Speak up.
From Pod Bay 2A, a mile above sea level.
Come back up a little bit.
Intergalactic Prairie Studios. Come back up a little bit. How's that?
Good.
Okay, we alter your locus aurelius by warming your synapses with rejuvenative radio waves. This warms your brain to a tasty and toasty 420 degrees Fahrenheit.
Ouch.
Keep the sin flood of statism out of your head. Can you feel it? Is it working?
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right.
Yeah,
well, that's good.
yeah.
All right. Well, then, the Freedom
How
Feast
about
is
you,
covered
murder
by
dog?
a BIPCOT, no government license. This allows reuse by anyone except governments. Learn more at bipcot.org. What's happening?
Come back up, Kitty. Yeah.
Okay.
Kitty is just all over the
barely
place.
turned
How's
it
that
down
now,
a little
Kitty?
bit. Okay,
How's that,
this?
Nathan? Nathan, how's that? It's your fault. How's that? Yeah, cool.
Board
Keep
up,
coming.
taking responsibility.
He's taking
All right.
responsibility. I like it.
Okay.
I took
taking
responsibility.
responsibility
Don't
for
even
the fact that
start.
he's-
Don't even start with me. I know that's a veiled
talking
shot of
about-
another re-beef.
No, tonight we're not going to say bad things about you. We're going to say great things about me. Diana,
even better.
Can you please read this letter Chandler sent to me?
Why, of course.
Am I going to need a barf bag?
Yeah, man. Go ahead.
Okay. Hey, Michael, let me start off by saying thank you. Thank you not just for helping us improve audio production quality, but also for, at least in my case, providing inspiration and teaching a certain amount of professionalism. The Fiends, especially the older two-man episodes we did, or two, like man and woman episodes that we did, are really special to me. You gave us a platform to explore ourselves and speak to the world and make some really cool friends. Not to sound like a fanboy, but I have a lot of respect and admiration for you. Even when we disagree or I think you're being a hard butt,
Just so it doesn't sound right.
I know.
How you radio on the fly.
How you transform the Freedom Fiends into what it is and assembled a group of really cool co-hosts is kind of mind-blowing. It's never been done before. I know I don't contribute to the Fiends as much as others, but I have been with you cats for a long time, both as a listener and as a co-host. Way back, remember Linux, guns, and porn? Oh my. I would love to be on more. It's really only the time slot issue. I don't get enough rest as it is, and being on that late, it's hard for me to stay focused. I hope we are able to stay on the radio because honestly, there's something truly magical about floating around on the airwaves. Also, you worked so hard to get us on the air and teach us how to do good radio while still remaining separate from all the other shows.
Aw.
Yeah. Pre-recorded shows are a great idea. In fact, I wanted to do more of those. I actually agree with the assessment that the show has become a show about nothing. While still funny, it seems very unfocused at times. I know that on more than one occasion, I've spent a couple of hours at work reading up on info for the show, sent notes, but then they never get used. It seems like everyone
now,
just
hang on a sec. I have an interjection about that.
Okay.
That still makes the show better. Even if you research something and we never touch on it, sometimes it like spurs something else. So that's not wasted time. And sometimes we use, like I've done an hour of research before and then we ended up mentioning one line of it, but it helped the show. So that's not useless. All right, go ahead.
Right. And then he says, it seems like everyone just wants to joke around all the time, which is hard for me because I tend to be more serious. Joking around is essential, but not for a whole 2-hour show, just my 2 cents. I will support you in whatever road you take the Fiends down and do my best to contribute. There's a lot more I could say, but at this point, I think I'm just rambling, LOL. Anyway, take care of yourself, brother. Worms.
Aww. See, I didn't say anything about Jeremy's bad audio. We just had someone else say something about my good audio. So there.
I don't think there was anything specifically about your good audio.
I win.
Heard. Yeah, of course you win.
He said that I taught him.
You stacked the game. Get out of here.
It's in the first line. Thank you, not just for helping us improve audio production / quality.
Yeah,
it's in the first line. You chose not to hear it.
Improve. No, I heard it. You helped improve ours. I wasn't talking about yours.
Oh.
And I would like to say that my favorite part of that line is that providing inspiration and teaching a certain amount of professionalism, and the fact that you've given us this platform. I mean, I completely appreciate you for that too. So it's not just
Jeremy doesn't.
I appreciate.
You are so full of it. You know, absolutely. I appreciate. I was laughing. I'm sorry. The professionalism, especially after the professionalism.
I was like hanging out with Hank Aaron. Wait, that's old. It wasn't Hank Aaron.
Yes. I'm not that old.
But I mean, I agree a lot. I agree with a lot of what. I agree with a lot of what Chandler says, but I also agree with you. I mean, I love the fact that we joke around, and I mean, I do think that we talk about some really important things, and we manage to get those things interjected in there, despite the fact that we are laughing while Western civilization burns. I think that's kind of cool.
Wow, I do too.
That just sounds anarchist, like the other kind of like black bloc anarchist or something.
Well, if we were the ones
causing it to burn,
well, exactly.
We're just sitting on lawn chairs in our backyard watching it burn.
We're laughing. We're laughing at the commies.
Weed.
We're laughing at the commies lobbing Molotovs. I'm just sitting back, They can do all the work.
Truth bombs, yeah.
I saw some bombs tonight.
Oh, you saw some fireworks?
Yeah, and you know what? I consider it I mean, this is how I'm looking at it now. It's like I'm just celebrating the technology of the ancient Chinese. They were just awesome. Yeah.
There you go. Well, I didn't hear any fireworks all week, like not even a pop of a, firecracker until tonight when they had the municipal, like, your taxes at work display in town. I hear you guys smoking your legal weed. I hear it. I hear it.
No.
What are you smoking?
My e-cig.
Oh, e-cig. All right. Yeah. Well, Fiend Phone has such quality that I can hear that. I wouldn't hear that on Skype. Right. Actually, if Fiend Phone were better, I could hear whether it's your e-cig. I probably could tell whether it's an e-cig or pot if I had you show me each and let me, do each a couple times and tell me what it is.
Well, the inhale for the legal weed is longer than the one for the sick.
Exactly.
And it's held a little longer.
So the name of tonight's show is M-Dub and the Murder Dogs, and we don't murder dogs. We love dogs, but murder dogs. You guys, that's pit bulls. We call them murder dogs, and I'm M-Dub, which is. Does anyone know why who called me M-Dub? I don't think you guys have been fiends long enough now.
I remember you telling this, but I forget.
I have no idea.
Garrett Fox. Garrett Fox named me that.
That's right. Yes.
Garrett Fox was a really cool. He kind of looks like Jeremy. He's one of my two friends that look like Jeremy. Or like you guys, you could be in the same police lineup. You know, like you're the same height and weight and face structure. You don't look the same though. But
gotcha.
So
dark hair, dark eyes. All
yeah, he's one of these people that like I'm not saying his wife told him to quit the Fiends, but I do know that he was loving being on the Fiends. And then he like announced his engagement on Facebook, and the next day he said, sorry, dude, I can't do the show anymore. One of those.
I'm sure that was just a coincidence.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
I thought it had more to do with his job.
No, he also pod faded. He was my proof of concept of pod fading. Pod fading is a word from like 2006 of people that start a podcast and they're all psyched about it, and then they do less and less often until they just give up. And then you go one day to check the old episodes and the domain is no longer registered. Yeah.
And I actually thought he did podcasts with his wife too, or like before they were married at least.
Maybe. He had something called the Disindoctrination Podcast, and it was really good. And I helped him set it up, and it sounded pretty good. He had good audio. Although he used this podcasting kit that was $99 that he got on Amazon that he called the Pod Fade 9000.
The Pod Fade 9000.
Yeah.
Why? Because it was designed to be hanging up in your closet in 6 months.
Yes. Well, I do know that it was all it was really was just like, you know, a condenser microphone, which you shouldn't use, and a cheap condenser mic, and a windscreen, you know, one of those ones that looks like the pantyhose over the hoop, and then like a cable, USB cable, and then some free software on a disc, on a CD, and then a book called like How to Podcast or something that was written in like 2006 that like literally is so out of date. The only thing that you could use it for would be to like prop your mic up and get it closer to your mouth. Yeah. Yeah, that was back when I was back in 2006, I was on the Yahoo podcasting group. I don't know anybody that was on that anymore. I don't think.
I didn't even know it existed.
Yeah, well, Yahoo groups, I mean, that right there is archaic. So, we got a correction. Jeremy was wrong.
I want clarification of this.
Go ahead. What'd you say and what's the truth?
What did I say? The more and more I think about it, like I said, I got to go back and listen to the show, but I could have swore you brought up the fact that they all... I could have swore you were the one who brought up the fact that all or most of them spoke British accents, and I just agreed with you.
Oh, the Founding Fathers. You are just burying the lead for the shovel with your forefathers' shovel here. I said that the Founding Fathers, which is kind of an amorphous concept, but the general accepted definition is people whose signature is on the Declaration of Independence. You know, the people who risked, like, basically committed treason to help start America. Those people, I said that most of them had British accents. And you said that they were immigrants and that...
I said most of them were
Hamilton
were
was from Haiti or something.
Yeah, I can't remember where.
Yeah, but okay, so here's my thing about that, though, is that how long had their families been in this country?
Well, that's the thing, not, they probably had British accents.
Or some variation thereof, because if you listen to... Yeah, go ahead.
I was saying, we're still burying the lead. The correction was that actually more of them were born here than we led on to believe.
Yeah, 1/5 of them were foreigners.
Okay, of them. Okay,
but
gotcha.
the main ones, like Thomas Jefferson, was third generation British. His grandfather was from England, and he and his father were born in Virginia. Franklin was born in Virginia, and Washington was born in Virginia.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
There you go. That's not correct.
Virginia is for lovers.
It's for fathers.
There you go.
Murder dogs.
There you go. There's our serious note for the night. We were fast in correcting our errors. So there you go.
Yes. Unlike anybody else in Liberty, I don't hear, especially the Liberty rock stars, like they could be so criminally wrong and never admit it, even when confronted. They just they go delete the episode they were wrong on. Like that's what Molyneux does.
I have to admit when I'm wrong. I have to. I can't stand it.
Yeah, I don't like it either. So we're talking about marijuana potency under the new freedom, America, Colorado, land of the free. How people there in their square want to make it less free.
Meow meow. Meow 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 meow.
Freedom Fiends with Michael Dean. This is what radio sounds like now.
This is an alert. If your business or church is building this year, you're about to pay more than you should. This could mean thousands of dollars more for your office, retail space, church, or warehouse. A General Steel building can save you as much as half the cost and time of similar conventional construction. And we're offering rebates of up to $20,000 to help you build today. Call General Steel for free information that could save you thousands. Call 866-91-STEEL. 866-91-STEEL. 866-91-STEEL.
I'm Nick Soboleski, a Select Quote agent with a true story that could save you hundreds of dollars a year. A woman named Linda just called. Her husband, Ray, has a $300,000 group life insurance policy, but is changing jobs and can't take it with him. Well, I impartially shopped the highly rated term life insurance companies we represent and found Ray, who is 41 and takes medication to control his cholesterol, a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $26 a month. That's almost twice the coverage for less than half of what he had paid. If SelectQuote hasn't shopped for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-403-4885. That's 1-800-403-4885. 1-800-403-4885. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop. You save. Get full details in the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price could vary depending on your health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
The best-kept secret in the firearms business is CDNNsports.com. CDNN Sports is the largest firearms liquidator in the U.S. We've got optics, accessories, gun parts, magazines, ammunition, and more. Sign up for our email specials today for the best gun deals, period. You will also be entered to win a Winchester 101 field shotgun. Go to Charlie, Delta, Novembersports.com. That's CDNNsports.com.
LRN.FM.
Every once in a while, you get information that's worth changing your life for. This is one such time. You can save up to and beyond 25% on all purchases at Amazon. You probably heard of Bitcoin and just not thought much about it. You certainly know that you can get competitive pricing at Amazon, but now you can get a 25% discount on nearly everything you need to live. I've just given you a huge raise, and all you have to do is claim it. You go to saveitpurse.com and open an account. Do this right now. Don't wait. Then you fund the account with Bitcoin. I know this sounds unbelievable, but at my house, we saved as much as 45% off of a new item on Amazon. This information is worth you changing the way you do things. Go to saveitpurse.com right now, get signed up, and cash in on the huge raise I'm offering you. 15 to 25% off of everything at Amazon through saveitpurse.com. It's saveatpurse.com.
Did you know you can get news updates about what's happening with the Liberty Radio Network delivered in the way you prefer? You can sign up for our email updates at updates.lrn.fm. Plus, you can stay in the loop by joining our Facebook profile at facebook.lrn.fm or follow us at Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm. It's all free, so sign up now at updates.lrn.fm for news updates delivered to your email box, facebook.lrn.fm to follow our Facebook page, and twitter.lrn.fm to receive our tweets.
I love My Magic Mud. I drink a lot of coffee. I had stains on my teeth. Then I found My Magic Mud, and I was told it would remove stains. So I paid attention when I brushed the first time. My Magic Mud is black tooth powder, and the difference it made in my teeth in one application was noticeable. With 4, my teeth were as white as you normal folks out there. Please go to mymagicmud.com and buy a jar. There's 150 applications for $25. You can use Bitcoin, mymagicmud.com.
So basically, let me talk about my thing.
Yeah.
I can.
Of course, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever you say, man.
You're a pushy bottom. That's a submissive. It's like, yeah, whatever, man. Do what you want. I'll just lie here and think about something else.
All right, I've been called a lot of things in my life. That's definitely a new
bottom.
one.
A pushy bottom.
Speaking of sexual bottoms, Derek J. finally got a hold of me. Oh, he says that proudly.
I know.
What
happened to him?
He was shopping for shoes and got stuck in the mall with Daria. Yeah.
For shame.
He's
shame.
He's okay, though. He's okay.
Okay. As long as he's okay.
Yeah, but I wanted to talk about, well, first of all, I wanted to mention that Jim Jesus is going to be joining us in the second hour from the planet Shroomster. I can't really say what that means, but he's...
Why? I did 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, he'll be visiting us. Yeah. Wait, did that work? Hang on. Jim Jesus.
Us.
Jim Jesus. Yeah.
Jim.
All right. Yeah. I remember one time I was it still doing it?
I stopped.
Hello. Yes.
Is there anybody in there?
Is that about doing a show about nothing?
Yeah. One time I was I tripped before my band Bomb played at some party, and I was like really overwhelmed. Like I was peaking during sound check, and like I was trying to be comforted by my drummer Tony Fagg, and the closet heterosexual, the sociopath in that band. Yeah. And I said, Tony, I don't know if I can do this gig. What should I do? And he said, what should you do? I think you should effing not take acid before a gig. That's what I think you should do. And he walked away. Like, and this guy wonders, like, why I don't answer his emails now when he tries to be friendly with me. Stuff like that. But, you know, psychedelics, I would forget my name once in a while, but... You know what's even trippier is inhalants, like sniffing glue. Like, I would forget my species on glue, I'll tell you. So, Jim, mushrooms are like, you know, all the kids are doing it. But if you really want to impress me, show up on the fiend sniffing glue. That's what I say.
I hope he
He
comes on later and says challenge accepted. That would just be
challenge accepted. Yeah. I drank a bottle of amyl nitrate at a Kiss concert and woke up in the parking lot. Wait, who was that? No. How old am I? Yeah. What happened? No. Drank a bottle of amyl nitrate. So I want to talk about some pre-internet memes. So I just posted on my Twitter, my Twipper. If you go to Twipper.com, Twitter.com, Jim Jesus just said, yes, this works. I guess the echoing is working. Yes. Hello. What echo? I didn't use any echo, Jim. What are you talking about? Gays are lacing fireworks with homosexual chemtrails. I think we need to stop that.
What?
I saw that. It's a funny meme that's been going around today. So I want to talk about a meme. I talked a while back about how when I was tripping with my girlfriend in D.C. in the ghetto in the late 80s at across the street from Malcolm X Park, and I told her that my friend Little Mike, that his dad worked for USA Today reviewing sportscasters. Like, he wasn't even reviewing sports. He was reviewing people that review sports. That was a thing. He
reviewed reviewers.
Yeah, it was Rudy Martzke and his son, Little Mike Martzke. And she thought that was hilarious. And I showed the picture of him in USA Today. We found a copy of it on the street. And she was like, I should paint a picture of him. And she painted a picture of Little Mike's dad and put balls all around his head, like the double entendre of being like a bunch of balls around your face. But they were sports balls. It was, a G-rated picture. And then, like, a few days later, I got the idea of, like, okay, like, after I'm done tripping, like, after the paint dried, the acrylic paint dried, I took this painting up to Roslyn, which is part of Arlington. It's where the business district, to the USA Today headquarters. And by the way, there was a joke. This is an old school joke, pre-internet. What does Jimmy Carter have in common with the Key Bridge? They both go in and out of Roslyn. So I walked across. I walked in the summer heat across the Key Bridge. I love it summer. When is Father's Day? Wasn't that? Yeah, it's summer. It was last week.
It's in June. Yeah.
Yeah. So I delivered it the day before Father's Day in 1988 or 89, and delivered it to the front desk at USA Today for Rudy Martzke, and I had a fake clipboard. I had a clipboard with me with just a blank piece of paper on it, but I didn't let her see that. And I was like, "Yeah, I'm delivering for Rudy Martzke. Is this the right place?" And she said, "Why, yes. Would you like me to sign for that?" And I was like, "No, I'm double parked. I got to run." And I just handed her the painting. We'll be back with more about these pre-internet memes and how much we had to walk uphill both ways in the summer heat to do our memes when we were children your age. All right, we'll be back.
Yeah.
You're listening to Freedom Fiends with Michael Dean and some of his weird friends. And yes, we're broadcasting this into space.
This show survives on donations from fiends like you. We put that money back into our show and Liberty outreach and donate most our ad space to Liberty organizations that make a difference. We're also a teaching hospital, educating the next generation of Liberty talkers on the skills needed to keep the radio flame of truth burning into the future. Put your money where your heart is and make a donation of any amount to the Freedom Fiends. Please go to freedomfiends.com and click on the spinning coin on any post.
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Fiends radio show. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgoristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agorist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agorist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, go with Agorist Hosting.
LRN.FM.
Money, power, and respect are all yours at CreditSuccessSecretsRevealed.com. Be seen as an industry leader. You can do it. The last application you filled out when it was time to hit submit, did your nerves spike? You didn't get the approval you seek, but there's a better way. We teach you exactly what to place into the right systems the right way the first time so you get approved. Get up to $100,000 in instant business credit. Many people will get cash on the spot. Use those two tools in your new corporate credit engine so you can walk into the bank and get your project funded today. It's all about today at CreditSuccessSecretsRevealed.com. Credit Success Secrets Revealed is explosive and ignites instant results. Dial 1-800-707-8719. That's 1-800-707-8719. 1-800-707-8719. Or just go to CreditSuccessSecretsRevealed.com.
This is your Roberts & Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Thursday, gold is $18 higher at $1,340 per ounce, and silver is 58 cents higher at $19.35 per ounce. Bitcoin is trading at $675 US. Since January 1st, gold is up 20% and silver is up 39%. For more information, call Roberts & Roberts Brokerage at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
Imagine someone in your community getting in their car, turning on the radio, and hearing the Liberty Radio Network. You can make that vision a reality with your own micro radio station. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how you can put our programs on the air in your area. You can have LRN.FM running around the clock, and you can even add in your own local shows. Building a radio station is simple, but programming isn't. That's where LRN.FM comes in. Learn more at broadcast.lrn.fm. That's broadcast.lrn.fm.
Understanding your credit score is the first step towards managing and improving it. This is Charlie Sundstrom with your Van Dyke Mortgage Minute. The most influential component of your credit score is your payment history. Almost equally as important is the amount you owe on credit accounts. Also impacting your score, but to a lesser degree, are the length of time you've utilized your credit, the number of new accounts, credit inquiries, and your various types of credit accounts. To help achieve or maintain a healthy credit score, have a system set up to assure your bills are always paid on time. Don't max out your cards. It's better to have a high credit limit with a low balance. Never close old accounts. The age of these can actually help your credit score. But don't be afraid to use your credit. You need several accounts in order to have a credit score. Just keep the corresponding payments within your means. For your mortgage pre-approval and refi needs, start by visiting VanDykeMortgage.com.
Corporate NMLS 3035. Van Dyke Mortgage is an equal housing lender. Charlie Sundstrom, NMLS 134251.
Ross Ulbricht was convicted in early 2015 of running the infamous Silk Road Underground Market. The Silk Road was a gift to humanity and helped reduce the harms brought on by drug prohibition. For this good deed, Ross has been sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Now, an appeal is Ross's only chance, and he needs your support. Please visit freeross.org, where you can contribute via various methods, including Bitcoin. Visit freeross.org. That's freeross.org.
The three most important things you can do for LRN.FM are: 1. Let your friends know you're listening to LRN.FM on your social networking profile. 2. Buy the things you buy online through shop.lrn.fm. 3. Give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm. It's my firm belief that the AMP program is the best use of your charitable dollar among liberty-oriented groups. Support all your favorite organizations, but make sure you give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm.
Space.
Balls.
Hi, Jim Jesus. I want to welcome Jim Jesus. Are you
Jim? How are you?
Yeah. Hello. Can you guys hear that? Echo. Yeah?
I can hear it even though it's not there.
Okay. Welcome, Jim Jesus.
Yeah, I was just dying. I couldn't relay my glee on Twitter, so I came here.
You're on Wii or you're gooey?
I don't even know what that means.
You couldn't relay your what on Twitter? What did you say?
My glee.
Your glee. Gotcha.
My glee.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, let me finish my story real quick. So Steve Miller said that it was a very dank pre-internet meme that we painted this painting of this guy with all these balls around it, and then we took it. I didn't finish the story, actually. When I dropped it off, we had a note with it that said, "Happy Father's Day from Mike." So my friend Mike gets this call from his dad saying, he's out in California. You know, we were downstairs neighbors from MDC, the band Millions of Dead Cops, but I'd moved out to DC for the summer with these girls that I met on tour. I was kind of doing the Gigi Allen thing, just, lay my head wherever someone will have me. So, so Mike gets this call.
I hope you showered.
From his dad. His dad, who lived in Reston, Virginia, which is known for being a bedroom community for people who work for the CIA, but I guess they also have people that review sports ballers on USA Today. So he calls Mike and he's like, "Hey, I love the painting you had done of me. Thank you." And Mike's like, "You're welcome." Like, Mike knew nothing about this. And then he went home for Thanksgiving that year and, saw the painting and was like, "I have no idea what this is." And I finally told him, years later. But he just found this picture. Like, people think I make these crazy stories up.
Awesome.
But Mike found this picture of him when he, 27 years ago. So what I said was to Steve Miller was, when I was your age, for our dank memes, we had to spend 5 hours making a painting and then walk 2 hours in the D.C. summer heat to the USA Today headquarters office to troll people, then take a photo of it, wait a week for the drugstore to develop the film, pay to develop it, then lose the photo only to find it 30 years later to be able to share it. Memes were not easy before the internet.
Here's my question, though, is that you also commented on the Facebook post that Jim should meditate on this picture and story in a few hours. And I'm just wondering, has Jim meditated on that picture and story yet?
On the balls in your face
on the
picture?
Balls?
I've meditated on many pictures in my time, but I don't know what you're talking about.
All right.
Is that what we're saying? Is that the radio-friendly version of what we're talking? Oh, meditating.
Dude, you were tagged.
Actual meditating.
So you got some pod beef, Jim? What is it?
I got some pod beef with Anarchy
Go
Ball.
ahead.
Why is Anarchy Ball insisting on having bad audio?
Anarchy Ball is a collective of people. It's not necessarily one person, I have found.
But the main guy, but the main guy is
the main guy is a woman.
No, it's not. It's a husband and wife team.
Yeah, it's a husband and wife team. But then there's also some guy that claims he owns 50% of Texas Instruments, but couldn't make a donation to the Freedom Fiends because he didn't have any money.
And yeah, he's hashtag please donate for a new microphone. But he's going to buy a Yeti, so I'm not going to give him any money. Not if he's going to buy a Yeti, because you're going to spend like $120 for bad audio. What's the point?
Yeah.
You already have
Yetis
bad audio.
Suck. Yetis look cool. They look like a giant Yeti penis. But here's the thing, like they're way too sensitive. They pick up all your background noise, and they also there's no mic stand they fit on, so you can't get them close enough to your mouth. Like, really, here's the thing. We have done all the work on this. Like the Freedom Fiends have links. Like, just go to the Freedom Fiends site, scroll down on the right sidebar, and there's a thing that says, get the great mic that the Freedom Fiends co-hosts use. There is a blog post that says the mic you need, the mic stand you need, the pop filter you need, and how to set it up.
Yep.
Like, we've built this, man. Like, why are you trying to build other roads that don't work?
Because he knows better than you. He knows better than you.
He does. But no, he doesn't. His audio proves he doesn't. He has horrible audio.
Some people are just obstinate.
You put him in a meme of horrible audio. Yeah, some people are.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Jim, you're spending your trip yelling at people about their audio. I'm proud of you. I've raised you well.
Man, I am so glad that I
thoroughly enjoying it.
You know what? I now want to rescind the comments I made last week about you not taking me under your wing the way you have with Jim and Ben. Because if this is the result, I'm glad that I didn't do that, because that would have harshed my mellow on when I had the same experience a couple weeks ago, man.
Well, I did. I was in your head.
I know.
A couple weeks ago when you're tripping. All right, so
again, you were placed in my head by other parties. I had no control over that.
Doesn't little Mike look cute in this picture, Diana?
You know what?
He looks like a scared woodland creature.
Exactly. I was thinking that. I was like, what a cute little guy. Oh my goodness.
By the way, I should point out that the original audio, original microphone, mushrooms, the original microphone that we were
something shaped phallically.
The original microphone that you were used to pimp, the 2500, is actually cheaper right now than the one that you're currently pimping, which is now $80. So
well,
the one
I'm currently chimping is better. Is better. This is the $80
better
one.
Than the one
is
I
better.
have.
I don't know. Any of the Audio-Technica USB mics are better than Yeti. It doesn't matter which one you get.
Exactly.
Really.
The one you told me to get went up to like $80, and that's why you had to choose another one, correct? Well, now that one's $80, and this one's $60 again. So the price is reversed.
Well, the prices go up and down because of the demand created by the fiends. You know that, right?
Clearly.
Yeah. Yep.
If only Anarchy Ball would get on the
and anyone
who
wants to
train.
have good audio.
Yeah, Anarchy Balls wants a Yeti because he wants a mic
harshing my
that
trip,
looks
man.
Like it would have balls.
Anarchy
like
Ball,
a Yeti
shame
ball.
on you.
Yeah, you do. Anarchy Ball does so much work for liberty.
Yeah, I'm friends with him. I'll try to talk to him.
Yeah, you're the bastion of good audio.
Oh, yeah, you know what? There was no reason for that. You know,
he's setting liberty back 20 hertz by 20 kilohertz.
Yes,
I at least that was funny. At least I do use the right equipment. Come on, I've been using that since I found you originally.
Me too. Oh my gosh, I've had this microphone ever since the very beginning. Like
I know.
3 or no, wait.
You
2
were.
years?
I took a risk on Diana, and it was worth it because I've never heard her speak. She was the only person that I've ever gotten on the Fiends based on what she wrote on Facebook. I thought she might be good.
No, it was an email. I emailed you. We had email conversations. That's how it started.
Yeah, but it started on Facebook. That's where I learned of you. And then,
okay.
I still hadn't heard you speak. Like, for all I know, you could have been like, "Hi, I'm Diana," but fortunately you weren't.
Like Edith.
Yes.
And All in the Family. Archie.
Yeah. I just took an awesome picture of my cat with a Bipcot flag. I'm going to post this on the Face Beefs.
Speaking of Bipcot flag.
Bipcot flap.
Flack up.
I tacked mine up on one of my walls, and I didn't tack the bottom down, and it was kind of like wavering when I'd have the AC on because we have central AC and it blows up on it. And then I'm like, I'm going to leave it. It's actually like this flag is blowing indoors. How awesome is that?
Nice.
My flags. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so anyway, earlier during the break, I had mentioned the fact that last week...
You were in a bar and you took off your top and yelled Freedom Fiends and waved around like a helicopter.
Yeah, woo! woo! Like, no.
I'm going to need further confirmation of that.
Anyway, no, but I totally gave the Freedom Fiends a shout out. I had a local friend of mine. Actually, I just have been very fortunate to meet some local ANCAPs in the area and everything. And
ANCAPs, is that a kind of mushroom? ANCAP? Liberty caps? Yeah.
Libertarian, whatever. And so, and this one guy, he works in a bar that's less than a mile from me, so it's definitely walking distance. And he and his boss...
So you can drive drunk. You don't have to drive drunk home.
Exactly. So, it's very convenient.
Always a bonus.
Yeah. So he and the guy that owns the bar got together and they launched a new brew called Anarchist Ale, and they had a launch party last week. And the place is called the Burrowing Owl. It's awesome. If you're from Colorado Springs or anywhere in the area, please check it out.
Durango. We're on the radio in Durango.
Yeah. So if you're in Durango, come all the way to Colorado Springs, go to the Burrowing Owl.
How about they come to
right?
But anyway,
how about
so
they come to Jack Fest? How about that?
Yeah, that
come
too.
to Jack Fest and then
Jack Fest.
That too. So
have some mushroom ale.
I, among other of his friends that happen to be also be anarchists, were asked to speak.
Sign me up.
And,
where do I get this?
Wait, I'm talking here.
She's talking.
I'm tripping here. How dare you?
Jim wants to talk before. He's still peeking. Go on. Wrap it up, B. Wrap it up.
Okay, I'm trying. Okay, so
I'm re-peeking.
I was asked to speak. I was the only female, which of course I guess makes sense. But I realized
libertarianism.
I had forgotten because I've been doing radio for a fairly lengthy amount of time now that I freeze when I'm asked to speak by myself in front of people. And I don't think I bombed that bad, but I was really quiet. People were like, we couldn't hear you. And that is so unheard of for me.
Did they have a Yeti?
No mics, but no, I mean, typically speaking, my voice carries. Like my voice just kind of naturally carries, and for some reason it just didn't. But I ended up reading like a Bastiat quote or something like that, and was like, "See ya." But I did give the Freedom Fiends a shout out. I said, "Y'all listen to it. You know, it's awesome." Blah blah blah. And a lot of people hadn't heard of it, but I think we're gonna get some more listeners out of that for sure.
Good. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, and then as far as the Bipcot flag, you asked me, Michael, if I might ask this guy if he would display the Bipcot flag. So
yeah, I'll send him one.
I'll definitely. His name's
It has to be like permanently displayed prominently though in the bar. If I'm going to buy one for him.
I'll talk to him about it. I'll definitely talk to him about it.
He has to obey by the Bipcot flag code. The flags.
Jim, are you okay?
Jim can't not talk.
I'm crossfading now.
Finger on the Nathan.
What does that mean, crossfading?
Crossfading.
Explain it to the normie, please.
I am not a normie.
If you have to ask, you'll never know.
Well, I'll tell you. I mean, that's something that it's been a really long time since I've done that. But
I haven't done drugs in 22 years, and I gave up psychedelics well before I gave up drugs. They just, man, they were terrifying.
Yeah, I kind of dig them.
You're using them wrong.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to at some point doing some again. You don't use suppositories? So.
What?
You're lying, man. You do the Freedom Fiends like multiple times a week. That's the best psychedelic.
Yeah,
stop messing with my head.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, Jim. Jim, have you ever heard of sassafras?
Yeah. Did you guys hear that? Can you guys hear that echo?
No.
Jim, have you heard of sassafras?
Yes.
Okay.
Echo.
Yeah, it's like the what?
I love root beer.
No, it's I think in a concentrated form. It's a psychedelic.
This is like double echo for me, by the way.
Did you guys hear that?
This is just awesome.
I don't know why people think we're a show about nothing.
Did you guys hear that?
I was trying to talk about something.
You and the hamster in your brain are listening to Freedom Fiends with Michael Dean and his weird friends. My fellow sheep, election season is upon us. Are you one of the 12% of Americans who still approves of our government? Then we need your help to force the other 88% into compliance. Our democracy depends on it. We're an organization called Citizens Against Too Much Unfettered Freedom, or CATMUF. CATMUF is a bipartisan flock of sheep whose goal is expanding government until nothing else remains. Because the government is here to help you. How can you help CATMUF help you? By only voting for candidates dedicated to expanding government. It's easy. You don't need to study the issues. No matter what a politician says when running for office, they're all dedicated to expanding government. And make sure you tell all your friends and family to vote for more government. Here at Catmuff, we don't care if you vote Democrat or Republican, as long as you vote for candidates committed to growing our federal family. Catmuff, because folks just aren't smart enough to handle real freedom.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson Adam Pulaski of the Pulaski Law Firm with principal office in Houston, Texas is the attorney responsible for the content of this ad. This ad is not legal advice, and the choice of a lawyer should not be based solely upon advertisement. Services may not be available in all states.
Attention Xarelto users. If you or a loved one took Xarelto and suffered a serious bleeding event, you may be entitled to financial compensation. Xarelto is a popular prescription blood thinner used to prevent blood clots and protect patients from strokes. These serious bleeding events have led to numerous cases of hospitalization and even death. Phone lines are open 24/7. Call 800-261-0937. That's 800-261-0937.
There is an affordable alternative to the high cost of healthcare that offers freedom from insurance while providing compliance with the Obamacare individual mandate. Imagine having access to quality, affordable healthcare that allows you the freedom to choose your doctor and hospital. Members can share up to 100% of necessary medical expenses, including some alternative treatments. Find out how you and your family can contain healthcare costs without giving up your freedom. Go to libertyoncall.org. That's libertyoncall.
LRN.FM.
The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com. So you've signed the Shire Society Declaration and are planning your move to New Hampshire to be around more liberty-oriented people. Next, sign up for the Shire Society Forum at forum.shiresociety.com. There are a bunch of people there who are already in the Shire, and they want to meet you. If you're already in the Shire physically, you should also come by the forums. Remember, not everyone uses Facebook. New people are signing up for the Shire Society Forum every month, so drop in and say hello at forum.shiresociety.com.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.FM in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.FM. Download it now, free at apps.lrn.fm.
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Fiends radio show. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgoristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agorist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers. And some people will try dirty tricks to silence your voice. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agorist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, you cannot tolerate any tomfoolery. So go with AgoristHosting.com. And if you want to get your foot in the door with decentralized marketplaces, Agorist Hosting is now offering Open Bazaar hosting. Go to agoristhosting.com. Click on the button that says Get Hosted. Agorist Hosting. That's AGORIST hosting.com.
Yes. Or you might think like Jim Jesus.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. Yep. That's a sweep of a sawtooth wave. Can we turn that off? All right.
Please turn that off.
Oh, wow. That's terrible. Okay.
Please stop.
It did. I'm not doing it. It felt really good, but then it just stopped.
Please stop.
Stopped being good.
Yeah, it's gone. I stopped generating it. It's still echoing at you, though, I think. I'm on this site called OnlineToneGenerator.com. Well, I actually have the cure for that, because there's one that says many people prefer the sound of 432 hertz, citing a calmer, more natural sound compared to its harsher relative, 440 hertz. So here's 432.
Either way, it
hurts. But that other one's still going somehow. I think I need to
refresh
close
the page.
That. Yeah, refresh the page. There we go.
Good thing we worked this out.
There you go.
Before we went
this
on
one
the
feels
air.
good, doesn't it, Jim?
Yeah, it feels really good.
Tingly. Tingly, yeah. Let's try a triangle wave sweeping from 1 to 1,000. Wait, why is this still going? Stop. All right. Here's the sweep of a triangle wave.
Working out all the bugs on the air.
From 1 to 1,000.
For weird noises to trip Jim out.
It doesn't trip me out. It just feels good.
Does this feel good?
I was listening to Tame Impala before I came on, so.
Hey, let's try 20 to 20,000, since that's your new thing. What? The complete range of human hearing. Do you want a triangle wave, square wave? Square. That's so square. Let's do square. Here we go. It's a hate crime, man.
Fun.
That's
a hate
not
crime.
fun at all. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Jim, you're so easily amused. All right, let's try a sawtooth from 20
Can you
to
imagine
2,000.
me on that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I like that one.
You like
I
that
think
one?
My face
I
would
want
hurt
that on
for
vinyl.
days.
You want that on vinyl?
Jim, Jesus.
Please do not adjust your set. The Freedom Fiends have taken control. Yeah. Somebody's.
This is what happens when you're beaming information from space back into space. Yeah.
Let's try sine wave from 40 to 4,000. How's that?
Sine is a little bit more blissful.
Yeah. Jim's beaming up.
I climaxed.
Oh God!
My dog can hear that. My dog is like cocking her head.
Good. Let's try it as a sawtooth.
No.
It sounds like a police siren, which is not what you want to hear when you're
Definitely not.
crossfading.
Bad touch.
Never.
Jim, you like that?
It's gonna hurt later.
Okay. Let's try it tomorrow. Here's a square wave. Okay, enough of this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go back to the one he likes, 432 constant. Let's do it as a square wave, though. He liked the sine wave. Let's try square wave. Ugh.
No, God, make it stop. Make it stop.
No. Triangle wave. No. You like the sine wave better.
Sine is... Yeah.
You just want this playing in your house 24/7. You can turn it down when you get to sleep, but leave it on. Yeah.
Yeah. I want this on vinyl for sure.
On vinyl.
Someone designed some cover art for that.
Yeah. Get on that stat.
Oh, the ball face guy. There you go.
Ball face guy?
Ball face guy. Yeah, your art.
Huh? Oh.
What?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, he's the ball face guy. My friend Mike with his dad painting of his dad.
Yeah, we were just talking
that's
about
the second story I have
I don't
about
even remember.
psychedelics and childhood friends and their dads and art. Because remember I had the other friend that we were tripping in his dad's mansion and his dad had made a sculpture, a bust of his head, and it was winking at him.
Who did that?
I can't say, but his sister may have written Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, but I can't say that.
Yeah, that would be untoward.
Untoward. Jim, I hope you stick around for the next section, Jim.
You hope the second section sticks around for me, right? No,
I want you to do Trump in the second hour. Trump trip.
I don't even know
Trump.
how.
Hashtag Trump trip. Trump trip. Make the Freedom Fiends great again with fungus.
You know what? That's actually going to throw me into a bad trip.
All right, let's
We don't want that.
Who do you want to do? Jim.
Jeffrey Tucker? That's gotta be
I do
fun.
not want to do Jeffrey Tucker.
He's soothing.
Wait, you do impressions?
Oh, yeah, you don't know
You
that?
mean that wasn't actually
I don't
Trump
think
on
I've
the
ever
Fiends the
actually-
other night?
Well, I don't.
She doesn't listen.
I just thought Trump
No,
called it
I
on
don't listen to all the shows.
She doesn't listen to her own.
That's not
Listen
true.
to all the shows?
I don't listen. I mean, I can't. I have reasons.
I can't speak to you.
The Central Scrutinizer is a Soviet-style Leviathan trying to keep track of all you do. That's why I use a VPN, or virtual private network, from Bola VPN. Bola VPN is inexpensive, secure, and will allow you to use your computer without leaving a trail. Bola VPN is now also offering torrent seed boxes for safely sharing media with the world. And if you open a support ticket saying you heard about them from the Freedom Fiends, they'll add 3 extra days free. That's Bola VPN at bolehvpn.net.
Are you sick of seeing peaceful people being locked away for victimless crimes? Instead of trying to get out of jury duty, consider taking it so you can do the right thing. A single juror with a conscience can send someone home to their family instead of to a jail cell. If there's no victim, how can there be a crime? And if the judge or prosecutor are keeping you in the dark, what are they trying to hide? You can vote your conscience instead of being a pawn of the state. For more information, Google jury nullification or check out the Fully Informed Jury Association at fija.org.
This is Rick. Do you love Twitter? Make sure you favorite the LRN.FM Twitter account so you can receive our tweets at twitter.lrn.fm. That's twitter.lrn.fm. LRN.FM. Listen to LRN.FM on any phone, anytime. 641-552-5046. That's 641-552-5046. You're listening to the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM. More Freedom Fiends Live is coming up next, after the news, here on the Liberty Radio Network, LRN.FM.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Darryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Monday, July 4th, 2016. Silver is trading at $20.51 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,352 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $670. Antiwar.com reports the rebel-held town of J-Rud has mostly stayed out of the Syrian civil war until the past few days, having a truce with the army that has made it a popular magnet for refugees around the region. That appears to have come to an end with the killing of a Syrian pilot in the area. The pilot parachuted out near J-Rud and was executed on the ground, reportedly by Al-Qaeda's Nusra Front. The Syrian military had subsequently hit the town hard, killing 31 people, including 2 medics and a large number of civilians. The rebels are describing the attacks as revenge for the pilot's execution, though they insist that the execution had nothing to do with the town itself. The Syrian military did not comment directly on the attack, but had vowed that the pilot's killing would not go unpunished. Essentially a suburb of Damascus, J-Rud is one of several local truces that have been struck over the course of a multi-year civil war in Syria, though as this weekend has proven, those truces are often very tenuous and it doesn't take much to return the area to a state of open warfare. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. UPI reports with California's new vaccination law now in effect, some parents are opting to homeschool while others are moving out of the state. The new law eliminates most vaccination exemptions for school children in an effort to protect everyone from communicable disease outbreaks. Other parents trying to avoid the new laws filed exemption paperwork before January 1st to give them the leverage to vaccinate their children at their own pace. California Senate Bill 277, which sparked some of the most contentious debates in years, ended with a win for those who favor forced vaccinations. Still, tens of thousands of Californians remain adamantly opposed to the mandate. Kristen Kinney of San Jose said she's checking out real estate in Idaho. An East Bay area mother said she's considering finding an underground network of doctors willing to give her a medical exemption for her 3.5-year-old son. Liv Selly said, "It's really thrown me for a loop. I just don't want someone telling me what I have to do with my child, putting things into my child's body." An outbreak of measles last year in Marin County, home of one of the highest concentrations of unvaccinated children convinced the county to ban the personal belief exemption. Now all children entering daycare, kindergarten, or 7th grade are required to show proof of vaccinations. Are you an advocate for free market money? Do you promote Bitcoin as an alternative in a fiat-centric world? Then you need Spend-A-Bit in your arsenal, the search engine for things you can buy with Bitcoin. Spend-A-Bit aggregates millions of products from thousands of Bitcoin-enabled merchants. Keep your money in the free economy. Visit spendabit.co today. Bitcoin merchants, ask about our merchant suite to reach even more customers. Spendabit.co. Reuters reports a 19-year-old tourist in Manhattan's Central Park suffered a severe foot wound on Sunday after an apparent homemade firework exploded when he jumped off a rock and stepped onto the device. Investigators said the object was likely fabricated by an amateur firework enthusiast for the thrill of creating a loud noise and flash. At least one bystander in the park told CNN the blast sounded like a cannon. The man was taken to Bellevue Hospital, where police said he was undergoing surgery and was listed in serious but stable condition. His two companions, aged 18 and 20, were not injured. The late morning explosion occurred when all three men jumped off a rock and the victim landed on top of the object, which had been stashed near the boulder out of the way of normal foot traffic. Lieutenant Mark Torrey, commander of the police bomb squad, said there was nothing to indicate that the device was put in this area with a specific intent to harm any individual, and that evidence showed it was not meant to be detonated by someone stepping on it. He said the device, which was believed to have been in the park for at least a day, may have not gone off at an earlier time and was just left there. The 778-acre park in the heart of Manhattan is a major draw for tourists visiting New York City. The park remained open to visitors following the blast. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
If you enjoy LRN.FM, please contribute to your favorite shows via their websites and become an amplifier at amp.lrn.fm. That's amp.lrn.fm. This is the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM.
Jared Gilchrist was surfing when he was attacked by a shark that took his leg. Thanks for being with us, big guy.
Thanks, this is tight.
What was going through your mind when you first realized that you were there with a shark all alone in open water?
I felt like a total badass. It bit into my leg and started shaking it back and forth, and at that point I just felt, yes, this is sweet.
I can't imagine what it would have been like to see the teeth sinking into your leg like that.
It was sick. At one point, I just saw my leg just floating there in the water. It was awesome.
Okay, we're joined now via satellite by Dr. Brian Caddy. What condition was Jared's leg in when you first saw him?
It was in pretty rough shape. The shark had scissored through the muscle, and it was all just like hanging off the bone. It was nuts.
Yeah, I kept touching it. It was slimy as hell.
Yeah, totally. It was insane.
Well, doctor, how do you deal with something like this?
Well, you're never fully prepared for an injury this freaking cool. We just tried to stop the blood loss, and we took a bunch of photos because it's hysterical to freak out the nurses with gnarly shit like this.
This is the Onion News Network.
You can put the Liberty Radio Network on the air in your area. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how. Broadcast.lrn.fm. LRN.FM.
Yes.
Yeah, wing it. Fungus among us.
Fungus among us?
Fungus among us.
Frankly, this is the Freedom Feeds. They're broadcasting from someplace. Frankly, I don't even know where they're coming from. And frankly, I don't even care where they're coming from. Do you either? I don't know either. But I think it's really important that we get to this central problem here. And the problem is the bad audio. Like, I don't even understand why this is bad.
This is still distorted when you said bad really loud. Well, you gave an example. It was beautiful.
Yeah, irony.
Is your cat tripping?
I am. It doesn't matter if she is. It's her birthday today, by the way.
Happy birthday, kitty.
Happy birthday. She is 18. She is legal. What's the word? What's the word?
That's like 88 in human, isn't it?
Yeah, she's the age of consent.
Yeah,
in pretty much every state.
This is none of my business.
Yeah, I had. What's it? AARP? I don't know. What do old people do? And I'm signing her up for that.
AARP.
AARP.
Speaking of old
mailings for that now.
Speaking of old people, the Freedom Feeds is covered by a BIVCOT no government license and allows use for use by anyone except governments. You can learn more at bivcot.org. And I don't know what the connection is there, but I'm sure there's something.
Well, Michael's 25 and doing drugs. I signed my roommate up for AARP as a joke. Now I'm actually getting AARP, and it's not as a joke. Like I'm getting.
It's not as funny anymore. Yeah. No, it's definitely not.
They're going younger and younger, though. I'm 52, and they're trying to get me to sign up, like preemptively or something. I don't know. So go on, people. So pot is legal, but people are trying to make it less legal because they're square.
My goodness.
Because people love their freedoms. You know, every meme I saw today on July 4th was about how unfree we are. And, like, I agree. Hell, I said that last night. But it's kind of a, I don't know. I guess we got to say it because not everybody listening on radio knows that. But you're not free, people. You're celebrating a lie. Nope. This is one of the least free. It's not the least free country, but you have a lot of Jim's freed his mind, so his butt may follow. How's your brain?
My brain is awesome. By the way, I was walking to my mailbox, tripping.
How's your brain?
Tripping.
What?
You know, Nevada has one of those.
You can't say that on radio.
I can. I just did. Come at me, bro.
Yeah, come at me, bro.
So Nevada's got one of those.
You with bad audio, Jim Jesus.
Oh, that is bad audio.
Please,
that touched me in inappropriate places.
Please don't do that again.
That's what Anarchy Ball is going to sound like. That's what Anarchy Ball is going to sound like. Hello, police. My neighbor is yelling stranger danger in his apartment. Please get here quickly. Your cat is calling 911.
No, I'm calling cell 411.
Yeah,
there you go.
Yeah.
You know, another tripping story. I called the police on myself.
That's another good thing for cell 411 is if you're like tripping balls or whatever, that you can call cell 411.
And it just routes yourself. No, routes to a sympathetic fellow traveler who will talk you through
or something, or somebody that'll come and like sit with you and let you pet you and let you know everything is going to be okay.
I think you're thinking of MDMA, not mushrooms.
I'm starting a new company. I'm gonna have two. I'm gonna be so rich, man. I got the bad audio removal service that I'm gonna be doing, and now I'm gonna be doing the
what, petting people?
The bad trip petting company.
The bad trip petting company. All right, I went in on the ground floor of that one.
There's a market need for it, y'all.
We'll make one.
It's okay. It'll just wear off. Take some vitamin C. You'll be good, man.
Drink some orange juice. It'll all be better.
Put your clothes back on. Everything will be okay.
All right, wait a minute. I think that's PCP. I've never had the urge to take my clothes off on psilocybin.
Okay, I not only called the police on myself tripping, but I also
called the police on yourself?
Yeah, because I was racist back in the day. Because I lived in Berkeley at 9th and Berkeley, 907 Bancroft in Berkeley, down by the aquatic park where they find all the dead bodies. It was in the hood.
What is it, Trash Vista? And
Trash Vista and Nada Vista. And I was tripping. I just moved there. I was like small town boy from Virginia and just showed up there on a Greyhound bus and I was tripping. And they're all like, I was in the hood. There were people like my roommate got mugged at Uzi Point on our porch once. And we were like the only white people in the neighborhood, and it was a hot summer day, and people were teaming. Everyone was out there, like, you know, slanging and banging and yelling and playing hip hop, and I was afraid. And I called 911. I was like, "There's scary people in front of my house," and the cops showed up at my house and like looked at me and like, "You're not from around here, are you, boy?" And then they left. But yeah, so that happened.
Man.
So,
I'm posting on the Cell 411 users group. Diana just suggested on the Freedom Fiends a Cell 411 option, quote, bad trip petting service. Where if you're freaking out on psychedelics, someone will come over and pet you.
And tell you everything's going to be okay.
Someone nearby will come over and pet you and tell you.
It's not real. It's not real.
So Michael,
it's not real.
So Michael Dean will trip so hard that he'll call the cops on himself and he'll come over and and pet you if you're tripping too hard. Get you a man that can do both, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Bad trip petting service. Bad trip petting zoo. Okay. That's the name of this episode, Scott. Not whatever I told you, but still use that ball picture. The balls by the face. Yeah.
I actually have a petting zoo in my apartment, so.
I know. This is the Bad Trip Petting Zoo.
By the way, I don't know what segment this is going to air in Kansas, but my parents are probably going to hear this.
Good. Do your parents listen to it there on the radio?
Yeah, I didn't even realize this. Drugs are bad. I would never.
Drugs are bad. All right, someone's on our Fiend site right now in North Pole, Alaska. Is that really a place? North Pole, Alaska?
Yes, it is. There is a North Pole, Alaska, yes.
Santa Claus is listening to see if Jim's... Santa Claus is listening to see if Jim's being naughty or nice. All right. So marijuana skeptics take aim at potency in Colorado. This is so square. It's from the Denver Post. They think like pot's too strong and has to be regulated and made worse. That's all government does, is like steps in and says, we're going to take your money so we can pay people to make things worse. So tell us about it, Diana.
Okay, so I just found out
permanent
about
loss
this
of brain abilities.
Yeah, I mean, I had been doing some research on
abilities.
Some of the hostility in. Should I keep talking? I don't know what. One of the things that I've noticed, and I've been living in Colorado since November, is that there definitely seems to be a huge kind of backlash against legal weed. And I don't know how long it's been going on, but yeah, total squares. I mean, it's like ever since Amendment 64 was passed, which is what, originally made weed legal with like
it's gun owners who are mad that the same politicians that legalized pot want to outlaw marijuana. Here's what we need, people, is bumper stickers that say coexist made out of guns and weed. That'll solve it.
Well, no, they're actually, I've actually seen bumper stickers that just say exist, and the words are actually made out of, guns.
You said this on the show. To which I said they need to say coexist and be made of guns and weed. Then Colorado will live here.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's true.
So read on, sister, read on.
Okay, so came across this article from the Huffington Post. Okay, Jim is laughing.
He's
does that.
Huffington Post is that
of course I'm doing that. I'm on drugs.
The reviews
of the
best huffing paint.
Don't do drugs.
So the
Huffington Post.
So for the Huffington Post, and the title of the article or the blog post is
I forgot my species.
The Prohibition Empire Strikes Back. Amendment 139 designed to roll back Amendment 64. And so, the article basically talks about, how, Amendment 64 made weed legal, blah, blah, blah.
This would be perfect with that one amendment.
The whole thing? I forgot everything.
Jim doesn't have a number 2 pencil. He needs one. Are we going to be tested out? Is this going to be on the final exam?
I brought a pen. I'm sorry. I brought a pen.
You should. It's important.
All right. Number 2. He said number 2. All right, go on.
So anyway, so the prohibitionists, apparently, I mean, there's still, there were...
Squares.
Amendment 64 passed by a pretty slim margin, actually. But, and so, I guess the minority of that vote, gathered all their forces and decided to propose Amendment 139, and it's actually supposed to be on the November 2016 ballot. And what this is supposed to do is limit recreational marijuana to 16% potency of THC. Wow. The active ingredient. And
that's absolutely fascinating, by the way. And I think that in a free society, I think it would be really great if McDonald's would sell marijuana, because then it would end up turning into more profit for them, because people would have the munchies, and it would just kind of recycle the funds back into them. I think it's.
When I was a kid, marijuana was like 1% THC.
Great business model.
And now it's like 29%, some of it. And these people are trying to roll it back to 16. That's square.
Yeah.
So basically, there's been progress And these squares want to roll back the progress.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah. I mean, and the progress, I mean, it is wrought, of course, with tons of regulations and laws and hoops that everyone has to jump through in terms of, being able to sell it, legally through dispensaries and whatnot, and also, growing your own weed. But, anyway.
You're professional, damn it.
What?
Nothing.
He's yelling at his cat. His cat is Cheshire cat. Just a grin. That's all he's seen from his cat.
I'm just gonna I think people could probably read this article, but the bottom line is, they're square. They're square. It's like one of the things this guy says is Colorado voters have already considered both sides of the marijuana prohibition argument and rejected the notion that the state
and do drugs.
Can effectively socially engineer free people's preferences as to a cannabis plant that grows naturally on God's earth.
Wow.
God bless all of you, each and every one of you, and God bless America.
Instead, Colorado voters showed courage in charting a better course. Other U.S. states and other nations have followed Colorado, and now, I mean, essentially, Colorado is trying to backtrack, and not Colorado as a whole, but there's a lot of power and money that's behind trying to get this amendment passed. And, anyway.
I'm not following Colorado. Colorado can follow me.
I mean, all it's going to do is just fuel the black market again, so, hey, whatever.
Follow me at Jim Jesus on Twitter.
You're listening to Freedom Fiends with Michael Dean and his weird friends, tasing you with liberty since 2011. Learn more at freedomfiends.com.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson Adam Pulaski of the Pulaski Law Firm with principal office in Houston, Texas is the attorney responsible for the content of this ad. This ad is not legal advice, and the choice of a lawyer should not be based solely upon advertisement. Services may not be available in all states.
Attention Xarelto users. If you or a loved one took Xarelto and suffered a serious bleeding event, you may be entitled to financial compensation. Xarelto is a popular prescription blood thinner used to prevent blood clots and protect patients from strokes. These serious bleeding events have led to numerous cases of hospitalization and even death. Phone lines are open 24/7. Call 800-261-0937. That's 800-261-0937.
Are you worried about your mom or dad living alone in their house? Hi, I'm Joan London. Listen, I know how difficult it is to find senior care for someone you love. That's why I recommend a free service called A Place for Mom. They are the nation's largest senior living referral service. Call A Place for Mom today.
To receive free information on senior living communities in your area, call A Place for Mom at 1-800-704-6182.
A Place for Mom offers free one-on-one advice from local advisors and a personalized list of senior living communities you can visit. If you have questions about senior care for your mom or dad, there's a place for answers, A Place for Mom.
Call A Place for Mom in the next 10 minutes to get your free ebook on financing senior care as well as free information on senior living communities in your area. Call 1-800-704-6182. That's 1-800-704-6182.
Are your Google search results killing you? Unflattering content in blogs, news articles, online reviews, social media, or other sources can jeopardize your reputation, your business, and your livelihood. Let Reputation.com help. Our patented technology will make the truth about you more visible while pushing down unwanted negative content. Improve your Google search results. Call Reputation.com at 1-800-831-0771 for a free consultation. That's 800-831-0771.
LRN.FM.
Recently, LRN.FM kicked off its 2016 satellite fundraiser. This year, we're hoping to expand our international free-to-air satellite coverage to include Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. Our current satellite coverage includes North America, Central America, and Sub-Saharan Africa. This year, the Indiegogo-based fundraiser is going to be promoted via a Head Talker. It's a website that allows you to sign up to join in a social media blast to promote something. Sign up now at share.lrn.fm via your preferred social media, and then on Independence Day, July 4th, the Head Talker will post to your social media accounts about our fundraiser. We've set a goal of 200 people. Will you be one of them? Now, of course, you can go donate to the fundraiser right now at fund.lrn.fm. But even if you can't afford to help, you can definitely add your social media reach to the Head Talker. So please do. Go to share.lrn.fm. That's share.lrn.fm.
If you can't listen to the Liberty Radio Network's internet streams, free satellite channel, or radio affiliates, no worries. You can listen to LRN.FM from any phone, anywhere. Add this number to your phone, 641-552-5046. It's a long-distance call, so make sure you're familiar with your phone's calling plan. The Liberty Radio Network listen lines are locked onto our stream 24 hours a day. Call 641-552-5046. That's 641-552-5046.
The new 4th edition of Healing Our World, The Compassion of Libertarianism, will take your understanding of liberty to a deeper level and has over 1,300 updated references, new cartoons, and a foreword by Dr. Ron Paul. With discounts for multiple book purchases, the 4th edition of Healing Our World is a great gift for the liberals, pragmatists, environmentalists, and Christians in your life who think libertarianism is cold-hearted. Get yours today at healing.freetalklive.com and use promo code FTL for a $5 discount.
Good audio, Chris.
That's true.
So we have a radio show to do.
Yes. So yeah, we're back. I know
Read
we're
something.
back. I'm not going to read anything. It's my turn. I have a beef, and it's not a pod beef. Well, this is
with me.
No, it's not with you.
It's a Telegram beef.
It's a beef with it's a beef with people in general. I really hate.
I have beef with you. Stop.
Yes, I get. Okay.
You
anyway.
are terrible. Stop.
Not that kind of.
Stop
telegram.
whatever you're doing. Stop.
Not that kind of telegram.
All
sir.
of you stop right now.
Stop.
Anyway, so. I have a problem with people who are intellectually dishonest. I don't mind ignorance. Like that's, I mean, in this day and age with the internet, ignorance to a certain extent is becoming inexcusable. But even still, if you honestly don't know something, I don't fault somebody for either having questions or being rather dumbfounded and finding what you have to say like completely out of the realm of possibility because it just never crossed their mind.
Yeah.
But people who have things explained to them repeatedly and then still claim they have no idea where the disconnect is and they keep acting like they have no idea why they're upset, why you're upset with them really grinds my gears. And like,
I'll tell you what grinds my gears.
There you
Pete.
go, yeah.
Thank you, Peter. I am.
So here's the thing. If you need to mute Jim Jesus, I don't want to mute.
I've been mastering him fine. I've been handling him fine.
You can do it from your end, but before when I turned him down the other day on the GCN server, it didn't turn him down for you because you guys have to turn him down on your Fiend phone. So if he just starts ranting, we'll turn him down but not off, and he'll just be this kind of like static in the background. It'll be really cool, like this crazed man just yelling, running down the street. So I had a roommate that was a PCP addict.
Okay.
And he was a gay Mexican, not Mexican-American, Mexican PCP addict in San Francisco. And he had really long hair. And one night he took too much PCP and was out in front of our house in, like, tiger stripe women's panties and nothing else, like gesticulating wildly and screaming, and the neighbors
like Robert Downey Jr.
Define gesticulating.
Waving his arms in the air, and the police
only his arms
took him away. Yeah, both arms.
Yeah, I was gesticulating to me kind of like I picture like a pelvis move have to be involved.
That was
in
happening
for some
too.
reason.
Oh yeah, an Elvis move. There you go.
Okay, see, well there you go. Now, getting back to what...
I visited him in jail, and he told me he thought he was a lion. That's why. And he did have long mane-like hair, so maybe that's...
Who are you to say he doesn't? If he identifies as a lion, how dare you?
I know. In San Francisco, being gay is, like, boring. It's like, yeah, what else you got? being a gay illegal immigrant Mexican is boring. Like, yeah, so... Oh, you're a lion? Well, that's interesting.
Well,
My head made as another kin.
There was that one woman that identified it as a cat, and she had a video of it and everything.
Oh, she was...
Oh, yeah, she's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't finish that. But.
Yeah.
Anyway,
fire.
Can I?
Jim's cats are petting him because he's having
Jeremy
a
finish
good
his
trip.
thing.
That's fine. I'll get to it.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
I wasn't interrupting him for once.
Yes, he wasn't. I know exactly. It was Michael.
Turning me down.
The possibility
Turn
of
down
Jim
Michael.
interrupting you.
We should turn down Michael then.
All right.
I'm going to turn Michael
I
down.
turned down Jim.
Why don't we turn you down?
For what?
Why don't we turn you down? You're the one who always takes over the show.
Because you can't. You don't have the physical means.
That's why I asked you. That's why I asked you to do it for us.
You got to wake you up, and he could do it.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, so as I was saying, I hate intellectually dishonest people, and I got into this discussion, and I know, Michael, you recommend not bothering. Yes, this guy is a
Don't engage
socialist.
the socialists. Don't feed them.
Well, again,
does Rush Limbaugh argue with people on the internet? No, he has a radio show.
Again,
you have a radio show.
I do. I am on a radio show. That is correct. But again, I still engage in conversation, and I have a fairly large-sized group on a chat app called Telegram that we use regularly. Anyway, so
Discord.
And we have we have conversations ranging from the ridiculous to really philosophical and actually productive conversations about stuff that we can do to further our own causes moving forward and get more free. So getting more.
Got a mouse in your parka?
I know.
No, I meant I was referring to the people. I was referring to the people in the group, and I meant those people. It's not private. It's actually a public. It's actually a public group.
It's not the public though.
No, but anybody could join it.
You can use the word "our."
Anyway. So anyway,
the anarchy rules.
Anyway, this
I didn't
what
sign
is?
S.
No, you didn't.
What?
So anyway, before we end up finally going to break, this particular individual, Luke Burgess, is just such a worthless pile of nothingness because he. Yeah, this particular individual that I had to be with, and he really needs to learn some logic and stop thinking that government's necessary.
You're listening to Freedom Fiends. Go to freedomfiends.com to help keep it drone-proof.
The Freedom Fiends now have a free app for your Android phone, tablet, phablet, or other Chrome robot turd, available now from the Google Play Store, Amazon, and freedomfiends.com. Lovingly handcrafted by head hamster Michael W. Dean, the artisanal Freedom Fiends radio app allows you to listen live, keep up with the podcast, chat directly with other fiends, get discounts on bigger buttons, brainwash yourself with a 24/7 random episode, and so much more. You know the Freedom Fiends is the best libertarian radio show in the world, but when the fiends aren't live, you can use the app to listen to LRN.FM from anywhere. The Freedom Fiends radio app is like having a virtual libertarian re-education camp in your pocket. It's your gateway to the exclusive high-demand group that is the Freedom Fiends. Install the Freedom Fiends radio Android app today. It's free, and of course, it's covered by the BIPCOT no government license. And get ready for LibPair with the Freedom Fiends radio app for Android. Worms.
LRN.FM.
A job applicant totally nails an interview with the person who will make his life a living hell for the next 5 years. And adjusting several sliders on a recording studio's mixing console pays off big time. This is the Onion Week in Review. This week, a study published by researchers at Johns Hopkins University revealed a direct correlation between breastfeeding and knowing exactly what's best for other people at all times. Overwhelming evidence indicated that the moment mothers begin breastfeeding, they develop a highly honed sense of what is wrong with others' approach to life, and were able to loudly enumerate those faults with total confidence in their accuracy. Researchers noted that the practice greatly boosted a young mother's immunity to the viewpoints of others. And in this week's Tech Report, a startup is very casual about its dress code and benefits. In other news, the Secretary of Interior says knocking down the Rocky Mountains could really open up the nation. And a woman is not going to let her husband of 60 years drag her into death at the same time.
This is the Onion News Network.
Cell 411 is a free app for Android and iOS that replaces government-controlled 911. Cell 411 allows you to preset a group of friends or private organizations to show up in any emergency. Cell 411 is a nightmare for the state because it proves their so-called services aren't needed. Cell 411 has had thousands of installs, and of course it's covered by the BIPCOT no government license. Cell 411 because your friends won't shoot you when you're in trouble. Without the government, who would build the emergency services? You and Cell 411. Get it today at getcell411.com.
DVD, books, music, instruments, periodicals, computers, software, electronics, photo, cell phones, office products, home and garden, bed and bath, furniture, kitchen, pet supplies, automotive, hardware, apparel, shoes, jewelry, grocery, healthcare, sports and outdoors, toys, games, used, and more. It's a department store at your fingertips. Shop.lrn.fm. Get all your shopping done, get a great deal, and a portion of your purchase goes to benefit the Liberty Radio Network when you shop at Amazon via shop.lrn.fm.
Since time began, tyrants have taken aim at personal liberties. Now there's a movie that aims back.
The government has no more right to tell us what to put in our bodies than they have to take our guns or tell us what books we can read.
6 drug police were eaten by bears while raiding a marijuana farm.
On your knees, you dirty hippies! Jesus. On your knees! What's the problem, officer?
Today, many cops who enforce pot laws do so only because it provides them with cushy jobs, good benefits, and a chance to push people around.
I was an undercover narcotics officer. The drug war is nothing but a farce.
The Second Amendment says you got to keep you and your gat intact.
Guns and Weed, The Road to Freedom. A film by Michael W. Dean and Nima Vadadi.
DVD available now at gunsandweed.com or on Amazon. That's gunsandweed.com. Makes the perfect gift. Remember, that's gunsandweed.com.
For Bitcoin to be ubiquitous, people need to use it. For people to use it, they must have it. How can we get Bitcoin into more hands? Tipping. What if you could include a bonus Bitcoin tip along with your regular tip to a server? What if that Bitcoin tip returned to you if unclaimed after 30 days? An attractive business card Bitcoin tip that's easily claimed, gives instructions on wallets and spending, and returns to the tipper if unused. Tip.freetalklive.com. Tip.freetalklive.com.
Did you know you can listen to LRN.FM via our free-to-air satellite channels? We have channels over nearly all of North America and much of Africa. All you need is an affordable receiver and a dish as small as 30 inches. There are no monthly fees. Learn more at sat.lrn.fm. Plus, if you are a broadcaster or want to be one, this is a good delivery method for our content. See our coverage maps and get details at sat.lrn.fm. That's sat.lrn.fm. sat.lrn.fm.
Speaking of Vegas,
and we're back.
Happy Independence Day.
Meow meow.
Yes, sort of. I will say one thing about Independence Day, because I was walking to my mailbox, not inebriated on any particular drugs. The drugs are bad. Don't do drugs. But we have like these safe and sane firework laws here. Like, do you guys have those where you live? Like, I live in a major city. I live in Las Vegas.
Well, I just know that I was in Aurora, Colorado recently, and there's huge signs as you enter the city that say fireworks are illegal in Aurora, and like while I was there, everybody was shooting off fireworks, and this was like 2 days ago.
Yeah.
When I first moved to Vegas, I did not know this. I was like, oh, I'm going to go see a fireworks show. I did not know, like, oh, okay, so where's the nearest fireworks show? Let's go to Texas Station because they're going to have a fireworks show. It's the nearest place. So on the way there, I saw more fireworks than I did at the fireworks show. And people just don't care about the laws. They don't care about these safe and sane laws. They go right outside of, the metro area. They get their, the mortars that shoot off the really cool fireworks, and they don't care, and that's what's, and that's what I like about Vegas. It's like they're trying to fight for this sort of stuff in New Hampshire, where they're trying to fight for liberty and all this stuff and try to inject that stuff. But it's here. It's in their heart, but it's not in their brain yet. And I think that's the hurdle.
It has to go from your heart to your brain. It has to. Or it won't work.
Yeah, and I think that's why we have, politicians like Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump hitting the respective tickets.
That's why we have.
The royal we, from the editorial. Look.
Right.
But people just kind of don't care anymore, and they're just willing to elect a reality star and a liar and a fraud and Hillary Clinton. And, just because they don't care anymore. It's like people are just kind of like ignoring the state. And I think that's hope for liberty. But at the same time, Bernie.
Don't follow stupid rules.
Well, that's the thing. It's great to see people do that in certain avenues, but then many of those people will still probably turn around and vote anyway.
They'll vote. Yeah, because it's just because it's the status quo. It's the thing to do. They don't know what else to do. And they think they're actually affecting some sort of
fun.
Well,
I'm serious. I vote because I got nothing to do on a Monday or whatever it is. I'm gonna go vote.
It's actually Tuesday.
I have Tuesdays off. I have Tuesdays off, so I'm like, what am I going to do? The Freedom Fiends isn't on, so I'm already coming down from my mushrooms, so I can't take more. So, but
there's so many.
May as well go vote. Why not?
Yeah, I'm gonna go stand in line for a little bit. Maybe maybe a cute shake or something. Burger. Oh, I'm not supposed to say convert now. That's right. Sorry, MK.
Oh.
Inside baseball. Go ahead.
Oh, I was like, I have no idea.
But how dare you tell me what I should do on my personal leisure time, right? Like,
if you want to convert cute little girls, sorry, not little girls. That came out really wrong.
Hey.
So what?
Apparently they're legal. They're voting.
So what do you guys think? I mean, do you think that not voting or voting, which one do you think actually has more of an impact?
It doesn't matter.
Either.
It doesn't matter. And this is coming from someone who does vote.
I totally agree with you. Yeah, I totally agree with you. Yeah.
I don't think either has an impact, but I think you could do more with your time by spending the time you would by going down to vote with doing something else. So
sure, doing something way more.
But how dare you and your Marxist logic to tell me what I should do on my leisure time instead of being a productive proletariat like everybody? No. How dare you? That is really Marxist thinking.
I'm not. No.
That's what I'm doing on my leisure time. Is I'm going to go down and I'm going to vote for myself for city council in 2019.
If that's what makes you happy, I just think, like I said,
go for it.
If you're going for, if your goal is to try to end the state quicker, there are other things you could do with that time that would be more productive. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you have to. I'm not telling you that.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
I would never prescribe that for anybody. Not my style.
Yeah.
But otherwise, go vote if you want to. But I don't think it matters either way. I don't think it sends a message that if you do and vote for somebody, or you vote down something, or you don't vote at all. I don't think it sends a message either way.
Fiend phone. He's back.
The Fiend phone, unnecessary.
That's why he left.
Interruption exigency system.
Furries.
That's why he left. He just wanted to come back and make a furry. He just wanted to do a furry.
No. I was listening. There's 3 reasons not to vote, and they are: 1, you're engaging in an immoral system. You're encouraging violence.
No, I'm not.
But if you can't wrap your head around that, the real reason not to do it, other than it encourages them, which is reason 2, is I don't really look at it like a strategy. I don't really think government's going to end if no one votes. Somebody actually pointed out on Free Talk Live the other day that there have been elections, local elections, where 0 people voted, and they still, the government people still made a decision.
Yeah.
I remember when Free Talk Live had an episode after an election where there was a town that didn't vote. Not even the city council members running did vote for themselves. They didn't even vote for themselves, and still, but they were like, I guess we're still running things here.
I guess we're still going to lie and steal and cheat and tax. Yeah. So really, the reason not to vote is as kind of a personal mindset. Really, it sets the mindset of convincing yourself the truth of it's use. Oh, that's the other reason too. It's useless. That's the third reason. Is
it's fun.
Most states, it doesn't matter. Like in Wyoming, they're going to elect the Republican no matter what. In California, they're going to elect a Democrat no matter what. Like maybe in a swing state, your vote might have some power, but
I live in a swing state in a swing district.
Yeah, but then it doesn't matter the letter after the name anyway.
Well,
I'm picking up chicks in the swing state.
Have you guys seen that ridiculous movie where one guy decides the president? It's Kevin Costner. like after Waterworld, like no one would hire him, so he had to make this movie. It's so bad. It looks like the Democratic Party sponsored it. It's like this one kind of like simple redneck, single dad farmer,
a man of the
hipster
people
guy, a man of the people, but still a thinker. In Iowa or something like the Electoral College doesn't work that way. It would never come down to one citizen. Yeah. But that's the premise of this movie. It's like your vote matters, but your vote also doesn't matter because the rigging of the machines. Diebold, right. They have lawyers. Well, people say that, but really the main thing is just to undo your training of 12 years of government school to like really reinforce to yourself that it's just a big scam.
Right.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean that's why I don't vote. I mean, it's not that I think that my not voting is actually going to affect any sort of change, but I don't vote now for moral reasons, and the ones you listed.
I don't vote because it's it takes time. I mean, you could play like 3 games of pool in the time it takes to go vote.
You can watch. I don't know what polling place you've ever been to because every time I voted, it only takes like maybe 10 minutes, and 9 of those 10 minutes is actually me like at the podium going like, I don't know who all these people are.
Jim gets bad audio and he yells. So, have you guys seen The Wire? I'm rewatching The Wire.
I really do need to watch that because I started watching it and I didn't.
It's great. It's the best TV show ever made. But I read this thing recently.
Except for maybe Breaking Bad and The Wire are the best shows ever. Yeah, I'm going to tell everybody that The Wire and Breaking Bad is the best show ever. Tell everybody you know.
Yep. So Breaking Bad, or The Wire, Obama said it was his favorite show, which made it harder for me to like. But the thing that's really funny is Obama said that his favorite character on there was Omar. Omar is a gay dude that walks around with a shotgun shooting drug dealers and taking their drugs. Like the gay dude is neither here nor there, but so that's Obama's favorite character is like a guy who's immoral even in the like moral black market,
So would you vote for me for city council if I ran in your district? Because I'm running in Vegas. Would you vote for me?
I'd put you on the radio show and let you talk about it nonstop, though.
Okay.
I'm not going to vote. Even if I won't do it. You know what? Here's another reason not to vote. You get a lot more junk mail if you're a registered voter.
That's true.
You really do.
I get other people's mail, so I don't even worry about that now.
Yeah. But you can still get on juries, and you should get on juries, but because it's really that's the only thing you can do that makes a difference is being a good, honest juror on a good, honest jury. But
jury nullification is voting times 1,000. How dare you? Like, it takes months and months and months to find out stuff. You have to risk going to jail in order to do it. You're wasting your time. And then at the end of it, you'll just end up on a civil trial anyway.
I'm not saying that.
But it's that actually I kind of am with Jim on this one where I think the idea of nullification is wonderful. I just advocate for individual nullification. Or individuals getting together and all nullifying in a certain area, so it just goes away on its own that way. But if you're going to use one of the arguments for voting being ineffective or whatever is because it's literally a waste of time, then you can't not make the same argument for jury nullification because it is so much more time invested. And unfortunately for me, I'm somebody who was interested in doing
day, man.
Okay, yeah, I can't afford to close my business for the amount of time it may be necessary. It's so not worth it for me. I can't support my family that way. So
besides, anarchists have an easy out when it comes to being a jury.
You just say I'm an anarchist, and they don't put you on a jury.
Yeah, you just say that I'm an anarchist, and I view this court as illegitimate. And I legitimately do this. I'm not lying.
And I'm not lying.
Yeah.
Well, no, not that kind of illegitimate.
I know.
Actually illegitimate.
Admiral.
I don't care about all that shit.
Call the judge Admiral. Call the judge Admiral. Yes, Admiral.
I almost cussed, but I'm good. I told you, man. I'm good.
Well, Fiend Phone has a shock collar in it now. We don't.
I'm not wearing it.
You know what? That was the update. That's the update that screwed up my Fiend Phone. I knew it.
Yeah, I know. I hate when the government tortures. I want to do that myself. No, I'm kidding.
Libertarian entrapment. Libertarian waterboarding. I'm almost.
I just got to say, when I went to get my government permission slip so that I could drive legally or whatever here in Colorado, and they asked me, did I want to also
Sounds like a waste of time to me.
Wait, they asked you what?
And they also asked me if I wanted to register to vote, and I said nope.
Ew. Yeah, it's weird how they try to trick you. You know what another one is? When you fill out your taxes, if you're one of those people that does that, there's a question now on your taxes. Do you want to donate $3 to the Presidential Re-Election Fund? I know, man.
What?
Bad touch. Bad touch.
All right, we're going out here. We're going out.
Stranger danger.
Yeah.
Meow, meow.
Oh,
right, have a good redemption, guys. See you later. Worms. Bye.
Okay, bye.
Thank you for your service, Diana.
Sure, no problem.
You're listening to Freedom Fiends. So much truth, it hurts.
Are you tired of stinky socialists trying to take over America?
And are you also tired of theorists talking about the free market as a cure-all for every problem with no first-hand experience of how the market actually works?
Well, the Truth, Justice, American Way app gives you wall-to-wall shows by hosts who not only understand the market, but tell you how they make money in a variety of patriotic endeavors.
The Truth, Justice, American Way app for Android is 24/7 streaming audio content on the topics of finance, liberty, self-defense, and technology.
All the hosts are all American Americans from all over America.
And the app is made in Wyoming, the cowboy state.
Because you should buy American, even with free Android apps.
Truth, Justice, American Way. Useful information, compelling personalities, and superior American audio quality.
Go on the Google Play Store or the Amazon App Store and search Truth, Justice, American Way.
God bless each and every one of you, and God bless America.
There is an affordable alternative to the high cost of healthcare that offers freedom from insurance while providing compliance with the Obamacare individual mandate. Imagine having access to quality, affordable healthcare that allows you the freedom to choose your doctor and hospital. Members can share up to 100% of necessary medical expenses, including some alternative treatments. Find out how you and your family can contain healthcare costs without giving up your freedom. Go to libertyoncall.org. That's libertyoncall.org.
Worried about lead, fluoride, and other contaminants in your drinking water? Get a ProPure with the Pro 1G 2.0 cleanable reusable filter and remove up to 200 contaminants. Drink water the way nature meant it to be. Clean, crisp, and refreshing. See the complete line of ProPure products, including the new ProMax shower filter. There's a ProPure for you. Visit your authorized ProPure dealer for details or ProPureUSA.com. That's ProPureUSA.com.
LRN.FM.
The Shire Free Church offers a sanctuary to those seeking an escape from state churches.
The Shire Free Church is an interfaith, diverse group of people that may not share identical theological beliefs. As a member in or minister of the Shire Free Church, you are a sovereign individual and may be the faith of your choice.
We don't claim to have all of the answers.
We are open to all peaceful people.
We want to learn from each other.
What unifies the Shire Free Church and its diverse members is peace,
love,
and liberty. There are many paths to God, one for every individual.
The Shire Free Church does not define a specific path beyond those parameters that must be your foundation.
Peace as your way,
love as your guide,
and liberty as your light.
Learn more at church.shiresociety.com.
That's church.shiresociety.com.
We've all heard about blockchain assets like Dogecoin, Ether, and Ripple. Bitcoin isn't the only player in the blockchain game any longer. And for those of us wondering how to get our hands on these digital assets, finally, there's a solution. Shapeshift.io allows you to buy and sell between your digital assets and Bitcoin instantly between your own digital wallets. I've used it with ease. Shapeshift.io. There's no account or email address needed. You send them the crypto you want to sell. They send back the crypto you want to buy. It's that easy. Shapeshift.io. Here's a chance to do a little activism while you're cruising Facebook, Twitter, or Google+. Between the LOL cats, the recipes, the hot girls, and the inspirational sunrise memes, Free Talk Live's posts pass by your newsfeed. Like them, comment. It gives us more exposure. If you don't see our posts, click like at facebook.freetalklive.com and then hover over it to click Get Notifications. It's an easy way to spread the ideas of liberty a bit further. I know you're busy, but you can spare that 1/10 of a calorie it takes to click on something. facebook.freetalklive.com.
Why did you move to the Shire?
I moved here to the Shire because there's other people around who take liberty just as seriously as I do.
I moved to the Shire because I saw videos of people challenging authority and thought that I could get support myself. It called to me, like, do this right now.
I wanted to be around people like me who got it. And once I got here, I knew there was nowhere else that I wanted to be.
I've always wanted to change the world. So I moved to the Shire to join people who were actually working towards doing the same thing.
The people here are awesome, loving, and positive. It was for the adventure and for the feeling of something important is happening here. And I just wanted to come to sort of be part of that.
Visit ShireSociety.com to read and sign the Shire Society Declaration and learn the reasons why, if you love liberty, you should immigrate to the Shire. Plus, add yourself to the Shire map at ShireSociety.com. That's ShireSociety.com.
Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow.
Diana and Derek J do the best meows.
Hashtag adults who meow. We got it.
Adults.
That's a very subjective term.
I know.
To this group.
We definitely got some heat for that by a hater. We got some hate from a hater around our meowing and having fun and enjoying life as libertarian anarchists.
Who hates the meowing? Why did I miss that?
Some dude that was like, I don't know, beefing with Michael on Twitter, on Twipper.
He who cannot be named actually came on the show and was complaining about the meowing. Yeah.
Oh.
He was the only one that's ever complained. By the way, happy birthday, Jeff.
Okay.
Go on, you guys got a show to do. I'm just here for the ride.
Okay.
Jim must be coming down at this point. He's running out of steam.
Yeah, well, okay, so...
No, I'm not. I'm feeling great.
Yeah.
Come on, dead air. Come on.
Jeremy.
Come on. Professional radio guys. You guys are the one doing the show, not me.
What were we talking about on the break about people doing stuff more? Actually, I still want to finish up on what we were talking about earlier about the not voting thing, because I still think that not voting actually does serve a better purpose, right? Because more people that don't do it, and the whole thing about they'll still elect people anyway. Good. Because when more people
realize... But it raises awareness. It raises, like...
Well, exactly. More people realize that it literally does not matter what they do.
Yeah.
You know, maybe they'll be more inclined to step away.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it.
You know, that's always my whole focus. I mean, like I said, you can waste your time with it.
Not that it will like do anything or like make anything happen in Washington or wherever your local, candidate elections are or whatever. Not that it'll actually do anything with that, but yeah, like it will, and the more you talk about why you don't do it, I do feel that it can, just plant seeds. And that's kind of like what I feel like my job is plant seeds, like make people think. Even if they balk at it at first, I mean, there's still a seed, and it gives them something to think about and maybe read about and do some research on. And
you seed.
You're a seed.
Actually, technically,
we're all seeds.
Well, technically, I would be. It's the name of my podcast, and I guess I would be.
Mom's a seed.
No, she's not quite there yet. she's pre-seed, I guess. I don't know how would that work. Wait a minute.
Oh Lord. My mind went right there.
I know. Mine did too. And we were talking about my mom, so that was just not right at all.
And then the pre-seed, and then oh Lord. What just popped in my head? Yes.
I don't know about y'all, but I'm a spore right now.
What's the type of seed?
Kind of. Well,
kind of.
It helps propagate things, sure. That's a wonderful thing.
Yeah.
But just like, not voting and finding other ways to use your time can propagate more freedom.
That's right.
Get out there, and what we were talking about earlier with the stupid politicians trying to go back and go against the people and fight and insist on the drug war despite the fact in small ways, despite the fact is just keep doing it, just like with the fireworks thing. Just keep flaunting all these laws.
Yeah, and that's what's going to happen. It's just going to be, if the THC level, if they manage to do that and actually, make it so that, legal weed cannot be sold with anything higher than a 16% THC level. Hello, black market, is thriving in Colorado again. And,
it still has the market's not even down as it is now. Well, not that much from what I've heard. It's still pretty pervasive there because people still want their stuff the way they want it and don't want to deal with the regulations. So
right, yeah, but I mean,
that's what I'm saying. I encourage people to keep flaunting these laws, though, no matter what they put in your face, because as proof with the firework thing. Well, but as proof with the fireworks thing, like you were talking about, Jim, or any of these things, when you do it in mass, there's nothing they can do about it. We, the collective we. Individuals outnumber LEOs by more than 300 to 1. You don't have to go shooting them like people think I'm advocating lately.
You just have to be aware that they're human beings wearing costumes and shiny badges, and they don't have the authority over you that you think they do. And when you start to realize that they don't, then things change.
Act accordingly and encourage more people to do the same, and then, just like the fireworks, all the other laws will become irrelevant.
And come to Jackalope.
Okay, I think
Pork
I'll
Fest was
definitely.
still last year.
I'll definitely plan on that. I'll need someone to ride.
No way I can make that one.
Jackalope? I know.
Yeah.
Bummer. Yeah, I gotta come
in
check
August
it out.
for me.
I gotta come check
next
it out.
year, though.
Tired of those old Freedom Fiends buttons? Well, the Freedom Fiends have new button designs.
As always, it's only $10 for 10 buttons, and you'll get these nifty designs. Buy sheep, or sheep, on sheep.
State speech is hate speech.
2 designs for Guns and Weed, the road to freedom.
3 designs for Fiend Phone.
Bipcot no gov.
A Freedom Fiends Worms button.
And ask me about my worms.
Go to freedomfiends.com and click on the link at the top that says Buttons.
Are you tired of your taxes funding endless occupations around the world? Antiwar.com is run by people who understand that wars abroad become wars at home, wars on our freedoms. Antiwar.com is dedicated to bringing you the latest in news, views, interviews, and reviews from the top movers and shakers in the anti-occupation movement. Antiwar.com has it all, from thorough foreign policy analysis to interviews with whistleblowers who used to run the military-industrial complex. Anti-war, pro-free market. That's Antiwar.com.
You know about our... You can connect with the Liberty Radio Network via our Facebook page at facebook.lrn.fm. That's facebook.lrn.fm. LRN.FM. While our satellite channel is free to listen to, it's not free for us. You can help us cover our satellite costs with the chip-in on the right side of the page at LRN.FM. You can help new minds find liberty. Chip in at LRN.FM. This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM.
So the protection of life, liberty, and property is what the Free State Project is all about. But it's an effort to move 20,000 people who understand.
It's about demonstrating to the entire country
that, yeah, we can have a free market, a truly free market.
Making it just a freer, great place to live.
It's the world's largest voluntarist libertarian community, and it's only getting bigger.
That's amazing, to be able to move to a place where other people passionately believe in being free and independent.
What the Free State Project is managing to do, though, is to put their money where their mouth is. Physically getting up across the country and saying, let's go someplace and let's demonstrate the power of these ideas. There's a lot of kind of philosophy that surrounds liberty. There's a lot of thinking about it and talking about it. But here in New Hampshire, people are doing it.
101 Reasons Liberty Lives in New Hampshire, a documentary by Free State Project Early Movers. Watch it free at 101reasonsfilm.com. 101reasonsfilm.com.
Now that you've found the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM, you may want to help expose others to our great programs. To assist you in doing so, you'll find resources at promote.lrn.fm, including details on how to get a free bumper sticker, quarter-page flyers you can print out and distribute, banners for your website, as well as files that will allow you to make your own custom banners and graphics. Visit promote.lrn.fm and help bring new listeners to the Liberty Radio Network. That's promote.lrn.fm.
There's no better app for tracking the value of cryptocurrencies than CoinCap. I've had a lot of apps for tracking Bitcoin, but none that's ever been able to track 500 digital assets at once. Their best feature is the Altfolio. I love this thing. You enter how many Bitcoins, Ether, Dash, Doge, or whatever else you have, and it tells you how much your crypto is worth. You can watch yourself get rich. If you have crypto, go right now to coincap.io, or you can use the Apple Store or Google Play to get the app. I love CoinCap. coincap.io.
Help get LRN.FM into more ears. Visit promote.lrn.fm for a free bumper sticker, flyers, banners, graphics, and more. Promote.lrn.fm. The latest edition of FPP Radio News is next on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.fm. Get more at FPPRadio.com.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Darryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Monday, July 4th, 2016. Silver is trading at $20.51 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,352 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $670. Antiwar.com reports the rebel-held town of J-Rud has mostly stayed out of the Syrian civil war until the past few days, having a truce with the army that has made it a popular magnet for refugees around the region. That appears to have come to an end with the killing of a Syrian pilot in the area. The pilot parachuted out near J-Rud and was executed on the ground, reportedly by Al-Qaeda's Nusra Front. The Syrian military had subsequently hit the town hard, killing 31 people, including 2 medics and a large number of civilians. The rebels are describing the attacks as revenge for the pilot's execution, though they insist that the execution had nothing to do with the town itself. The Syrian military did not comment directly on the attack, but had vowed that the pilot's killing would not go unpunished. Essentially a suburb of Damascus, J-Rud is one of several local truces that have been struck over the course of a multi-year civil war in Syria, though as this weekend has proven, those truces are often very tenuous and it doesn't take much to return the area to a state of open warfare. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. UPI reports with California's new vaccination law now in effect, some parents are opting to homeschool while others are moving out of the state. The new law eliminates most vaccination exemptions for school children in an effort to protect everyone from communicable disease outbreaks. Other parents trying to avoid the new laws filed exemption paperwork before January 1st to give them the leverage to vaccinate their children at their own pace. California Senate Bill 277, which sparked some of the most contentious debates in years, ended with a win for those who favor forced vaccinations. Still, tens of thousands of Californians remain adamantly opposed to the mandate. Kristen Kinney of San Jose said she's checking out real estate in Idaho. An East Bay area mother said she's considering finding an underground network of doctors willing to give her a medical exemption for her 3.5-year-old son. Liv Selly said, "It's really thrown me for a loop. I just don't want someone telling me what I have to do with my child, putting things into my child's body." An outbreak of measles last year in Marin County, home of one of the highest concentrations of unvaccinated children, convinced the county to ban the personal belief exemption. Now all children entering daycare, kindergarten, or 7th grade are required to show proof of vaccinations. Are you an advocate for free market money? Do you promote Bitcoin as an alternative in a fiat-centric world? Then you need Spendabit in your arsenal, the search engine for things you can buy with Bitcoin. Spendabit aggregates millions of products from thousands of Bitcoin-enabled merchants. Keep your money in the free economy. Visit spendabit.co today. Bitcoin merchants, ask about our merchant suite to reach even more customers. Spendabit.co. Reuters reports a 19-year-old tourist in Manhattan's Central Park suffered a severe foot wound on Sunday after an apparent homemade firework exploded when he jumped off a rock and stepped onto the device. Investigators said the object was likely fabricated by an amateur firework enthusiast for the thrill of creating a loud noise and flash. At least one bystander in the park told CNN the blast sounded like a cannon. The man was taken to Bellevue Hospital, where police said he was undergoing surgery and was listed in serious but stable condition. His two companions, aged 18 and 20, were not injured. The late morning explosion occurred when all three men jumped off a rock and the victim landed on top of the object, which had been stashed near the boulder out of the way of normal foot traffic. Lieutenant Mark Torrey, commander of the police bomb squad, said there was nothing to indicate that the device was put in this area with a specific intent to harm any individual, and that evidence showed it was not meant to be detonated by someone stepping on it. He said the device, which was believed to have been in the park for at least a day, may have not gone off at an earlier time and was just left there. The 778-acre park in the heart of Manhattan is a major draw for tourists visiting New York City. The park remained open to visitors following the blast. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
If you're looking for work, or even if you're not, here's an innocent mistake you really want to avoid. Never return calls before listening to your voicemail. Your wireless phone sends calls you didn't answer into voicemail, and it shows you phone numbers for calls you missed. Important. Don't call back callers you missed until you have first listened to your messages. Otherwise, you frustrate people who bothered to leave messages by asking them to repeat a message they just left as your voicemail greeting instructed them to. If you're a job applicant, this alone could be a deal killer. And even if you're not, there are few things you can convey to someone that are as fundamentally maddening as, "I didn't hear you." With money and attention so scarce now, effective communication skills have never been more important. For more tips for job seekers and everyone else, hit survivalspeech.com. I'm Holland Cook.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.FM in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media, and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.FM. Download it now, free, at apps.lrn.fm.
This is your Roberts & Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Thursday, gold is $18 higher at $1,340 per ounce, and silver is 58 cents higher at $19.35 per ounce. Bitcoin is trading at $675 US. Since January 1st, gold is up 20% and silver is up 39%. For more information, call Roberts & Roberts Brokerage at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM. The latest edition of the Jason Stapleton program is next on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM. Get more at jasonstapleton.com.
All right, welcome back, everybody. This is the Jason Stapleton program, broadcasting from the Random Walk Studios here in the heart of America, and I am just deeply glad and blessed that you're here with me. Not live today, of course. I'm in Chicago right now. Well, not right now. Right now, I'm in the studio. But by the time you listen to this, I'm going to be in Chicago attending a big event for podcasters and meeting some people and learning a little bit. Well, I don't know what I'm going to do there, but it's a big event and I want to go, so that's what I'm going to do. And this has been a long time coming, this particular episode. You guys have been asking me for a long time what books I read, what are some of the best books in, I don't know, I would assume you meant Liberty books, and we'll cover some of that, but I think there are lots of other good books out there too, and if you're confining yourself just to reading The Road to Serfdom, shame on you, because that's painful. That's painful reading. We want to kind of mix in some fun books as well, and some books on business and success and psychology and all kinds of different stuff. So all I did was I got my coffee cup here. We're going to sit together and chat for a few minutes, and I'm going to tell you some of the best books that I've read. And I got to tell you guys, it was hard. it was really hard trying to pick which ones were going to go into the episode and which ones I was going to leave out. And no doubt, by the time we get done with this, somebody's going to say, "Oh, I can't believe you didn't mention this book or that book." And, I got a lot of books here. I've done a lot of reading. And so as I was going through the bookshelves and going through my audiobook selection, I just picked kind of a variety of stuff that I think are pretty good reads. And so if I left something off that you think should have been on there, tough. I don't know how else to say it. I don't care. So don't email me. And the other thing is, I would imagine that there are going to be a lot of you who want to absolve yourselves from having to do the hard legwork of actually getting a pen and a piece of paper and writing down the books that sound interesting to you. You would prefer if I just took an extra 30 or 45 minutes to go and dig up all the Amazon links to all of the video or all of the books that I've been suggesting to you, and then link those on the show notes page so that you can with ease go and purchase whatever books that you find interesting. You, however, forget that my life is really more about making my life easy, not your life easy. So in this particular case, I may do that. I haven't decided yet, but I would just imagine on the list of my priorities of things that I've got to get done, making sure that it's easy for you to go and find one of these books, probably not at the top of that list. So that means you're going to have to maybe listen to this episode when you've got a little bit of time to write down some ideas, maybe not while you're driving in the car, or just do it in the car and be careful. I mean, safety first. But let's talk. Let me just start with a stack of books, since we're all libertarians here and we like libertarianism, we like Austrian economics. Let's just start with some of my favorites. Right at the very top would be The Revolution, a Manifesto by Ron Paul. This is the book that I think really it took me from looking at libertarians as a bunch of kooky kooky fringe people or ideas into legitimate thought. I thought Ron Paul, when I heard him speak the first time when he was running for president, I thought he was a crazy old man. Then I read some of his work and I was amazed. It was as though I've told this story before, but it was as though someone was taking everything I believed but didn't know how to express and put it into a book. It is, in my opinion, at the very top of your list. And no, I don't have any Rothbard in here. You could say, For a New Liberty or something like that, or Anatomy of the State. Anatomy of the State's actually pretty good, but I didn't put it in there. It didn't make the list. But The Revolution by Ron Paul, an excellent book. This is also stuff that you can kind of share with your friends. If your friends if they're not ready for Rothbard, give them some Ron Paul. They'll love it. The next one is Don't Hurt People and Don't Take Their Stuff by Matt Kibbe. I had a chance to meet Matt when I was down at the Libertarian National Convention this year. Very nice guy. He was very hospitable. This is an excellent book. It's an excellent book if you're new to the libertarian idea, and it's also a good book to share. So you can buy this one. Once you're done reading it, you can give it to your cousin or your brother or a friend of yours who you feel like is kind of on the fence and feel like is really a libertarian but doesn't want to admit it. You can hand him this book, and it's easy to read and understand. Matt just did a phenomenal job of taking some very complex subject matter and turning it into something that was not only enjoyable to read, but also really informational as well. And so, check that out. Hang on, I need a sip of my coffee. Oh, that's so good. Black Rifle coffee. By the way, you can get on the auto ship for Black Rifle. There's nothing worse than not having coffee in the morning, right? So Black Rifle has set up this auto ship. Well, they'll send you a pound of coffee a month, 2 pounds. We get about 4 pounds of coffee a month that they send us here because we drink it like water around here. And they'll just ship it to you every month. And they let you know that they're going to ship it to you. So for some reason, you get the email and it's like, oh, no, I haven't drank as much coffee as I did last month, so I don't need the auto ship this month. You can just set it aside for a month. And that way you're always aware. You don't just have coffee showing up that you don't know what to do with. But the nice thing is that when you use the promo code Liberty Club when you sign up for the auto ship, it's going to save you 10%. So that's an incredible discount on something that you're going to spend money on anyway. So go to blackriflecoffee.com, Get yourself on the auto ship. Get a pound, get 2 pounds a month coming to you, and save a bunch of money in the process. It's great coffee. You support a bunch of former military guys who are doing who are now running a legitimate small business and doing some great work. So go to blackriflecoffee.com and check them out. The next book on our list is American Contempt for Liberty. Now, these are in no particular order, by the way. American Contempt for Liberty. This is a book by Walter E. Williams. He's best known probably for his economics. At least that's what I know him for. But he also is a political commentator as well. And this book is nothing more than a collection of his essays / articles that he's written as different op-ed pieces over the years. And so he starts, I don't know, he's got everything. He's got stuff going back from the early 2000s through 2015, it looks like, or 13. Well, there's a 14s in there too. So, and any subject that you might be interested in that you just want kind of a brief overview of, if I open the book up here and I just kind of cycle through, the subject matter are good ideas, why the Bill of Rights, the census and the Constitution, the founders' vision versus ours, why we are a divided nation, democracy versus liberty, failing liberty 101, legal obedience, democracy, and majority rule. Really good stuff. Then you get into, he's got subjects on politics, on race. So if you got questions on that, it's all broken down by subject. So education, the environment and health in part 4 and 5, international. And, so anyway, you read through this book and you can use it almost like a reference manual. It's like, okay, there's a subject of race that has come up. Let me go and get some really good nuggets on race in America today. And you go and grab Williams' book, American Contempt for Liberty, and you're there. So an excellent work by Mr. Williams. In terms of economics, there are 2 economics books that I really like. One of them is Economics in One Lesson by Henry Hazlitt. That's Hazlitt, Hazlitt. And the other one is Basic Economics by Thomas Sowell. Now, if I'm being honest here, I think that Sowell has the better book. But if you're new to economics, Hazlitt probably has the better work, if for no other reason than Hazlitt's book is, somewhere around 200 pages, and Sowell's book is easily 500 pages, 600 pages, 650 pages. So just for the ease of the read, probably start with Henry Hazlitt's book, Economics in One Lesson, and then move over to Thomas Sowell if you find that you really like the subject matter. What I love about Sowell's book, if I can just riff on that for a minute, is that Sowell really goes into detail and discussion on practical application. So if he's going to talk about rent control, for example, he's going to go in and talk about several of the places where rent control has been established on the West Coast, on the East Coast, and he's really going to take these lessons of economics and use some real-world examples to teach you why they work or don't work. And I found it, if you're like me, or if you were like me, and you find economics, this idea of the number crunching and the formulas, to be mind-numbingly boring. What I really love about Sowell's book, and what I love about a lot of his writing, is that he is able to translate those numbers into real-world examples that make it easy for even the layperson to understand, and that makes it interesting to read. So that you're not reading formulas and quotients and all this different stuff. You're just hearing the story about, hey, here's where it worked, here's why it worked, or here's why it didn't work, and the economic principles that back that up. So I love the book, love it. The next one is called. We're going to shift gears now. We're off of economics, and we're going to go over to just, I don't know if you call this a cultural book, but it's one that I read last year. Thought it was really good. It's called Battlefield America, The War on the American People by John W. Whitehead. And I actually had John on the show because I liked his book so much. As you guys know, I don't have a lot of guests on the show. And the reason I don't is because the main reason I don't is because of time. We do the show live every day, and every day we're talking about current events. So in order for me to get a guest on the show, I have to not only know what I'm going to talk about that day, and oftentimes I don't know what news we're going to cover until I get in to the office in the morning around 6 or 6:30. Then I start looking at what the news is going to be and say, okay, we're going to focus on these 3 or 4 subjects because they're what are front and center in the news today. And so in order for me to have a guest on the show, I have to know what I'm going to talk about in advance, and then I have to find a guest who's like, oh, yeah, I can jump on in an hour and do a live show with you. So we do have periods of time where I set things up in advance, and this is his was one of those times. I liked his book enough that I thought he should come on and talk about it. We've been talking a lot about the police, the militarization of our police, which is largely what this book is about. And I wanted to hear it from him, and I wanted you guys to know him. But it is a really good book. It's worth the read. A lot of people think I got a problem with cops. I don't. I really don't. I used to be a sheriff's deputy, not a police officer, but a sheriff's deputy. And I don't have any issue with police. What I have an issue with is when police violate civil liberties in the Constitution, when they don't stand up and they don't do their job as servants of the people, because that's really what they are. When they turn into a militant wing and an enforcement arm of the government, that now we have a problem. Now I have an issue. And what Battlefield America does is it really discusses that aspect of it. And so if you read this book, you might get the impression that all cops are bad and that all police forces are in cahoots with the government. And that just simply isn't true. But I think it is important that we understand that there was a reason that we didn't want the military conducting operations and being an enforcement arm on American soil. And so we left the military to do the military thing, and then we had police forces to handle domestic problems. But what's happened over the years is we have seen a slow and now a fast move towards the militarization of the police force. We talked on the show last week, was it, about the government having now virtually every single agency has a SWAT team. Whether you're talking about the Internal Revenue, the IRS, or whether you're talking about the Department of Agriculture, even the Department of Education, they have these military SWAT teams. They said now over 200,000 people in local and state governments and federal agencies, non-military personnel, have this type of specialized equipment and training. That 200,000 is more than every Marine in the Marine Corps. Our government is building an army of its own. And it's very disconcerting. It's very disheartening. It's scary. And then you start to hear things like, oh, yeah, you've got Charlie Rangel who comes out and says, oh, we don't, Americans don't need guns. I don't know why any American would need a gun, and a law-abiding citizen would need a gun. And you say, well, you're protected by guns all day. He says, well, I think we deserve it. We're senators and congressmen. And now you start to realize that, hey, there are multiple things happening all at once here. You have the militarization of our police and of our government or federal agencies, and then on the other side, you have a group of people who are trying to disarm the population. And I don't think that happens on accident. I think that is intentional. I think that you have progressives at all levels of government who are seeking to control and manipulate you, the people. And it's just a good book. I didn't mean to get off on that tangent. I just think it's a really, really great book. It's a good read, and it will open your eyes into what's going on in the world. But you know what? Here's the funny thing. I don't do a lot of what do you call it? A lot of fiction, right? Most of the stuff that I read is nonfiction, but I do have several fiction books that I really like that I think that you might want to read. And so I've listed those out here, and I thought we'd run through them very good. There's just 4 of them. And we'll get to that right after we pay some bills around here. And so have you heard about SeatGeek? Now, we've been talking about SeatGeek here for the last couple of weeks, and so if you haven't heard about them, you really should. And SeatGeek is an app that you download onto your phone for purchasing event tickets, tickets to the ball game, tickets to the concert, whatever it is. And the great thing about SeatGeek is they do all the price comparisons for you by searching multiple ticket sites and ensuring that you get the best possible deal. SeatGeek does all the work, and you save the time and the money. And SeatGeek wants to help you get the most bang for your buck. That's why every SeatGeek ticket gives you a grade based on the value of that ticket. So when you pull up your little SeatGeek app, it gives you an overview of the stadium or the event hall or wherever it is you're having you're looking to buy tickets, and it scores every single seat that's available for purchase by color code. So a dark green one would be a really good value for that seat, and a red one would be a really bad value. So you can scroll through and figure out, okay, based on not only where do I want to sit, but where's the best possible seat and price for my money. That to me is an incredible little value add that they do on that app. So you'll immediately see any underpriced seats and be able to find the best deal to fit your budget. And here's the best part. Listeners of my show get to save $20 off their first SeatGeek purchase. Here's what you got to do. To get your $20 in rebates, go and download the SeatGeek app, go to the settings tab, or it's the Me tab at the bottom of the app, and click Add a Promo Code. Then just enter my last name, Stapleton, and SeatGeek will send you $20 after you've made your first ticket purchase. So download the SeatGeek app and enter promo code Stapleton today. All right. So talk a little bit about these fiction books. And I don't know why I'm not a fiction guy. I just don't. Maybe it's that I don't like living in alternate reality. It's not like I haven't read fiction in the past. It's just like it's not really on my radar. I get so little time to read anyway that most of the time I'm reading for knowledge acquisition and not for enjoyment, although those are really one and the same for me. When you barely graduated high school and you'd never been to college, the only way that you learn anything is through independent self-study. And so I have restricted myself over the years to using my reading time to acquiring new knowledge that I can then use to make sure I don't live in poverty. A lesson to all of you who may think that because you went to college that you can be done learning. But here's a list of a few of the books that I really like that are not nonfiction, that are not learning, that are just pure enjoyment. The first one is The Count of Monte Cristo by Alexandre Dumas. If you have not read The Count of Monte Cristo, it is awesome. What's awesome about the book, here's the real thing that I loved about it. I read this when I was in the Marines on Talk Watch. I was basically teams out in the field. I got tasked with sitting by the radio. I don't know why I was there, because normally I was in the field, but this time I was stuck by the radio, and you're on 12, 18-hour shifts, and I'm just sitting there. I got nothing to do. I'm just literally there to listen to the radio. There's no TV. There's no nothing, and so I'm just reading this book, and I burned through The Count of Monte Cristo. And what I loved about this book was not just the story. The story is excellent, but what happens is his friends try and kill him, and so what he ends up doing, he loses his fiancée, and his whole world is just torn upside down, and he ends up finding this buried treasure on a deserted island. And he goes and he collects the treasure. He becomes a very rich man. And then he comes back and nobody remembers him. Nobody knows who he is. It's been years and years. And he finds all of the people who screwed him over, and he destroys all of their lives. Like, the whole book is a revenge book. And what I loved about it was that it was not simple. It was not, I guess it wasn't something that you could, oh yeah, I can see how he's going to do this. You know, you watch the movie, a really poorly written movie, and you're like guessing the plot at the end. That not so with this one. Like, the way he screws these guys over is so elaborate. It's so interesting. I just really love the book. So, Count of Monte Cristo. Atlas Shrugged, you guys have all read that, but really, guys, it really is not the best written book. Let me put it to you like that. It's not the best written book. She is not what I would call an exceptional author or writer, I guess. But her knowledge, her insight, incredible, perhaps unmatched in political discourse. What she was able to see in the 50s, what she was able to project. You can read Atlas Shrugged today, and you will wonder whether or not she had a crystal ball, because you can see the things that she's talking about in the book. You can see them in society today. It's just an incredible, incredible book. The next one I've got is The Richest Man in Babylon by George S. Clason. And The Richest Man in Babylon it's really a personal finance book, if you want to think of it that way. But the way it's told is through the eyes of people living in, I don't know, 1 BC Babylon. I don't know what the 5000 BC Babylon, whenever Babylon was at its height. It's written during Babylon's height, or it's meant to be read as though it's coming from people who were living in Babylon at the height of their civilization. And what it does is it teaches economic principles and personal finance principles through story. Best personal finance book I have ever read. Every single person who is listening to this podcast needs to go and read this book. Now, if you get the audio version, there is a guy who does all the voices, and it's even more interesting if you're an audiobook listener to go and get the audiobook with the guy who does all the voices. And I know you guys are going to ask me which one does the voices. I don't know. I have no idea which guy it is who does the voices. I just know that there is an audiobook out there, and the guy does voices, and it's like you're listening to one of those old-timey 1930s radio storytellers, where they come out and they do the shadow nose, and they do all the different voices. It's really cool. It's really entertaining and informational. So I killed two birds with one stone there. Moving along, I really like novels by a guy named Rex Stout. And I don't know when he wrote his books, but he wrote a series of books. Gambit, Gambit, is one that comes to mind. And he wrote a series of books about, I think Jake and the Fat Man is based off of this or something? Maybe not. There's this old fat guy who solves mysteries, who solves cases from his, it's not Jake and the Fat Man. What am I thinking? No, there's a show that was based off this, but I can't remember the name of the show. But there's a fat guy who sits in his room and sits in his office, refuses to leave, won't leave his house. And he solves mysteries. So the police have got a mystery that they can't solve, or some woman comes in because her husband's been murdered or he's missing and she doesn't know what's happened. And it always starts with them giving him a bunch of money, and he never wants the business. He always says he doesn't want it and he's not going to do it. And, you couldn't give him enough money to do it. And then for some reason he ends up doing it. But he doesn't ever leave his house. Solves the mystery just by sending people out to do the work for him. And I don't know if it's the creativity of the writing or just the fact that I'm intrigued by a guy who found a way to make a living sitting on his butt, doing nothing, sending other people out to do all the legwork, and making people show up and give him money in advance to do it. I keep telling people I've been trying for years to figure out how to make money without working. And I keep getting closer. To it. I consider this really money without working. Anything that I can manage to make off podcasting is really money without working, because I wouldn't even have to leave my house. I've got room in my house to run the entire show, video, audio, and all. So eventually I'm going to get to a point where I don't really have to work anymore, or money just is coming to me. But I've always been intrigued by stories or by people who manage to figure out how to do that. Live a comfortable life. Money just comes in. They don't have to really do anything. They don't really want to do any work. If you twist their arm, maybe they'll do it, but you're going to have to pay them a fortune. That's where I want to be. That's where I'm going. That's my aim. And Rex Stout's books on this fat mystery solver they're just really fun little books. So anyway, another good one right on the back of the Battlefield book that I probably should have mentioned earlier is Stonewalled by Cheryl Attkisson, Attkisson, and it is a book about the media, the modern day media. Cheryl is a gal who used to work for CBS, who is one of the few remaining really good investigative journalists in America. And she now does her own thing, and I've invited her on the show. She's agreed to come. We've tried several times to get her on, and when she's available, I can't do it, and vice versa. But eventually, I'm going to get her on the show. Her book is that compelling. It's that good. And I would highly suggest that any of you who have ever wondered about the media and whether the media is crooked or whether the government spies on the media and what influence does government have over the media, I think it would be good for you to go and check out this book and read it, because it is eye-opening from someone who has no real agenda that I can tell, just simply wants to tell good stories. And more power to her. Her show now is called Full Measure, if you're interested in going and checking it out. And if you do, just tell her that I sent you, and tell her that you got turned on to her by me. Maybe not use those words because that's a little creepy, but you know what I'm saying. All right. So let's talk a little bit about, I don't know, psychology, I guess. There are several really good psychology books out there. And if any of you follow the work that I do in the study of psychology, my knowledge and interest in psychology really started when I was working as a sheriff's deputy. I was working at the jail and trying to understand people who had a whole range of psychological problems. A lot of people who are in jail, even if they're not crazy, they got problems. They got anger problems. They have split personality disorders. They've got all kinds of different stuff. Some of them are just straight up psychopaths. And so I'm trying to learn the differences between these guys, what makes them tick. And so I started reading a lot about understanding dangerous human behavior and that type of stuff, which brings me to another book that I'm going to need to mention. Called The Gift of Fear by Gavin DeBecker. Gavin DeBecker is a security expert in California. He works with celebrities and high net worth folks who are dealing with stalkers and other really, really serious problems. Gavin wrote a book called The Gift of Fear that is incredible. It's a must read if you're interested in understanding why people are dangerous, what makes them dangerous, and trying to understand in advance whether someone is going to be dangerous or not. Gavin wrote a great book on it. So I started reading about dangerous human behavior, and then I ended up getting involved in trading, and as a currency, first a penny stock trader, then a kind of a futures trader, and then on into currencies, which is where I ended up staying. As a currency trader, the market is really a psychological animal. When you realize that markets are nothing more than a collection of individuals all making independent decisions about what they're going to do, you recognize that it is highly susceptible to all kinds of influences and psychological manipulation. And so what I did was I felt it best for me to understand a whole lot more about what makes people tick and what makes the market tick. Because I thought if I could understand one, I'd be able to understand the other. And I have then parlayed that as I started my businesses, and now even as I run this podcast, I have parlayed that knowledge and experience in understanding human behavior into understanding why people buy, what makes them buy, what makes people listen, what makes people come back, what makes people share the show with other people. All that stuff I have begun to incorporate in other aspects of my life and other business aspects. And it has been it's been highly profitable. We've got a great show that continues to grow, and it's due in large part to the fact that you share. And I do everything I can to impress upon you the value of that and the importance of that, and I appreciate you guys doing it. But if I didn't understand how to frame things and how to present them to you, the likelihood of you being motivated enough to share would be a lot less than it is. So what are some of the best books on this psychology, this mental study that I've been involved with? Well, the first one that I really like is called The Power of Habit. It's by Charles Digg. That's Duhigg. Charles Digg, The Power of Habit. And The Power of Habit really talks about we're all preconditioned to do the same thing over and over again. The mind creates shortcuts in order to be more efficient. And one of the reasons that we get stuck in these same ruts where we get up at the same time and we kind of go through the same actions every day. I mean, every day I get up at 5:30, 5. I get myself together. I get out the door. I get to the office. The first thing I do is sit down at my computer. I open up my stock charts so that I can, my currency charts, so I can start looking at the current positions and potential positions. Once I get a quick feel of what's happening and check my order status, then I go in and make myself a cup of coffee. I come back in. I sit down at my desk and I start my pre-market routine that I've been doing for 10 years now. I mean, it's the same thing I've been doing for 10 years. I still do it every single day. And what the Power of Habit teaches is that in order, because I've tried to modify that, and it just seems like I come back to the same thing. And I think as long as I'm actively trading, I will probably do some form of that as long as I continue to actively trade. And one of the things that he teaches in the book is that, hey, this is not on accident, that this is something that your brain is doing. This is and that in order to modify behavior, you've got to do some very specific things. And so in The Power of Habit, he teaches you just how much influence habit has over your life and how changing habits can have dramatic effects on improving your life. So Power of Habit, Charles Digg, excellent book. Second one's called Predictably Irrational by Dan Ariely. That's Ariely. And Predictably Irrational is really a book that looks at a lot of different things. But the general premise of the book is, hey, human beings are irrational. They don't act in their own interest many times, but they're predictably irrational. So they don't act in their own interest in a predictable way. Phenomenal book. Really, if you're interested in understanding psychology, it's great. The next one is Influence by Robert Cialdini. Cialdini is a very famous author. Influence is a very famous book that talks about a whole host of different, psychological influence things that you can use or that people use subconsciously in order to gain the correct response or the desired response from people. So I'll give you one example. In Influence, he said they did this test where they had someone they had a long line for people who were waiting at a copy machine. And they would send somebody up and they would say, hey, can I cut in line to get to make some copies? Hey, can I cut in line in front of you so I can make some copies, excuse me. And they didn't give any reason at all. And something like, 60% of the time they were able to cut in line. And then they tried it again and they said, okay, well, let's give them an excuse. Let's give them a good one. And so they went to the line. They said, hey, can I please cut in line to make some copies? My boss is so angry at me. I really screwed up and I'm late with these. Can I please cut in line? And something like 90% of the time, it was some crazy number, 98% of the time, they said, yeah, go ahead. You can cut in front of me. You can do your copies first. And then they said, well, what if we gave them a really crummy excuse? Like, what if we gave them the worst possible reason as to why they needed to cut in line possible? And so they ran the test a third time, and they said, okay, this time the guy comes up, he says, hey, can I please cut in line? I really need to make some copies. Now, you would think that the guy who was about to get fired and who needed to cut in line because he was in a big hurry, that you'd have more people who'd let him cut in line than the guy who just said, because I need to make some copies. But not so. You see, the person who said, can I cut in line because I really need to make some copies, he actually got in just as many times as the other person did. And so you look at that and you say, well, what is the psychological, what is the piece at work there? And the truth is, this has to do with both the power of habit and influence, is that we are pre-programmed to go into autopilot. And when someone gives a reason, even if it's not a good reason, for wanting to do something, the general inclination of human beings is to accommodate. That's just one example. He's got a whole book full of these. And it really is amazing stuff, and you guys should go and check it out. The last one I have in here is The 48 Laws of Power. And this is it's written by a guy named Robert Greene with an E on the end of it. And this is a good book. This is a good book for understanding manipulation and understanding a lot of times what other people in power are doing. I can tell you that this is a very popular book in prison in terms of how you gain authority, how you gain power over others. And I read it. There's a book that sits in my house that's called How to Get Power, I believe is the name of the book. And or it's just called Power, How to Get It and How to Keep It. That's what it's called. It's called Power, How to Get It and How to Keep It. And I know that people have walked into my house and seen that book, and the assumption is that I am this power-hungry entrepreneur who is ready to stab anyone in the back, to crawl over anyone to get to a position of authority and to get mine. And I think my mom even thinks that. This is how bad it is. And The 48 Laws of Power is another book that if you saw it laying in my house and you started to read through it, you would get the impression that I was the type of person who was trying to figure out how to psychologically manipulate people so I could screw them over, right? In reality, I'm fascinated. It's like those shows on CNBC that talk about the guy who almost got away with it, the criminals. I can't remember what the name of the shows are called, but you guys know it if you've watched them. It's where they take the guy who was running a Ponzi scheme and they tell the story about how he was in it and how he was eventually captured and how he went to prison. I'm fascinated with those stories because I'm trying to understand the psychology that goes into the thinking of many people. And both the 48 Laws of Power and the other power book that I mentioned are books that talk about kind of the dark side of people's psyche. And I'm as interested in that as I am about habit and what causes habit and how you form better habits, because I think it gives me insight into the way human beings think. Because whether we want to admit it or not, we all have a dark side. I think it was Robert Frost who said every man is like a moon with a dark side he never shows anyone. And I think that there's more truth to that than anyone would like to admit. And so I seek out information and I seek out really great works on psychology that help give me insight into human behavior. And like I said, I do that I've done it for a variety of reasons, to become a better trader, to become a better speaker, to sell more product, any reason. But more than anything, I find it fascinating or deeply interesting. So if you do, go ahead and check it out. I have a couple of books on business, sort of, just a couple of them, because I won't bore you with that. The first one is Ready, Fire, Aim by Michael Masterson. I really think this is whether you're starting a business or whether you're trying to get from $10 million to $50 million a year in revenue, this is a great book. He really takes every piece of it, tells you, here are all the problems you're going to run into from startup to your first dollar. Here's all the problems you're going to have from $1 to $1 million. Here's how you fix it. Here's the way you need to adjust your thinking as you grow. It's a great book and something that every one of you should read. The other one is more of a fun book. It's called How to Get Rich by Felix Dennis. And Felix Dennis is the guy who started Maxim magazine. He not only started Maxim, but he started a host of other magazines too. He's really in the magazine heyday. He was the guy, and he made a truckload of money. And he shares a whole bunch of insights into why he did what he did and how he did it, and his personal philosophy on getting rich. I just loved the book. I thought it was great. And so as I was going through, what I did was I have a library at my house. And so to figure out which ones I wanted to talk about, I just kind of thumbed through the books. And as I found one that I remembered, and I was like, oh, yeah, that was a really good book. That was the one that I picked. So if I thumbed through and I said, oh, yeah, I read that. Oh, yeah, good book. Oh, yeah, I really like that one. That's how I did it. So there are no doubt 100 other really good books, Crossing the Chasm, Ready, Fire, Aim, Made to Stick, all of these books that are really great books on business. But those two, Ready, Fire, Aim, and How to Get Rich, as I was going through my library, those were two books that I was really like, yeah, this is a book I'd give to somebody. So that's what you get. Books on trading. Let's talk about through them, guys. Let's talk a little bit about there's Joseph J. Ellis is one of my favorite historical authors, and I've read several books of his. Every single one of them are just knock it out of the park home runs. I love everything this guy does. But three books in particular that were excellent. He tends to write a lot on the revolutionary time period, so founding fathers type of stuff. And the first one that I read of his was called Founding Brothers, which talks about the founding fathers and who they were during the time. It's in the forefront of my mind, which is why I mention it. Reading the quartet, you really get this sense that there was not an agreement here, that there was a negotiation that was happening for the Constitution, that nobody agreed, that people ended up playing a lot of games and a lot of negotiation to try and get the Constitution done. The general belief is that, the founding fathers all agreed and they all had this picture of the world that they wanted to create this free economic system, and that isn't true at all. These guys disagreed on almost everything, but they understood what they didn't like, and they tried to put together a system of government that would eliminate or bind down the things that they didn't like about government and about tyranny. And some of them were more libertarian than others. Certainly Jefferson and Madison, much more libertarian than Hamilton, but Madison not nearly as much as Jefferson. And so you really get this sense of who these guys are and the conflict that was going on during the time that the Federalist Papers were being written, during the time that the debate was happening over the Constitution. It was just everything he does is so good. It's scary good. But anyway, so those three books, excellent books by Joseph J. Ellis. And if he's written anything else that you might find interesting, pick it up, because you're not going to be disappointed. The last two I'll give you are just a couple of really decent reads that I saw as I was thumbing through my list of books. The first one is Liberty and Tyranny by Mark Levin. I don't think Mark Levin has got everything right by far, but the book Liberty and Tyranny was exceptional. It's just a really great read. And it really is. If you guys read that book, you're going to have you got to walk away having a very high opinion of Levin. He just he did a great job with that book. And the other one is Real Dissent by Tom Woods. If you guys are interested in understanding nullification and fighting the power, Tom Woods put out an incredible book, Real Dissent, that teaches everybody the importance of those things. And that's it, guys. That's a lot of stuff. Now, that took, I don't know how long that took, maybe close to an hour here that we've been running. And I could easily go another hour with another series of books, but I think that's a pretty good overview of some really great. You read all that, and you're going to be in good shape. You're going to have a beautiful overview of business, of psychology, of economics and politics and history. There's a little bit of everything in there for you guys. And I just want to take a minute before we go and thank you all so very much for being a listener of this show, of sharing the show with others, of being a an advocate for the show. We are trying to grow this show into something extraordinary. These 5 principles that we talk about: individual liberty, peace, tolerance, limited government, and free markets. These are principles that I think that every American can agree on. I think that in a way we can all support these ideas, and I want desperately to share that with the world. One of the reasons I started this was because I love to talk, I love to debate. I think that I can hold up in a political argument with the best in the world. And I think that I have the truth on my side. And I want this show, my goal is to have 100,000 people a day listening to this show, and I think we can get there. We're pushing up on 20,000 a day now. And it's largely because of you. Yes, we do marketing. Yes, we do promotions, but the numbers come in because you guys share the show, because you guys talk about it. You tell your friends about it, and they start listening, and then they tell their friends. That's how we see the growth. And so I want to thank you all so very much for everything that you do, and a special thank you to those of you who donate to the show. I don't say this enough, but there are a massive number of you who donate $5 a month, $10 a month to the show. Yes, we get big donations, and don't get me wrong, I talk about those guys quite a bit, but the people I don't talk about nearly enough are those of you who are just doing what I ask, which is 25 cents an episode, $5 a month. In order for the show to grow, in order for this to be what I want it to be, I have to have the time to put into the show. And in order to have the time to put in, I have to have the money. And those of you who are taking the time and who are spending your hard-earned money and choosing to invest it in this show, I just want to let me tell you that I don't forget you, that I am deeply, deeply appreciative for that. And if any of you want to join that, 25 cents an episode, $5 a month, just go to jasonstapleton.com/donate and sign up. And you understand that the promise that I make to you guys is that 100% of what you send to us will be spent on marketing and advancing the show. Not a single penny of it will go into my pocket or Darren's pocket or Charles's pocket. We will use every single penny that you give to us to grow the show and be a voice for the principles that we all love and hold dear. And if you guys will do those things for me, then I will be back in the studio next week for some more live sessions. Until then, be safe, be good. I'll talk to you soon.
Freedom Fiends with Michael Dean and his weird friends.
Mr. Michael Dean, and this is my show, Freedom Fiends.
I love that.
I hope you like it. If you don't, I don't really care. I don't make it for the masses. I make it for the cool weirdos who are up late at night. Insomniacs, swing shift workers, the homeless. Yeah.
People in other countries.
People in other countries who are at their day job that's 9 to 5. Good point. Good point. The unemployed, the underemployed, the worried.
Okay, y'all. Now, if y'all are feeling a little worried tonight and you've got a hamster running around in your brain, we have a solution for you. Just put your hands on your computer or your telephone, and the spirit of the fiends is going to come rushing right through, and it's going to heal you.
Listen on LRN.FM Monday through Friday, midnight to 2 a.m. U.S. Central Time, and weekends, noon to 2 p.m. U.S. Central Time.
The 3 most important things you can do for LRN.FM are: 1. Let your friends know you're listening to LRN.FM on your social networking profile. 2. Buy the things you buy online through shop.lrn.fm. 3. Give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm. You likely buy all kinds of things online. Amazon is the largest online retailer. You can get what you need at the same great prices, and LRN gets a cut. Please do your online shopping at shop.lrn.fm.
My name is Jacob Hornberger. I'm president of the Future of Freedom Foundation, which Congressman Ron Paul awarded for having an outstanding freedom website. Write us at fff@fff.org, and we'll send you a free 3-month subscription to our monthly journal of libertarian essays and our booklet, Economic Liberty in the Constitution, which George Mason University economics professor Walter Williams praised in a recent column. That's fff@fff.org.
You can sign up to receive the latest about the Liberty Radio Network via our email updates at updates.lrn.fm. That's updates.lrn.fm. The latest episode of Peace, Love, Liberty Radio is next after the news here on the Liberty Radio Network, LRN.FM.
Peace, Love, Liberty Radio version 4.0. Prepare for launch.
OTC is go. Packet boost is go. PTC is go. LPS is go.
Houston flight is go.
Molotov. STM is go. Safety comms is go. SPE is go. LRD is go. SRO is go. CDI is go. Launch director, NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time. 99, proceeded, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Run away, Houston.
Consequences so severe, so pull your trigger quickly, dear. Our patriots are acting up, let's punish them with fear. Hey, hey!
Hey, welcome to Peace, Love, Liberty Radio. I am your host, Darryl W. Perry, and you know, I'm going to do something a little bit different today. Today is not going to be a version 4.0 of Peace, Love, Liberty Radio, and it's also definitely not the Ask Me Anything, because today is not Wednesday. Today, however, is Independence Day. It's the 4th of July, and so I'm going to do a secession edition of Peace, Love, Liberty Radio. And why secession, you may ask? Well, you know, you may have forgotten that that's actually what happened when the 13 colonies declared their independence from Great Britain, specifically from the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. And, well, I was at a secession conference, actually somewhat of a secession conference over the weekend. It was the first ever Startup Societies Summit, and there were some secessionists there. There were other people that were there that were trying to create autonomous regions within existing countries and not necessarily trying to declare independence from the new region. One of these being a representative from the Honduras ZED, the Economic Development Zone. And the reason it's called a Z instead of an EDZ is because, well, in Honduras they speak Spanish, and so it's Zona Economic something Developmentio or something along those lines. So, you know, like the Z comes first, but it's a special economic development zone. And the point there is to work within the existing structure to have this sort of freer community. And then there were also representatives from Liberland or Liberland, depending on how you wish to pronounce it, which is a micronation of sorts in Europe, where they're trying to claim ownership and possession of a piece of land that the Croatian government does not claim for themselves. The Croats actually say, this land is Serbia's. And Serbia's like, it's not ours. But, you know, so basically nobody is currently living there. People have tried to go there, but the Croatian government has prevented people from going onto land that the Croatian government does not claim to own, which is rather strange indeed. There were also people at the summit that were talking about building decentralized things to basically make the state obsolete. The state being that monopoly organization that claims a legitimate use of violence. So let's now talk about actually secession. And I've got an article here written by Joe Jarvis, who was at the Startup Society Summit. He was actually one of the volunteers. I believe he was also a co-organizer of the event. But he wrote this article several weeks ago titled The Moral Case for Secession. And if you're a subscriber to FPP News, the actual physical newspaper, this article is published in that newspaper. But, again, because it's the 4th of July, it is Independence Day, and I used air quotes there when I said that because, like the United States government, yes, technically independent from Great Britain, but still heavily dependent on other nations, as part of various trade agreements and various other sort of, like binding binding treaties such as, the United Nations. And I understand that there are some libertarians that are like, well, as long as the United States exists and as long as governments exist, it makes sense for the U.S. to be involved in the UN because it allows us to have trade with other countries and it allows us to, talk to other countries and be diplomatic. Well, not everybody needs to be a member of the UN, and for a long time, Switzerland was not even a member of the United Nations, but I don't think anybody would say that Switzerland did not have diplomatic relations with the rest of the world. Quite the contrary. The Swiss government is doing a mighty fine job of not intervening in the world's affairs, even though they are now a member of the UN, but again, for a long time, they were not. And, I'm not here to discuss the validity or invalidness of the United Nations, but I want to talk about secession. And what is the moral case for secession? Well, secession, first and foremost, is a natural right. Morality is what is naturally right and wrong. Saying someone has a right is a statement about an individual's condition in nature, absent other parties. That is why rights are expressed in the negative, because a right is a declaration of the natural state of a human, and the assertion that another human that disrupts this natural right is in the wrong. Therefore, there is only one natural right from which all other rights stem: self-ownership. Self-ownership means only the individual gets to decide what happens with his or her own body. Self-ownership condemns non-consensual interference with another person's body. In reference to human interaction, in nature, an individual is at peace until acted upon by an outside force. Whoever wields that force is morally and naturally in the wrong. Justice is when a person who is morally in the wrong is held to account for their transgression of an individual's right. And this is me breaking in here. So basically the concept of courts are to hold people responsible, to punish them when they have violated the rights of another person. Although the vast majority of offenses now are simply offenses against the state, or as they say in New Hampshire, against the peace and dignity of the state. But I contend that the state, by its very nature, is neither peaceful nor dignified. But I digress and return to the article. Unless an individual violates the rights of another, it is immoral and unjust to violate that person's individual rights. It is a natural right of the individual to secede from a larger group because the individual owns himself and may decide what to do with his own body. There's more. Stay tuned here to Peace, Love, Liberty Radio. Coinbase is a simple and secure online Bitcoin wallet for sending, receiving, and storing Bitcoin. Coinbase also allows you to buy and sell Bitcoin using a bank account or use their tools to accept Bitcoin as a merchant. Coinbase has more than 1 million consumer wallets and is trusted by over 25,000 merchants, including Overstock.com, Khan Academy, Reddit, and of course, FPP. Get started at coinbase.fppradio.com. You can support FPP Radio by joining the Fans program. Fans are friends, allies, and numerous supporters. Fans help FPP afford to produce more original content. You can join the Fans program for as little as $3 per month through Patreon and get perks like ad-free versions of FPP Radio News and Peace, Love, Liberty Radio. To learn more or to join the Fans program, visit fans.fppradio.com. That's fans.fppradio.com.
You're listening to Peace, Love, Liberty Radio with Darryl W. Perry.
Before I jump back into the article here, the moral case for secession, well, you heard me briefly talk about some of the people at the Startup Society Summit were talking about decentralized things to sort of replace the state, make the state irrelevant. Well, one of those things is Bitcoin. And Bitcoin has been around for, I think, about 7 years. And it's like, one of the most free forms of money. And it's a way that you can actually, keep your money in the free market while using free market money. And if you do that, then I'm guessing you actually wind up promoting Bitcoin as an alternative to this fiat-centric world. And if so, you need Spend-A-Bit in your arsenal. Spend-A-Bit is a search engine for things you can buy with Bitcoin. Spend-A-Bit aggregates millions of products from thousands of Bitcoin-enabled merchants, including Overstock.com and Free Press publications. Keep your money in the free economy. Spend-A-Bit. Use my affiliate link, spendabit.fppradio.com. And if you're a Bitcoin-accepting merchant, like I am, ask about their merchant suite to reach even more customers. That's spendabit.fppradio.com. Back now to the article, again written by Joe Jarvis, The Moral Case for Secession. He says it is a natural right of the individual to secede from a larger group because the individual owns himself and may decide what to do with his own body. Other individuals are not justified in stopping the existing party, since it is not a violation of anyone's state of nature to be disassociated from. The moral response to secession is to leave the individual or individuals to their own devices. And this is of utmost importance because one of the arguments that I often hear about why secession is a bad thing is because, well, secession is violent. Well, no, it doesn't have to be. And in most cases, the seceding party is not the one that actually began the violence. It is generally the larger group that is trying to prevent someone from leaving their group. It's akin to a very abusive spouse saying, "You're not allowed to leave, and if I can't have you, no one can," and then proceeding to attempt to try to kill the spouse that has been abused. That's what governments do. That's what the British Crown did when the United States of America, at that time the 13 colonies, if you will, when they sent that very epic breakup letter to King George, and that's what we're celebrating today is the adoption of that breakup letter. When the colonies sent those, that breakup letter to King George was not happy, and he, promptly sent troops to try to, squash the rebellion. And how dare you? You can't leave me. If I can't have you, no one can. Abe Lincoln did the same thing after the southern states seceded. Actually, yeah, it was after, several of the southern states had seceded. Abe Lincoln, and there's, dispute over who actually wound up firing first at Fort Sumter. But by the accounts that I've read, the credible accounts that I've read, it was actually, sort of miscommunication to where each side thought the other had fired first, and so then they fired in response. And again, nobody really knows who wound up firing that first shot. But what you learn in government school is that, well, no, it was the Southern forces that fired on Fort Sumter. But, again, by all accounts that I've seen, no one really knows who fired first. But again, even if the Southerners fired first on that would, again, that's the exception, not the rule. Generally, by and large, the vast majority of the time when there is fighting from a secession, it is the larger group that initiates the conflict against the seceding party. What is next here in this article about the moral case for secession? Secession organizes property according to natural rights. So we started off by saying that secession, by its very nature, is a natural right, but secession also organizes property according to natural rights. Joe Jarvis writes, forming free market startup societies, or Geo Libres, is in essence a secessionist movement. Secession is not the elimination of a government per se, but rather the fracturing of the state into smaller states. Geolibres seek to remove private property from state control and restructure that control under the property owners in order to form a more just society. Geolibres are made up of voluntary groups of individuals. If government is by the people and requires the consent of the governed, the structure of a Geolibre is the perfect government. The people who own the land all agree to start a society together. Then, as the land is inhabited, every new member of the society consents to its rules by moving there. And some people will argue that homeowners associations are a good example of this sort of voluntary society. Skipping down here a couple of paragraphs, he says, sound the same as saying if you don't like the country in which you were born, then you are free to leave. The difference is in how a government acts in relation to property rights. First off, government claims the administration of communal ownership of countless occupied or rather unoccupied acres within its borders, authorized only by force. That land is all claimed without accordance to original appropriation and use, which forms the basis for property rights stemming from self-ownership. If an individual occupies and uses a previously unoccupied, unused piece of land, naturally and therefore morally, the land is his. He did not violate anyone else's right of self-ownership in that action. Therefore, it is immoral to violate his rights, for instance, if he builds a cabin on quote-unquote federal land. Secondly, traditional government enforces laws on all property, even if the owners do not consent to those laws. Ignoring for a moment how government is funded, it is otherwise moral and just to enforce laws on private property when a person who owns or inhabits that property has violated another individual's rights. This is because the person who first violated the rights of another was morally in the wrong, and justice is holding them accountable for their violation. But government enforces other laws and regulations on private property which have nothing to do with natural rights and are therefore unjust and immoral because the government takes the first aggressive action and violates an individual's state of nature. There's one more item here before moving on to secession being legitimate all the way down to the individual. Stay tuned here on Peace, Love, Liberty Radio. During the 2013 Porcupine Freedom Festival, Davi Barker presented an idea for a renegade psychological experiment. Since then, he has refined his idea and put his plan and research into writing. He explains, "We aim to show the world beyond a shadow of a doubt that power corrupts absolutely and corrupt authority deserves no obedience." Authoritarian Sociopathy is available from Amazon.com, all major bookstores, and now available as an audiobook. Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at weusecoins.com. That's weusecoins.com.
You're listening to Peace, Love, Liberty Radio, online at fppradio.com.
So, if you don't like it, leave. That's the argument that you hear all the time. And then when somebody does try to leave, people will always say, well, you can't leave to avoid, fill in the blank reason. Well, no, actually, I should have the right to leave, but you do not have the right to force things on me to which I do not consent, because that, by its very nature, is immoral. We're discussing the moral case for secession, and let me sort of explain how Geolibres, and I'm just going to recap here what I touched on at the end of the last segment. Geolibres, which are, sort of intentional communities of sorts, to where everybody consents to what is happening. Some people will say, well, how's that different from what it is now? Well, first and foremost, governments claim the administration of communal ownership of unoccupied land, whereas in a Geo Libre, the rules that only apply to occupied. So if there's unoccupied land that nobody is claiming, you would be able to basically go homestead that land, and you have the right to do that as long as you don't interfere with somebody else's rights. Secondly, traditional governments enforce laws on all property, even if the owners do not consent to those laws, and they try to enforce all kinds of things in which there is no actual wrongdoing, to where they'll say you're not allowed to have this plant, you're not allowed to consume this plant, you're not allowed to possess this drink or whatever, what have you. But in a Geo Libre, you can have whatever plant you want as long as you're not causing harm to another person. And finally, governments fund all of their services through taxation, which must be considered immoral and unjust since it is a non-consensual aggression which carries violent consequences if an individual refuses to pay. Rights have been violated in order to acquire the funds which governments use to carry out every function. This means government, as it currently stands, is not justified in owning any land nor enforcing any laws, since enforcement first requires the violation of rights. If funding was voluntarily acquired, however, it would be just to enforce only crimes with victims. In contrast, Geo Libres solve this problem of consent. You must obey the rules of an individual's private property, and an individual cannot place rules on another person's private property, nor claim administrative privileges of property that is already in use by another person. But to reiterate, morally, true justice, as in holding a rights violator accountable for his actions, may be served on private land regardless of whether the property owner agrees or not. Secession is valid all the way down to the individual. And this is something that I have advocated for a long time, is I should have the right to declare myself the Free State of Darryl. The Free State of Darryl is a 3-foot radius around my personal space. That is the Free State of Darryl. However, most people do not recognize my claim of independence as valid because they say, well, if you don't want to be an American, then you need to leave the country and jump through all these legal hoops and hurdles and then hope that another country will let you stay where you are. But I should not have to leave where I currently am. As long as I'm not violating the rights of another person, I've not committed any sort of wrongdoing, so I should be able to secede, right? Well, Joe Jarvis seems to agree. He says if an individual owns land, he is free to be a government of one. I disagree with his statement here that you must own land in order to be a government of one, but let's just, set that aside and continue. He says even if an individual does not own land, he is free to be a government of one on any previously unclaimed, unused land, which he then owns by being the first to claim and use. When he voluntarily enters land owned by others, however, he must obey the rules set forth by the property owner. There must be consensus in government for it to be moral and just, and when a larger group cannot come to an agreement, the only moral course of action is to allow the group to fracture until the agreements can be had in all the subgroups. If an individual cannot come to terms with the group, he is also morally free to separate. Even within the confines of a Geo Libre, that is an intentional community, is it not moral, or rather it is not moral, to dictate what non-aggressive actions can be done on one's own property? If the Geo Libre was formed with land in common, then the rules set forth by the communal owners of that land must be followed. But this association cannot morally kick someone off of their own land simply because that land falls within the confines of the Geo Libres, assuming the individual did not agree to specific terms when purchasing the land within the confines of the Geo Libre. Consent, however, is necessary for all moral interactions, and an individual disassociating from others is no violation of natural morality. People are morally free to associate or disassociate peacefully if they do not get along. Most people find others they share similar beliefs and visions with, and therefore voluntarily team up. They may not agree all the time, but if they see value in the partnership, all of their decisions will be consensus, or rather will be by consensus. As the alternative is going their separate ways, as soon as consensus is not reached, smaller groups can then secede. There's one final section to this article here about the moral case for secession, and I will get into that in the closing moments of this Independence Day episode of Peace, Love, Liberty Radio, as always online at fppradio.com. In 1999, Darryl W. Perry began a search for traditional values which led him down a path to the ideas of liberty. He tells the story in A Rebel's Journey, My Path to Liberty. Of the book, Dr. Brian Sovereign says, sometimes it's funny and sometimes I think it's crazy, but it's always authentic. Find A Rebel's Journey, My Path to Liberty by Darryl W. Perry on Facebook, read reviews on Amazon, ask for A Rebel's Journey wherever books are sold, or visit arebelsjourney.com.
It is the year 91,001 BCE. Witness humanity's origins in Hyperchronius, a classic role-playing game for Windows PCs with a story like no other game before. The liberty-oriented experience that is not to be missed. Go to zog.ninja to get your copy of Hyperchronius today. Use the code FPP to get $1 off. Hyperchronius, zog.ninja, code FPP.
This is Jeremy Scott, host of Dark 30. You're listening to Peace, Love, Liberty Radio with Darryl W. Perry.
Hey, it's the closing moments here on Peace, Love, Liberty Radio. The Secession edition, because today is July 4th. Today is the day that most people think that the colonies seceded from Great Britain. And in point of fact, it's the day that the Declaration of Independence was ratified, but Independence Day is properly July 2nd. That's the day that the Continental Congress actually approved a resolution saying, we intend to leave. So July 2nd is actually Independence Day, but most people celebrate July 4th. And again, a lot of people don't really understand why they're celebrating, and they don't think of American independence as being a secession, but that's exactly what it was. So I'm going through the moral case for secession. Article written by Joe Jarvis, and as I mentioned earlier, this article is in the July issue of FPP News, the physical newspaper that I publish once a month. You can subscribe at news.fpp.cc. That's news.fpp.cc, as in Creative Commons. Secession is moral, and stopping secession is unjust. The only form, or rather the only moral form of government is by complete consent of all governed. Geo Libres, free market startup societies, organize in this fashion. They are formed on private property that has been acquired without aggression and do not force any rules on anyone except what participants voluntarily agree to. Otherwise, self-ownership, the natural law which dictates morality, is the only tenet. Governments have no right to keep those in their system without consent. This is a violation of individual rights. Even if the majority consents, this does not make consent for the individual. And the great lie that we're told is that governments exist with the consent of the governed. However, they say, and this is me speaking, not reading the article, they, that being, those in power, those who believe in the state, will say that your existence within the territory that they claim is your consent, but I disagree. I think that in order to consent, it must be expressed consent. It can't be this implied of, well, you're at the end of my fist, so therefore you consent to me beating you up. An individual human in his natural state is free and unharmed. Therefore, it is morally wrong for another human to non-consensually disrupt this natural state, and it is just to punish the aggressor in any human interaction. Startup societies must be free to break away from larger governments in order to form a peaceful, voluntary society of individuals' own choosing. This is the next giant leap forward for mankind, a world where people are truly self-governed down to the individual.
The podcasts of FPP Radio are licensed under Copyheart. We believe that copying is a form of flattery and do not abide by the copyright laws. Those laws serve to restrict the flow of ideas, which no one can really own. Copying is an act of love. Love is not subject to law. If you enjoy the show, consider joining the Fans program and get perks like ad-free versions of Peace, Love, Liberty Radio and FPP Radio News. To learn more or to join the Fans program, visit fans.fppradio.com.
I've been told no in many different ways.
I give you an order and you're going to obey it.
George, you can go this way.
You can do that and you have to leave here.
You cannot bring signs into the rally.
Walk with me. Well, I'm comfortable here, actually. Whoa, Hey, who do you think you are? Excuse me.
There is no video and audio allowed in this office.
No, I have work today. You ain't gonna make it. Wait on account. Now. Wait a minute.
Forget it.
Whoa. Hey! Oh my God! Unbelievable! Why are you running from me? Because you're scared me. What am I being detained for?
You're being served.
What is this?
You're being served.
What is this? Bureaucrats have a funny way of telling people no.
That's the sound of the men working on the chain.
Derek J's Victimless Crime Spree. Watch it for free and order the Director's Cut DVD at victimlesscrimespree.com.
Did you know you can get news updates about what's happening with the Liberty Radio Network delivered in the way you prefer? You can sign up for our email updates at updates.lrn.fm. Plus, you can stay in the loop by joining our Facebook profile at facebook.lrn.fm or follow us at Twitter at twitter.lrn.fm. It's all free, so sign up now at updates.lrn.fm for news updates delivered to your email box, facebook.lrn.fm to follow our Facebook page, and twitter.lrn.fm to receive our tweets.
Radio is the most personal of mediums. I exist right now in your head. If you listen to Free Talk Live regularly, you know me. Free Talk Live is on more than 160 radio stations around the U.S. and has been downloaded on every continent around the world. Hundreds of thousands of listeners with ad packages from $600 a month to $6,000 a month. Imagine what we can do for your business, project, website, or idea. Email me, mark@freetalklive.com.
What's up next? Visit the Liberty Radio Network program guide to find out at shows.lrn.fm. That's shows.lrn.fm. The latest edition of Lionel is next on the Liberty Radio Network at lrn.fm. Get more at lionelmedia.com.
Oh, yeah, baby. Everybody. Left side of the room only. Ladies only. Put your hands together. Better yet, clap. Mm-hmm. 4th of July, everybody. That's right. This is when we sit back and we pretend that we know what we're talking about regarding the history of this great republic. In fact, we even call it a democracy all the time. Because we don't know anything, because we're Americans. We don't have to know anything. Let other people worry about that. We're too busy being American. How about that Hillary Clinton, huh? Oh, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Yeah. Hillary Clinton is, without a doubt, a little more blues. Just a tad more. It was a dream. All right. Hillary Clinton is, without a doubt, an example of evidence of the conspiracy. She is a conspiracy theory. She is the Al Sharpton of American politics. Saudi Arabia is the Al Sharpton of Middle Eastern politics. Hillary Clinton doesn't need no stinking rules, follows no rules. It's amazing. Absolutely, positively, unbelievably amazing. Now, the other day, she is supposedly, Saturday, she was investigated or spoken to, interrogated voluntarily. She said, voluntarily. You didn't voluntarily anything. They either said, you want us to give you a subpoena? No. Now, wait. We'll come in voluntarily. It's just like if I found out that the cops are going to arrest you, and I call up the DA and I say, listen, we're going to have him turn himself in. Don't arrest him. Don't slap the cuffs on him. Don't put him in a perp walk. We'll just bring him in, and he'll process and do a mugshot and leave. And we can say, we voluntarily turned ourselves in. Nobody voluntarily talks to the FBI, especially when you're the target of an investigation. And it's so beautiful because the Hillary acolytes, the Hillary bots, will say, well, that's because, look, do me a favor. Just tell me that you are a mindless Hillary Clinton follower, just like people are mindless Donald Trump followers. See, in both of these camps, both of these individuals can do things that are absolutely confound logic, but nobody will give in. Nobody will say, I admit, Donald went a little too far, or I admit, Hillary, it's a little shady. No. It's all or nothing at all. It's Yankees, Red Sox. It's Hillary's perfect. Shut up. You're jealous. She's a woman. You're a racist. You're whatever it is. So what if Hillary made $250,000 for a 5-minute speech at Goldman Sachs and won't tell anybody what it was about? You're just jealous. That's the going rate. That's what they paid. And then you turn around and say, no. That's what she told them they would pay her. Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're just jealous. You're a racist. You hate women. You're a whatever. Same thing with Trump. If you did not know Donald Trump, if you didn't know, if he was the only one running, or I react the same way with him that I did with Sarah Palin. I'll never forget, my wife and I were in St. Paul, Minnesota for the Republican National Convention in 2000, whatever the hell it was. And we were amazed at how imbecilic, absolutely imbecilic Sarah Palin was. Couldn't believe it. Could not. We're looking at each other like, is this a joke? Are they pulling this joke on me? Is everybody here conspiring against me that they know she sounds like a lunatic, but they're clapping like this because they're just pulling a fast one on me? Are they? Tell me. Same thing with Trump. It's really, really, really great. I do a really, really great job. Fabulous job. Beautiful building. Beautiful trade. Beautiful negotiation. Beautiful, great, fantastic, exceptional. What is this? Who talks like that? What kind of who is this? It's Donald Trump. Gonna make America great again. Make it great again? This is my option? Oh, my God. But it's 4th of July, so instead we wave our flags. Hey! We go out and we barbecue, and we take pictures of the barbecue and post the pictures of the barbecue, and we just do our usual stuff because that's who we are. And history would be a wonderful thing if only it were true. It really would. That is my favorite expression. That's from Tolstoy, who gave us that Butte. And the question is, this July 4th, why do we celebrate July 4th? We celebrate, of course, the American Independence Day on the 4th of July every year. We think of July 4th, 1776, as a day that, represents the Declaration of Independence and the birth of the U.S. as an independent nation. Well, that didn't necessarily grant us the independence. That pretty much set the whole mechanism in motion. But July 4th, 1776, wasn't the day that the Continental Congress decided to declare independence. No, that was July 2nd. We're 2 days old. July 2nd, they said, that's it, we're through. It wasn't the day we started the revolution either. That happened back in April 1775. Okay? And it wasn't the day that Thomas Jefferson wrote the first draft of the Declaration of Independence. That was June of 1776. So we're all over the place with this. Or the date of the Declaration, that it was delivered to Great Britain, that didn't happen until November of 1776. Or the date that it was signed on August the 2nd of 1776. So what the hell is this July 4th? I mean, think about it. Well, the Continental Congress approved the final wording of the Declaration on July the 4th. There we go. And they'd been working on it for a couple of days after the draft was submitted on July 2nd and finally agreed on all the edits and all the changes on July the 4th. So it became the date that was included on the Declaration of Independence. And the fancy, remember that great handwritten copy? Remember that beautiful? It was signed in August. And it's also the date. So anyway, make a long story short, July the 2nd, or July the 4th rather, is the date that we all agree. All right, so we'll just leave it at that. And remember how perfect, because this was our own Brexit. Well, kind of in reverse. July the 4th was our Brexit. We left Britain, not Britain left us. It's wonderful. And it's the great aspect of why we are so terrific, because we were born in revolution. And we are terrorists at the time. And I love the idea of that. We were terrorists. We were bad. We were nasty. And it was great. And it is that fundamental idea, that fundamental thought, that fundamental aspect of who we are that makes me so proud. We are, by definition, revolutionaries. That's why, if you think about it, Brexit and that was so perfect. It mirrored in so many ways our development, our nascent origins, our genesis. And I think sometimes we've got to remember that that's kind of who we are and who we were. And that revolution is good for us. Revolution is terrific. And in the 240 years that we've been in existence, well, we've been through some bad times. I mean, let's face it, we're not perfect. But we're still great. And the thing that I'm the most proud of, the thing by and large, what is the most important and critical to me is very simply our music. Our music. Think about what we have done. In 240 years, we have become a superpower of music. Forget Mozart, forget opera, forget all that stuff. The most important and critical music that has affected the entire world is our popular music. From blues to bluegrass to name it. I mean it. I am absolutely so proud of that. Think about how great that is. I mean it. I mean it. And I don't care whether anybody cares for our music or not, or whether you like it or not. It doesn't matter. The beauty of what America is that we're a hodgepodge. We're mutants. We are absolutely beautiful in how diverse and crazy and out of control we are. Think about this. I love that. You know, a while back when everybody was talking about, gay rights, LGBTQIA, all of that kind of stuff, I thought there should be no doubt in anybody's mind that these folks should enjoy the status of Americans as we do, because we're all different. We're mutants and mongrels and varied, and my God, I love this. I love the heterogeneity. I love the fact that there is no Native American other than the Native Americans, and we kick them out. We taught them a lesson or two. I mean, you're gone. But that's the beautiful part. I want to celebrate this. I want to celebrate and believe that it's in everybody's best interest to celebrate how different we are and how weird and funky and strange and I mean, I truly am in love with this country, but I am so suspect of this government. Every single time I turn around, from the city level to any level, we are admired. We are contaminated. We are absolutely infected by the putrescent, putrefied, and contaminated world of some of the most incompetent people ever. How can a country as great as this in 2016 have a mayor of New York, Bill de Blasio, and have as the only two choices, really presumptive, Hillary Clinton, who is a crook, and Donald Trump, who is, I don't know, a bombast, a chuff, a churlish boor, a braggadocious. But it comes down to simply this. With Donald Trump, I'm not sure what he's going to do. Have you ever noticed these people when you're growing up and they graduate from high school, and somebody that you thought you knew turns out to be really good at business? I mean, really smart, really good. Opens up a bakery or an office or a lawyer, and they just take off. And you wonder, wow, that guy? Yeah, that guy. Donald Trump may be that guy. I don't know when it comes to being a president. Maybe Hillary Clinton, I know exactly what she's going to be. I know exactly what she's going to be. I know exactly what she's done. I know exactly what it is. It boggles my mind. And how anybody can miss this fact is beyond the point. Or beyond the imagination. How can anybody seriously look at these two people and say to themselves, I'm not really sure. I don't know. Hillary Clinton is a warmonger and a Wall Street shill. I can't explain that enough to you. We're going to war right now for reasons that absolutely, positively confound me. Think about it. No noble wars. Afghanistan, Iraq after 9/11, please stop it. Donald Trump at least says some things, maybe we should talk to Putin. Maybe we should talk to China. Instead, what are we doing with NATO? Ralph Nader. With NATO, we're basically enjoying a form of brinksmanship. We're right there on the Russian border. But let's stop for a moment. My friend, I want to tell you a concept of something which I think is very, very critical. Something which you should understand. And that is simply this. The idea of the work. And I want to tell you this. It's professional wrestling. It's what I grew up on, what I was involved in professionally, knew about it, doing business, not actually in the ring, but, and the work, kayfabe. It is our American system. Hillary Clinton, going back to what I said before, rolls up to the FBI, interviews for 3.5 hours. How she never took the fifth, I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. And then within hours after she's done, CNN and the rest of the news people are saying, well, she's probably not going to be indicted. Probably won't even be charged. How do you know that? How do you know that? Well, probably. Why? Because we're apparatchiks. We're Ted Baxter, sock puppet, lemmings. We are apparatchiks. We are bought and sold, wholly owned subsidiaries of the DNC. We are so in the bag for Hillary, it's not even funny. It's not even worth commenting. And they're so anti-Trump, it's not even worth commenting. And despite all of their being anti-Trump, he's still doing much better than you would ever imagine. Much better. Okay? Now, the other day, changing the subject just a little bit. The other day, my wife and I went down to Chinatown. Haven't been there in a long time. And Little Italy, as they say here, is about a block. It just has been completely consumed in toto by Chinatown. That's it. Mulberry Street, and that's it, gone. Remember Mott and Hester, but gone. So we're looking for sparklers. Can't find it. With some of the rudest Chinese store owners you have ever met in your life. Rudeness to a point that is almost an art form. An art form. Not just merely ignoring you, not just dismissing you, but looking at you almost with a seething contempt. And then we walk up in Mulberry Street, and all we are hit with is one guy standing in front of a store basically trying to lure me in, exhibiting every conceivable kind of stereotypical New York attitude, which I do not think in any way is emblematic. But it's like Tony Soprano meets Ed Norton. It was terrible. And I told my wife, we got to get out of here. Where are we? And as we walk up Canal, going towards this, women are walking up saying, "You want a Chanel bag? You want a Chanel bag?" And they're following us for like half a block. I don't mean just sidling up. I mean walking with us. Wanting, promising, begging us for us to purchase a Chanel bag. It was horrid. But all we wanted was fireworks. Now, excuse me, take that back, strike that. Sparklers for some kids. Nothing. Please tell me in a city where a man is flinging feces, a felonious feces flinger, where people are being stabbed and there is Special K, K2, synthetic marijuana. The place is filled. It's like the Night of the Living Dead, with Times Square looking like, I don't even know what that is. I don't know whatever happened to Times Square. It was safer when it was unsafe. Now it's like the day room at Creedmoor. With all this going on, somebody still had it in their mind to say, let's ban sparklers. We don't want sparklers. Why? Well, sparklers, one thing leads to another, and next thing you know, people will want real fireworks. This country went straight to hell. Kids in particular. The reason why there's so many wimps today, the reason why we today are suffering with the most wussified kids is because we've taken from them every conceivable joy, toy, fun, anything that isn't even dangerous. We've made them a bunch of scaredy cats who have to wear knee pads and bicycle helmets, and they're always afraid of falling down, and it's horrible. We have become so dumbed down and so wussified. You can't even buy sparklers. Sparklers. You couldn't waste my time with a sparkler when I was a kid. Sparkler? I don't know why. Why? Well, we're safer now. We're safer without it. But yet, despite all that, we have, of course, one thing I don't understand is, frankly, well, I'm going to say it, fireworks. On the East River, we got fireworks. We had it on the Hudson River one year, which was great. Being there, you can look outside and see them. Fireworks are great for 5 minutes. After they go up, I've seen it, I want to go home. I've seen it. I got it. I understand what it is. They scare veterans. They scare dogs. And you're always waiting in the back of your mind for something to go wrong. You don't want to say it. You don't want to admit it. But in the back of your mind, you know there's something that could possibly go wrong. You want to see it. And yet you will crowd and pack, and you will drive and face congestion, pickpockets, people crammed in to look up, and there's really not a bad seat in the house, so to speak. And then if you have friends whose homes are on the East River, well, it's a premium. You get an invitation there, or you go to the rooftop. Oh, look at that. I might be the only person in the world who is so unimpressed with fireworks, because after the very first one, fireworks are like Hamilton the musical. After the first song, that's it. That's the whole movie. Okay, let's move along. Next. I get bored very quickly. Let's go. If we leave now, we can beat the traffic. But no, people will do that. and they will watch these, and that's wonderful, and that's great. Play the music, do all that stuff. But we must reintroduce real explosives to kids. It's not fair. What's going to happen? What are we going to be turning on a generation from now if we keep taking away from them all of the stuff that was fun that I think is responsible for making America great and tough in the first place? That's what I think. You know, what's also wonderful is that when you look at this country, and especially as we talk about immigration, and we look at, you know, who are these people? Who are these folks? Who are these people that come from the, you know, from the various places? And are they Syria? Are they ISIS? Are they Syrian? Are they ISIS? Or are they being vetted and checked? And are they terrorists? And oh my God, you know, let us just understand something, that the world right now is so incredibly complicated that there is xenophobia, there is racism, but racism is wrong no matter what. Xenophobia, I think, is the wrong word. Xenophobia implies, phobia means an unwarranted, unrealistic, unbased, non-based fear, excessive fear, almost a psychological overreaction to something. Like a fear of cats, ailurophobia, arachnophobia, acrophobia, all the phobias. But sometimes there are people who say, no, I don't dislike or hate foreigners. My family was foreigners, so I have no problem with that. I fear, I worry, I'm concerned about losing jobs, crime, ISIS, about terrorism. You see, if you have something that you can base this particular fear on, I don't think it's a phobia. I don't think it's a phobia in the least. And when Donald Trump talks about this stuff, and he resignates, as W says, I think that means something. And I think that there is something to the fact, there is something that must be done, something that must be said, something that must be understood regarding the necessity of watching borders. And that's one thing, if you notice, Hillary's not saying anything about that. In fact, here's a great parlor game for you and your friends to come up with. What exactly does Hillary Clinton stand for? Tell me right now, what does she stand for? What is her plan? What is her platform? What is this thing? Nobody cares about platforms. People vote for Hillary for reasons that have nothing to do with the platform. It's because A, she's a Clinton, or she's Hillary, or C, I forgot B, C, she's a Democrat, and you've always been a Democrat, and your father was a Democrat, and you had a Democratic household. Or, most probably, you hate Republicans, and even more importantly, you hate Trump. Then there were other people who were voting for Trump because they hate Hillary. Is that a valid reason? Well, I guess. But Trump, whether you like it or not, has a platform. It might be meaningless. It might be vague, vapid, vacuous, insipid, juvenescent, strange, unthought out, vague, disparate, but nonetheless, he's got something. They might be, bumper sticker thoughts. What does Hillary want? I don't know. So what happens is today it comes down to very simply this, in my estimation. Nobody is voting because of a particular platform. See, the Republicans are just completely fractionalized because of the fact of what Trump did. People like Bill Kristol, George Will, they have absolutely no idea of what is happening to their party. They have no control anymore. None. They are looking around saying, where did this come from? Look at Jeb Bush. Look at the decline, the disintegration of Jeb Bush. Look at how this happened. Look at where all of this came from. And as we march into November, as we march into the Democratic convention in Philly and the Republicans in Cleveland, by the way, In 1856 was the first Republican convention in Philadelphia. 1856. And one of the things you must remember about that is that the platform, if you will, of the convention were, quote, the twin pillars of barbarism was polygamy, sorry, Mitt Romney, polygamy and slavery. That's what the Republicans were then. The Klan, Democrats. Racism, Democrats and Dixiecrats. The Southern strategy, that was embracing Democratic racism, pulling them into the Republican Party. And I've got to tell you something right now. If you don't understand history, if you don't see how we got to this point, you mean nothing. You mean nothing, you know nothing, you are nothing. There are people I know who love to claim that they are part of the LGBTQIA movement. Everything about them is rainbow, rainbow filtered, rainbow this, remember Orlando. They're themselves gay or LGBTQ or I or A. Okay? Yet they never understood the history of Stonewall. They never got that. History, Americans are allergic to history. Americans, it bothers us. The guy who was responsible, the real hero in this world, the real Paul Revere, was Israel Bissell. Israel Bissell, who wrote for 2 days. I mean, Israel Bissell is the guy that is what we talk about. Israel Bissell, this was the Post writer, Massachusetts. He told the American columnist of the British attack on April the 19th of 1775. He rode for 4 days and 6 hours, covering 345 miles from Watertown, Massachusetts to Philly, along the old post road, shouting, quote, to arms, the war has begun. And he carried a message from General Joseph Palmer. And although Paul Revere is the guy who's given all of the credit, why? Because of Longfellow. You know, listen, my children, and you shall hear the midnight sound bride of Paul Revere. We all know that. This was Longfellow. He created this. Bissell was the guy. Bissell was the hero. And nobody knows nothing about him. Why? Because history would be a wonderful thing if only it were true. Our sense of history is absolutely, without a doubt, base. And I will tell you this. History is critical for you to understand where you got, and also history repeats itself in a cycle. History is a great thing. History is a wonderful thing. History, but it's so subject to variation. I mean, history is, George Orwell said that who controls the past controls the future. And who controls the present controls the past. Because history is written by the victors, as Churchill said. History is a myth that men agreed to believe, and all of these variations of history are so true. So what I'm saying to you, my friend, my dear friend, step back, question everything, believe nothing, demand proof. As John Pilger said, never believe anything unless it's officially and until it's officially denied. This is what you have to do. This is what is critical. My friends, on this, the 240th birthday of this great republic, join me in wishing a happy birthday to our country. When people say it's the greatest country on the planet, I have not lived in other countries, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was. I really wouldn't be surprised if it was. Remember one thing, you can always tell this, or you know this fact to be true. There's an inverse proportionality between the size of a lapel pin, of a flag lapel pin, and the person's knowledge of history. Thank you for not being who you are, but what you appear to be. Until we meet again, this is your new best friend, Lana, reminding you to comment as you see fit.
Recently, LRN.FM kicked off its 2016 satellite fundraiser. This year, we're hoping to expand our international free-to-air satellite coverage to include Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. Our current satellite coverage includes North America, Central America, and Sub-Saharan Africa. This year, the Indiegogo-based fundraiser is going to be promoted via a Head Talker. It's a website that allows you to sign up to join in a social media blast to promote something. Sign up now at share.lrn.fm via your preferred social media, and then on Independence Day, July 4th, the Head Talker will post to your social media accounts about our fundraiser. We've set a goal of 200 people. Will you be one of them? Now, of course, you can go donate to the fundraiser right now at fund.lrn.fm. But even if you can't afford to help, you can definitely add your social media reach to the Head Talker. So please do. Go to share.lrn.fm. That's share.lrn.fm.
Imagine someone in your community getting in their car, turning on the radio, and hearing the Liberty Radio Network. You can make that vision a reality with your own micro radio station. Visit broadcast.lrn.fm to learn how you can put our programs on the air in your area. You can have LRN.FM running around the clock, and you can even add in your own local shows. Building a radio station is simple, but programming isn't. That's where LRN.FM comes in. Learn more at broadcast.lrn.fm. That's broadcast.lrn.fm.
This Your Family Today tip is brought to you by Nestle Toll House Morsels, helping you create special moments and memories your family will cherish forever. Visit us at tollhouse.com. You may bake for birthdays and holidays, but why stop there? Sweeten up the rest of the year by designating monthly dessert days. Treat your family to one of their favorites or surprise them with something new. Either way, you'll create a tradition everyone will love. For more tips like these, visit us at parenthood.com/yourfamilytoday.
If you enjoy LRN.FM, please contribute to your favorite shows via their websites and become an amplifier at amp.lrn.fm. That's amp.lrn.fm.
The latest edition of The Daily Decrypt is next on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.fm. For more episodes, search YouTube for The Daily Decrypt.
I'm Ian Freeman, host of Free Talk Live. We've been covering Uber for years on the radio with their ongoing legal cases across the globe defending your right to give people rides without asking government permission. I wanted to support Uber more directly, so I signed up to be a driver. It's fun to meet new people and help Uber push forward innovation. As of this recording, Uber is active in 67 countries, so there's a good chance they're available in your area. If you'd like to drive for Uber and make some money helping people get where they want to go, sign up at drive.freetalklive.com, and you'll get a $100 bonus after you complete a certain number of trips. With Uber, you can drive anytime you want. You set your schedule. To get started, you need a good driving record, 4-door vehicle, insurance, registration, and to pass a background check. It costs nothing to sign up, so visit drive.freetalklive.com. That's drive.freetalklive.com. And if you just want to try Uber as a rider, visit ride.freetalklive.com. Your first ride's free.
The 3 most important things you can do for LRN.FM are: 1. Let your friends know you're listening to LRN.FM on your social networking profile. 2. Buy the things you buy online through shop.lrn.fm. 3. Give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm. It's my firm belief that the AMP program is the best use of your charitable dollar among liberty-oriented groups. Support all your favorite organizations, but make sure you give $5 a month to the AMP program at amp.lrn.fm.
Are you a political activist who does things that the government might not like? Then this free ebook may save your life. Rats is your guide to protecting yourself against snitches, informers, informants, agents provocateur, narcs, finks, and similar vermin. Rats was written by OG libertarian Claire Wolfe. Rats is a short book, easy to read, and available free in many formats. Download Rats free at rats-nosnitch.com. That's rats-nosnitch.com.
You're listening to the best liberty-oriented audio streamed around the clock, on the air, and online. This is the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.fm.
The latest edition of The Tom Woods Show is next on the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.fm. Get more at TomWoodsRadio.com.
The Tom Woods Show, episode 691.
Prepare to set fire to the index card of allowable opinion. Your daily dose of liberty education starts here. The Tom Woods Show.
Hi, everybody. Tom Woods here. If you enjoy this show and you haven't yet read one of my books, allow me to recommend Real Dissent, A Libertarian Sets Fire to the Index Card of Allowable Opinion. It covers a wide array of topics, and it contains a whole bunch of my replies to critics. Check it out for just 4 smackers on Kindle over at realdissent.com. Hello, everybody. Tom Woods here. This is, I don't know what to say about this interview, but you're really going to be glad you heard it. This is something special. I don't know what else to say, but I'm absolutely thrilled to have this chance to speak to Jim Hale. You're not going to hear this anywhere else. Jim Hale was Media Relations Director of the Committee for the Liberation of Iraq. So you know what that means. This was an organization founded in 2002. It included among its members former Secretary of State George Shultz, John McCain, former Senator Bob Kerrey of Nebraska, and Bill Kristol was heavily involved, a lot of other such people. And now Jim has had a complete change of heart. I mean, and not just the Hillary Clinton-style change of heart. I mean, absolutely repudiating interventionism and embracing the ideas of Ron Paul, and he's now a listener of the Tom Woods Show. Absolutely unbelievable. Jim, welcome to the show.
Tom, I am so glad to be on your show. I've been a big fan of yours now for the last couple of months. When I first discovered you, I never miss a podcast, and it's a privilege for me to be a guest.
Well, I'll tell you something. I get a lot of people writing to me via Facebook, and I'm so overwhelmed I can't even read all of them. If I read everything that's sent to me through my website, but the Facebook thing, I feel like I would. It's not that I'm being rude. It's that I only have so many hours in the day, and I have 5 kids. But something, I don't know, divine providence. I don't know how to account for it. But I read what you sent me, and I said, "Okay, hold on just a minute. You can't send me something like that and not come on the show." So here you are. I want you to tell me about the creation of the Committee for the Liberation of Iraq.
Yeah, Tom. So that was, one of these kind of things that happens in Washington. I was already working on the Hill at a place called Orion Strategies. My boss there was Randy Schooneman, and he had opened up the shop about a year before then. We had worked together. He was the president of an outfit in D.C. called the Mercury Group, which was basically the PR ad agency for the NRA. And then Randy left and later hired me to work for him. I worked on some issues mostly having to do with anti-Castro Cubans and that kind of thing. And then, when the build-up to the Iraq War started, Randy got on board, and his buddies there were, Bill Kristol of course, of the Weekly Standard, and Bruce Jackson of Lockheed Corporation, and they formed the Committee for the Liberation of Iraq. And our stated goal was to inform, both policymakers and the media and anybody else about, why we needed regime change.
During this time, you were in regular contact with people like Bill Kristol. You knew him well.
Well, no, I didn't know him well, so he called the office every day, and they strategized, and they got together, and they put together a media strategy, which was quite effective. We got covered, I think it was like in November of 2002 when the New York Times picked us up, and we just started recruiting on both sides of the aisle. Kristol kept things pretty secret with Randy and with Jackson, and so they kind of met behind closed doors, and then I was the one who was taking the phone calls from Bill Kristol.
Okay, given that, I'm not sure you'd be able to answer this question, but I'm curious to know, and I don't even know if you'd feel comfortable answering this. Could you tell if they really believed the official rationales for the war, or did they just want to get the war regardless of what it took or what rationale needed to be put forward?
Yeah, Tom, that's an interesting question. I think something happens when you get involved in these kind of initiatives, that you have to convince yourself that you believe what you're saying. As far as their ulterior motives, I think with Crystal and a lot of the neocons, Israel is a big part of it. That's where a lot of their loyalty lies. And I think that is, the root of neoconservatism in a lot of ways. And I do think that, Randy was the author of the Iraq Liberation Act of 1998. It was signed by President Clinton. Randy had a picture in his office of Clinton with a handwritten thank you note thanking him for his work on the Liberation Act. And by the way, the stated goal of that, signed by Clinton, was regime change in Iraq. So obviously they were very eager to get the war going, to get the PR effort for the war going in terms of, how much they or what their agendas were. I couldn't say.
Now, where did you come from? What had you been doing that you would have been tapped for a project like this?
Well, I was a TV news guy for most of my professional career. I was actually a sportscaster and then a news guy, and I was always the token conservative in the newsroom. So I got fed up with the TV news business. I was a news anchor in Richmond, Virginia was my last stop, and I got a chance to go work for the NRA, so I took it. I went to Washington, and I became a true believer. I was the guy that was always listening to Rush Limbaugh, and came into the newsroom and started debating with my liberal colleagues, and felt like, it's time for me to go to Washington and become a conservative warrior. And Randy and I were allies. We were pro-gun allies with the NRA, and we got on board there with the big campaign in 2000 when Rosie O'Donnell and the Million Mom March was happening, and we went to battle with them. And it's high times. When you're in Washington and you're in the midst of those battles, it almost takes on the feel of like a sporting contest. And for me, I'm an athlete. That's my background. I said, yes, I'm all in here. So Randy just invited me to come and work with him. He knew about my background in the media. We were very successful promoting the anti-Castro Cuban cause. We had a great success with that. And so when the Committee for the Liberation of Iraq was formed, I was the natural go-to guy for that.
Have you publicly said anything about the change of heart you've had about all these issues?
I haven't, Tom.
Whoa. Hold on a minute. This is a Tom Woods Show exclusive?
That's exactly right.
Oh, get out of town. Fantastic. All right.
So look, I got to be honest with you. I was on board with the Rubio campaign, and then I tried to love Cruz. But Tom, a weird thing happened. Like the morning after Cruz got demolished in the Indiana primary, I woke up and I felt this strange sense of relief. Like, okay, I don't have to drink the Kool-Aid anymore. And, honestly, I think that I had been defending the Iraq war for so long with the same old tired talking points. But I do believe that in 2008, Ron Paul really sort of cracked the door open for me. And then again in 2012, ultimately I would dismiss him and just say, oh, this talk about blowback, this is anti-American. All that. And I just couldn't go that far. But in this election season, I just had to reevaluate everything. So it wasn't long, it's only been a couple of months now that I landed on your website somehow. I started listening to your podcast, going back and reading the rationale for Ron Paul's foreign policy. I read his book, The Revolution, I've got a big stack of books that I've taken right off of your website right in front of me here. And so I just feel like, Tom, that I was wrong. And I used to call myself an evangelical Christian. Now I'm a confessional Lutheran, but I take my faith seriously. And I think that was really a big part of this, Tom. I felt like I could no longer rationalize, all of my rhetoric about being a limited government Republican and talking about the big spending Democrats at the same time supporting, an insane foreign policy. My son now is 14 years old, Tom, and for his entire life, we've been fighting in Afghanistan and Iraq almost. And I honestly had to say, as a believer and as somebody who, professes faith and teaches my children to speak the truth and to reconcile the way they live with their faith, I could not reconcile it anymore.
It's interesting you mentioned being a Lutheran. I used to be in the Missouri Synod, actually, and Luther himself would have had no truck at all with dispensationalist theology, the theology that is used to justify a lot of these wars because it's going to bring in, Christ will return and they'll have the rapture and all that. He would have had no absolute contempt for that. The vast majority of the Protestant tradition, certainly all the major thinkers, they would not have recognized any of this stuff at all. And that, to me, that's one of the difficulties of – Luther had more respect for tradition, I think, than some of the later Protestants did. But the trouble is when you have almost no grounding in tradition, somebody can come along 1850, 1900 years later with a whole new theology, basically, and you just get swept up in it instead of saying, well, wait a minute, if this is so true, how come we didn't know it 1850 years ago?
Well, Tom, that's a big part of it. That, you're really on to something right there. And that's part of the reason why I'm speaking up now, because I want to talk to my fellow evangelical Christians, theologically conservative Christians who are instinctively politically conservative, because this is a big problem, especially in the South. Today's typical low church evangelical Christians have little or no interest at all in church history. They've become so anti-sacramental and anti-historical that they really don't even care anymore. They don't say the creeds. They know nothing of the church councils or the heresies that were overcome. And that same type of historical ignorance applies to politics as well, and conservative politics. A young neocon today has no clue that Republicans, were the anti-interventionist of the early last century, and that Democrats were the ones going around trying to make the world safe for democracy. So this is something we really need to confront.
I want you to tell me what exactly it was. Was there – because sometimes with me, when I change my mind on a big, big issue, it starts off with a small thing that might not have any effect on anybody else, but that small thing hits me and gets me wondering and gets me reading and thinking, and then I change my mind. What was not that it would be the definitive argument that would change anybody's mind, but what was it for you that actually made you stop in your tracks and say, good heavens, I might have actually been seriously wrong about a major, major thing?
I think, Tom, I watched all of the Republican debates, and it was quite entertaining. I sat down, my wife and I sat down and watched them. We made popcorn, and I just watched them with great, ghoulish fascination, you might say. But, we were told that really the choice, if you listen to conservative Christian radio, that Cruz was really the guy, who had, a deep, Christian background and the self-professed evangelical. And then this is the guy talking about carpet bombing and accelerating and, ramping up things. And and I just thought, wait a minute, something about the way he was saying it too just didn't sit right with me. And then again, I just kept thinking about, what is the world that my 14-year-old son is going into? And everybody else was focused on, Trump all the time, oh, what is he saying? Oh, he's a racist. And then, I noticed, isn't it interesting? I live in Virginia. I used to live in Virginia Beach. That's where I was a sportscaster for 8 years. Virginia Beach has the largest population of active and retired Navy personnel in the world. And in the Virginia primary, which Trump won over Rubio, he demolished the competition in Virginia Beach. Now, what was that all about? Well, Trump was talking all along about how he had been opposed to the war in Iraq. And I think that the neocons today, if you read National Review, if you read Weekly Standard, they haven't figured it out yet. They don't understand, how military people can support Trump, because he said a lot of crazy things about what he might have the military do, but he's never wavered from his opposition to Iraq, and even questioned removing Assad. And I think that's the thing right now that we really have to focus on, is actually thinking about regime change in Syria, which would be worse than Libya or Iraq.
Can I assume that is a position that you would not necessarily have held 10 or 12 years ago?
Oh, of course not. No, I mean, everybody was, going nuts a couple of years ago that, he's gassed his own people, we got to get him. But, interestingly, I heard an interview, it was right after, it must have been 4 years ago, with Ryan Crocker, who was, the ambassador to Iraq that we installed. And he gave the most devastating critique of possible regime change in Syria that I have ever heard, and talked about what it would amount to. And everything he said 4 years ago is exactly what has happened. But as a neocon, we just kind of charge in there and say, we've got to do this, and it's God's will. And Tom, I mean, we'll all be getting together on our Bible studies on Friday nights and, praying for the troops and saying, we have to go confront this evil, and never really examining, what happens and how we make things worse. Not just for the, the people who are victims, the innocent victims, but our young men and women too, and now we're all excited about drafting women and sending them off to fight. I mean, it's just become absolutely insane. And I think if, as somebody who played a part in this, I do feel like I have some responsibility. I've never spoken up. Most of the people where I live near Richmond don't know anything about my past, because I don't talk about it very often. But I think it's time to speak out. It's time for former neocons to speak out and say, this is enough.
All right, let me ask you this. This might be a toughie, but at any time when you were media relations director, did you put out any material that you thought was at least a stretch or possibly outright false, but rationalized it on the grounds that we've got to alert Americans to the importance of this threat?
Tom, we were so over the top. I mean, the momentum got going. I mean, we had war protesters showing up at our office. I was out there one day and I was trying to keep the war protesters away from my boss, Schooneman. And this guy pulled me down on top. He got behind me and he pulled me down on top of him and he started screaming, citizens arrest, citizens arrest. This man attacked me. I mean, that's the kind of crazy, emotionally charged environment that we were in. I mean, people were coming by and vandalizing the place, and it was scary to walk down the street sometime. But you know what? I loved it. I loved being in the fight. I loved, all the self-righteous indignation and, laughing at the liberals. And, right next to our office, there was one of these anti-death penalty organizations. And, I just thought that, that they were a bunch of morons at the time. So yeah. And in fact, specifically, I can tell you that I remember one time when we recruited, it was all bipartisan. It was very important that we have this bipartisan. So we wanted to get Democrats on board, and that was our big job. And I remember that we got Evan Bayh on board. So finally, that was a big deal. Hey, we've got a Democratic senator who's joined the committee, and so we had to send out a press release. So Bayh had committed, but I couldn't get him that day. I couldn't get him to go on record to say anything. So Randy tells me at the time, he says, well, just go on to the record. So, you can go online and pull up floor speeches that people make at thomas.gov and pull a quote. I was like, oh, really? You really want me to do that? And this was like a quote from the year before. Okay. So I made up this press release and I plugged in this quote that kind of made it look like Bayh was a fresh quote on his, joining the committee. And in fact, you can actually go on Google now and you can see the exact press release that I sent out. And 15 minutes later, Bayh's chief of staff was on the phone just screaming at me like, where did you get this? I was like, well, I got it's on the record, and oh boy, that was unethical. But I didn't hesitate to do it, Tom. Like I said, it was like we were in a big game or something. And when you're in Washington and, you're trying to win, you're trying to crush the other guys.
Have you kept in contact with any of the people who were in your circles in those days over the years?
You know what? I haven't. Actually, that event actually led to my quitting. So I left just about a week before the war started because Randy blew up and actually blamed me for the press release. And that turned into quite a hostile encounter that we had. And I packed up my office and walked out one day. But, I was still a believer. I was still pleased when the war started and, felt proud of the duty that I had performed. And then shortly after that, the committee disbanded. But yeah, I mean, that's the kind of, crazy stuff that goes on.
I read the article you sent me. By the way, that article that you sent me about your background, has that been published anywhere?
No, I just wrote that up because I wanted to give you some background. I thought about sending it around, kind of polishing it up and sending it around and maybe putting in some more stories.
Yeah, but maybe
you're
so.
The first person that's read it.
Okay, yeah, because I definitely thought that should be available to people for sure. The reason I mentioned that article is that toward the end you mentioned Congressman Walter Jones from North Carolina. There are a lot of people who now say, even Hillary Clinton, who now say, oh, I made a mistake in supporting the war. Yeah, sure. And you'll support the next 7 of them, that'll have even flimsier rationales. But somebody who really did change as a result of the experience was Congressman Walter Jones, who has been absolutely outspoken about all this. He's on the board of the Ron Paul Institute for Peace and Prosperity, which is an organization I'd like to put you in contact with. Have you ever gotten to know him, Congressman Jones? Because I've got to meet him only briefly once, and in meeting him, I told him that I deeply respected his coming clean and being honest and being such a tough anti-war voice, and he simply said, "You honor me, sir."
Well, isn't that great? I go to Eastern North Carolina. We vacation in the Outer Banks, and I was actually down there when his opponent was running ads on the radio, really slandering Jones. It was ridiculous. But I did know Jones, not from the war issue. He was actually one of our reliable gun votes. So we did a lot of work for the National Shooting Sports Foundation and worked on preemption laws and that kind of thing. And Jones was always a go-to guy for the gun issue. But I would challenge any neocon, any person who advocates interventionist foreign policy, to go on to YouTube. I just saw the interview that Ron Paul did with him a couple of weeks ago. And especially if you identify as a conservative Christian, to go watch that YouTube interview and to hear Jones talk about the pain that he has to go through when he writes letters to the families at Camp Lejeune Marine Corps Base, which is in his district. And we're talking about thousands of condolence letters that he's had to write. And he talks about the penance, that he does it as a penance. And this man is deeply, deeply grieved over supporting the war. And Tom, I'm actually hopeful that we can get the message out, and that good Christians and people who take sin seriously will take a look at this and examine ourselves. It's hard. It's especially hard when you're a Southerner. And I grew up in Texas myself. I mean, I had an ancestor who was a Texas Ranger in the Republic of Texas, ancestors on both sides that fought in the Civil War. Both my grandfathers served in World War I. My dad's first cousin was Joseph Dawson, who is in every book you'll ever read about D-Day. I have a framed picture of him with Eisenhower pinning the Distinguished Service Cross on him. So, growing up in the South, we have that martial spirit. The South is the only part of the country that, we still send our best and brightest off to the military academies. And I was just thinking about that at my church. We have this strapping young man who was high achieving in high school. And I just talked to him, and he's here at VMI. And I was thinking, you don't see that in the Northeast at all. I mean, we like to fight in the South, and it kind of goes right along with our Christianity as well. That when we see evil, we fight against it, we sacrifice, and we pray for those who are in harm's way, as we say. But now, Tom, my prayers are that we will see the truth, and that I'm full on board with Ron Paul and Tom Woods and everything that I'm reading now from Mises. And like I said, I feel like I've been liberated. And I want to thank you for that too, Tom, because I can tell that we were in the same world 15 years ago.
Yeah, that's right.
And being a warrior, being a conservative warrior, and absolutely 100% sure that we're right about this stuff. And, I can just say I was flat out wrong, and I'm ashamed of it.
Well, join a very, very small, vanishingly small group of people who actually have the guts to come out and say that. The natural inclination, especially when you had a position in a high-profile organization with a lot of well-known people in it, is to dig in your heels and try and rationalize what you did in the past. And I think it's better to just, it's better for your own soul, it's better for the cause of truth, and it's better for other people and yourself to just come out and say, look, I did something that was wrong, and now I'm going to make amends for it and do other things. And I think you should all do likewise. That's what I've tried to do, looking back on the inane things I was writing in college. Good grief. It's a good thing there was no internet back then. Think of all the crap I'd have to explain away. But anyway, Jim, I really, really appreciate your time, your courage in telling the story, your willingness to share it with us in particular. I just can't thank you enough.
Well, Tom, I owe you a big debt. Everything that I hear on your podcast and in what you write, I'm almost through right now with the Politically Incorrect Guide to American History, which is outstanding.
Thank you.
I know this comes deep from within, and God has blessed you with extraordinary communication abilities, and I thank you, sir, for everything that you are doing.
Thanks again, Jim. All right, everybody, I told you that was going to be something terrific, and there it is for you. Before I let you go, a couple quick things. Another site started by a Tom Woods Show listener. This one is planbprep.com. Planbprep.com. And the slogan is Be Ready for the Unexpected. And so far, the site it's obviously a prep site to be prepared for, various contingencies that may occur. But in particular, there's emphasis on generators. How much of a generator do you need? What generator is best? What's a good portable generator? These sorts of questions you can check out at planbprep.com. And I'm going to link to this site at tomwoods.com/691 as the listener website mentioned. So check that out, planbprep.com. And remember, if you want to get your website or blog mentioned on the show and linked on my site, and just the fact that it's linked on my site will help you in the search engines, then check out tomwoods.com/publicity before you start up the site, and you'll see how to do that, plus get a bunch of free goodies from me as well. All right, that's it. Remember, the episodes are a little sporadic over the next few weeks as I move across the country. So please just continue to be patient. I'm going to put out as many episodes as I can without losing my mind. Thanks so much for listening, everybody.
Become a smarter libertarian in just 30 minutes a day. Visit TomWoods.com to subscribe to the show for free, and we'll see you next time.
This is the Liberty Radio Network, broadcasting the latest liberty-oriented audio content 24 hours a day at LRN.FM.
Free Press Publications is an independent, alternative media and publishing company founded in June 2009 with the mission of ensuring a free press for the freedom movement and is committed to spreading the message of peace, freedom, love, and liberty. FPP also gives new authors an avenue for publishing freedom-oriented material. FPP brings you daily news and commentary on the website, fpp.cc, as well as a daily 5-minute newscast, FPP Radio News, and weekly news, views, and commentary in the FPP Freedom Minute and Peace, Love, Liberty Radio at fppradio.com, and the monthly newspaper, FPP News, at news.fpp.cc. Find FPP online at fpp.cc. That's fpp.cc, as in Creative Commons.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.FM in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media, and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.FM. Download it now, free, at apps.lrn.fm.
This is your Roberts & Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Thursday, gold is $18 higher at $1,340 per ounce, and silver is 58 cents higher at $19.35 per ounce. Bitcoin is trading at $675 US. Since January 1st, gold is up 20%, and silver is up 39%. For more information, call Roberts & Roberts Brokerage at 800-874-9760, or visit us online at rrbi.co.
While our satellite channel is free to listen to, it's not free for us. You can help us cover our satellite costs with the chip-in on the right side of the page at lrn.fm.
The latest edition of FPP Radio News is next on the Liberty Radio Network at lrn.fm. Get more at fppradio.com.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Darryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Monday, July 4th, 2016. Silver is trading at $20.51 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,352 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $670. Antiwar.com reports the rebel-held town of J-Rud has mostly stayed out of the Syrian civil war until the past few days, having a truce with the army that has made it a popular magnet for refugees around the region. That appears to have come to an end with the killing of a Syrian pilot in the area. The pilot parachuted out near J-Rud and was executed on the ground, reportedly by Al-Qaeda's Nusra Front. The Syrian military had subsequently hit the town hard, killing 31 people, including 2 medics and a large number of civilians. The rebels are describing the attacks as revenge for the pilot's execution, though they insist that the execution had nothing to do with the town itself. The Syrian military did not comment directly on the attack, but had vowed that the pilot's killing would not go unpunished. Essentially a suburb of Damascus, J-Rud is one of several local truces that have been struck over the course of a multi-year civil war in Syria, though as this weekend has proven, those truces are often very tenuous and it doesn't take much to return the area to a state of open warfare. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. UPI reports with California's new vaccination law now in effect, some parents are opting to homeschool while others are moving out of the state. The new law eliminates most vaccination exemptions for school children in an effort to protect everyone from communicable disease outbreaks. Other parents trying to avoid the new laws filed exemption paperwork before January 1st to give them the leverage to vaccinate their children at their own pace. California Senate Bill 277, which sparked some of the most contentious debates in years, ended with a win for those who favor forced vaccinations. Still, tens of thousands of Californians remain adamantly opposed to the mandate. Kristen Kinney of San Jose said she's checking out real estate in Idaho. An East Bay area mother said she's considering finding an underground network of doctors willing to give her a medical exemption for her 3.5-year-old son. Liv Selly said, "It's really thrown me for a loop. I just don't want someone telling me what I have to do with my child, putting things into my child's body." An outbreak of measles last year in Marin County, home of one of the highest concentrations of unvaccinated children, convinced the county to ban the personal belief exemption. Now all children entering daycare, kindergarten, or 7th grade are required to show proof of vaccinations. Are you an advocate for free market money? Do you promote Bitcoin as an alternative in a fiat-centric world? Then you need Spendabit in your arsenal, the search engine for things you can buy with Bitcoin. Spendabit aggregates millions of products from thousands of Bitcoin-enabled merchants. Keep your money in the free economy. Visit spendabit.co today. Bitcoin merchants, ask about our merchant suite to reach even more customers. Spendabit.co. Reuters reports a 19-year-old tourist in Manhattan's Central Park suffered a severe foot wound on Sunday after an apparent homemade firework exploded when he jumped off a rock and stepped onto the device. Investigators said the object was likely fabricated by an amateur firework enthusiast for the thrill of creating a loud noise and flash. At least one bystander in the park told CNN the blast sounded like a cannon. The man was taken to Bellevue Hospital, where police said he was undergoing surgery and was listed in serious but stable condition. His 2 companions, aged 18 and 20, were not injured. The late morning explosion occurred when all 3 men jumped off a rock and the victim landed on top of the object, which had been stashed near the boulder out of the way of normal foot traffic. Lieutenant Mark Torrey, commander of the police bomb squad, said there was nothing to indicate that the device was put in this area with a specific intent to harm any individual, and that evidence showed it was not meant to be detonated by someone stepping on it. He said the device, which was believed to have been in the park for at least a day, may have not gone off at an earlier time and was just left there. The 778-acre park in the heart of Manhattan is a major draw for tourists visiting New York City. The park remained open to visitors following the blast. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
On Free Talk Live, we're bringing people to the ideas of liberty every day. From wrestling superstars like Glenn Jacobs.
You guys really are having an impact, I believe. Like I said, a lot of where I am now is due to listening to Free Talk Live. You changed my mind on some very important issues years ago.
To random people tuning in on the radio.
I was kind of stuck in the left-right paradigm. I heard your show by chance on a Saturday night. From there, I went on, joined the Free State Project, and become an amplifier. So, I mean, that's really the reason why I amp is because I know that if it wasn't for you guys being on as many stations as you are, I never would have found the ideas of liberty.
Your amp will directly change more lives by getting Free Talk Live in front of people looking for talk radio online and on the air. When you amp Free Talk Live, you get perks like access to the AMP-only Facebook group and AMP podcast. Visit amp.freetalklive.com.
If you can't listen to the Liberty Radio Network's internet streams, free satellite channel, or radio affiliates, no worries. You can listen to LRN.FM from any phone, anywhere. Add this number to your phone, 641-552-5046. It's a long-distance call, so make sure you're familiar with your phone's calling plan. The Liberty Radio Network listen lines are locked onto our stream 24 hours a day. Call 641-552-5046. That's 641-552-5046.
If you want to move to the Free State and you're looking for some real estate.
Oof, I think we've all had enough of that jingle, don't you? If you're going to invest in property in New Hampshire, it just makes sense to support a Liberty-friendly realtor. Call Mark Warden of Team Porcupine Real Estate for investment property or rentals in the Free State. Or visit his website. Come on, you know it.
PorcupineRealEstate.com.
Do you love Twitter? The Liberty Radio Network presents the latest episode of Free Talk Live, next after the news. Listen live every night from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern here on LRN.FM.
From Keene in the Shire, the Liberty Media capital of the world, this is Darryl W. Perry, host of FPP Radio News for Monday, July 4th, 2016. Silver is trading at $20.51 per ounce. Gold is valued at $1,352 per ounce. And according to BitcoinAverage.com, the average price of Bitcoin is $670. Antiwar.com reports the rebel-held town of J-Rud has mostly stayed out of the Syrian civil war until the past few days, having a truce with the army that has made it a popular magnet for refugees around the region. That appears to have come to an end with the killing of a Syrian pilot in the area. The pilot parachuted out near J-Rud and was executed on the ground, reportedly by Al-Qaeda's Nusra Front. The Syrian military had subsequently hit the town hard, killing 31 people, including 2 medics and a large number of civilians. The rebels are describing the attacks as revenge for the pilot's execution, though they insist that the execution had nothing to do with the town itself. The Syrian military did not comment directly on the attack, but had vowed that the pilot's killing would not go unpunished. Essentially a suburb of Damascus, J-Rud is one of several local truces that have been struck over the course of a multi-year civil war in Syria, though as this weekend has proven, those truces are often very tenuous and it doesn't take much to return the area to a state of open warfare. For nearly 40 years, Roberts & Roberts Brokerage has been a trusted source for buying and selling precious metals like gold and silver. They also take Bitcoin for precious metal purchases and have permanently removed the minimum purchase amount for all orders paid in the digital currency. Call Roberts & Roberts today for knowledgeable advice on buying and selling precious metals and a forward-thinking approach to new technologies. 800-874-9760 or visit online at rrbi.co. UPI reports with California's new vaccination law now in effect, some parents are opting to homeschool while others are moving out of the state. The new law eliminates most vaccination exemptions for school children in an effort to protect everyone from communicable disease outbreaks. Other parents trying to avoid the new laws filed exemption paperwork before January 1st to give them the leverage to vaccinate their children at their own pace. California Senate Bill 277, which sparked some of the most contentious debates in years, ended with a win for those who favor forced most vaccinations. Still, tens of thousands of Californians remain adamantly opposed to the mandate. Kristen Kinney of San Jose said she's checking out real estate in Idaho. An East Bay area mother said she's considering finding an underground network of doctors willing to give her a medical exemption for her 3.5-year-old son. Liv Selly said, "It's really thrown me for a loop. I just don't want someone telling me what I have to do with my child, putting things into my child's body." An outbreak of measles last year in Marin County, home of one of the highest concentrations of unvaccinated children, convinced the county to ban the personal belief exemption. Now all children entering daycare, kindergarten, or 7th grade are required to show proof of vaccinations. Are you an advocate for free market money? Do you promote Bitcoin as an alternative in a fiat-centric world? Then you need Spendabit in your arsenal, the search engine for things you can buy with Bitcoin. Spendabit aggregates millions of products from thousands of Bitcoin-enabled merchants. Keep your money in the free economy. Visit spendabit.co today. Bitcoin merchants, ask about our merchant suite to reach even more customers. Spendabit.co. Reuters reports a 19-year-old tourist in Manhattan's Central Park suffered a severe foot wound on Sunday after an apparent homemade firework exploded when he jumped off a rock and stepped onto the device. Investigators said the object was likely fabricated by an amateur firework enthusiast for the thrill of creating a loud noise and flash. At least one bystander in the park told CNN the blast sounded like a cannon. The man was taken to Bellevue Hospital, where police said he was undergoing surgery and was listed in serious but stable condition. His two companions, aged 18 and 20, were not injured. The late morning explosion occurred when all three men jumped off a rock and the victim landed on top of the object, which had been stashed near the boulder out of the way of normal foot traffic. Lieutenant Mark Torrey, commander of the police bomb squad, said there was nothing to indicate that the device was put in this area with a specific intent to harm any individual, and that evidence showed it was not meant to be detonated by someone stepping on it. He said the device, which was believed to have been in the park for at least a day, may have not gone off at an earlier time and was just left there. The 778-acre park in the heart of Manhattan is a major draw for tourists visiting New York City. The park remained open to visitors following the blast. This has been FPP Radio News, online at fppradio.com.
A new trend in offices across the country, more and more people are switching to fetal position desks so that they can curl up in a ball on the floor while they work. Aaron Vaughn has a story.
The human body isn't meant to sit at a desk for 6 or 7 hours. The natural position, especially in the workplace, is to shut down completely, return to a womb-like state, and rock back and forth to soothe yourself.
Fetal position desks, which are even popping up in offices like Google and Facebook, come in a variety of shapes and sizes. Some have adjustable height, so you can cower underneath them, while more expensive options include a warm, pulsating blanket for workers to wrap themselves in to feel calm. But many people are making their own.
I've rigged this up so I can type comfortably and my arms won't get tired. Plus, it's got speakers so I can listen to a comforting voice saying shh over and over again.
I've tried a fetal position desk myself, and I can say it's a great way to get through the f***ing day.
Thanks, Aaron. I hate my job.
This is the Onion News Network.
Free Talk Live.
This is Free Talk Live. Welcome to the program. You can join us here on this Independence Day edition of the program of Free Talk Live. That's what we're here doing. And it's Ian and Darryl in the studio. We just got back from dinner with a group of great activists who'd gotten together on Independence Day when they could have been out hanging out with friends and barbecuing or whatever.
Well, it wasn't just dinner. We did something before dinner.
That's what I was going to get to, yes. We did not just get together to go out to the Chinese buffet in town here on Independence Day, although that is where we went. We, prior to that, spent 2 hours outside of the Federal Building here in Keene, New Hampshire, and we engaged in what some people might call a protest, others might call it a rally, a demonstration. Protest tends to have a negative negative connotation, but it's the one that I tend to use because I want the New Hampshire to get out of the United States.
Yes.
I am protesting the fact that New Hampshire continues to be involved with the United States, and I want that to end. And I started the event today. We organized it for less than a week. It was put together relatively quickly after the very first ever NHexit event happened last week. So last Sunday, not this past weekend, but the one prior to that, there was an event in Manchester, New Hampshire. Dave Ridley from RidleyReport.com put that on, and it attracted about 13 or 15 participants, which is pretty good for a Sunday evening right after the Porcupine Freedom Festival.
Yes.
Today we had 9 at our peak and here in Keene, which per capita I think puts us ahead of Manchester as far as attendees at this particular event. So I was pleased. I was glad that we had, not quite a dozen, but 9 people come out on a day in which there's all kinds of other things for people to be doing. Everybody could be hanging out with their friends or family or whatever, but instead we had 9 people come out to hold signs on the side of the road out in front of the federal building, which doesn't just hold the post office. It has several federal offices, including an IRS office up there. And so the point was to spread the idea about NHexit, which was sprung from the whole Brexit thing, where Great Britain had the voters there had voted to leave the European Union about two weeks ago or so. And Dave
about
Ridley,
a week and a half.
Yeah. Dave Ridley started NHexit.com. There's not much on the website right now, but there's a Facebook group with some folks who are getting active. And what's most interesting is the news media has picked up on this. So when Ridley did his event back in Manchester a week ago, there was a Concord Monitor reporter and an NH1 reporter there. The Concord Monitor ran a story, I think, the next day, which then other news media organizations picked up because it's kind of like a monkey see, monkey do.
And cited.
Correct, yeah. The other news organizations.
The Concord Monitor reported blah, blah, blah.
Right. So not really doing any kind of original reporting on their own parts, but at least it's something. At least they covered what went on. And so today, another one of the TV channels up here, NH1, sent a reporter out. So I was really pleased to see that. I wasn't sure if we'd get anybody, but we did get a television reporter, and she interviewed you.
Yes.
And me as well. So we don't know what the final package will look like, but
and she did some live reporting from the scene. So it wasn't just they showed up and did some interviews like what they did with Dave Ridley a week ago,
right,
and then never aired the Ridley interview.
Yeah, apparently. Well, if they aired it, they didn't put it on their website. So I don't know if they put every single package that they produce up on their website, but why wouldn't they? I mean, if you're going to take the time to edit a news package, you might as well make sure it gets seen by as many people as possible. So yeah, we were definitely on the news tonight, live shot from the side of the road with a reporter, and we did interviews. So maybe later tonight there will be a full news package. But,
yeah, I just looked on the website. There's nothing there right now.
No, it'll take
them probably later tonight, because I think they also said that they're going to run something at the 10 o'clock.
If there's a package that runs, it'll be at the 10 o'clock, because then they've had enough time to actually edit something together. If you think about it, we started at 4 p.m., their news goes live at 5:30.
Yes.
She, got there when we got, a few minutes after we got there, so she was probably setting up at around 4:10. She was done shooting with us at around 4:30 or so. That's not enough time to upload footage and have an editor put together a package. But by 10 p.m., yeah, they might have something together. So I'm excited about that. That means more coverage for NHexit, which last week there was the poll, an unscientific poll in the Union Leader that garnered over 40% of respondents saying that they supported New Hampshire leaving the United States. And yes, that's an unscientific poll. I get that. But there have also been scientific polls within the last couple of years. One of them, Reuters, did a poll where, sadly, New England was actually the least likely to want to secede from the United States, with about 19% of poll respondents saying they do currently, right now, support their state leaving from the Union. So not asking about other states leaving, specifically asking, do you support your state leaving the Union? It was about 19%. Nationwide, it was around 1 out of 4, so around 25%. But I would have been interested to see a further breakdown from that study, because it's not fair to average in New Hampshire with the surrounding states. New Hampshire's really nothing like Massachusetts and Vermont and Maine. I mean, it's a lot like it in geography or topography or whatever.
Right.
They look similar, but the ideas behind the sort of the system or the governmental system there tend to be kind of different. New Hampshire it's better in a lot of ways. Some ways it's a little bit more backwards. Like, for instance, the cannabis laws here are not as good as they are in other states. It's not as free here. But overall, New Hampshire is a more free place than others. And without the federal government involved in our lives, we'd be by far the freest place likely on the planet if the federal government were to finally leave us alone. And so the whole NHexit thing is designed to sort of parlay off of the Brexit hysteria, the popularity for the Brexit concept, and continue pushing that the idea of secession forward, and get people to take it seriously, get people to really consider it. And what are your observations from today's event as far as the response? Because you were there for pretty much the entire thing. What were your observations of the response from the public?
It was overly positive. There weren't a lot of people flipping anybody off. There weren't a lot of people yelling.
There was 2 people who flipped us off.
Get a job.
I didn't hear get a job at all today.
Nor did I.
Okay.
But generally that's one of the go-to responses
Correct.
that you hear of any kind. It doesn't matter. You could be protesting at 10 a.m. on a Saturday morning when the vast majority of working people aren't working, and somebody is still going to yell, "Get a job."
Yeah, it's almost a guarantee.
And I didn't hear any of that. And I think I only saw like one person flip us off. But again, I did have to leave ever so briefly.
I saw one person driving by flip us off, and then one lady on the side of the road was heckling us at one point because, well, that's kind of a ridiculous story. And
and that's why I had to leave ever so briefly. It was because of the ridiculous story where some lady was yelling at us.
I don't know how much more detail we should give about that. Somebody, we won't say who it was.
There was a medical emergency, and the significant other of the person that had the emergency needed a ride to the hospital.
Correct.
I took that person to the hospital, so that's why I was gone briefly.
Yeah.
But while some, I don't know if they were paramedics, but the first responders from like the rescue truck or whatever.
Right.
Are giving the medical attention to the person. We're all standing around, like making sure that our friend is okay, and some woman is yelling because somebody that was with our group was just filming what was going on.
Derek J. actually came all the way out from Portsmouth, the east side of New Hampshire, and he came to the event today, and he was recording with his camera from a distance. He wasn't interfering with the men who were doing their jobs there and trying to help the person who was having the medical issue. And so these 2 women on the other side of the street were heckling Derek and yelling at him because he was recording it. Like, how can you be recording that? Blah, 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 or whatever it was they were saying. They were kind of drowned out by traffic.
Right.
And I yelled over to them, that's our friend. So I think they thought that we were just there recording some random person who was, hurt or whatever. And I guess, I understand why people don't like that to happen, but even if it was some random person, you're still well within your rights to record the paramedics when they're on the streets doing their jobs. And either way, that's what he was doing. And so, I stood up for him as he continued to record. And then once I told him that, that's our friend, then one of the ladies yells, "Well, make sure you get his permission before you put that on YouTube." Toll-free number here is 855-450-FREE. And then one of the ladies next to her flipped us a double bird. 855-450-3733, but overall the response was great.
Every once in a while you get information that's worth changing your life for. This is one such time. You can save up to and beyond 25% on all purchases at Amazon. You probably heard of Bitcoin and just not thought much about it. You certainly know that you can get competitive pricing at Amazon, but now you can get a 25% discount on nearly everything you need to live. I've just given you a huge raise, and all you have to do is claim it. You go to saveitpurse.com and open an account. Do this right now. Don't wait. Then you fund the account with Bitcoin. I know this sounds unbelievable, but at my house, we saved as much as 45% off of a new item on Amazon. This information is worth you changing the way you do things. Go to saveitpurse.com right now, get signed up, and cash in on the huge raise I'm offering you. 15 to 25% off of everything at Amazon through saveitpurse.com. It's saveatpurse.com.
Are you tired of governments murdering people around the world? Stop using their money. There is an alternative. Bitcoin is a stateless, free market, non-political currency. Bitcoin cannot be inflated or controlled by any government. By using their money, you are helping the state. Stop doing it. You have an incredible alternative available now. Learn it, use it, spread it. Get started with Bitcoin at Bitcoin.com. That's Bitcoin.com.
DVD, books, music, instruments, periodicals, computers, software, electronics, photo, cell phone, office products, home and garden, bed and bath, furniture, kitchen, pet supplies, automotive, hardware, apparel, shoes, jewelry, grocery, healthcare, sports and outdoors, toys, games, used, and more. It's a department store at your fingertips. Shop.lrn.fm. Get all your shopping done, get a great deal, and a portion of your purchase goes to benefit the Liberty Radio Network when you shop at Amazon via shop.lrn.fm.
Money, power, and respect are all yours at creditsuccesssecretsrevealed.com. Be seen as an industry leader. You can do it. The last application you filled out when it was time to hit submit did your nerves spike. You didn't get the approval you seek, but there's a better way. We teach you exactly what to place into the right systems the right way the first time so you get approved. Get up to $100,000 in instant business credit. Many people will get cash on the spot. Use those two tools in your new corporate credit engine so you can walk into the bank and get your project funded today. It's all about today at creditsuccesssecretsrevealed.com. Credit Success Secrets Revealed is explosive and ignites instant results. Dial 1-800-707-8719. That's 1-800-707-8719. 1-800-707-8719. Or just go to creditsuccesssecretsrevealed.com.
Did you know you can listen to LRN.FM via our free-to-air satellite channels? We have channels over nearly all of North America and much of Africa. All you need is an affordable receiver and a dish as small as 30 inches. There are no monthly fees. Learn more at sat.lrn.fm. Plus, if you are a broadcaster or want to be one, this is a good delivery method for our content. See our coverage maps and get details at sat.lrn.fm. That's sat.lrn.fm. sat.lrn.fm.
In Survivor Max 2, School Bites, Max must scavenge through a wasteland swarming with the undead. Desperate to find the medicine he needs, he discovers a community of survivors at his former school. Has he finally found the safe haven he's been looking for, or will he discover that school bites? Look for Survivor Max on Facebook, read reviews on Amazon, and read Chapter 1 at survivormax.com.
Now, more of the freshest episode of Free Talk Live, presented by Sekel CAI. Listen online at freetalklive.com.
It's Free Talk Live. You are welcome to join us on the radio. The toll-free number here is 855-450-FREE. Secession is in the news again, thanks to the great crew of activists here in Keene, New Hampshire, and some visiting from outside of Keene. We actually got ourselves a Derek J here from all the way over on the seacoast, and then also another new guy, listener of Free Talk Live, Bob, who moved up from Washington State, or I guess moved across from Washington State and is now living in Nashua. So he came all the way up from Nashua for this, and so we had 9 people out there today. TJ the Spy is back in the studio.
Back after a very long hiatus of about 5 weeks, I think.
Did you miss us?
I did indeed miss you.
Did you miss the radio?
Yes, we actually left from my homestead, from my parents' homestead last night in St. Louis. And so we actually listened to Free Talk Live for about 9 of those hours of that 24-hour drive back. And so we are caught up on the news. But I said, yeah, we were in Colorado when the Pulse nightclub shooting happened a few weeks ago. And so we were like, oh, gosh darn it, why does all the news have to happen while we're gone? But, we were out there. So we said we came back and we were tired. And we're like, I don't want to go out there with Ian. But we said, well, we got to do it because there's a camera crew here. And you know what? Ian always makes it fun to protest, and we got a lot of honks and everything.
I thought you did it because I said I'd wear a wife beater for you.
That is.
Dude, you said you had one, right?
Yes.
All right. I'll put it on before the end of the show if you want.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Swell.
So yeah. But you're not against the idea of secession.
No, actually, I mean, the secession is one of those things that I fully endorse because the federal government, of course, I was like, we celebrate our freedom from Britain, and how do we celebrate it? With fireworks. Mm-hmm. That you need a license from the ATF to produce, a license from the Department of Transportation to transport, a license from the ATF to sell, and they can't be too loud. And more importantly, they're illegal in most jurisdictions.
Now, does anybody actually produce fireworks inside the United States? Are there actual fireworks manufacturers?
Yes, in Carthage, Missouri, I believe. There was a Modern Marvels guy that actually produced. But yeah, there's a reason most consumer fireworks. So consumer fireworks are made primarily in China,
right?
Because of the safety regulations. The ATF says, well, fireworks have to be treated just like you would treat them artillery shells or C4. So as a consequence of that, if it's much easier to make them in China where you don't need an ATF license than just import them and sell them. So I always found it just ironic. Like, I mean, it's one of the best money-making revenue schemes that we got Rich Paul in the studio.
Well, he's now walking back out, but he might come back.
Okay, good. I always liked Rich and didn't want to take his spot. I just sat in here because it's like our first time back. And
you guys just came back this afternoon, and of course you're welcome to come back on Free Talk Live. Don't know how much longer you're going to be in town. I think those sorts of things are up in the air.
Yes. Well, we spies are always very ambiguous. Yeah. But I did want to say that, the ATF requires to have a license to sell. And then, of course, I remember when I worked at the NSA at Fort Meade, Maryland. Fireworks are legal in Maryland, but they're illegal in D.C. in general. So any fireworks that move, shoot flame over 10 feet, sparklers over 27 inches were illegal in D.C. And so
when you say anything that moves,
like a tank, like
that weird little snake thing where it starts off as a little tablet and then you light it and it just grows.
That would actually be for the bureaucrats to decide. My imagination
because there's movement.
No. Yeah, I would probably say no. Err on the side of no. That's what the government always does, because you got to realize if the government says sure you can allow snakes, and then a kid gets burned, someone will be screaming at the city council saying, the regulations clearly say no fireworks that move, and you made an exception.
Bottle rockets move, so
bottle rockets are banned.
So basically, you're allowed sparklers.
Yes, sparklers.
And
you're just
the little
talking about
things
DC?
that you throw on the ground and they go pop.
Well, these things are legal in New Hampshire, right?
Oh, yeah. But I was mentioning this because I was setting it all up as a punchline. So you'll notice my narratives, if I ever appear to be rambling, it's usually I have some long, overarching narrative, and it becomes, here it is. The D.C. Metropolitan Police Department would set up on US 1 right at the border between Maryland and D.C., and there'd be a fireworks stand on the Maryland state line, and they'd have their binoculars out every June 15th up until July 5th, and they would watch people go from D.C. or come from Maryland, pull into the thing, get fireworks, bottle rockets, pull out, and the moment they drive into D.C., boom, whoop, whoop, pull them over, and they'd give them like a $200 ticket and then seize their fireworks.
They did the same thing in Massachusetts. When I first moved here, Massachusetts Highway Patrol would sit across the street from one of the fireworks stores near the border, and then they'd take pictures of people who were leaving and radio back to the troopers in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
So they were actually conducting their investigation in the state of New Hampshire.
Yeah. Didn't they wind up getting...
they stopped doing it.
Yeah, there was some kind of thing to where basically New Hampshire said, you're operating outside of your jurisdiction, knock it off.
Yeah, I don't remember what the exact steps were, but they did knock it off at some point, so that may be exactly what happened.
And people say, what are the hazards of license plate readers? Well, if license plate readers are everywhere, then it's just a simple matter of, hey, I say we ought to just cut to the end game here. Everyone, if you saw Demolition Man, you remember every time you violated the rule, the thing would spit out a ticket at you?
Yep, that's right.
So I thought we could just have something in our car, like anytime you drive into Maryland to buy fireworks and you drive back, instead of having a cop pull you over, take your license, ruin 15 minutes of your life while he gives you the ticket, just have the thing spit out the ticket automatically. So if you go 5 miles over the limit, just automatically goes, Ian Freeman, you have done 60 and a 55. You are hereby fined $5. And it would save so much time and effort. You could fire half the police force if they didn't
but then
have
they wouldn't go on. They wouldn't be able to go on fishing expeditions like they currently can. Now they can pull you over for some sort of traffic violation and then intimidate their way into a search or something like that. The toll-free number, if you want to join us here, is 855-450-FREE. Let's go to Ricky. He's in Pennsylvania, and you can bring up anything that's on your mind. Hey, Ricky.
Good evening, Ian. I'm sorry, first-time caller. Good evening, Ian.
Welcome. Thank you. Go ahead.
No, I have an amazing story. Like I said, what it was is I went it started with a friend of mine who he did, and this ties in, so he said about, I guess there was some kind of shooting, I guess, in Philadelphia, and it was very vague initially. And what happened is I went to punch it and I couldn't find anything on it. And he said I said, why wasn't, it was supposedly in the Genos. And I guess it was, it turned out. And I said, why wasn't he carrying in a Genos in Philly? Why didn't he have a gun on him?
What's a Genos?
Oh, like Genos is like, like they got hamburgers and like.
So a restaurant.
French fries and stuff,
Restaurant, gotcha.
Yeah. It's a restaurant, There's not too many of them around left,
There's a place called
But
Papa
anyway,
Gino's. They have pizza, but I didn't think it was the same place, so different Gino's.
Nah, it's basically like, like a steak stand, which is
Gotcha.
known for that.
All right, so
It
what
ain't
happened
like
there?
Cats or anything, but what's that?
So what happened at the Gino's?
There was a shooting. Now, originally, my boy said something about Muslims, and I knew that was wrong because what happened is I hit Bing because I use Bing. And I know you had the thing recently with Google, and you were talking about this and that. See, and when I hit Bing, because I don't have personalized searches. Now, he did. Now, this is not this amazing story about today, but it ties in. And when I hit it for open carry, he said he Googled it. See, I got, of course, he said you can't open carry I'm going off already.
Oh, well, no, I want to hear what you have to say. Stand by. I mean, are you going to say there's a difference in search results between one company and the other? We'll find out here in moments. Do you own stock in Bing? You've mentioned it a lot. Toll-free number here, 855-450-FREE. Although there was another story recently about how Google was covering up the Hillary Clinton investigation, and there looked like there was some solid evidence for that. It's Free Talk Live.
Understanding your credit score is the first step towards managing and improving it. This is Charlie Sundstrom with your Van Dyke Mortgage Minute. The most influential component of your credit score is your payment history. Almost equally as important is the amount you owe on credit accounts. Also impacting your score, but to a lesser degree, are the length of time you've utilized your credit, the number of new accounts, credit inquiries, and your various types of credit accounts. To help achieve or maintain a healthy credit score, have a system set up to assure your bills are always paid on time. Don't max out your cards. It's better to have a high credit limit with a low balance. Never close old accounts. The age of these can actually help your credit score. But don't be afraid to use your credit. You need several accounts in order to have a credit score. Just keep the corresponding payments within your means. For your mortgage pre-approval and refi needs, start by visiting VanDykeMortgage.com.
Corporate NMLS 3035. Van Dyke Mortgage is an equal housing lender. Charlie Sundstrom, NMLS 134251.
The Free State Project has reached its goal of 20,000 liberty lovers who've pledged to move to New Hampshire and get active to achieve liberty in our lifetime. Perhaps you're trying to figure out what part of New Hampshire should be your destination. If so, consider Keene. You'll find more than 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com. Keene is famous for its historic, publicity-generating activism, as well as being the liberty media capital of the world. It's home to freekeene.com, New Hampshire's destination for liberty activism, news, and opinion. For years, we've been compiling over 150 reasons to move to Keene at move.freekeene.com, where you'll learn about some of what's happening here and what makes Keene a great place to live. If you love liberty, you'll probably enjoy anywhere you end up in the Shire. But do your due diligence first. Please visit move.freekeene.com for the full list of over 150 reasons to move to Keene. That's move.freekeene.com.
I love My Magic Mud. I drink a lot of coffee. I had stains on my teeth. Then I found My Magic Mud, and I was told it would remove stains. So I paid attention when I brushed the first time. My Magic Mud is black tooth powder, and the difference it made in my teeth in one application was noticeable. With 4, my teeth were as white as you normal folks out there. Please go to mymagicmud.com and buy a jar. There's 150 applications for $25. You can use Bitcoin, mymagicmud.com. Here's a chance to do a little activism while you're cruising Facebook, Twitter, or Google+. Between the LOL cats, the recipes, the hot girls, and the inspirational sunrise memes, Free Talk Live's posts pass by your newsfeed. Like them, comment. It gives us more exposure. If you don't see our posts, click like at facebook.freetalklive.com and then hover over it to click Get Notifications. It's an easy way to spread the ideas of liberty a bit further. I know you're busy, but you can spare that 1/10 of a calorie it takes to click on something. facebook.freetalklive.com.
This is Michael Dean from the Freedom Teens radio show. I've run websites since 1996 and have used over a dozen web hosts in that time. AgristHosting.com is the only one that hasn't broken my heart. Agorist Hosting's uptime and service is stellar, and their DDoS mitigation is the best I've seen. That's important because if you tell the truth in this world, you'll ruffle feathers, and some people will try dirty tricks to silence your voice. No matter what the haters hit us with, Agorist Hosting keeps our websites online. If you have a mission-critical commercial presence or a world-changing activism site, you cannot tolerate any tomfoolery. So go with agoristhosting.com. And if you want to get your foot in the door with decentralized marketplaces, Agorist Hosting is now offering Open Bazaar hosting. Go to agoristhosting.com, click on the button that says Get Hosted. Agorist Hosting, that's AGORIST, hosting.com.
This is the most recent episode of Free Talk Live, presented by Sekel CAI. Get interactive at freetalklive.com.
This is Free Talk Live. We've been talking about secession and taking your calls about what is on your mind. We did an NHexit rally / protest / demonstration, whatever you want to call it today, and I would call it a success for Independence Day. It's Ian, TJ the Spy, and Darryl in the studio here. We're going to continue with your calls and thoughts. We do have Ricky on the line in Pennsylvania. And, Ricky, you were telling us a story about, was it someone that you knew who was at a restaurant in the Philadelphia area?
Happened is, I'm going to get back to that in a minute. I can promise you on that, because when I talked to the officers, that came up. See, what happened is, this inspired me after this search, because I have a rifle, a 30-06 Ted Williams model Remington, that I've been looking to get clips for. I went down to my local sporting goods, and I went in there. I came in a cab because I'm going blind and I don't drive. And I got out of the cab. It was fine. I went in there. It was all good. I did my business. So when I left, it was interesting because the girl at the front desk, that's interesting, when I checked out, I said, yeah, well, I was going to get a cab back. Well, it's not far down to the supermarket. It's only right down there. They kind of encouraged. I said, okay. And I walked out with my rifle slung over my shoulder, perfectly open.
And where was this?
And what happened is...
What town was this?
This was actually in Broadedgeville.
Where is that?
Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Yeah.
Route 209.
You're walking out with a rifle slung over your shoulder.
Okay, so the whole...
Usually
with this game...
I walked down to the end of the block.
Yeah, keep going. I was just going to make a joke saying usually with this game, the bet is how long does it take before the police and the SWAT team show up to ask what you're doing.
That's what's amazing about this story, and that's why I called in.
All right.
Because I got there, and they know me there, because, I'm...
At the grocery
I'm one of the
store.
People, a lot of people know me.
Gotcha. You're the guy with the rifle.
To help out.
You're also the guy with the rifle. I mean, that's pretty unusual to see people walking around with rifles slung on their back.
Yeah, I guess maybe, but that's the whole point. And I'll get back to that in a minute. Now, what happened is I got down to the store, and they were holding 12 packs of Coca-Cola for me down there. And the girls did see me who were out smoking that worked there. And then a guy came by, Matt, I don't know who he was, just a guy, and he said about this here, and he said, if I want to have less flack, I should put it in a case or something. I said, no, I can't do that. That would be bad. I'm not worried about flack. I'm worried about breaking the law.
Okay.
That don't help anybody.
So is open carry legal in Pennsylvania?
Absolutely, and that's where I came with my boy when it came to Philadelphia, and I'll get back to that in a minute.
All right.
So what ended up happening is I went there, and because he told me that. I said he's wrong on that. So I went into the store.
He told you what?
And,
he told you what? You said he told you that. He told you what?
He told me about putting it in a case. I'll get less flack.
Okay.
And I said, no, if I do that, I get in trouble because that's now breaking the law.
Because then it's concealed.
I have a carry permit.
Right. Okay. Gotcha.
Absolutely.
All right. We gotta speed the story up. So keep going.
I'm gonna. So let me just roll with this. So what happened is I go in the store. All's good, pretty much. They got the stuff going. Now he was still bopping around, and that. And what happened is I now left, and they said, well, the cops will probably come anyways. I said, what a waste for them to come out. They got important cop stuff to do. So they came, and this is the amazing part, because that is where I got applauded by everybody. And I was throughout all of this, because when the boys came, both of them, I'm talking with backup, and they started talking to me. And I gave them permission to run me. They didn't ask to, but I gave them permission. And they said one thing. I asked them about this law, and I said before I left, and I say left because I didn't have to take my cab because they gave me a ride home personally. And they also looked at my phone that I had in my pocket. Because they saw that, and I had it out a minute, and it was a Windows phone, and that because of the security on it. And they loaded up the stuff into the car, and I got a personal ride home. Now,
what did they do? Wait, hold on. Why did they look at your phone, and what did they do with your phone exactly? And what does that have to do with you carrying a gun?
Well, no, it is. I had it out because of the security on it.
Security on your phone?
All the cops in New York City use these.
All right, you lost me here.
I think I can translate. So what it is, people were probably calling up saying, "There's a guy with a gun. He's walking down the street. Can you please do something?" And the cop's saying, "Well, he has a right to carry the gun, but rather than call the 10 people who called us and say, 'Look, there's nothing we can do,' what we'll do is we'll offer the guy a ride home, so he'll be happy."
That's not what happened. If I may finish up, please, because this is important.
Go quickly.
What happened is they told me one thing that is important. If I would have done as that gentleman had mentioned to me on the side, I said, correct me if I'm wrong, would that have potentially been a problem if they did it? I said, you did right the way you did it. They applauded me for what I did, that I was open carrying that day. And I also informed them of another thing on the ride back, that when I was saying about those searches, because with Google, you have what they call personalized searches. You don't have that with Bing. That's on period on Google. On Bing, that's off, and you can turn it on.
So what do web searches have to do with you open carrying a firearm?
Yeah, I'm not getting that. That's not making any sense to me.
Well, that's what made me do it in the first place.
So you didn't know about open carry until you searched on Microsoft.
He got misinformation on Google because he got the rumor that for years.
One of the most bizarre stories. I'm glad you didn't get arrested. I'm not really sure.
Okay. Ian,
why would you let them search your phone? That's one thing I don't understand.
No, I didn't let them search my phone. They never even touched it.
Oh,
they just
okay.
saw it on the side of my hip. That's all.
Okay, you were talking about how you showed them the phone and there was a passcode or whatever. Hey, Ricky, thanks for the call. A little confusing, but okay. You didn't get in trouble for open carrying
And I did find the open carry law in Pennsylvania, and apparently you can open carry everywhere in the state without a permit except for in Philadelphia. Philadelphia, you have to have a carry permit in order to either open or conceal.
I see. All right. So, yeah, he sounds like a Microsoft fanboy there. And by the way, I don't think Microsoft is better or worse than Google. They're both mega corporations who are, mining your data. And to some extent, the personal search thing is helpful in some ways that Google does.
By the way,
not a bad thing necessarily.
And I'd like to say, like police officers, I would rather have them taking people as a taxi service. Like if I was going to given that I have to pay my tax dollars, instead of arresting drunk drivers, I would rather have them be like, "Oh, I'm drunk. Can you drive me home, officer?" Sure, just hop in the back. I mean, kind of like the Sheriff Andy Taylor and.
Well, that's the way it used to be, not just on television, but they really did back in the day. Used to be more likely to give you a ride home.
It's not completely the department's fault. It lies with the insurance companies and liability. So, my neighbor across the street was law enforcement officer for the city, and he said, "Well, yeah, the problem is if we Sure, I'd love to change your spare tire on the guy, like if it's an old person, but if we change the tire and it gets destroyed or something, the department's liable. So our insurance company says you can't,
I've seen a cop changing a tire here in New Hampshire.
It's all dependent on the department's insurance policy. So some departments allow pitting, others don't, the pursuit intervention technique. Some allow you to change the tires and so that's one risk is if you're a police officer and you transport a civilian home, not in connection with police business, if that person dies in the back of your car, you could be in a heap load of trouble. So a lot of officers, a lot of people say, boy, that officer is a real dick. And I say, well, they may not be a dick. What it might be is they can't. They would like to, but they can't because the departmental policy says we're not allowed to do that for you. Like change your light bulb or give you a ride home if you're drunk.
Now, TJ, you're a spy. What do you recommend for searching?
Well, you're a spy. That implies. Okay, so I guess if I was still
Once
a spy,
always a spy.
That is true. So what do I use for searching?
Yeah. What's it?
Okay, this is kind of like asking me, do you use protection when you have sex? It's like, well, yes, you should, but do I?
Right.
And so I use Google myself.
Right.
That's what I use because it works really well. Now, what should you be using is something like DuckDuckGo or StartPage,
which they source their content from Google.
Yes, but
put
they
a layer of
anonymize
privacy.
it. So if you want to go in between that, you can use a VPN, which I believe we have a VPN sponsor, but you can use a VPN to anonymize your searches with Google if you're concerned about it. That's like an in-between level of security.
Our toll-free number here is 855-450-FREE, 855-450-3733. You can join us here. This is Free Talk Live. Panhandling, coming up. Recently, LRN.FM kicked off its 2016 satellite fundraiser. This year, we're hoping to expand our international free-to-air satellite coverage to include Europe, the Middle East, and North Africa. Our current satellite coverage includes North America, Central America, and Sub-Saharan Africa. This year, the Indiegogo-based fundraiser is going to be promoted via a Head Talker. It's a website that allows you to sign up to join in a social media blast to promote something. Sign up now at share.lrn.fm via your preferred social media, and then on Independence Day, July 4th, the Head Talker will post to your social media accounts about our fundraiser. We've set a goal of 200 people. Will you be one of them? Now, of course, you can go donate to the fundraiser right now at fund.lrn.fm. But even if you can't afford to help, you can definitely add your social media reach to the Head Talker. So please do. Go to share.lrn.fm. That's share.lrn.fm.
This is your Roberts & Roberts Brokerage Daily Precious Metals Update. In early trading Thursday, gold is $18 higher at $1,340 per ounce, and silver is 58 cents higher at $19.35 per ounce. Bitcoin is trading at $675 US. Since January 1st, gold is up 20% and silver is up 39%. For more information, call Roberts & Roberts Brokerage at 800-874-9760 or visit us online at rrbi.co.
Now that you've found the Liberty Radio Network at LRN.FM, you may want to help expose others to our great programs. To assist you in doing so, you'll find resources at promote.lrn.fm, including details on how to get a free bumper sticker, quarter-page flyers you can print out and distribute, banners for your website, as well as files that will allow you to make your own custom banners and graphics. Visit promote.lrn.fm and help bring new listeners to the Liberty Radio Network. That's promote.lrn.fm.
According to a groundbreaking study on anxiety disorders published this week in the New England Journal of Medicine, researchers have discovered that feelings of anxiety can be completely resolved as long as people think about them real hard.
After studying subjects with mild to chronic anxiety disorders, we found that the best way to overcome mental stress is to isolate the root of the anxiety, analyze it from every possible angle, and then think about it nonstop until it completely disappears.
Researchers worked with numerous subjects in the middle of high-stress scenarios and said the key to overcoming anxiety is to start by focusing on a minor problem, list everything that can go wrong in the worst-case scenario, and then repeat that list in your head 200 times. After anywhere between 3 to 6 hours of perpetually torturing yourself over things outside of your control, all feelings of anxiety will completely disappear, and you can finally enjoy the remainder of your day.
This is the Onion News Network.
LRN.FM is proud to announce our official listening apps for Android and iOS devices. Now you can easily tune into our streams anywhere, anytime on your smartphone or tablet. Just visit apps.lrn.fm or search for LRN.FM in the Android or Apple app stores. Please download, rate us 5 stars, then share the link on your social media and let your friends and family know how you're listening to LRN.FM. Download it now, free at apps.lrn.fm.
Ross Ulbricht was convicted in early 2015 of running the infamous Silk Road Underground Market. The Silk Road was a gift to humanity and helped reduce the harms brought on by drug prohibition. For this good deed, Ross has been sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Now, an appeal is Ross's only chance, and he needs your support. Please visit freeross.org, where you can contribute via various methods, including Bitcoin. Visit freeross.org. That's freeross.org.
You're tuned to the newest episode of Free Talk Live, presented by SACL CAI. Visit us online at freetalklive.com.
Free Talk Live. Dial toll free, bring up anything that you want to discuss here. The number is 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. We've got Skype, and you can Skype into the show. Skype username is LRN.FM. With you in studio tonight, it's me, Ian.
TJ the Spy.
And Darryl.
So you missed the healthcare deadline and don't have any form of healthcare? Well, Liberty HealthShare has the answer. They offer affordable healthcare options that allow Americans to enroll any time of the year. And for those of you who've already enrolled but just aren't satisfied with what you've chosen, then there's still hope for you. Liberty HealthShare allows Americans to control, manage, and direct their healthcare, yet still be in good standing with the Affordable Care Act. Members are exempt from the tax penalty and mandates imposed on individuals for not having health care insurance, thus giving you freedom from insurance. Liberty HealthShare empowers their members by giving them the ability to choose any doctor or hospital across the nation. Members are for individuals, couples, and families, offering a variety of options to best suit your medical needs. If you're a freedom-loving American looking for contract-free health care, then this is for you. For more information on how to enroll any time of the year, call them at 855-585-4237 or visit libertyhealthshare.org to request a free estimate. Again, that phone number, 855-585-4237. Let's go to your calls and thoughts coming up. The Constitution Party presidential candidate has thrown down the gauntlet, it sounds like. I haven't seen the story, but Darryl, you're going to be telling us about it.
Yes.
He's thrown down the gauntlet and has challenged the Libertarian Party candidate for president and has basically said he's not as libertarian, that the Libertarian isn't as libertarian as the Constitution Party candidate is. So what's the real deal there? We'll get into that here in moments. But first, to your phone calls and thoughts. Lisa is in Orlando listening to the Internet. Go ahead, Lisa. Go ahead with your thoughts.
Actually, my name is Rachel. Sorry, I guess that was lost in translation a little bit.
Wow, sorry about that.
Rachel from Orlando.
Go ahead, Rachel.
I actually did want to talk about Darryl Castle's statement about how he's more libertarian than Gary Johnson. First of all,
what was the guy's name? I'm sorry, I don't even know this person's name.
Darryl Castle.
Okay, it was Darryl.
He was the vice presidential nominee for the Constitution Party back in 2008 when Ron Paul endorsed that ticket over the ticket of Babar and Wayne Allen Root, who lovingly called himself War.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so, yeah, I know I'm kind of jumping the gun here, but, I mean, this is really just so bizarre to me. First of all, I'm not a Johnson fan, just to clarify that. I don't feel like Johnson is super libertarian to begin with. I think he's just using the party. But if you look at Darryl Castle, I read the interview, and you could tell that he was really trying to avoid talking about issues where the Constitution Party and the Libertarian Party greatly differ. For example, the Constitution Party, and I'm looking at this online right now, it's unbelievable. They believe that the local and state government should be able to criminalize, quote-unquote, offensive sexual behavior. So
what sexual? Offensive.
Quote-unquote.
So, like
anything that violates community standards.
Well, and by their standards, they mean anything that some Christians would be upset about, basically. So anyone has
or Muslims. Let's not be Christianophobes here.
I suspect that there are not many Muslims in the Constitution Party. This is a party that is looking for a theocracy. They are mostly right-wing Christians.
They do mention the Bible and Jesus specifically.
So like your Jerry Falwells that don't want to support Donald Trump.
Right. They might sound good on taxes, but they want the war on drugs. They want prostitution to be illegal.
That's actually not what Darryl Castle is saying.
Okay.
If you look at the platform, guys, they're actually against the drug war, but they are opposed to same-sex marriage. They're also opposed to pornography, and that's they actually
war on porn. That'll work.
They're not. They believe that the pornography is not covered under the First Amendment right to speech. They believe, again, they're opposed to same-sex marriage, and they think that the state and local government have a right to criminalize, like I said, quote-unquote, offensive sexual behavior. They do believe in a tariff system, a very strong tariff system. They think that English should be made the official language, do away with bilingual everything, and that it should be a requirement for citizenship. They believe that first of all, immigration should be stopped immediately, absolutely immediately. Not necessarily until like Darryl Castle has said, until we can figure out a way to see who's coming and going in the country. Not even that. Like, they think that it should just be stopped completely unless there's an extreme case of necessity. And they also think that the immigration policy should disqualify potential immigrants on grounds of low morals.
These people are ridiculous. I've also taken the time to look at their party platform in the past. And
I've got it pulled up in front of me.
If I'm recalling correctly, there's also a prohibition on gambling in there.
Yes.
Yeah, they don't like prostitution. They don't like
I'm
gambling.
striking out all over here. I was a professional gambler.
Yeah.
I'm gay.
You're gay.
I mean, I occasionally partake in the herbs. So
I suspect that they are also against anything outside of the missionary position for straight people as well. That's just my guess. I doubt they get into that.
I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
I'm on these people's this hate list. Every single thing I stand for, I'm like, wow, I don't do. I'm opposite there. No. Wow.
So what is your interpretation of this, Rachel? Who's worse, the Constitution Party candidate or the Libertarian Party candidate?
Well, I don't know. That's really
both of whom, in my opinion,
I was asking Rachel.
Hold on. Before she answers, both of the candidates are not running in accordance with their party platforms.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, okay, with Darryl, not Darryl, period, but Darryl Castle, I'm not really sure. Like, he might be, but he might just be trying to talk about the quote-unquote nice stuff or spin it in a different way. Mm-hmm. Because I've actually talked to a couple libertarians who, after Johnson was the nominee, they actually went over to the Constitution Party, and I was like, WTF? What are you doing? Like, do you seriously consider, like, oh, well, they're more libertarian? I'm like, you know that they believe that government should be in charge of marriage. Oh, no, they don't. They don't like same-sex marriage, but they've never interfered. I'm like, are you stupid? How are you one libertarian who is really prominent, who is a Christian? I mean, I'm a Christian too, but I don't believe in Christian Sharia law. I'm sorry. I believe in freedom. So anyway, he's like, oh no, Darryl Castle's great. You should vote for him. Yeah, all that other stuff, that's not true. And I'm like, do you have Google? Do you have internet? Can you not, it's ridiculous. Now, Gary Johnson, so I think Darryl's just trying to spin it to make it sound more palatable to everybody, especially the libertarians who are disenfranchised with Johnson. So people like me, I'm not buying it, though. I mean, I'm not that stupid.
I mean,
but Gary, I think, is just, he's a progressive Republican who's not even a good Republican, even by Republican standards, who is trying to use his, the Libertarian Party for his own ends. I think he's probably being bought off of. Yeah. Gary Johnson, yeah. And I've actually talked about this before on the show with Chris, where I think that he's just using, I think he's being paid off either by the GOP or the Democrats, probably the Democrats. And there's been a lot of evidence.
Now that's getting a little conspiratorial. You said there's evidence for that?
Yes. One of the vice presidential nominees, right before she endorsed Weld after blasting Weld.
Weld is the Libertarian Party vice presidential candidate, William Weld.
Yes, he is.
Okay, so what now?
He made a statement because so many people are upset that she endorsed him because she was so strongly against him initially. She made a statement on Facebook after the outrage of her endorsement, and she said that she had it on good authority that if Weld was not nominated the vice presidential pick, that there'd be no way that the Libertarian ticket would get in the debates. There'd be, they would be fought every single step of the way. And she said, and I quote, "No one from inside the party told me this. It was someone from outside the party who let me know." There's also been
How would somebody know whether or not, if this guy gets nominated for vice presidential nominee of the Libertarian Party, whether or not that would have any effect on the Libertarians getting into the debates? I mean, the odds are against the Libertarians getting into debates no matter who the person is.
Well, the claim was also that unless William Weld was the vice presidential nominee, that none of the polling companies would include Gary Johnson in the polls, thus ensuring automatically that the Libertarians aren't in the debates because they wouldn't be in the polls.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I'd like to just interject. Jeffrey Tucker actually had a great